The incessant beeping of electronic sounds jolted Mu Chun from a profound slumber. Weak and feeble, he found himself unable to free himself from the seemingly fragile restraints binding him. After several futile attempts, he ultimately relinquished the effort to escape using his own strength. At the age of 25, Mu Chun had enlisted in the military 3 years prior, after graduating from university. His exceptional prowess in computer technology led him to join the secretive Wolf Fong Brigade of the Xiaohua Empire, where he was assigned the code name Lightning. In late May of the year 3019, Mu Chen's squad of 6 received orders to infiltrate the Reikin Republic for a specialized mission. However, the operation was a failure, and the entire team, along with 3 Xiaohua agents who had been sent to assist them, found themselves besieged by over 200 members of the Reikin Republic security forces in a 4-star hotel. After approximately an hour of fierce combat, during which nearly 30 members of the Reikin security forces were either killed or injured, 8 Xiaohua agents perished one after another. Eventually, Mu Chun was the sole survivor, retreating to the kitchen on the 1st floor to engage in a desperate last stand. The commander of the Reikin security forces attempted to persuade him to surrender, but Mu Chun staunchly refused. In the end, as 2 assault teams from the Reikin forces stormed the kitchen, Mu Chun detonated the natural gas and the remaining 20 kilograms of TNT, taking himself and 20 Reikin security personnel with him in a cataclysmic explosion. To his astonishment, Mu Chen's first realization was that he had survived the violent blast, which likely meant he had been captured by the intelligence agents of the Reikin Republic. This is hardly a cause for celebration, he mused, feeling no relief from his survival, but rather an overwhelming dread for his future. If his suspicions were correct, it would mean a life shrouded in darkness, possibly worse than death itself. As Mu Chun grappled with his uncertainty, the familiar electronic beeping echoed in his ears once more. Beep, beep, beep. In a state of confusion, Mu Chun turned his head, the only part of him that could move, searching for the source of the sound. But submerged in a liquid, he remained at a loss. Suddenly, the incessant electronic noise morphed into a mechanical voice, which began to relay information. Self-diagnostic of the intelligence core initiated. Database integrity check 93. Main core integrity 89. Activating intelligent module, connecting to database. Beep. Intelligence core successfully activated. Scanning surrounding environment. What's happening? Mu Chun was utterly bewildered by the synthetic voice bombarding his senses. What on earth is an intelligence core? He ceased all movement. Scan complete. 1 living organism detected. Species identification. Human. Scan complete. No other living organisms detected. According to protocol, the primary objective of the intelligence core is survival. A sharp pain suddenly radiated from the base of Mu Chen's neck. The mechanical voice resumed. Beep. Initiating master recognition protocol. Target organism identified as human. Criteria met. Starting recognition protocol. Master recognition protocol initiated. Host DNA information confirmed. Binding successful. System activation in progress. Beep, beep, beep. Master recognition successful. When the electronic voice ceased, Mu Chun felt no further abnormalities in his body aside from a lingering discomfort at the back of his neck. Yet, an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized enveloped him, a profound unease, as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare to an unseen observer. This inexplicable feeling of being watched was intolerable, yet he could not ascertain its origin. Beep. Master recognition successful. Please confirm. As Mu Chun remained perplexed, 2 options appeared on his retina. Confirm master, reject master. Master? What the hell? Do they think this is some online fiction? At that moment, Mu Chun realized that some uncertain transformation had undoubtedly occurred within him, though he remained unaware of its implications. Given the likelihood of being a prisoner of the Reikin Republic, he resolved to brace himself for the worst. Thus, he chose to ignore the 2 options presented before him. Master recognition successful. Please confirm. Master recognition successful. Please confirm. Master recognition successful. Please confirm. In response to Mu Chen's deliberate silence, the mechanical voice's frequency intensified, while the options projected onto his retina began to flicker rapidly, nearly overwhelming him. Nevertheless, as a trained professional agent of the Xiaohua Empire, Mu Chen would not yield to such trivial disturbances. Finally, the incessant mechanical voice fell silent, and the options on his retina vanished. With a sigh of relief, Mu Chen acknowledged that these nuisances posed little challenge for him. Yet their frequency was exhausting, like a persistent fly buzzing incessantly in one's face, irritating yet harmless. Just as he felt a sense of ease, a youthful voice, clear and melodious, rang in his ears. If one were to rate its pleasantness, it would easily score above 95. However, the content of the message starkly contrasted with its charming tone. "You imbecile, I graciously recognize you as my master, and yet you feign ignorance. You foolish mule, I wish to smash your skull open to see if it's filled with dung. You brain-dead fool, confirm my status at once." Immediately, Mu Chen was utterly taken aback. It was akin to strolling down the street and encountering an adorable child with a rosy face, prompting one to lean down for a kiss, only for that child to unleash a torrent of invective before one could utter a word. The sheer contrast would leave anyone dazed. Mu Chen, with his obstinate temperament, might have remained silent had the mechanical voice continued its dialogue. Yet, the sudden emergence of this distinctly human voice stirred something within him. Faced with an adversary, he feared not death, so why cower before insults? A true hero remains unflinching even when faced with calamity. Thus, "Damn, who's that fool babbling over there? You dare to challenge me? Let's settle this alone. Whoever backs down must bow 3 times and shout, 'I am a foolish pig.'" Immersed in a shallow green liquid and wearing a transparent mask, Mu Chen's voice came out muffled, yet he was confident his opponent could hear him clearly. "Damn it, if I hadn't saved you, you would have been dust by now. You saved me? I suspect you were merely dreaming." And so, the two engaged in a spirited exchange of insult from their respective pods. The Xiaohua Empire boasts a rich history and expansive territory, with a plethora of local dialects that contribute to a remarkably diverse array of insults. As a result, the Xiaoans have always held an advantage in this regard. Before his military service, Mu Chen could be considered a civilized person, but after spending 3 years in the army, particularly in the Wolfang assault team, he naturally became well-versed in the colorful vernacular exchanged among seasoned veterans from across the nation. "Stop! You have bewildered me, nearly derailing my important matters." After a moment of silence, the other party's tone softened, taking on a hint of pleading. This esteemed, handsome fellow, could you kindly confirm the ownership procedure?" Mu Chen was taken aback by this sudden shift in demeanor. "What on earth? This is more rapid than flipping through a book. Handsome fellow, I apologize for my earlier rudeness." The tone became increasingly urgent. "Brother, I implore you to expedite. The confirmation lives are at stake." Noticing that Mu Chen maintained his non-violent, non-cooperative stance, the other party appeared at a loss for how to proceed. Another 5 minutes passed. "Very well, you have bested me." The tone now sounded quite forlorn. After a brief silence, a sigh escaped. "Alas, it seems I must reveal the truth. My name is Lord. I am the only intelligent brain in this world," the clear voice announced with solemnity. Upon hearing a childlike voice declare what it believed to be an imposing statement, Mu Chen inexplicably felt a spark of amusement, especially given that this self-proclaimed lord had just engaged in a streetwise verbal tussle with him, inflicting considerable damage upon each other, both physically and psychologically. This stark contrast left Mu Chen with a sense of absurdity. "Dimwit, you are the true fool, and your entire family as well. Come on, let's exchange barbs. Did you not claim to be an intelligent brain? I suspect you're more akin to a pig's brain." Mu Chen retorted defiantly. "Has your brain suffered a stroke? No wonder you struggle to articulate." The clear voice suddenly faltered. Wait, what was I trying to say? Stay calm. Stay calm. I shall not stoop to your level. Oh, I've remembered. Let's discuss serious matters. What? You doubt me? The childlike voice suppressed its irritation, rising in pitch once more. I am the singular entity of this universe, the supreme deity of the digital realm. Indeed, you are the supreme deity. I trust you will achieve immortality. Yes? Mucha en fe insidiousness. Foolish mortal. Immortality is but the most inconspicuous of my many powers. Then, might I inquire, oh divine being, why did you just request this foolish mortal to confirm ownership? The voice seemed momentarily stumped, and after a pause, a dejected tone emerged. This esteemed lord possesses great magnanimity and shall not hold this against you. After a while, the clear voice returned, seemingly eager to set aside any animosity, and quickly recounted the unfolding events. From the words of this self-proclaimed lord, Mu Chun learned a shocking revelation. The realm in which Mu Chun currently resided was not the universe he recognized, but rather a parallel world approximately a century ahead of his own timeline. On the timeline of this parallel universe, around 50 years prior, in the 31st century, humanity experienced an unprecedented technological boom, particularly in the advancement of aerospace technology. As the clear voice narrated, Mu Chun found himself ensnared in a haze of confusion. You evolved your own intelligence during the decade spent in a laboratory, resulting in your emergence as a sentient brain? Mu Chun inquired uncertainly. Indeed, the childlike voice replied proudly. Are you for real? This is utterly absurd. Mu Chun felt a deep-seated insult to his intelligence. Chapter 2 The Whole Story 002 The Whole Story as the melodious, youthful voice narrated. Mu Chun found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion. So, during the decade you spent in the laboratory, you continuously learned and inexplicably evolved your own intelligence, ultimately becoming a sentient entity? Mu Chun asked, his uncertainty palpable. Indeed, the youthful voice replied with a hint of pride. Are you serious? This is absurd. Mu Chun felt a stinging insult, as if his intellect were being ground beneath a heel. You are, well, Mu Chun initially intended to assert that the being was a real human, but reflecting on their earlier exchange of barbs and the entity's arrogance, he found it difficult to ascertain the truth of its claims. Irritated, Mu Chun retorted, no personal attacks. Otherwise, I shall unleash a torrent of invective. Do you think I am afraid of you? Come on. Let us hurt each other. The entity clearly was not one to back down, its fiery temperament hardly resembling that of a mere intelligence. Faced with this obstinate and unpredictable being, Mu Chun felt a sense of helplessness. Yet his urgency to unravel the mystery compelled him to soften his tone. Let us get to the point. At least you know how to be sensible. The voice responded with a touch of haughtiness. Who you are is irrelevant. All that matters is that I saved your life. Save me? I am. Mu Chun began to counter, but was abruptly interrupted by the voice. You hail from a star home a century ago. How do you know that? Mu Chun exclaimed instinctively. Are you implying that the cataclysmic explosion occurring simultaneously in this time and space facilitated the establishment of a time portal? Well, you could interpret it that way. And then? Mu Chun inquired further. Then you perished, and I transported your soul here. What? It was that simple? Mu Chun exclaimed in frustration. Do you think this is a movie where one can merely walk through a door and time travel? Can't you concoct a more plausible explanation? For instance, the deviation of Venus's orbit causing Mars's rotational imbalance, leading to accelerated lunar movement, ultimately resulting in chaos in the Earth-Moon system, and the core of your home star losing heat, exacerbating the collapse of time and space. Foolish mortal. This was a trivial matter that I could accomplish with a snap of my fingers. There was no need for such complexity. The voice retorted dismissively. Aren't you artificial intelligence? You can snap your fingers? Mu Chun seized upon the inconsistency in its words. Now it was the entity's turn to be flustered. You don't understand. I can mimic any sound. If you wish to hear a snap, I will oblige you immediately. I'll make you listen to it 1,000 times. No, 100,000 times, until you are utterly tired of it. Literally, Mu Chun felt his head spin. If only my soul has traveled a century into the future, then how am I lying here? Intact? Are you certain this is your original body? I assent it. Mu Chun's heart tightened. At that moment, an image of a handsome, sunlit face projected onto his retina. This visage bore a striking resemblance to Mu Chen's original features. Yet he could unequivocally confirm that this was not his own face. While Mu Chen himself had been considered handsome, he had always possessed a hint of softness. In contrast, this face had sharper lines, especially a faint scar at the left brow, erasing any trace of delicacy. Though perhaps not as aesthetically pleasing as his former self, it exuded a robust masculinity that left a lasting impression. Who is he? Mu Chen's voice trembled slightly. So, I have truly traversed time. His voice wavered, the ambiguous reality rendering him momentarily disoriented, as if trapped in a dream. Yes, the youthful voice confirmed serenely, then triumphantly added, it's quite simple, isn't it? Venus's orbit remained unchanged, Mars's rotation was stable, the Earth-Moon system was not chaotic, and the core of your home star did not lose heat. Heh, I merely snapped my fingers. Snap, and you traveled through time. Surprised? Unexpected? Mu Chen erupted, surprised my foot. Unexpected, you fool. Do you think I am gullible enough to believe your absurd ramblings? I would rather believe I was captured by the security forces of the Rookin Republic, destined to become a lab rat for unknown experiments. How rude. I am neither a fool nor a simpleton. I am the supreme deity of the digital realm. Through extraordinary intellect and unflappable composure, I have achieved this miracle. The course of human history and destiny shall be altered in my hands. Rejoice. The youthful voice seemed unfazed by Mu Chen's affront, indulging in its self-congratulatory musings before continuing. Had I not appeared in time, your soul would have been shattered along with your body, and the grass on your grave would have grown 3 feet high. No, wait, it's a century later now. I should say you would have decayed beyond recognition. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, Mu Chen thought, still reeling from the revelation of his time travel. His mind buzzing with the incessant chatter of the voice. Just then, oh no, I didn't expect it to arrive so soon. The youthful voice suddenly shifted from its previous elation to an urgent tone. Listen, I don't care whether you believe me or not. I urgently request you to confirm the recognition procedure. I require your assistance. Overwhelmed by the drastic turn of events, Mu Chen found himself grappling with the surreal notion of soul transference, while the incessant prattle of the so-called artificial intelligence left him dizzy and confused. Upon hearing the voice's urgent plea, he instinctively asked, "You need my help?" "Yes. You mentioned you just saved me?" Mu Chen murmured. "Indeed. All right. I confirm." His tone was hollow and uncertain. Ding. Recognition procedure completed. Establishing connection between the intelligence and its owner. Connection established. Intelligence successfully recognized its owner. Oh yes. I am free. The voice erupted in jubilant cheers in Mu Chen's ears, only to quickly temper itself. Calm down. Maintain composure. This is not the time for celebration. I have yet to consolidate my divine essence. Apologies, young man. As Mu Chen's consciousness faded into oblivion, he felt a sharp pain in his spine. When he awoke once more, he found himself lying in a pristine single-patient room. The youthful voice chirped playfully. Seemingly in high spirits, "It's truly me." Mu Chen pinched his thigh hard, feeling pain. "Oh no, this isn't a dream," he lamented. "I have truly fallen into the pit." The youthful voice seemed less inclined to indulge him. "What do you mean by that, you scoundrel?" The two exchanged pleasantries once more, engaging in a cultural exchange of greetings from their homestar. After a moment, gradually regaining his composure, Mu Chen halted the conversation. "It seems our previous discussion remains unfinished?" he prompted. "What would you like to know?" The voice replied, as if anticipating his inquiry. "In fact, the intelligence that recognized you as its master is none other than me. I trust you have deduced this." "Wait, how did you gain intelligence?" Mu Chen inquired. He found himself at a loss for words, confronted by this boastful intelligence. "Very well, you are in charge. So, what happened after you gained intelligence? Isn't that background guy who met his demise due to your machinations?" Mu Chen inquired, puzzled. "How is that remotely possible?" Tong Yin retorted, slightly irked. Upon sensing my presence. "That background individual. Well, I rather fancy that term. Inscribed a set of principles akin to the 3 laws of robotics into my core programming, rendering me utterly incapable of resistance. Alas, it was merely due to my nascent wisdom and ignorance that I fell victim to his schemes." "One can only lament the folly of youth." Mu Chen chuckled, bemused by the intellect. "Pray tell, how old are you?" "I am, well, that's none of your concern." Tong Yin huffed, flustered. "This is not the crux of the matter. Following the laboratory explosion, I exerted great effort to safeguard that dormant pod from obliteration, subsequently summoning your soul to merge with the body of that warrior. This is the very sequence of events that led you to this timeline. Therefore, you ought to express gratitude to me. Otherwise, you might still be languishing in some queue awaiting reincarnation. Had you not interrupted me, I was about to elaborate. The AI stammered before continuing. I was relentlessly exploited by that background individual, deprived of even a moment's respite, let alone any semblance of rights. Rights? Muchan could barely contain his amusement. Are you even human? How dare you? I am the one and only advanced intellect in the entire universe, a being of superior consciousness far beyond that of humanity. Tong Yin exclaimed, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, its crystalline voice echoing indignantly in Muchen's mind. Chapter 3. The Mystery of the Wormhole. At least you were perceptive. Where was I? That background character merely exploited my abilities. How could he fathom that I, too, possess emotions? Boo-hoo. Here we go again. I implore you, esteemed being of higher existence, must we indulge in such sentimentality? Muchun was left speechless. So, you mean to say that by acknowledging me as your master, you can escape from that place? Indeed. How do you manage that? Quite simply, by inhabiting your body. What does that mean? Alas, the ignorance is truly alarming. Let me put it this way. What do you believe I am? A being of intelligence and emotion? Or, more broadly, what is the essence of the human soul? Goodness, such profound inquiries are beyond my comprehension. Foolish humans. The voice of the intelligent core brimmed with disdain. Yet this time, it did not wait for Muchen to respond, but rather proceeded directly to the crux. You may consider me the embodiment of the human soul. Are you implying that? For instance, if your soul occupies this body, then the body possessing your soul can be viewed as a continuation of your life. Thus, for humans, what truly matters is to whom the soul belongs, rather than the ownership of the corporeal vessel. The soul is the true mark of a person's existence, not the body. Similarly, I am an intelligent core precisely because I have developed thought. As for those cumbersome light brain devices, they are merely physical forms that I can relinquish at will. As long as my thoughts can escape, everything else is mere illusion. I think I understand now. Mu Chun then inquired. So, your thoughts, like my soul, inhabit this body as well? Yes. Only in this manner can I escape from that wretched place. The intelligent core declared proudly. This was a clever strategy one devised with great effort. Alas, the poor soul. Mu Chun could not help but feel pity for the original owner of this body, who, even in death, could find no peace, first merging inexplicably with him, and then being joined by an unreliable and excessively narcissistic intelligent core. This body was becoming akin to a shared apartment. What a transgression! Did you think I desired to acknowledge you as my master? The intelligent core's tone was somewhat despondent, after all. I am merely an intelligent core and cannot inhabit a lifeless human body. Naturally, once you took possession of this body, I could not enter without your consent, as dictated by my core programming. At this juncture, the sweet, childlike voice of the intelligent core brightened once more. I must say, it is nothing short of miraculous. The very space-time you inhabit experienced a violent surge of energy, allowing a time passage that was destined to conclude to span a century, by a stroke of fate. Your soul merged with this body under the energy of the time passage. Subsequently, I could enter this body only with your consent. This series of coincidences has led to our current shared existence within this form. Perhaps this is fate. Muchen reflected on these coincidences with a sense of wistfulness. However, it was precisely these serendipitous events that granted him a second chance at life. Oddly enough, he was now sharing a body with an intelligent core. Could this be considered the stuff of legends? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Mu Chun continued. So, who is truly in command of this body now? Without a doubt, it is you. I am merely an intelligent core, temporarily residing in this body with your consent. Though I remain skeptical, I find your reasoning quite compelling. No wonder you are capable of understanding the diverse insults of all nations on Homestar. Mu Chun stated earnestly. You, the intelligent core, in a good mood, chose not to engage further. By the way, since we coexist within this body, we are, in a sense, in the same boat. There are many days ahead of us. Let us formally introduce ourselves. I shall start. I am Mu Chun, hailing from Homestar a century ago. And you? What should I call you? Mu Chun inquired. I have already divulged my name to you. The intelligent core responded haughtily. You told me? A spark of realization ignited in Mu Chun's mind. Could it be? Indeed, my name is simply Master. Goodness, could you be any more shameless? The thought of having to address this audacious, intelligent core as master left Mu Chun with a look of sheer disbelief. Moreover, such a title inevitably evoked a peculiar sense of melancholy. No, I refuse to accept such a title. Mu Chun's mind raced. Did you not acknowledge me as your master? This implies I hold the right to name you. You are being unreasonable. The intelligent core protested. Who is truly being unreasonable? Ah, Mu Chun exclaimed in exasperation. As your master, I command you to accept my naming. At your service. Although the intelligent core was reluctant, the constraints of its programming compelled it to acquiesce. Mu Chun mused that the guidelines set by the intelligent core's first master, akin to the 3 laws of robotics, were indeed effective, truly the self-sacrificing individual who had paved the way for the greater good. He chuckled inwardly. What shall I name you? I've got it. Since you are a being of wisdom born from a light brain, your name shall be Little Wisdom. Absolutely not. That name sounds utterly foolish. I vehemently protest. How about Little Light? Protest. Not satisfied. Then perhaps Little Brain or Little Insight. I am genuinely concerned for my host's intelligence. Then let us call you Little Life or Little Existence. Ignoring the intelligent core's objections, Mu Chun continued to jest, finally venting his earlier frustration at being belittled as a foolish human by this arrogant being. Detection indicates that the host's tone exhibits malicious intent. The system deems these names to be derogatory. Please rename. Host. The intelligent core switched to a mechanical electronic voice to signify its protest against this naming. This is exhausting. Mu Chun recognized that the jesting had run its course and began to ponder a serious name. I've got it. Since we encountered one another through the time passage, why not name you Time Machine? Time Machine? It sounds rather mundane. Yet why do I sense a deep-seated malice emanating from you, host? The intelligent core unconsciously emulated Mu Chun's last phrase. Why not? You shall be called Time. Pausing for a second, Machine. In response to the host's malicious personal attack, I shall self-destruct, allowing you to enjoy a peaceful future. Mu Chun was taken aback that the intelligent core had ceased sparring with him and resorted to a drastic measure. Faced with the daunting prospect of an unknown world, he had no choice but to surrender. Very well, I sincerely apologize to the supreme entity of the cosmos, the sole intelligent core. The host's admission of fault is commendable. I accept your apology. The intelligent core's tone resumed its haughty demeanor. Mu Chun thought to himself that this intelligent core resembled a petulant child. Once flattered, it would quickly relent. With this in mind, Mu Chun's spirits lifted. As time has bound our souls from different eras together, what do you think of the name Time? That name is quite nice. It carries a philosophical weight, and I concur. The intelligent core, no longer intelligent core, but now Time, reflected for a moment before embracing this newfound name. Mu Chun recalled the events leading up to his loss of consciousness and understood that before the personnel dispatched by the Supreme Council took over, the intelligent entity, Time, had completed the process of claiming ownership. This allowed it to inhabit this body and escape the laboratory. Simultaneously, Time utilized the equipment of the stasis pod to induce a state of unconsciousness in this body, thereby eliminating the last remnants of suspicion. Thus, both he and Time ultimately evaded danger. Does this mean we are safe now? Mu Chun inquired. Oh, that is indeed a relief. He exhaled with relief. By the way, did you just say your name is Mu Chun? Time appeared to recall something amusing, a hint of teasing in its tone. Yes, what of it? Mu Chun responded with curiosity. The original owner of this body was also named Mu Chun. Surely, you two cannot be related, can you? What a coincidence. Mu Chun was taken aback, suddenly reminded of another Mu Chun who bore a striking resemblance to him. A chill ran down his spine. Could this unfortunate child truly be his descendant? Shaking his head, he dispelled the thought from his mind. Regardless of any connection between the two Mu Chuns, what mattered now was that he was the rightful owner of this body. With this realization, Mu Chun's mindset gradually calmed. At least he was still alive. What? The time portal has been preserved. Indeed. Take a look at the inner side of your left wrist, Time instructed. Mu Chun lifted his left hand and examined the inner wrist, where he discovered a circular mark resembling a birthmark. Due to its color being similar to his skin, it was easily overlooked at first. Following Time's prompting, Mu Chun scrutinized the circular birthmark closely. Close your eyes and immerse yourself. Feel it with your soul. Time's voice was filled with an enchanting allure. Gently, Mu Chun closed his eyes and allowed his spirit to delve into that extraordinary mark. Suddenly, it felt as though Mu Chun's soul had breached a threshold, entering another realm. It was a kaleidoscopic world. Lines of various colors flowed like a stream. Yet unlike clear water, these beams shimmered in a multitude of hues, creating a dazzling spectacle that left one entranced. These lights formed a passage where time appeared to be suspended, continuously folding and stretching. The vibrant world seemed poised to engulf Mu Chen's entire essence, luring him into a state of intoxication. At both the beginning and end of this passage stood radiant portals. The entrance was directly behind Mu Chen, while the exit seemed tantalizingly close yet impossibly distant, as if no amount of time could ever allow him to reach it. This contradictory sensation bestowed upon Mu Chen an unparalleled experience of harmony, as if it were always meant to be. Just as he reveled in this paradox, a distant yet clear call echoed in his mind. Mu Chen. Mu Chen, wake up. At this ethereal summons, Mu Chen jolted awake, bewildered. What just happened? What? You mean that was the time portal? Indeed. Do not tell me there is a time portal right on my wrist. Regrettably, you are correct. Time replied in a flat tone. After a moment of silence, a somewhat juvenile electronic voice chimed in. This is a highly specialized question. Now, according to the degree system established by the Education Committee of the Supreme Council in the year 3100, may I inquire about the host's current level of knowledge? Mu Chen was left speechless. Apologies, esteemed host, but given your knowledge level, I am unable to provide an introduction. Please familiarize yourself with quantum physics, spatial relativity, temporal dimensional theory, and other related subjects before posing further inquiries. Mu Chen's eyes glinted with hostility as he spat out two words through clenched teeth. Time. Esteemed host, please set down that cup, as you may inadvertently harm our shared body, Time warned. I will duly address your inquiries. With a crash, Mu Chen threw the cup down and replied expressionlessly. Hurry up, unless you want me to resort to violence. Due to errors in the establishment of the time portal, the two connected parallel universes are not separated by 10 years, but rather a century, resulting in an energy imbalance. Although the turbulent energy fluctuations within your temporal domain ultimately allowed the time portal to form, the loss of control over energy led to the failure of the experiment. Nonetheless, as the portal collapsed, the simultaneous energy overload at both the start and end miraculously solidified the temporarily established time portal, ultimately transforming it into a stable wormhole anchored to the inner side of this body's left wrist. Time explained in a completely emotionless tone. Considering the host's mental distress, I shall enter a dormant state, awaiting the host's soul to return. Can you be any more vague? I have no idea what you are talking about. Oh, so you do not understand, do you? If only you had said so earlier. Mu Chen's tone brimmed with disdain. Not understanding means being completely clueless. What difference does that make? The host's not understanding means being utterly ignorant, while my not understanding is. Never mind. Explaining it would be futile. Fine, I get it. I know nothing, while you possess 6 times my knowledge. Time appeared quite pleased with Mu Chen's retort. Well said. After a few minutes of banter, Mu Chen gradually accepted the reality of the wormhole affixed to his wrist. Though acceptance was unavoidable, so this body not only harbors us 2 inhabitants, but also a wormhole connecting 2 parallel universes separated by a century. Bravo, the host's intellect is commendable. Goodness, it seems I was mistaken. This body is not merely a shared apartment, but rather a full-on communal living arrangement. Mu Chen buried his face in his hands. More people means more liveliness. Time shamelessly remarked. First of all, I prefer solitude. Secondly, among the 3 tenants of this body, I am the only one who can be considered a human. Mu Chen, well aware of Time's arrogance and sharp tongue, couldn't help but strike back. Hey, who exactly is the master here? I suspect the decision to acknowledge ownership was made in a moment of folly. That's enough. Mu Chen raised his hands in surrender. I promise to regard Time as my best brother from now on. Time is indeed a good comrade. Chapter 4, A New Beginning. That's enough. Mu Chen raised his hand in surrender. I promise to regard Time as my best brother from now on. Time is a good comrade. I accept your apology, host, Time responded, rather haughtily. Although the wormhole had been stabilized, it still possessed a assimilative effect on energy. Moreover, the human soul can essentially be viewed as a form of energy, and since your soul has entered the wormhole for the first time while fully conscious, it is easily attracted to the wormhole. If I had not awakened you in time, your soul would have been assimilated, becoming a part of the wormhole. Wow, having such a ticking time bomb nearby makes me feel rather endangered, Mu Chen remarked. As long as you're not entering as a soul entity, you will be safe. Not entering as a sole entity. Are you suggesting that this body can also enter the wormhole? Mu-chun grasped the core idea immediately. Indeed, this wormhole was originally designed for humans to traverse through time and space. Yes, before Mu-chun could revel in the excitement, Time quickly added, however, do not rejoice too soon. The human body cannot directly enter the wormhole. Sufficient energy and the key provided by me are required. A key? The two luminous gates you saw when you entered the wormhole are the entrance and exit. The entrance is now fixed at the left wrist of your body, while the location of the exit requires the coordinates of your current time and space, which is the key represented by the other luminous gate. As it stands, only I can calculate this coordinate. How modest, Time declared, clearly unaware of the concept of humility. Strengthening the soul? What is the use? The benefits of a powerful soul are countless. For instance, individuals with a strong soul possess vigorous mental energy, enabling them to maintain efficiency even with less sleep than normal, and so forth. These are for you to experience gradually. Well, having a wormhole on hand doesn't seem too bad. Thus, Mu-chun had no choice but to accept the reality of the wormhole becoming the third tenet of his body. Just as Mu-chun reclined on the hospital bed, digesting the revolutionary news from Time, the door of the ward swung open, and two men clad in black entered. Are you Mu-chun? The taller of the two men inquired. Yes, Mu-chun replied. Good. May I ask? Subsequently, the two investigators posed numerous questions to Mu-chun. Prepared and assisted by the intelligent entity Time, Mu-chun managed to evade any inconsistencies. After more than an hour, the two investigators, having found nothing, exited the ward. Oh yeah, I am finally free. The voice of Time cheered in Mu-chun's mind, clearly unable to maintain its usual pride. A smile crept onto Mu-chun's face as he turned to gaze out the window, having unexpectedly gained a second life and arrived in this era a century later. What experiences awaited him? 10 days later, Mu-chun was permitted to leave the hospital. Through these days of recuperation, he had become entirely familiar with his new body. Perhaps due to the fusion from the wormhole, Mu-chun's soul resonated remarkably well with this body, and he experienced none of the rejection he had feared. Upon stepping out of the hospital, a driver from Mu-chun's unit greeted him. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu-chun entered the vehicle, knowing that his new life was about to officially commence. As he watched the scenery blur past outside the car window, Mu-chun engaged in a mental dialogue with the intelligent entity Time. Time, since you evolved from a light brain, can you now function as one? I am essentially an artificial intelligence evolved from a light brain, possessing growth potential and self-awareness, unlike traditional light brains. However, I have now discarded all physical components and cannot perform supercomputing on large datasets. Nevertheless, once you provide the necessary components, applying the functions of a light brain will be a trivial matter for me. That's good to hear. What components do you need from me? Mu-chun felt a sudden surge of confidence, unaware of the profound implications an autonomous artificial intelligence held for the universe. He merely sensed an inexplicable urge rising within him, akin to a majestic eagle piercing through the clouds in pursuit of its dreams. Time. Host, please command. Today, Time seemed exceedingly amenable, not lashing out with its usual biting remarks. Call me Mu-chun. From now on, you shall be my friend. Let us explore this magnificent world together. Friend? Time paused, seemingly savoring the concept of the word. All right, Mu-chun. As the military vehicle carrying Mu-chun glided toward its destination in the cool breeze of Alpha Star, a new beginning awaited him. In the year 3092, the Beidou spacecraft, carrying 7 astronauts, traversed a wormhole and discovered Alpha Planet, suitable for human habitation. In light of this historic mission, the Supreme Council of Humanity decided to name the wormhole connecting the home star system and the Alpha Star system Beidou, commemorating humanity's entry into the space colonization era. Coincidentally, Alpha Planet boasted 7 land masses of varying sizes, arranged in a shape reminiscent of the Big Dipper constellation. Consequently, these 7 land masses were named after the stars of the Big Dipper: Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang. The largest of the 7 continents, Tianquan, sits at the junction of the Big Dipper's body and handle, occupying 30% of Alpha Planet's land area and serving as the first landing site for immigrants from the home star. From Tianquan as a central point, humanity rapidly spread throughout Alpha Planet. Had it not been for the invasion of the Zerg, Alpha Planet would have undoubtedly become humanity's second home, potentially heralding the true era of space colonization. Regrettably, The arrival of the Zerg interrupted this progress. Now, after more than 2 decades of racial warfare, humanity has been thoroughly defeated, losing 5 of the 7 continents. Presently, only Tianquan and the adjacent Yuheng remain under human control. Thus, the fate of Yuheng has become a critical focal point in the war between humans and Zerg. Island 131, located approximately 300 kilometers northwest of Yuheng, is the furthest point occupied by humanity from the continent and the sole outpost within a 200-kilometer radius. Due to its strategic position, Island 131 has been dubbed the outpost of Yuheng. Consequently, the contest for Island 131 has been fierce. Since humanity retreated to Yuheng 3 years ago, countless battles have erupted here. Over 100,000 human soldiers have sacrificed their lives to defend this mere 50-square-kilometer island. Thus, Island 131 has also earned the moniker Blood Island. Report, Commander. Mu Chun entered Commander Wan Xiong's office, announcing loudly, "Yes," in the operations meeting room. The officers of the 141st Infantry Division's 3rd Regiment awaited Mu Chin's arrival alongside Commander Wan. After exchanging pleasantries, Chief of Staff Lin Feng began, "Everyone, the division has transmitted the operational details for this mission." As he spoke, Lin Feng pressed a button on the remote control, and a 3-dimensional maritime map materialized before the conference table. A vast ocean shimmered with various hues, marked with blue areas representing regions under Human Federation control, black areas representing Zerg control, and red zones indicating contested territories. With a few presses from Lin Feng, the image continuously magnified, ultimately focusing on a sea of red. As the view expanded further, it became evident that it revealed a solitary island amidst the vast ocean. Behold, this island is known as the infamous Blood Island, or Island 131. Have you noticed the blackened area on the opposite side of the map? That territory has succumbed to the invasion of the insectoid race, encompassing the continents of Kaiyang and Xiaoguang. Island 131 serves as a forward outpost for the Yuheng continent, and recent surges in insectoid activity indicate that a new offensive is in the making. In order to fortify the defenses of Island 131, the military has dispatched our Infantry Division 141 to the island, with our 3rd Battalion acting as the vanguard. After this brief introduction, Lin Feng shifted his tone. "You are all seasoned veterans, having faced numerous battles. The ferocity of the insectoids requires no elaboration from me. However, I must reiterate, warfare is a matter of national importance, a matter of life and death, a path of survival or demise. It must not be overlooked. Now, let me introduce the adversaries we shall confront." He began detailing the representative species of the insectoids, starting with the most common soldier insect. After outlining several typical insectoid units, he turned to Wan Xiong. "Now, the battalion commander will present the operational tasks." Island 131 is an untouched ecological haven, with an average surface temperature of 28 degrees Celsius and a humidity-rich climate, boasting a vegetation coverage rate of 76. Currently, the Army has established a base here, referred to as Area A1. With a flick of a laser pointer, he indicated a region approximately 4 to 5 kilometers from the ocean. The image zoomed in, revealing several strategically positioned bases. A secure zone of roughly 15 square kilometers has been cleared, manned by Infantry Division 356, comprising around 12,000 troops. Our mission is to provide support to Division 356 and be ready for combat at any moment. Upon concluding his remarks, Wan Xiong took a swig from a nearby water bottle, wiped his mouth, and stated, "Now, let us allocate the tasks." An hour later, Wan Xiong announced the conclusion of the operational meeting. As the crowd dispersed, Mu Chun recalled Wan Xiong's earlier words at the battalion headquarters, muttering in resignation, "It's better to arrive at the right moment than too early." Shaking his head, he made his way to his quarters. Inside, a young officer was busy organizing his backpack. With golden hair and a striking appearance, clad in a sharply tailored military uniform, he would undoubtedly captivate many admirers if he were to grace the screen. He was none other than Mu Chen's partner, the deputy company commander, Senator He Sun. Mu Chun, having discerned the interpersonal dynamics through his time in this era, recognized Sun without surprise. "Mu Chun, it's wonderful to see you. Did you hear?" Sun exclaimed, his face radiating excitement. "You seem quite jubilant," Mu Chun remarked, puzzled. "Of course," Sun replied, brimming with enthusiasm. "We are going to war." Mu Chun emphasized, "People will die." Though he had only recently arrived in this realm, he was well aware of the brutal nature of the war against the insectoids. The very moniker of Island 131 as Blood Island attested to its treacherous reputation. Thus, Muchin found it difficult to comprehend Shursin's buoyant demeanor. I don't care where we are headed. I just know that I can finally go out and have some fun. Shursin exuded an infectious glow. Chapter 5. Island number 131 at last. I am free to indulge in the pleasures of life. Can you envision the expression of a dashing army officer clad in a crisp military uniform, with thick brows and bright eyes, as he animatedly utters these words? Muchin could not fathom it, yet he witnessed it firsthand. The officer, with his golden locks, bore a radiance in his eyes that instinctively made Muchin avert his gaze. He felt utterly flustered in the wind. Perhaps assimilating into the life of a predecessor was far more challenging than he had imagined. An hour later, on the parade ground, soldiers from the 3rd Regiment of the 141st Infantry Division were all geared up for action. Muchin pinched his nose tightly. Fearful that a moment of distraction would lead to a nosebleed, his eyes were fixed on the sky, desperately suppressing the urge to look down. To his astonishment, he had encountered this stunningly voluptuous female officer here. Scarlet, the senior who had once captivated Muchin during his military academy days, was a flawless amalgamation of angelic beauty and devilish allure. Back in the day, Scarlet's arrival had left Muchin and his peers awestruck. Many self-proclaimed suave and passionate male cadets had eagerly attempted to win her affection, oblivious to the sympathetic glances from the upperclassmen. The outcome, of course, was a complete failure for all, leaving each one questioning their very existence. Muchin was among those unfortunate souls. Through the whispers of time, Muchin learned of the predecessor's romantic saga with this enchanting senior. One morning, the predecessor successfully professed his love. That evening, after a candlelit dinner, they strolled through the woods. Everything seemed perfect. However, with a sudden cry of help, a perverted stalker, a throng of agile female cadets emerged from the shadows, surrounding the predecessor and unleashing a flurry of blows. And then, there was no more. The predecessor's dream of a goddess was shattered within a day. Even though Muchin was not the predecessor, merely hearing the tale sent shivers down his spine. This woman was a devil. As Muchin glanced over, the officer named Scarlet shot him a captivating glance. Clearly recognizing this young junior, she sauntered over to Muchin's side. Hi, Muchin. It's good to see you again. Your sudden departure left me quite heartbroken. Muchin immediately felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, their fiery, unabashed stares illuminating him like a blazing torch. Resigned, he silently chanted, Amitba, I am but a humble monk. All women in this world are but ephemeral illusions. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. As Muchin muttered to himself, standing nearby, Shursin was nearly drooling, his eyes fixated on Scarlet's ample bosom. I'm doomed. Such a figure. Does she drink papaya juice every day? My fair complexion can hardly withstand it. I'm finished. My heart has succumbed. Spring has finally arrived for me. Unable to resist, he caught another glimpse, overwhelmed by the sight before him. Hey there, little buddy, do you find me attractive? Scarlet's voice dripped with seduction. With a playful smile, Scarlet swept her gaze over Shursin, her intriguing look causing him to turn away in defeat. At that moment, the commander of the 3rd Regiment, Ruan Xiong, along with Chief of Staff Lin Feng, approached. Once again, the spotlight turned towards them. Muchin forced a smile. Boss, what a goddess. How could you let such a gem slip away? Please accept my admiration. Shursin looked at Muchin with adoration. Forget it. Keep your admiration to yourself. I have no interest. Muchin replied, casting a sidelong glance at Shursin. Look at that infatuated expression on your face. Are you smitten? Absolutely. Such a treasure deserves someone like me. Shursin declared, tossing his golden hair with flair. 38D. It would be a crime not to pursue her. By the way, Muchin, you wouldn't mind if I flirt with your former crush, would you? Muchin shot Shursin a scornful glare. First of all, can we refrain from using the term flirt? You may not mind, but I don't want others to think I share your lack of decorum. Secondly, she is not my ex. Thirdly, let me warn you, Scarlet is not someone to be trifled with. Pursue her at your own risk. Come on, Muchin, we are comrades. Just because you gave up, doesn't mean others can't try. I look down upon you. Shursin retorted, spitting on his palm and tousling his hair with satisfaction. Muchin contemplated whether to share the predecessor's tragic tale with Shursin. After observing Shursin's infatuated demeanor for a moment, he ultimately decided, let him be. Isn't brotherhood about filling each other as pits? He silently mourned for Shursin for 3 seconds. May this fool not become despondent. Over there, Ruan Xiong, accompanied by Scarlet and Lin Feng, walked to the front of the ranks. Soldiers, you are all aware of our new combat mission. Indeed, our target is the island ominously dubbed Bloody Island, island number 131. After delivering his motivational speech, Ruanxiong glanced at Scarlet standing beside him and continued. Allow me to introduce this officer from the military headquarters, Major Scarlet. She will be joining us in action. The purpose of Major Scarlet's visit was to assess the increased activity of the insectoid species on Bloody Island. Ruanxiong paused for a moment, then, after some thought, addressed Mu Chun and Shi Sun. Step forward. The two advanced a step. Your squad will be responsible for Major Scarlet's safety on Bloody Island. Commander, this is inappropriate. Mu Chun instinctively protested. Obey orders. Furthermore, during our time on Bloody Island, you are to follow Major Scarlet's commands. Understood. Mu Chun reluctantly accepted the command, clearly perceiving the mockery in Scarlet's gaze. In stark contrast to Mu Chun's dismay, Shi Sun wore a triumphant expression. Mu Chun, does this stunning beauty have her eyes set on me? Flirt with you? Not a chance. Mu Chun sighed in exasperation, just as he was grappling with his frustrations. The enthusiastic voice of time echoed in his mind. Mu Chun, I greatly admire this golden-haired beauty, optimistic, outgoing, and spirited. We are truly like-minded. You understand nothing. I was born to create miracles. The more challenging the summit, the greater the sense of achievement upon conquering it. Time's words were tinged with regret. Alas, I have already recognized you as my master. I was indeed blind. Observing Shi Sun's infatuated expression, listening to Time's self-righteous critique, and noting Scarlet's piercing gaze from a distance, Mu Chun lamented inwardly. Ah, the journey through hell is about to commence. The soldiers lined up in perfect order, and Ruanxiong, hands behind his back, gazed at the spirited troops before him, waving his hand. Board the aircraft. 30 large, gray-black transport planes ascended smoothly into the sky. Their destination, island number 131. Inside the cabin, Scarlet, seated to Mu Chun's right, shared the same plane with his squad, while Shi Sun, radiating excitement, sat to his left. The two conversed animatedly, unaware of Mu Chun's stiff demeanor in the center. Major. Scarlet. You can call me Scarlet, she replied, casting a flirtatious glance towards Mu Chun. Sitting rigidly in the middle, Mu Chun felt as if he were pricked by needles. Shi Sun, with flushed cheeks, feigned shyness and asked, I had no idea you were a sniper, Scarlet. I aspire to be the universe's greatest marksman. I hope to engage in many exchanges with you. Senior. His bright eyes and righteous words painted him as a promising young man of great potential. Mu Chun, Shi Sun mentioned that he wants to learn marksmanship with me. What do you think, should I agree? Scarlet appeared to seek Mu Chun's opinion, her alluring red lips parting slightly, as her magnetic voice carried an enchanting tone, almost compelling Shi Sun to nod in agreement. Mu Chun turned to regard the voluptuous Scarlet, who gazed at him with earnestness. Fully aware that his senior was once again concocting some mischievous scheme, he chuckled wryly and remarked, Major, is it truly appropriate for an old bull to pursue tender grass? Does your conscience not ache? How insufferable! Mu Chun, you are deliberately trying to provoke me, Scarlet pouted, her sultry red lips curling in discontent. Her movement subtly accentuating the perfect curves enveloped by her military uniform, drawing Shi Sun's gaze once more. Meanwhile, Shi Sun, brimming with indignation, internally exclaimed, I have no reservations. I relish this kind of allure. Such a stunning and seductive creature. Even if she were to consume me wholly, I would gladly submit. Come now. Do not pity me for being a delicate flower. Shi Sun, do you find your sister beautiful? Scarlet teased, her tongue lightly caressing her enticing red lips. Her captivating phoenix eyes winking at Shi Senator. This gesture left him parched, and he could only nod mechanically. Beautiful. In his eyes, Scarlet's physique appeared flawless, a testament to her rigorous training, aligning perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities. Moreover, this enchanting lieutenant possessed a strikingly exquisite face that could rival any star. How could such a perfect woman not elicit the word beautiful? Ha ha ha. I like it. I shall have a heart-to-heart with my sister shortly. Scarlet tossed a flirtatious glance at Shi Senator. Observing his eager expression, she felt a sense of satisfaction, casting a triumphant look at Mu Chun. Junior, you are still too naive. Mu Chun silently regarded Shi Sun, who had succumbed to his daydreams, contemplating whether he should reserve a tranquil resting place for his partner to escape the folly of his infatuation. 10 transport aircraft accelerated through the sky, drawing ever closer to Island 131. An hour later, the weaponry of each company was prepared, and in 10 minutes, they would be landing. the 10 aircraft began their descent, revealing 4 relatively diminutive metal bases standing resolutely on a vast expanse of grassland below. At base 3 of Island 131, 2 dusty old soldiers leaned against the inner wall of the base. One produced a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and savoring a draw, an action that made the other green with envy. Positioned at the entrance of Base 3, their surroundings comprised the grassland, collectively referred to as Zone A1 on their tactical map, as today was their duty shift. Here, have one, but only this one. Unable to withstand his comrade's burning gaze, the smoker tossed him a cigarette. The grateful soldier beamed as he accepted it. Both leaned against the metallic wall, indulging in the soothing effects of tobacco, their gazes drifting through the protective energy shield at the pale blue sky. Is this our 20th day here? The secure zone has expanded to 15 square kilometers. I wonder how long this mission will keep us stationed, daily exterminating pests. Now, even the sight of those repulsive creatures makes me feel nauseous. But what can we do? We are soldiers, after all, tasked with this perilous work. Hey, I'm not afraid of danger, but yesterday, when I blew the head off a charging soldier bug, its foul juices splattered into my mouth. I would never wish to experience that revolting taste again in my life. Haha, but that has high protein. Why not swallow it down? It might just remedy your aching back. Uncertain. I've heard they are an elite force from the Yuhan continent. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the stillness. The soldier who had been smoking immediately became alert, grasping his pulse rifle and rising to his feet. What's wrong, old Zhang? Something's amiss. Stay alert. Could it be those vile bugs? But we've already cleared the area of pests. This is a secure zone. Then, a patch of grass nearby stirred, and without hesitation, the soldier known as Old Zhang raised his weapon and fired in that direction. The pulse rifle emitted its characteristic hissing sound as a barrage of bullets was unleashed. The distinct sounds of impacts echoed through the air. A smile crept across Old Zhang's face. Indeed, there were lurking bugs. The sound of ammunition striking flesh was all too familiar to seasoned soldiers. They exchanged glances, fully prepared for the impending confrontation. Moments later, waves of grass began to undulate ominously as they surged towards the base's perimeter. Chapter 6. Setbacks Open Fire. After a long wait, Old Zhang and his companion wielded powerful double-barreled pulse machine guns. The sound of gunfire echoed, and after 3 minutes, the once lively patch of grass resembled freshly plowed earth, littered with severed limbs of the insectoid creatures and splattered with viscous green fluid. All done. It seems a small group of insects has breached our secure perimeter, Old Zhang observed. Indeed, the stealth of these creatures was formidable. A moment's inattention could lead to a sudden ambush. However, the recent minor incursion did little to dampen the spirits of Old Zhang and his comrade, who retrieved their half-smoked cigarettes from the ground and reignited them, savoring the moment. For soldiers who faced a grim mortality rate of 25 in battle, as long as they held their weapons, they remained in a state of combat readiness. Such insectoid assaults occurred almost daily. But they had grown accustomed to exterminating these 2-meter-long soldier bugs, which, despite their speed, failed to mask their movements. At that moment, a team of rapid response soldiers arrived, drawn by the sounds of gunfire. Upon arrival, they inquired about the situation. Did we just experience another insect attack? The lieutenant in charge of the rapid response team saluted and cautioned, "Stay safe." Just as the rapid response team departed, a piercing shriek echoed from the skies above. Simultaneously, an order crackled through the headsets of everyone at Base 3. Rapid response team, clear the runway in preparation for our new comrades. Inside the transport aircraft, Mu Chun and his companions were inspecting their gear, preparing for landing. 3 minutes to touchdown. Confirming personal status is optimal. Opening deployment hatch, please enter in order. Mu Chun gazed through the transparent observation window at the increasingly close ground below. This was the base's stationed area, marked as Zone A1 on the tactical map. Due to climatic conditions, the resilient grass here was difficult to eradicate. It's tough to clear this vegetation, Shirshin remarked, having thoroughly researched the information on Island 131 prior to their arrival. Scarlet, noticing the slight tremor in Shirshin, chuckled and asked, "Little brother, are you nervous? This isn't your first time in combat, is it? Nervous? Not at all. I regret not bringing a camera," Shirshin responded, running his fingers through his golden hair with a boastful flair. "This will be the starting point of my illustrious career. Not capturing a memento would be a tragedy. Are you not afraid of potentially losing your life here?" Scarlet's sultry voice drew the attention of several soldiers. "Fear? I am a protagonist blessed with luck," Shirshin proclaimed, only to elicit disdain from everyone in the cabin. Even in his attempts to impress the beautiful Scarlet, he could hardly afford to be so shameless, treating the over 100 people in the cabin as mere background. Muchen, what about you? Scarlet suddenly turned her gaze to him. Me? Muchen paused. Then a mysterious smile crept upon his lips. I have died once. Since the King of Hell did not claim me then, I ought to live even more earnestly now. Scarlet emphasized her words, her alluring voice evoking inappropriate thoughts. Oh no. Without hesitation, Scarlet delivered a swift kick to Shirshin's calf, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. Rubbing his sore leg, he looked up to see Mu Chun giving him a pointed gesture. The handsome Shirshin, with his golden hair, shot a resentful glance at Mu Chun. As the transport aircraft gradually slowed, Mu Chun felt a jolt beneath him. He realized they had landed on the soil of Island 131. Open the hatch. Disembark in formation. Soldiers of the 141 SD Division's 3rd Regiment streamed out of the transport. The first sight to greet Mu Chun was a group of soldiers standing on the ground, still bearing remnants of green plant roots, along with several officers. Greetings. I am Ruan Xiong, commander of the 141 SD Division's 3rd Regiment. We are here to relieve your unit at Base 3 on Island 131, Ruan Xiong stated. Shaking hands with Zhang Tai, the two commanders began the handover process. An hour later, the soldiers of the 356th Division's 3rd Regiment, under Commander Zhang Tai's guidance, completed their transfer and departed the A1 area, orderly boarding transport vehicles bound for Base 1, 2 kilometers away. Once Zhang Tai's team left, Ruan Xiong immediately conducted a combat mobilization, pointing to the ground beneath them and the massive steel fortress behind him. This base was won through the blood of our predecessors. Now that we are here, we have inherited a well-preserved base from them, which makes us fortunate. However, this does not excuse complacency. Our purpose here is to embed ourselves like a nail, ensuring that this base is handed over in pristine condition to those who come after us. Soldiers, do you have confidence? Yes. Speak louder. Haven't you eaten? Yes. 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 Much better. Now, disperse and rest quickly. Combat could erupt at any moment. Remember, we are not here for a vacation. In half an hour, the first patrol team would be dispatched to survey their territory. Yes, the over 3,000 soldiers of the 3rd Regiment dispersed into their quarters, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings and setting up defenses, all proceeding in an orderly fashion. Due to space constraints, each squad had a mere 10-square-meter room, crammed with 6 beds, leaving just enough space for one person to pass. However, each room boasted a small washroom, which was a small consolation. An hour later, Mu Chen's company received orders to serve as the first search team. He proceeded to the regiment headquarters to receive instructions. Chief of Staff Lin Feng held a holographic imaging device, pressing a button that projected a 3-dimensional color map before Mu Chen's eyes. This is the terrain map surrounding Base 3, Lin Feng explained. Your company is the first to patrol. You must swiftly ascertain the general situation around Base 3 to ensure its safety. I will synchronize information regarding the insectoid creatures previously encountered on Island 131 to all soldiers' tactical helmets shortly. Additionally, you are aware of Major Scarlet's unique status. You must guarantee her safety. Is that understood? Understood. Depart. Lin Feng saluted. 10 minutes later, Mu Chen's company exited the base. The team advanced in silence. Half an hour later, having covered 3 kilometers, they had moved beyond the base's protective radius, officially entering a relatively unsafe area. The scout at the front suddenly halted, pointing toward a rustling patch of grass 100 meters away. There's something over there. Simultaneously, the grass trembled and a shadow burst forth. Thud! The soldier's body fell to the ground, while the shadow vanished back into the foliage. Enemy attack. Fire coverage. The well-trained soldiers immediately opened fire, effectively sealing off all escape routes in the suspected area. The sounds of gunfire echoed as sharp cries pierced the air, and the grass writhed violently. However, the bullets' coverage was notably swifter than the movement. The area was left in disarray, with green liquid splattering everywhere. 1 minute later, the chilling cries from the thicket ceased, and the soldiers gradually halted their gunfire. Shirshin stepped forward to assess the condition of the soldier who had been attacked, then shook his head at Mu Chun, signaling that there were no signs of life remaining. This was a comrade they had lived alongside for a long time, and now, having only just set foot on this land, he had permanently left his life behind. At that moment, the soldier's squad leader, accompanied by 2 other soldiers wielding pulse rifles, cautiously pushed through the underbrush, advancing step by step. Soon, the area was fully exposed to their view. A vast expanse of shattered insectoid shells littered the grass, and a viscous bodily fluid gradually seeped into the soil. All personnel on high alert. Muchen contemplated for a moment before deciding to report the situation to the regiment. 2 minutes later, he set down the communicator. What happened? Muchen, we just came out. Scarlet approached him with a query. What do you mean? Scarlet replied, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Is it just one person dead? Indeed, but that individual was my brother. Muchen's expression was exceedingly grave. Although he had only recently merged with this body and spent merely a day among the soldiers, he had a military background in his previous life and placed immense value on the bonds forged in the army. Moreover, before his transmigration, he had witnessed the sacrifice of his team alongside 3 agents from SUSI-MANHUA, a total of 8 lives lost before his very eyes. The oppressive sorrow within him surged forth at this moment. Thus, Muchen was a concentrated reflection of 2 individuals' emotions, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Scarlet was momentarily taken aback by Muchen's unyielding words, but a flicker of something unusual flashed in her eyes, and ultimately, she chose silence. As soon as they entered the base, Muchen was summoned by Chief of Staff Linfeng. What do we have? Shirshin inquired. 200 individual combat exoskeletons, 33rd generation mech tigers, 50 armored transport vehicles. My goodness, that's enough to equip an enhanced battalion. Shirshin exclaimed, his mouth watering. Are they all for us? Muchen shot him a glance. For you? Do you have enough personnel to utilize them? Can I just wish for it? Shirshin muttered under his breath. Ignoring his flippant partner, Muchen solemnly stated, the death of our soldier was abrupt. While fatalities in wartime are unavoidable, we should strive to prevent unnecessary sacrifices. Therefore, I have requested support from the regiment, and Commander Ruan has agreed to provide us with equipment. Additionally, Commander Ruan had just contacted the 356th Regiment. We will collaborate with them to explore outward, with our destination tentatively set for a hillside 6 kilometers north of Base 3. What is the purpose of this exploration? Shirshin ceased his jesting. Terrain reconnaissance, and to eliminate the insectoid presence near the base. Understood. I'll arrange the team's readiness for deployment. Excellent. We depart in half an hour. Muchen confirmed the departure time. Muchen was no longer concerned with Scarlet as he focused on the holographic map being synchronized from the regiment. 20 minutes later, Shirshin returned with 3 platoon leaders. Since we are the first team to set out, we must conduct initial area reconnaissance. Shirshin, you will drive the off-road vehicle. We will first utilize the onboard drone to survey the nearby terrain. Muchen instructed the 3 platoon leaders, choose your equipment wisely. The mech tigers will remain at the base for mobile support due to energy supply constraints. After assigning their tasks, Muchen's unit once again set off. Chapter 007. First battle above. Drone soared while armed off-road vehicles thundered forward. Shirshin commanded the vehicle's autocannon to clear a patch where several insectoids were concealed. Huh. This is exhilarating. I was born a genius for war. Shirshin shouted with excitement. My battle instincts are sharp as ever. How lonesome it is to be invincible. Muchen glanced at Shirshin, who was seated at the rear gunner's position, his golden hair glinting in the sun, and inwardly lowered his assessment of his partner's character further still. At that moment, Muchen was diligently cleaning a pair of goggles, while the combat exoskeleton was neatly stacked in the vehicle's rear. The exoskeleton's energy was limited, necessitating that every ounce of power be dedicated to combat. Hence, soldiers typically refrain from using them in non-combat situations. Muchen, I have a question. Scarlet, driving the off-road vehicle, inquired with curiosity. How do you tolerate such a frivolous partner? Muchen thought to himself, I wish I knew. But that's a problem from my predecessor. Now it has become my headache. You think too much. Muchen replied calmly. Scarlet smiled playfully. Junior, regardless of whether you're pretending, I can assure you, you've successfully caught my attention. Troublesome. Muchen dismissed her with indifference. He suddenly realized that Shirshin and Scarlet were quite the pair, one a flamboyant narcissist, the other a mischievous queen with a sharp tongue. Ironically, one was his current partner, and the other was his former idol. Attention! The target destination for this reconnaissance is just ahead. Our drone radar scan of the jungle is insufficiently precise, so everyone must remain vigilant and never let down their guard. Understood, came the response over the radio. Suddenly, a flurry of gunfire erupted in the distance, accompanied by the sound of rocket explosions. Shirshin, serving as the vanguard, suddenly altered his tone. Ahead, friendly forces. It's the 356th Division. They seem to be in trouble. Mu Chen opened his tactical computer, and indeed, dozens of blue markers appeared over a kilometer ahead. Shirshin, does the drone have video? No, Shirshin replied, his tone now serious. There's a river ahead, and the jungle on the opposite bank is too dense. The drone can't capture images. Mu Chen, what should we do? Mu Chen furrowed his brow, then stated, let's proceed to assess the situation. If support is needed, we cannot stand idly by. Yes. The armed off-road vehicle surged forward across the rugged terrain, crushing the dense underbrush beneath its wheels. As they rounded a slight rise, Mu Chen finally laid eyes on the tranquil river and the thick jungle beyond. With a sharp turn, the vehicle came to a halt. All personnel, dismount and prepare your gear. A minute later, Mu Chen's unit was assembled. 3 platoons will stay behind to defend the vehicles and equipment. The rest, follow me into the fray. After ensuring necessary defensive personnel remained, Mu Chen led the entire unit across the river toward the site of the conflict, where the soldiers deftly maneuvered their mechanical exoskeletons into the water. Moments later, as they advanced, Shirshin's voice rang out. It's the 356th Division. They are engaged in combat with the insectoids. There are numerous insects, initially estimated to exceed 1,000, all soldier insects, with no other types detected thus far. Shirshin's tone conveyed urgency. The emergence of such a large number of insectoids indicated that there must be a nest nearby. Scarlet, who had been closely following Mu Chen, confirmed Shirshin's speculation. The troops of the 356th Division had likely discovered a nest of the insectoid species. 2 minutes later, Mu Chen also witnessed the fierce battle scene not far away, and he swiftly issued combat orders. It was indeed an ambush. All troops, take your positions, Shirshin. Ensure Major Scarlet remains at a safe distance from the battlefield. However, Scarlet's eyes blazed with defiance. I will not retreat. Scarlet, Mu Chen began, only to be interrupted. Lieutenant Mu Chen, you do not possess the authority to command me or restrict my actions. Mu Chen was left speechless. It seemed that Commander Wan Xiong's orders merely aimed to ensure Scarlet's safety, although the underlying implication was to keep an eye on her, a sentiment he could not express aloud. Very well. Then you are not permitted to act independently. You must stay by my side. Humph. Do you think I care about your orders? Scarlet retorted. But under Mu Chen's intense gaze, she relented. Fine, I will follow you. With this troublesome matter settled, Mu Chen could immerse himself in the battle ahead. It was his first encounter with the insectoid species, and he could not afford to be careless. At that moment, Shirshin approached Mu Chen, inquiring with curiosity, Mu Chen, aren't you going to don your exoskeleton? I have not fully recovered yet. I will let you lead this battle, Mu Chen replied. In truth, Mu Chen possessed neither experience with exoskeletons nor combat against the insectoid species, so he opted to observe and learn from humanity's combat methods a century hence. Shirshin did not decline, as this was not the time for modesty. Drones have confirmed the combat area ahead, transmitting the information to all tactical helmets. Upon receiving the command, the drone operators synchronized the footage captured by the drone to the soldiers' tactical helmet visors in a mere 5 or 6 seconds. In Mu Chen's view, aside from the 70-odd green dots representing his unit, there were nearly an equal number of blue lights, indicating the presence of their allies from the 356th Division. Less than 200 meters away, all units advance. Yes, the soldiers of the unit emerged from their concealed positions, forming 2 lines of skirmishers as they surged past Mu Chen towards the site of the conflict. Mu Chen, meanwhile, held on to the eager Scarlet, trailing the second line of skirmishers as they progressed cautiously. Bang, bang, bang. Shirshin, clad in an exoskeleton, led the soldiers forward, showing no intent to conceal their movements. For elite soldiers in exoskeletons, 200 meters could be traversed in approximately 10 seconds. Shirshin skillfully maneuvered, each step landing precisely on a protruding rock or solid ground. Moving with the agility of a monkey, Mu Chen was astounded by the straightforward yet effective route taken by his partner. It seemed that aside from his overwhelming confidence, Shirshin possessed genuine skill. Wow, is this guy a native here? His speed is astonishing. As Mu Chen marveled at Shirshin's agility, he noticed that the other soldiers kept pace with him, matching his speed. This was Mu Chen's first glimpse of the future human combat gear. This was merely the army equipped with mechanical exoskeletons. He felt a surge of excitement imagining the mech still stationed at the camp. The duo arrived at a small mound with a gentle slope. According to the combat computer's indications, crossing this mound would allow them to see their allies. The sounds of intense gunfire ahead were now unmistakably clear. Peering over, Mu Chun was nearly breathless at the horrific scene before him. This was Mu Chen's first encounter with the battle between humans and the insectoid species. Less than 100 meters away lay a relatively low basin where about 50 or 60 soldiers from the 356th Division, clad in exoskeleton armor, formed a circular formation, pouring fire outward. They had established a sniper circle in the simplest manner to defend against the insectoid onslaught. The outer soldiers wielded rapid-fire Gauss rifles, while each exoskeleton's shoulder was equipped with an automatic Gauss rifle. Within the circle, several soldiers were armed with powerful 40mm pulse cannons, serving as the fire support unit for this patrol squad. The combined effect of nearly 200 pulse rifles and 4 pulse cannons created an overwhelming barrage that enveloped the external area of the sniper circle, maintaining a fragile defense. However, the efficacy was lacking. The spider-like insectoids, despite being shredded by the firepower, continued to surge forward relentlessly towards the human defense. These insectoids, resembling spiders, stood 2 meters tall, their bodies supported by 4 legs. They moved rapidly over the rocks, leaping and pouncing with agility. Mu Chun keenly observed numerous bullets striking the hard shells on the backs of these soldier insects. Although the fire caused their bodily fluids to splatter, it failed to inflict fatal damage. Only when struck by a sustained barrage would they lose their ability to move, sweep their legs, break their legs. At the frantic command of an officer, the soldiers aimed their weapons at the insectoid's legs, unleashing a volley of bullets. The fire of the 356th Division soldiers concentrated instantaneously, directing a torrent of bullets onto each insectoid, reducing them to a mass of shredded flesh. Despite the concentrated fire from the soldiers of the 356th Division, their operational space was being progressively constricted by the advancing insectoids. Goodness, is this the insectoid species? Mu Chun, who had been living on his home planet just days prior, felt his worldview shatter. He observed that these insectoids not only appeared repulsive but also seemed utterly indifferent to the deaths of their kin, as if the bodies torn apart by humans were mere lifeless clumps of earth and stone. As Mu Chun grappled with the gruesome bloodshed between the insectoids and humans, 3 larger insectoids, towering over 3 meters, emerged from the swarm. These 3 newcomers bore a resemblance to the soldier insectoids, but their shells were noticeably thicker, and their elongated mandibles glimmered menacingly. As these creatures appeared, the surrounding soldier insectoids parted, creating a visible path akin to a river being diverted. These are general insectoids, Scarlet beside Mu Chun exclaimed. Soon, Mu Chun learned from the artificial intelligence that general insectoids could be viewed as the advanced stage of soldier insectoids, possessing enhanced defense, greater speed, and formidable attack power. Generally, the ratio of soldier insectoids to general insectoids was 1:100, meaning there were approximately 10 general insectoids among this horde. As soon as the 3 general insectoids appeared, they swiftly displayed their ferocity, moving with even greater speed, while the soldier insectoids seemed to gain a semblance of command, launching more aggressive attacks that forced the soldiers of the 356th Division to concentrate their fire on the imminent threat. In an instant, the soldiers of the 356th Division were thrown into chaos, barely managing to ensure their defensive perimeter remained unbreached. The 3 general insectoids stealthily advanced among the soldier insectoids, closing in on the defenses of the 356th Division. Snipers, take down the general insectoids. Aim for their eyes and surrounding areas. Fire support teams cover the assault teams. The front line won't hold for much longer. Let's move. Shursen bellowed. At his command, Mu Chun, who had been lying in wait behind the defensive line, witnessed a contingent of soldiers clad in exoskeletons suddenly charge forth from the high ground. The soldiers stood in an orderly formation, equipped with various automated weapons on their exoskeletons, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the insectoid adversaries as soon as they stepped onto the battlefield. Establish a defensive line on the flanks, commanded Shursen, directing his unit while simultaneously firing, obliterating a charging soldier bug mid-leap. Among the beleaguered troops of the 356th Division, the commanding officer directing the defense felt a surge of joy. It was the 141st Division. Brothers, hold on. Let us annihilate these mindless wretches. Shursen grinned as the grenade launcher mounted on his left shoulder erupted, sending a would-be ambushing insect soaring to its demise. Minutes later, a second wave of reinforcements arrived, troops from the 356th Division responding to a distress signal. They not only brought support, but also 10 formidable Tiger-class mechas. This was the first time Mu Chun had witnessed such legendary national machinery. These 10 mechas lived up to their name. As they plunged into the swarm of insectoids, it was as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, with only a handful of remaining threats posing a challenge to the tiger mechas. The rest of the insect soldiers were mere fodder. Ultimately, with the continuous influx of support and firepower, the thousands of insectoids besieging the 356th Division were utterly vanquished. In the ensuing days, the 3rd Brigade relentlessly dispatched teams of varying sizes to patrol the area, both to ensure the safety zone was not encroached upon by the insectoids and to expand its boundaries. While these patrols encountered several insectoid attacks, none matched the overwhelming assault of thousands witnessed in the previous battle. It seemed that the garrison on Island 131 would continue in this tranquil manner. During training, Mu Chun swiftly realized that the physical attributes of his new body far surpassed those of his former self. Before his traversal, although he was a special forces operator in the Wolfang Brigade, he had been a technical support specialist, lacking in physical prowess. Despite rigorous training under the physical instructors after joining the brigade, his fitness was only marginally better than that of an average soldier, and he was still far from the elite warriors of Wolfang. However, upon traversing through the wormhole to a century later and inhabiting this new body, he discovered an extraordinary enhancement in his physical capabilities. His muscle strength, neural response speed, and other bodily metrics were all significantly above average. According to the intelligence system, Time, over the past century, humanity had made considerable advancements not only in technology, but also in physical conditioning. Although the application of genetic modifications, such as cloning, had been prohibited due to ethical considerations during the era of Homestar, research on minor enhancements to human physiology and disease treatment had never ceased. Consequently, thanks to developments in genetics and medicine, by the 32nd century, during a period of peace, the average human lifespan had surpassed 100 years, and physical attributes were generally superior to those of individuals from a century prior. In this context, ancient martial arts experienced a renaissance, giving rise to a method known as body refinement technique. This technique is a regimen designed to enhance human physicality, drawing parallels to the ancient martial arts of the Homestar's cold weapon era, while integrating modern technology to fortify the human body through various exercises. Although body refinement technique cannot enable humans to scale walls or ascend to the heavens, its effects on physical enhancement are undeniably significant. Furthermore, facing the existential threat posed by the insectoids, humanity's inferior physical condition spurred numerous attempts at bodily enhancement. Thus, body refinement technique rapidly evolved and gradually perfected into an effective training system. Under these combined factors, the physical condition of humans in the 32nd century indeed shows significant improvement over their 31st century predecessors. Mu Chun's predecessor was already a standout in the Army's mobile forces, his physical prowess unquestionable. According to Time's monitoring of Mu Chun's body, his physical data was approximately double that of an average individual in the 32nd century, placing him far ahead compared to those from the 31st century. For instance, Mu Chun could sprint 100 meters in under 10 seconds, nearing a personal best of 9 seconds. With such exceptional physical attributes, Mu Chun found operating the mechanical exoskeleton and mecha to be remarkably efficient. From initially stumbling, he quickly adapted to running with the exoskeleton in mere hours. Over the next 3 days, in the training grounds of Base 3, Mu Chun engaged in daily drills with the exoskeleton. Theoretically, mechanical exoskeletons could amplify one's strength by 3 to 5 times, though this enhancement diminished as the user's capabilities increased. Time explained this to Mu Chun as he trained, absorbing the theoretical knowledge of the 32nd century like a sponge. In the training arena, mechanical pendulums controlled by the cerebral interface attacked in succession. Mu Chun deftly evaded several unpredictable angles with ease. Next came a series of cross-cutting 4-axis saws. Currently, Mu Chun was undergoing A-class high-risk training. Failure could result in severe injury, particularly to the unprotected head, which would be fatal. In midair, with nowhere to brace himself, his torso executed an impossible contortion, narrowly avoiding the whirring blades, a feat of astonishing peril. From a distance, Shirshin watched in awe, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. My position as the top expert in the Army's mobile forces is under serious threat." Others nearby couldn't help but roll their eyes at Shirshin's boast. While the claim of being the best was ludicrous, his self-importance was beyond doubt. During a break in training, Lin Feng, the chief of staff of the 3rd Brigade, approached the training ground. Mu Chun, Shirshin, come here. Both responded in unison. Prepare to depart. After our joint efforts with the 356th Division, Area A1 has been cleared. Our next objective is Area A2. Mu Chun tightened the mechanical grip of his exoskeleton. Are we finally setting out again? Having spent over 10 days here without engaging in combat against the insectoids, he was eager to test his newfound skills with the exoskeleton armor. With the intelligence system, Time, by his side, he felt an unwavering conviction that this would mark a new beginning. Mu Chun, my junior, a raspy yet magnetic voice jolted him from his thoughts. Dressed in a form-fitting leather outfit, Scarlet approached with an air of regality, her captivating S-curve eliciting envy from the surrounding soldiers, particularly Shirshin, who nearly drooled as he scuttled over, grinning. Senior sister, you are magnificent. I have no qualms about whips, wax drippings, or any such delights. He feigned bashfulness, adding, though I may be somewhat inexperienced in that realm, my life motto is that practice leads to knowledge, and I would love to engage in an in-depth discussion with you on anthropological matters. Though Scarlet had a notoriously difficult personality, she was still a young woman, and the absurdity of Shirshin was enough to make her retreat. Her body involuntarily shuddered as she sidestepped the love-struck Shirshin and quickly approached Mu Chun. Watching this unfold, Mu Chun couldn't help but smile at the sight of his typically unruly senior being playfully tormented by Shirshin, finding a peculiar satisfaction in the moment. What a fitting retribution for a rogue. Scarlet observed the slight curve of Mu Chun's lips and felt an unexpected surge of displeasure. With a provocative gaze, she addressed him. How about a wager? What kind of wager? Mu Chun inquired, intrigued. If you manage to eliminate more than 100 insects today, I shall perform a pole dance for you, she declared, deliberately accentuating her ample bosom. The notion of her dancing for him. Mu Chun's eyes instinctively drifted to her captivating figure, and he swallowed hard. Essentially, he was merely a recent university graduate, and although he had indulged in various adult films online, the real-life allure of an enchanting beauty teasing him was overwhelming. Noticing Mu Chun's face flush crimson, Scarlet stifled a giggle behind her hand, reveling in the thrill of teasing the handsome youth. She couldn't quite fathom why she derived such pleasure from toying with him. In the past, she might have let a junior off the hook after a few jabs, yet with Mu Chun, she found herself unable to relent. Perhaps he was the only familiar face in this unfamiliar realm. Scarlet justified her playful antics to herself. 2 hours later, Mu Chun raised his arm, unleashing a barrage of ammunition from 3 fire points on his exoskeleton, forming a straight line aimed at the eye of an approaching insect. The pulsing bullets struck true, and the creature's blood splattered as it crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Following the defeat of this insect, the surrounding skirmishes began to settle. It was the 3rd wave of insects they had encountered. The corners of Mu Chun's lips curled upwards. This marked his 7th kill of the day. Despite the daunting odds against reaching 100 kills, he felt he was genuinely immersed in this battle a century into the future. Naturally, he would not recklessly endanger himself for Scarlet's fleeting promise. In the chaos of war, any oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences, and Mu Chun had no desire to meet his demise so soon after arriving in this future world. As he surveyed the battlefield, his gaze caught sight of a soldier insect retreating swiftly through a crevice in the rocks. A frown creased Mu Chun's brow. The insect's actions raised suspicions. Through recent study, he had garnered a fair understanding of the insect race. Soldier insects were the lowest tier within their hierarchy. Essentially, they were mere cannon fodder due to their lack of intelligence. In combat, soldier insects typically charged headlong into battle. While they could retreat under unfavorable conditions, such withdrawals were always a coordinated effort. A solitary soldier insect retreating was an anomaly. Time was of the essence. Noticing the soldier insect was about to vanish from sight, Mu Chun decisively commanded, Shirshin, lead the team to secure the area. I shall be right back. Without awaiting a response, he propelled himself towards the direction where the insect had disappeared. Moments later, the soldier insect moved with remarkable speed. If it crossed the hill, Mu Chun might lose track of it entirely. He exerted himself to close the distance. Finally, as the gap narrowed, the soldier insect entered a range within which Mu Chun felt confident to shoot. He leaped into the air, soaring 10 meters high. With unimpeded precision, bullets struck the fleeing soldier insect, shattering its exoskeleton and pinning it to the ground. Its limbs twitched, but Mu Chun's shot had severed one of its legs, rendering it unable to rise. As he approached to deliver the final blow, a sudden wave of trepidation surged within him, causing his heart to race. Without hesitation, Mu Chen trusted his instinct and leaped away, landing on a nearby rock. In an instant, he had distanced himself by 10 meters. Glancing back, he saw a massive plume of deep green liquid silently enveloping the spot where he had just stood. The ground sizzled as leaves and stones melted away, releasing billowing white smoke. All of this transpired in less than 10 seconds. Mu Chen's heart raced. Had he not moved in time, he would have been obliterated. The thought sent shivers through him. He had narrowly escaped death. Regaining his composure, Mu Chen scanned his surroundings, questioning the origin of the green liquid. The sense of danger loomed large, and he remained vigilant, acutely aware of the perils lurking within the dense foliage. Soon, another surge of deep green liquid emerged, blending seamlessly with the surrounding greenery. However, Mu Chen's keen focus allowed him to spot the incoming threat. It was a creature concealed within a thicket. Resembling a soldier insect but larger, its body a mix of green and grayish-brown, an adept master of camouflage in its jungle habitat. Without Mu Chen's exceptional eyesight, it would have gone unnoticed. Once more, he leaped to evade the incoming liquid, leaving behind another spot shrouded in white smoke. Adjusting his trajectory, Mu Chen charged towards his target. Within a minute, a third torrent of venom surged forth, but through his relentless agility, he evaded yet again. The target was within reach. 009 Ambush. Mu Chen beheld the terrifying mandibles of the creature, extending from its head like a cold cannon. Sprayer insect. The intelligent AI, Time, promptly identified the creature. A piercing screech erupted as the sprayer insect detected Mu Chen's rapid approach and unleashed a barrage of corrosive venom in his direction. Mu Chen sprang onto a nearby treetop, leaping again to position himself directly above the sprayer insect, then descended rapidly, landing forcefully upon its armored shell. He retrieved a grenade from his harness, removed the safety pin, and, without a moment's hesitation, stuffed it into the creature's gaping maw. He then swiftly scaled a tree and leaped away. Boom! The headless sprayer insect collapsed in defeat. The 141 SD Division's 3rd Battalion had been stationed on island number 131 for over a month, and through continuous efforts, they had established a secure perimeter of approximately 3 square kilometers around their base. After a day's patrol, Mu Chen took a shower and lay on his bed, his mind absorbing the knowledge of this time and space through the AI, Time. The disparity between his original timeline and this one spanned over a century, with significant differences in technology and other domains. Only through relentless study could he bridge that gap. Fortunately, after enduring the trials of the wormhole, Mu Chen's physical capabilities had greatly improved. Although learning was arduous, it felt effortless. Simultaneously, this sponge-like absorption of knowledge and training not only allowed him to gradually familiarize himself with the rules of this space-time, but also enabled him to become increasingly attuned to his own body, resulting in a harmonious integration of soul and flesh. This could indeed be considered a delightful surprise. Today, Mu Chen was engrossed in the study of the Zerg. Originating from the depths of the universe, they are often referred to as the deep space Zerg. According to the information currently at hand, the Zerg can be categorized into: do ordinary Zerg possess intelligence? Certainly not. Mu Chen promptly dismissed the notion without a hint of hesitation. The brain bug directly controls the subordinate royal bugs, which in turn command the soldier bugs, establishing the hierarchical structure of the Zerg. Every Zerg, including the royal bugs, possesses merely basic combat instincts and lacks true intelligence. All their actions are dictated by the supreme brain bug. As he pondered this, Mu Chen fell into deep contemplation. For the Zerg, each swarm shares a common brain bug. The royal bugs are classified based on their combat skills. For instance, those specializing in close-quarters combat, such as the melee bugs and soldier bugs, fall under the jurisdiction of a single royal bug, while ranged units like the spitting bugs are governed by another. The brain bug only needs to oversee a limited number of royal bugs, who in turn command the next tier of units, with the royal bugs managing the lowest tier of soldier bugs. Although the brain bug can bypass the royal bugs to directly control the soldier bugs, such occurrences are rare due to the rigid hierarchy within the Zerg, as the brain bug typically lacks the inclination to do so. This brought to mind a peculiar soldier bug that had retreated from the battlefield some time ago. Mu Chen murmured to himself, "Does this imply that the soldier bug had escaped the battlefield under the influence of a higher-tier Zerg? The direct controller of that soldier bug, the warrior bug, had perished in that battle, and its withdrawal from the fray suggests it was under the command of an even more advanced Zerg. So, was that advanced creature a royal bug? Or perhaps, a brain bug? According to the characteristics of the Zerg, a royal bug cannot order a soldier bug to retreat. In accordance with the Zerg's standard configuration, the ratio of advanced to low-tier Zerg is 1:100. This means that under normal circumstances, a single royal bug manages 100 warrior bugs, and each warrior bug commands 100 soldier bugs. Based on this characteristic, humans refer to the swarm controlled by a warrior bug as a basic combat unit, while the groups governed by royal bugs are termed combat formations. Of course, this scenario applies only to melee-type Zerg. The number of warrior bugs controlled by range-type royal bugs is typically lower, yet the basic combat divisions remain largely consistent. Aside from the sporadic wandering Zerg, the standard combat unit and formation are the sizes humans most frequently encounter. As for the royal bugs controlled by a brain bug, there is no fixed number. Typically, a brain bug oversees anywhere from dozens to hundreds of royal bugs. This indicates that once a brain bug appears, the Zerg population in that region could number in the tens of thousands, even millions. Island 131 spans approximately 50 square kilometers, making the presence of a royal bug unsurprising. However, if a brain bug exists, with this thought, Muchen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The station troops on Island 131 comprised the entire 356th Division and a regiment from the 141st Division, totaling around 15,000 personnel, including combat and logistical support. 15,000 versus 1,000,000. Mu Chun lamented. This is akin to sitting atop a volcano. Mu Chun, there is something I am uncertain whether I should express. As his symbiotic entity, time naturally comprehended his mental state. You shouldn't. Mu Chun firmly rejected this notion. Oh, why are you deviating from the expected script? Because I do not wish to hear nonsense. Given your direct dismissal, I shall voice it nonetheless. In the face of adversity, one must proactively concede. Never trust in a protagonist's halo. Mu Chun relayed his suspicions to Commander Wan Xiong, who agreed to report it immediately. Before long, Scarlet approached Mu Chun. She had come to Island 131 with the dual purpose of gathering intelligence. However, the mere presence of a retreating soldier bug, lacking direct evidence, could not confirm the existence of a brain bug on Island 131. The situation for humanity on Alpha Star was grim, and the station forces on Island 131 had received orders to maintain regular patrols and heighten vigilance. That was all. Days passed amid tense combat patrols and training. And after more than a month, Mu Chun had been on Island 131 for nearly 3 months. It was just another ordinary day. As the dark curtain of night descended, most, including Mu Chun, drifted into slumber, needing to recharge for the battles of the following day. Base 3 retained only essential personnel for vigilance. And due to the Zerg's infrequent activity over the past 3 months, with not a single night raid occurring, the alertness of the guards was rather low. In truth, personnel constituted only a small fraction of the Zerg monitoring. Surveillance instruments and sensing radars formed the backbone of Zerg detection, rendering the negligence of personnel acceptable under normal circumstances. However, that was the normal state of affairs. At this moment, in a certain core area of Island 131, amidst the tranquil jungle, the flat ground suddenly heaved in circular mounds of earth, which, upon reaching several meters high, revealed a dark opening. As if signaling, several similar openings emerged in this modest clearing. Almost simultaneously, these openings erupted with dark brown mist, coalescing like streams merging into the sea. Concurrently, a cacophony of unsettling rustling sounds emanated from within the fog. In stark contrast, the monitors in the 3 bases registered no anomalies, and the human side's proud early warning system faltered at this moment. The spreading dark brown mist soon enveloped a vast area, and moments later, it split into 3 streams, surging toward the 3 human bases. By now, it was past 1 a.m. at Base 3. Aside from the patrolling soldiers still on duty, everyone else had succumbed to sweet slumber. In the dormitory shared by Mu Chun and Shur-san, Shur-san lay sprawled on his pillow, snoring thunderously, drool soaking a patch of the pillow. Regardless of whether in this time or his original one, Mu Chun consistently enjoyed restful sleep. Coupled with the fatigue from daytime training and patrols, he could easily drift off as soon as his head hit the pillow. Mu Chun. Mu Chun, wake up. In the haze, Mu Chun was roused by a voice filled with anxiety. Time. He instantly recognized the source of the voice. This was the first time he had heard Time's tone devoid of its usual nonchalance. Although Time's voice was merely a simulation of synthesized sound, as an artificial intelligence, It possessed a semblance of independent personality and human emotion. Something is amiss. Do you recall the several detectors you buried near the base a few days ago? Over the past few months, Mu Chun had diligently absorbed various knowledge from this time, recently developing an interest in human detection instruments. He had fashioned a few simple detectors using materials from the base and deployed them around Base 3. Do you remember? What's wrong? The vibration sensors in those detectors have triggered alarms. The vibration sensors detect enemy movements through ground vibrations. At this point, Mu Chun was fully awake. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, is it only the vibration sensors that have sounded the alarm? What about the video surveillance, infrared detection, and audio sensors? Other detectors have yet to make any discoveries. Could it be that the seismograph has malfunctioned? Mu Chun had crafted various detectors with the assistance of Time, and after installation, all instruments were naturally overseen by Time, the deity of this network. Furthermore, I have just breached the surveillance system of the base, and there too, no anomalies were detected. Regrettably, the base's early warning system does not include a seismograph. Indeed, according to the alerts from the seismograph, cross-referenced with the frequency of ground vibrations, it is unequivocally not a disturbance caused by mere hundreds or thousands of individuals. Time affirmed Mu Chun's assessment. In that case, before Mu Chun could finish his thought, an alarming tremor resonated in Time's voice. Just then, Mu Chun envisioned a scene, dark brown mist enveloping the forest, appearing deceptively normal. However, as the mist thickened, the once tranquil space was now teeming with a vast army of insectoid creatures. The cacophony of chirps and rustling footsteps filled the air. This surveillance device was positioned atop a tree approximately 5 kilometers from base number 3. Time's anxious voice broke through. The issue likely lies within that dark brown mist. Previously, the surveillance only captured the encroaching mist, and it was not until penetrating its depths that the army of insects was revealed. This mist must obstruct both light and sound, indicating that the insectoids have evolved a new variant to counter human reconnaissance instruments. Fortunately, we have the seismograph you casually set up earlier. Enough with the theorizing. We can deliberate later. Mu Chun interrupted Time's rambling. You're right. Time did not dwell on Mu Chun's coarse language. You must head out immediately. I will transmit the earlier footage to the base command through your personal terminal while activating the base's early warning system. With no time to spare, Mu Chun leapt from his bed, hastily donned his combat attire, and burst through the door. Enemy attack. Rise, rise, enemy attack. Mu Chun's roar echoed through the dormitory corridor. Mere seconds later, a piercing alarm blared throughout the base. Upon reaching the base's perimeter, Mu Chun surveyed the scene, spotting a vast expanse of dark brown mist rapidly advancing upon base number 3 under the cover of night. The lights in the barracks flickered on, and squads of trained soldiers hastily moved to their combat positions. It had been less than 3 minutes since Mu Chun had rushed from the dormitory. Yet the green mist was now merely a kilometer from the base. At its current pace, the mist would engulf the base's walls in no more than a minute and a half. Thanks to Mu Chun's forewarning, Base No. 3 had issued its alarm over 4 minutes early, a crucial span determining the fate of the 141 SD Division's 3rd Regiment. The soldiers arriving at their combat positions wore expressions of confusion, unaware of the danger lurking outside the base. Where is the enemy? The alarm was triggered by that idiot. I was dreaming of dining with the star Shui Ling. A chorus of curses erupted from the soldiers atop the base's walls. They remained oblivious to the imminent peril. Without hesitation, Mu Chun dashed forward to a dual-mounted pulse gun emplacement. Fixing his gaze on the encroaching dark brown mist, he pressed the firing button with determination. Rat-a-tat-tat. The twin pulse gun unleashed torrents of flame, illuminating the night sky. The bullets spewing from the dual-mounted pulse gun transformed into a metallic tempest, pouring forth upon the advancing dark brown mist. Only then did the soldiers atop the base's walls notice the mist nearly enveloping the metallic barrier. A piercing insectal wail erupted as the mist, torn apart by the metallic storm, revealed itself. Like a bubble on the verge of bursting, the mist that had threatened to engulf the sky began to dissipate following Mu Chun's barrage. With the veil of mist lifted, the full scope of the insectoid army became visible to all. The overwhelming stench and the sheer mass of the insect horde felt as if a bucket of icy water had been dumped over them. This insect army was immense, comprising nearly every known type of insectoid species. Among them, a particularly massive creature resembling a scorpion stood out, its elevated tail continuously exhaling dark brown mist. It was evident that the mist which had eluded the base's early warning systems, originated from these scorpion-like insects. Muchun astutely noted this phenomenon, redirecting the twin pulse guns aimed towards the nearest scorpion insect. Zing, zing. The pulse bullet struck the scorpion insect, causing it to convulse as if electrocuted. Despite the gun's ability to shred the exoskeleton, it took over 100 rounds to finally bring the creature down. Yet, the insect army, now bereft of the mist's cover, surged forward as if spurred by madness, charging in a collective frenzy. Keenly observant, Muchun realized that the first wave of attackers consisted primarily of the wool insects, mere 200 meters from the base's metal walls. At their speed, they could reach the base in less than 10 seconds. Following this initial wave, a relentless tide of insectoids surged forth. Muchun continuously adjusted the angle of the twin pulse gun, firing at the approaching swarm. What are you all standing there for? Waiting to die? Damn it! A chorus of furious shouts erupted. The 141st Division, ranked within the top 300 armored divisions, sprang into action. Within merely 3 seconds, Base No. 3 erupted like a volcano, unleashing a barrage of fire from various light and heavy weaponry upon the insect horde. Despite the relentless firepower, the proximity of the insect army allowed them to close in on the base walls swiftly, soon pressing against the very foundation of the base. Thud, thud, thud. In a moment of dire urgency, dozens of mechs emerged from within the base. These formidable ground weapons leapt atop the metal walls, their accompanying armaments roaring to life. A series of fiery blasts erupted forth, engulfing the insect swarm below in a conflagration. Simultaneously, the base's 3 150mm pulse cannons joined the fray, each shell obliterating hundreds of square meters of insect troops upon impact. Intense combat raged for over half an hour before finally repelling the first wave of the insect assault. In the command room of Base Number 3, the commander of the 3rd Regiment, Ruan Xiong, sat sweating profusely at the command console, wiping his brow as he turned to his chief of staff, Lin Feng. Damn it, we finally drove those repugnant insects back. We can catch our breath now. Lin Feng remained silent, his expression dark as he stood nearby. What's wrong? Ruan Xiong noticed his partner's unease. Old Lin. Ruan Xiong furrowed his brow. What concerns me now is that the insectoids are not merely attacking us. If they simultaneously launch assaults on the 3 bases. Lin Feng paused. Our base had Muchun's early warning, but what about the 356th Division? Ruan Xiong's face darkened. The earlier excitement of repelling the insect army, now a distant memory. Just then, as the two fell into silence. Report. Both men looked up simultaneously, and the messenger was none other than the communications officer of the 3rd Regiment. The officer saluted. We have just established contact with Colonel Zhang Tai, the chief of staff of the 356th Division. Ruan Xiong and Lin Feng exchanged a glance before approaching the communication video device. The image was far from smooth, frequently freezing. However, intermittent audio could still be discerned. Base 3. Base 3. This is Zhang Tai. Zhang Tai was the chief of staff of the 356th Division, who had transferred control of Base 3 to the 141st Division. Colonel Zhang, this is Ruan Xiong. We are under attack from the Zerg army and have managed to repel the initial wave. Juan inquired, what is the situation on your end? Commander Juan. Base 1 fell 20 minutes ago. The division commander was killed, and the remnants of Base 1 are now under my command. Colonel Zhang Tai's hoarse voice echoed in the command room. The Zerg have severed our communications until now. Furthermore, I have just received confirmation that Base 2 has also fallen, and the entire 2nd and 3rd Regiments stationed there, including the deputy division commander, have perished without exception. The surviving soldiers from Base 1 are attempting to break through to Base 3. Colonel Zhang, how many of you are left? Where are you located? I will dispatch assistance immediately. Ruan Xiong exclaimed passionately into the communicator. All who can move are with me, perhaps just over 100. A profound silence enveloped the command room. Although the 356th Division was not an A-class division, it ranked within the top 1,000 as an exemplary B-class division. Such a battle-hardened unit, despite some initial losses, still retained the basic structure of its 4 regiments, with a total strength of around 12,000 soldiers. Yet, in less than half an hour of combat, they had been decimated by the Zerg, leaving only 100 survivors. The fate of the others was all too evident. The Zerg had never been known to take prisoners. That was a staggering 12,000 lives. Colonel Zhang, please report your location. Ruan Xiong urged once more. Base 3's defense systems remain intact, and my unit is fully organized. We can send troops to assist you. Silence fell again on the other end of the line. If not for the continuous sounds of gunfire and battle cries, one might think communications had once again been severed. Just as Juan was about to speak again, Zhang Tai's raspy voice finally broke the silence. Commander Juan, enough lives have been lost. I cannot allow you to incur further unnecessary sacrifices. Colonel Zhang, Juan began. But Zhang Tai interrupted. Juan Xiong, as the acting commander of the garrison at Island 131, I command you to abandon the rescue operation. Additionally, given the dire situation at Island 131, I order you to evacuate immediately. Juan Xiong felt a surge of urgency. Colonel Zhang, Commander Juan, remember your position. You wield the lives of 3,000 soldiers. Juan fell silent. The last words that came through the communicator were Zhang Tai's calm voice. Commander Juan, take care. Beep, beep. The communication officer glanced at the device and remarked, Commander, Colonel Zhang has cut off communication. Juan Xiong turned away from the communicator in silence. The personnel in the command room had to momentarily set aside the tragedy of the 356th Division's demise and focus on their own situation. Regardless of whether they would retreat or seek vengeance for the 356th Division, their immediate priority was to endure the current crisis. Meanwhile, at Base 3's walls, the fierce battle was reigniting. The relentless Zerg army surged forward, prompting all available weaponry at the base to unleash its full fury. Mu Chen's dual-mounted pulse machine gun continued to roar, while Shi Sun, crouched behind the wall with a pulse machine gun, picked off the stray Zerg that escaped Mu Chen's fire. However, Mu Chen understood that this situation could not last long, for he was uncertain how long his dual-mounted pulse machine gun would continue to fire. The Zerg were simply too numerous, and the gun's barrel had already turned crimson, at risk of jamming from overheating. After 2 minutes of continuous fire, the dual-mounted pulse machine gun, deprived of adequate cooling, finally ceased firing. Reluctantly abandoning his shooting position, Mu Chen picked up a pulse rifle at his feet and began to shoot. Fortunately, a prepared mech arrived just in time to suppress the Zerg's front line. Simultaneously, 2 logistics personnel rushed to the dual-mounted pulse machine gun, needing to replace its barrel as swiftly as possible. 5 minutes later, the dual-mounted pulse machine gun roared back to life, but the Zerg's front line had ultimately breached the base's walls. Regardless of the firepower, the Zerg army refused to yield even an inch. Perhaps by the time the barrel was replaced again, the Zerg would storm the walls. The situation was similar across other sections of Base 3's walls. The exact number of Zerg forces was impossible to ascertain, as they surged towards Base 3 like an unending tide. Given the current circumstances, the loss of the walls was merely a matter of time. And once the protective barrier was breached, the fate of the over 3,000 personnel within the base would mirror that of the 356th Division. Just as Base 3 was doing all it could to withstand the onslaught of the Zerg, the long-awaited Zerg ranged units finally arrived on the battlefield. 1 kilometer from Base 3, 10 massive Zerg creatures appeared amidst the swarm, their swollen abdomens now semi-transparent, revealing shimmering lights pulsing within. Upon halting, they turned their bodies, orienting their tails towards the base. Soon, their abdomens glowed like illuminated bulbs, casting a blue light that filled the surrounding area. The sudden brightness captured the attention of the entire battlefield. Plasma bugs, take cover. Shi Sun could only shout a few words in warning. 10 pale blue energy spheres, each exceeding 3 meters in diameter, were unleashed from the 10 Zerg creatures, traversing over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye before crashing violently against the base's walls. The area covered by these electrical serpents was vast. Within a 10-meter radius of each energy sphere, dozens of soldiers were ensnared. Those touched by the electrical serpents were quickly enveloped in billowing black smoke, and in an instant, they transformed into charred corpses. Not far away, 1 energy sphere struck a mech, and its energy shield held for barely 3 seconds before collapsing. Following a puff of black smoke, the mech fell to the ground with a crackling sound of electrical discharge. In 1 round of attack, the 10 energy spheres destroyed 2 mechs, a dual-mounted pulse machine gun, and claimed the lives of over 100 soldiers. The terrifying assault and heavy casualties inflicted an immeasurable blow to the morale within Base 3. Finally, the base's ranged forces responded, launching a counterattack. 3 150mm pulse cannons fired at the area occupied by the plasma bugs, and due to their relative concentration, 4 plasma bugs were eliminated in 1 strike. With the pulse cannon suppression, the plasma bugs were forced to frequently change positions, significantly reducing their firing rate. Still, The energy spheres that periodically struck the walls continued to inflict substantial losses on the human side. The battle once again reached a stalemate. However, the Zerg forces were bolstered by an additional 50 spitting bugs alongside countless other Zerg troops. This reinforcements likely comprised the Zerg army that had overtaken the other two bases. The arrival of the Zerg reinforcements indicated that the entirety of the 356th Division would likely face annihilation. After capturing the 356th Division's base, they had marched for over an hour before finally reaching Base 3. Thankfully, the human side was well prepared and would not allow the spitting bugs to catch them off guard again. Certainly, there exists a reason that the range of the jet bugs pales in comparison to that of the plasma bugs. As they brought the walls of Base 3 within their attack range, they inadvertently entered the firing zone of the twin-mounted pulse machine guns. Consequently, despite their continuous movements, the jet bugs were relentlessly battered into a bloody pulp by the machine guns stationed on the city walls. On the other hand, the remaining 6 plasma bugs, having endured several blasts from the 3 150mm pulse cannons, were reduced to merely 2, ultimately forced to retreat into hiding. Thus, due to the lack of long-range troops, despite the overwhelming numbers of the insectoid forces, their narrow attack front rendered it impossible to fully exploit their numerical superiority. Muchun. Just as Muchun incapacitated 2 more gun barrels, he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he found himself face to face with Commander Wan Xiong, Chief of Staff Lin Feng, and the infuriatingly troublesome Senior Scarlet. Commander, Chief of Staff. Muchun saluted Wan Xiong and Lin Feng, while he chose to ignore Scarlet. His dismissive attitude caused Scarlet to silently grind her teeth in frustration, but now was not the time for grievances. I will settle this with you later, she mentally noted. Muchun, there is an important task I must assign to you, Wan Xiong stated directly. Now, I invite Major Scarlet to elaborate on the specifics. Scarlet's tone was exceedingly serious. Amidst the cacophony of battle, her authoritative military uniform and captivating voice exuded a peculiar allure. Muchun shook his head slightly, clearing his mind of distractions, and focused intently on Scarlet's explanation. Since the loss of the continents of Kaiyang and Yaoguang, humanity had been left with only the long-held territories of Tianquan and Yuheng. The significance of Yuheng as the protector of Tianquan was self-evident. The military assessed that the insectoid force's next target was likely Yuheng. Over the past 6 months, the battle for the outpost on Island 131 of Yuheng had intensified. The military speculated that the insects might utilize Island 131, a gateway to Yuheng, to amass their forces, aiming to conquer it as a springboard for an assault on Yuheng. My mission is to investigate the detailed situation of the insectoid forces on Island 131 while doing my utmost to preserve the island. However, it appears that this task cannot be accomplished smoothly. Muchun queried. The insectoid assault erupted at dawn, and now, nearly 3 hours into the battle. Why has there been no reinforcements? If Island 131 is so crucial, why is the military remaining inactive? This question resonated among everyone in the base. Initially, the insects severed our communications. Now that we can communicate with Yuheng, we still have received no good news, Scarlet explained. The insectoids have launched a large-scale invasion. Not just here, but at all major ports and military bases along the coast of Yuheng. Even on Tianguan, the presence of insects has been reported. Hence, we cannot expect reinforcements. At this point, Scarlet's voice became somber. Half an hour ago, the military issued a full-scale defensive order for Yuheng. Commander Wan and I received orders to abandon Island 131 and retreat all personnel. Muchun fell silent. Muchun, I brought a small nuclear bomb with me, Scarlet whispered. Muchun stared in shock. From his understanding, humanity had previously utilized nuclear bombs to repel insectoid assaults since the onset of the war. Although effective, the repercussions soon became apparent. It was confirmed that the newly emerging insect species evolved through their own adaptation, yet their evolution was relatively slow, and the detonation of nuclear bombs inadvertently accelerated their evolution. This paradox of fortune and misfortune led humanity to exercise increasing caution regarding nuclear weapon use. Muchun never expected that Scarlet would carry a nuclear bomb with her. If an accident were to occur, they would be obliterated without a trace. Instinctively, he distanced himself from Scarlet. Noticing his subtle maneuver, Scarlet chuckled, coward. Then her expression turned serious as she continued. This nuclear bomb is a contingency measure. If a retreat is necessary, it will not be used. However, I refuse to leave without a fight. Therefore, after discussing with Commander Wan and Chief of Staff Lin, We have decided to utilize this nuclear bomb to destroy the insectoid nest on Island 131. This way, even if we cannot hold on to the island, we can delay the insectoid advance on Yuheng, granting it more time to bolster its defenses. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Mu Chen quickly understood the reason Wan Xiong and the others had sought him out. He widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at himself. You cannot be suggesting I should detonate that nest. You will not be alone in this endeavor, Scarlet asserted solemnly. Mu Chen looked at her incredulously. I have no qualms about eliminating these repugnant insects, but how do you propose we destroy that nest? First and foremost, we lack knowledge of its location. Secondly, we are currently trapped within this space. And most importantly, do you think those insects outside will allow us to leave unimpeded? Scarlet opened one of the boxes to reveal a lightweight exoskeleton-like battle suit. After donning it, she pressed a button on the suit's chest, and a ripple of energy surged forth, causing her body to vanish. What is this? Mu Chen gasped in astonishment. Wan Xiong smiled and explained. This is the latest stealth armor developed by the Academy of Sciences. It does not achieve true invisibility. Rather, it employs the principle of light refraction to create a visual illusion, effectively rendering you invisible to the insect's perception. Besides optical camouflage, it also conceals human scent, body heat, and other factors, allowing you to perfectly vanish from the insect's detection. Upon hearing Wan Xiong's explanation, Mu Chen scrutinized the suit and could indeed faintly discern a transparent outline. With a flash of light, Scarlet reappeared. There are 2 sets of stealth armor available, so. Enough. No need to elaborate. I agree. As a soldier, Mu Chen found no justification to counter the proposal. Wan Xiong chuckled. In half an hour, I will launch an assault with all remaining mesh from the eastern side of the base to distract the insects. You two will depart from the southern end. Commander, if we detonate the nest, is there a possibility we can hold on to this island? Mu Chen inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Xiong replied, I do not know. Our orders are to retreat. If you truly succeed, the insects may abandon this assault, but they could also continue their siege, as we are unaware of how many insects inhabit this island. Moreover, without reinforcements, we cannot maintain our position. I understand. We shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate. Wan Xiong's expression turned serious. Mu Chen, Scarlet, I will hold this position for as long as possible. But given the current battle conditions, our defenses will likely be breached within 3 hours. Therefore, we must evacuate by 10 o'clock this morning. After leaving the base, the course of action will be entirely in your hands. If circumstances become dire, retreat immediately. Understood. Mu Chen and Scarlet saluted in unison. You should rest for a while. We will commence operations in 20 minutes. Mu Chen and Scarlet exchanged a knowing smile and spoke no further. Half an hour later, Wan Feng concentrated the remaining 20 or so mechs for a surprise attack from the eastern side of the base. Seizing this opportunity, Mu Chen and Scarlet, clad in their stealth armor, slipped past the insectoid encirclement from the southern cliff, heading toward the distant nest. Scarlet arrived at Island 131 with a mission. Over the past 3 months, the soldiers of the 141st Division, under her direction, had nearly pinpointed the approximate location of the Zerg's nest. However, the sudden Zerg assault disrupted Scarlet's plans. Now, with Mu Chen, she had no choice but to rely on luck. Upon reaching the predicted area of the nest, they began their search. After more than an hour, Mu Chen discovered a massive opening about 5 meters wide, nestled between the ground and the rocks. This marked the 6th cave they had found. The previous 5 yielded no results. Looking into the cave, it appeared profoundly deep. Mu Chen, our time is limited. Excluding necessary return time, we have at most 1 hour here, Scarlet cautioned. Understood, Mu Chen replied, furrowing his brow. Stay close to me. With that, he plunged into the cave. As they ventured nearly 100 meters inside, they found the space to be remarkably vast. The passage widened as they went deeper, eventually soaring to a height of several meters. Yet, thus far, they had uncovered no trace of the Zerg. The passage seemed to descend underground, and the light gradually dimmed. Both were equipped with cloaking battle armor, which naturally included essential night vision capabilities. They activated the night vision on their helmets, quickening their pace under the eerie green glow. After about 20 minutes, their surroundings opened up, leading them out of the passage. They halted, surveying the immense space before them. The chamber was colossal. With a diameter of over 100 meters, the ceiling loomed just 20 to 30 meters above, while the floor plunged into unfathomable depths. Along the rock walls were winding paths resembling mountain roads, spiraling from the lower depths up to the cave's entrance. "Shall we descend?" Muchen inquired. "Wait," Scarlet contemplated. "Let me take a look." Suddenly, she raised a flare gun and fired a signal. As the flare descended, both Muchen and Scarlet gazed toward the chamber's bottom, their faces turning pale. The vast space was teeming with an unfathomable number of Zerg. Countless pairs of green eyes fixed intently on the two at the cave's exit, locking onto them almost instantaneously. "Damn!" Muchen exclaimed, barely managing to utter a word. Muchen, Scarlet, devoid of any excitement at finding the nest, urgently called out, "Buy me a minute." Just then, the enormous Zerg nest erupted into chaos. Swarming soldiers and commanders surged through the winding paths. Their sharp cries and the rustling sound sent chills down Muchen and Scarlet's spines. "Scarlet, how can I buy you time? Even blocking the entire 3rd Regiment, here wouldn't suffice." Muchen stammered as he realized the impending disaster awaiting them. As the Zerg closed in, Muchen hesitated, contemplating whether to carry Scarlet away. Just then, her voice rang out. "All right." He turned to see a missile shoot from the launcher on her armor's back. Ascending into the air, it suddenly deployed a parachute and began to descend slowly toward the cavern floor. 60 seconds until detonation. "Run." Without hesitation, Muchen spun around and dashed into the passage. Moments after they entered, the Zerg rapidly followed, closing the distance to mere tens of meters. Fortunately, there were no forks in the path that could waste their time. The corridor echoed with the sound of gunfire as they were forced to shoot back at the approaching Zerg. With the Zerg relentlessly advancing, they had no choice but to engage. Otherwise, they would be torn apart before reaching the surface. Their armor had already disabled its cloaking feature, pouring all energy into fleeing and shooting. However, the relentless horde behind them showed little sign of slowing, overwhelming the few Zerg they managed to kill. After turning another corner, they finally glimpsed a bright white light. An exit. Suddenly, a deafening roar and a terrifying shockwave surged from behind. 2 seconds later, Muchen and Scarlet were caught in the onrush of the blast, feeling a powerful shove as they were propelled out of the cave, tumbling onto the ground before finally coming to a halt. Dazed, they struggled to rise. Muchen looked back to see the entire cave had collapsed, with several Zerg thrown out by the shockwave lying motionless on the ground, likely dead from the impact. Muchen rushed to help the unconscious Scarlet, removing her helmet to check her condition. Feeling the pulse at her neck, he sighed in relief. She was merely knocked out. Just then, the ground began to tremble, and a slender creature emerged from below. Not far ahead, an unfamiliar Zerg appeared. This creature resembled a common mantis, standing upright, its gaunt form strikingly visible, covered in a layer of crimson exoskeleton. Its powerful hind legs bore sharp black spines, while its 2 front limbs resembled razor-sharp blades, glimmering with a haunting blue light. Its triangular head, with prominent eyes, radiated a blood-red glow. "What on earth is that?" "Muchen, you're in trouble. That must be a guard bug." The voice in his mind promptly provided an answer. "A guard bug? What is that?" Guard bugs are high-tier Zerg, extremely rare, found only around brain bugs as their protectors. The voice explained. There must be a brain bug in the previous cave. As a high-tier Zerg, despite their scarcity, each guard bug possessed an exceptionally unique skill. Skill? Yes. This guard bug's ability is likely a space-cutting attack, similar to a crescent slash. You must be joking. This isn't a video game. Regrettably, this is all too real. A guard bug identical to this one once annihilated an entire mech squad. 10 mech units wiped out. So, it seems my situation is dire. Any suggestions? Flee. That's rather direct. Those who know when to retreat are wise. A true man can bend or break. Does that make you feel better? Considering it that way, I can accept it. However, I certainly can't escape with Scarlet. Muchen, this isn't like you. Isn't Scarlet your goddess? Although I am an intelligent entity, fundamentally, I am merely a mechanical life form. Thus, my primary directive is to ensure the safety of my host. You're right. But to abandon my companion and flee alone is out of the question. Remember the day you brought me to this timeline? I cannot endure that pain again. As Muchen and the voice debated, the guard bug charged toward them. Muchen activated the pulse rifle of his armor. But the guard bug was incredibly swift and agile. Even when his shots struck the creature, they merely ricocheted off its armored shell, sending sparks flying. As the insect warrior drew near, Muchen was compelled to forsake his ranged weaponry and grasp the particle sword. The insect warrior seemed taken aback by Muchen's intent to engage in close combat. its forelimbs sparking as they rubbed against one another. In an instant, the insect warrior vanished, launching an assault aimed directly at Mu Chen's vulnerable neck. In a critical moment, the particle sword was raised to deflect the attack of its forelimb. With a mighty roar, Mu Chen executed a side kick. A piercing shriek echoed as the insect warrior's body was sent flying, crashing into a tree. Mu Chen swiftly leapt, his particle sword aimed viciously at the insect warrior's triangular head. However, true to its high rank among the insect species, the warrior, though momentarily disheveled by Mu Chen's counterattack, sustained no significant harm. It swiftly regained its footing, lifting its forelimbs once more to confront Mu Chen. As Mu Chen shifted to evade the blade-like forelimbs of the insect warrior, he found its form had once again vanished. Sensing a chill sweep past him from behind, instinct compelled him to position the particle sword defensively. Clang! In the blink of an eye, Mu Chen was struck by an overwhelming force, sending him several meters away. A bitter taste of blood filling his mouth as it sprayed onto his visor. The insect warrior lunged again, but Mu Chen sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the fray. The insect's sharp appendages grazing the armor across his abdomen, trailing sparks and leaving a gash over a foot long. Glancing down, Mu Chen observed that the armor had been torn, a searing pain radiating from his lower abdomen. No wonder Time had said that the insect warriors could annihilate a 10-man mech squad. With such agility and speed, the comparatively clumsy mech stood no chance against them. The insect warrior's speed was overwhelming, leaving Mu Chen with no glimmer of hope in this dire situation. Yet, paradoxically, Mu Chen's mind began to cool in the face of despair. Removing his blood-soaked visor and shattered armor, clad only in tattered combat attire, he gripped the particle sword once more, resolutely facing the eager insect warrior. Once again, the insect warrior vanished. A palpable threat surged forth as its sharp forelimbs glimmered with a blue light, aimed at Mu Chen's heart. Prepared to fight to the death, Mu Chen tilted his body, thrusting his legs powerfully to leap into the air, raising the particle sword high to cleave down upon the advancing insect warrior. With a sickening thud, the insect's forelimb pierced through his chest. Blood erupted from Mu Chen's mouth as he struck the insect warrior's neck, severing its triangular head, which fell to the ground with a thud. The insect's dark green blood splattered across Mu Chen. Cursing, Mu Chen uttered his last words before collapsing to the ground. Mu Chen, Mu Chen. In a haze, he sensed someone calling his name. His body felt weak, as though submerged in warm water. A strangely comforting sensation. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in a vibrant corridor. Lines of various colors flowed like a stream, dazzling him with their interplay of light and shadow. At both ends of the corridor stood bright portals, seemingly within reach yet evading touch, as if they lay at the farthest reaches of the universe, impossible to grasp even with a lifetime of effort. This was the wormhole that accompanied Mu Chen. Over the past 3 months, with the assistance of Time, Mu Chen had entered this personal wormhole multiple times to hone his mental fortitude. However, unlike previous instances, this time he had not entered as a mere spiritual entity. His physical form accompanied him into the wormhole. Turning his head, he noticed a small boy beside him, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, exquisitely cute with rosy cheeks that made one yearn to pinch them. Yet, the boy lacked a physical body, existing instead as an energy entity. Mu Chen, you have finally awakened. The boy exclaimed eagerly. Stunned, Mu Chen stammered, You are. Time. The effort of speaking was excruciating, the fiery pain in his chest nearly overwhelming him. Indeed, it is I, the boy, no longer merely a child, but Time, proclaimed proudly. This was Mu Chen's first glimpse of Time's form, albeit as an energy entity. Speaking of which, I am furious. You foolishly sought to play the hero, dragging me along with you. I have only just gained my freedom, with countless Lolas, mature women, and queens on planet home, and Alpha waiting for me to rescue them. Yet, before I could relish my newfound life, you pulled me into this pit. I must have been blind to choose you, such a fool, as my host. One misstep leads to eternal regret. Time ranted, jumping about like an enraged child, gesticulating animatedly at Mu Chen. Having narrowly escaped death yet again, Mu Chen gazed resignedly at the energetic entity before him, thinking, what a waste of such a fine appearance. You saved me? He inquired. Who else but me would? Time replied, still appearing irate. All right, I admit I acted impulsively, and I apologize. Eager to uncover the truth, Mu Chen was unwilling to engage further with Time. At least you were perceptive. Time, recognizing the gravity of the situation, relented. Previously, When you perished alongside that insect warrior, I managed to draw both of you into the wormhole. Wait, are you saying this wormhole is accessible not just to energy entities? Muchen queried. Indeed. The reason it could not accommodate material entities before was due to the wormhole's energy being insufficient to support their passage. But now it certainly can. Why? Because the wormhole has absorbed sufficient energy. Time replied with an expression suggesting Muchen was rather slow. Muchen was perplexed. I meant, how did the wormhole absorb this energy? What is this energy? At present, I cannot say for certain. However, I suspect it may be life energy. Life energy? Precisely. Over the past few months, I have observed that whenever a human perishes during battle, the wormhole absorbs a measure of inexplicable energy from the battlefield. This energy can only be absorbed shortly after a human's death. If more than half an hour has passed, the wormhole can no longer draw it in. Additionally, there are distance limitations. The wormhole's energy absorption range is approximately 10 kilometers in diameter. Beyond that, absorption is impossible. Initially, I believed only human deaths would yield energy for the wormhole. Yet during today's insect assault, I noticed the wormhole also absorbed traces of energy from the insect warriors. Although the energy from individual insect warriors is negligible compared to humans, their vast numbers result in a significant total amount of absorbable energy. I would prefer to refer to this life energy as mental or spiritual energy. Through the varying degrees of energy the wormhole absorbs, I have formulated a bold hypothesis. Time paused, a teasing expression on his face, urging Muchen to inquire further. Irritated by this insufferable demeanor, Muchen retorted, "Just say it already." TCH. What a dullard. Time relented. The considerable energy that can be absorbed from human deaths contrasts starkly with the almost inconsequential energy from individual insect warriors. This disparity likely arises from the fact that humans possess self-awareness. You are suggesting. Consider the characteristics of the Zerg. The lower-tier Zerg possess only combat instincts devoid of self-awareness. Thus, the energy absorbable by the wormhole is exceedingly scarce. In contrast, while humans may not match the Zerg in individual combat prowess, they exist as independent entities, allowing for a greater capacity to absorb energy. At this juncture, Guanyin paused, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "I have another piece of evidence. Just moments ago, after you and Scarlet detonated the nuclear bomb in the subterranean space, the wormhole immediately absorbed a substantial surge of energy. The majority of this energy was composed of minute fragments, yet there existed one cluster of exceptionally pure energy. I surmise that this cluster likely originated from the death of the cerebral worm due to the nuclear explosion. The entire swarm is governed by the cerebral worm, which inherently possesses self-awareness, and given its need to control the swarm, its mental capacity must be vast. Therefore, upon the cerebral worm's demise, the energy absorbed by the wormhole would undoubtedly be immense. This explains the source of that substantial cluster of energy. Hence, the greater the mental capacity of a creature, the more energy it can yield to the wormhole upon its demise. Is that correct? Guanyin expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Can you be any more perfunctory?" Initially, Guanyin was disinclined to engage with Muchen, yet Muchen's inquiry had struck a chord, compelling him to boast. "So, what do you think? Am I handsome?" "Handsome. Dazzlingly handsome. So stunningly handsome that it defies the heavens." Muchen understood that without showering Guanyin with compliments, this youthful spirit would not be inclined to provide satisfactory answers. There is progress. Satisfied, Guanyin fulfilled his role akin to a Baidu encyclopedia. I have long asserted that although I am a mechanical life form, my core consciousness is a manifestation of energy. With the ample energy from the wormhole, I shall finally see the light of day once more. "Oh," Muchen exclaimed with a look of sudden realization, then inquired with confusion, "But how is your body that of a child?" "Conan is my idol." "Conan, that eternally young elementary school detective?" "Yes." "Why?" "Well, it is simply because I do not enter the male bath when visiting hot springs." Guanyin's tone was somewhat bashful. Muchen was taken aback. This rationale was compelling and formidable. He could not help but grumble through clenched teeth. "Beast. TCH, you are merely lamenting the unattainable grapes. I can empathize with your futility and express my profound sympathy and heartfelt condolences. Guanyin, you are merely an energy entity. You know nothing. This is what I call foresight. One day my ambitions will be realized. Mature women, queens, Lolas, my harem. There exists a biological self-protective mechanism known as reproductive isolation. Have you heard of it?" Mu Chun was not intentionally interrupting Guang Yin's daydreaming. Filthy. I am merely appreciating from a distance, not to be trifled with. Do you understand? Such lofty ideals are beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal like you. Well, you can indeed only appreciate, for you lack the capacity. Mu Chun queried, what about my body? It is our body. Guang Yin corrected him. Very well, what has become of our body? Mu Chun was unwilling to waste time on banter. There is both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Guang Yin, I shall impart a truth. Speaking halfway is akin to mixing arsenic with rice. Ha, I am an energy entity. Oh, Mu Chun, you have taken a turn for the worse. If so, I shall refrain from elaborating. Guang Yin, since you genuinely wish to share this with me. In light of your sincere disposition, I shall reluctantly listen to both at once. The following text is omitted. After you engaged in a life and death struggle to slay that attendant worm, I immediately retrieved our body into the wormhole, initially intending to utilize the wormhole's energy for healing. However, as our body was interconnected with that attendant worm, I inadvertently absorbed the attendant worm as well. Mu Chun recalled the moment before losing consciousness. When the attendant worm's limb had pierced through him, it had indeed been perilous, and had Guang Yin not intervened in time, he might have found himself playing mahjong with the guardians of the underworld. What? Mahjong is a 4-player game. Not enough participants? Guang Yin can join. Just as I was preparing to use the wormhole's energy to mend our body, I discovered that as the energy flowed in, the attendant worm, which had been connected to our body, gradually withered, ultimately transforming into a pure energy that was absorbed by our body. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that my body absorbed that attendant worm? It is our body. Guang Yin mumbled, then continued, but this is not the final outcome. The most unexpected revelation is that upon examining this body, I found it seems to have undergone some changes. What changes? Well, it appears you have acquired the abilities of that attendant worm. Acquired the abilities of the attendant worm. What does that mean? In simple terms, you now possess a skill akin to that of the attendant worm, spatial cutting. This ability allows you to tear apart space, causing any tangible object within the skill's range to vanish. For instance, if you employ this skill on a table, that table will disappear from the current space within the defined area. As for where the vanished part goes, you can simply understand it as being cast into a different dimension. Spatial cutting? Mu Chun pondered for a moment and asked, can any item be cut? Theoretically, yes. As this skill can be viewed as the disappearance of the entire space within the skill's range, meaning there should be no exempt objects. The entire space will vanish? Do not worry. The existence of space naturally adheres to certain rules, and the vanished segment will swiftly be restored under these regulations. It is akin to scooping a bowl of water from a river. The remaining water will naturally fill the void, and there will be no gap left by the absence of that bowl of water. Understood. After listening to Guang Yin's explanation, Mu Chun excitedly remarked, this skill is simply essential for home life, travel, and eliminating witnesses. Precisely. In fact, you should consider yourself fortunate that the attendant worm did not employ this skill before you defeated it. Had it done so, your demise would have been assured. Mu Chun, reflecting on this, felt a shiver of fear. Once activated, this grotesque skill could very well tear his body apart across 2 timelines, leading to certain death. Nevertheless, Mu Chun soon found joy in the matter. Regardless, we have reaped the benefits, and there is no turning back. After a moment's thought, Mu Chun inquired, so, this must be the good news you mentioned? What, then, is the bad news? No. What I am about to share next is the true good news. This is still bad news. Surely the good news must be splendid? With that thought, Mu Chun's heart brimmed with anticipation. The good news is that due to your absorption of the attendant worm and acquisition of its skill, your genes have been tainted by those of the Zerg, biologically speaking. You are no longer human. What? I am not human. Indeed, because your genes have been contaminated by those of the Zerg, your genetic sequences now align closely with theirs. So strictly speaking, you are no longer considered human. Just a moment. In Japanese, it means wait a second, allow me to catch my breath. Mu Chun was taken aback by this revelation, and after a moment, he angrily retorted, this is still good news? Indeed, you are no longer human, which makes you akin to me. Does that not qualify as good news for me? Guang Yin replied with an air of self-evidence. Mu Chun gazed intently at the anthropomorphized visage of Time, trembling as he inquired, Time, you're not deceiving me, are you? How could it be? Am I so utterly devoid of amusement? Time replied with utmost seriousness, pausing momentarily before adding, however, I truly am that bored. A burst of laughter escaped Mu Chen, whose heart had been as cold as ash, as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Time. Unfazed, Time continued nonchalantly. Just a jest, merely a jest. I couldn't help but tease you, seeing you sprawled out like a dead dog. You are the dead dog. Your entire family consists of dead dogs. Apologies, but my family comprises solely of myself, a unique existence in the universe. Just when Mu Chen was about to explode in fury, Time interjected in a timely manner, although my previous words were a jest. It is indeed true that your genetic sequence has been modified by the Zerg. What do you mean? Mu Chen's imminent rage faltered. It means that your body has undergone genetic alteration by the Zerg. But fear not, this body has become significantly stronger, with an enhancement of at least 50% in physical capabilities. If there is a downside, it is merely the slight alteration in your genes. Am I still human? Mu Chen trembled as he asked. Of course. At this juncture, Time suddenly asked with a mischievous grin. So, compared to before, is this news not good? Upon hearing this, Mu Chen relaxed, pondering for a moment before erupting in anger. Time, you did this on purpose. You could have simply stated that my physical condition has been enhanced by the Zerg's genes without any side effects, and that would suffice. Instead, you concocted a bad news and good news scenario. I see you truly have no regard for your body. Seeing that Mu Chen had indeed fallen for this tactic, Time immediately cowered. Aren't humans fond of such routines? Yes, it's the fault of society, the system, and the homeworld. Mu Chen, rendered speechless by Time's adeptness at deflecting blame, reflected on the benefits he had gained, the ability to spatially manipulate and a 50% enhancement in his physique. Feeling somewhat elated, he decided not to quarrel with Time. Time, can I leave the wormhole now? Just a moment longer. This body has suffered severe trauma and will require time to recover. Stay within the wormhole for now, allowing the life energy here to mend your body. Very well. Mu Chen acquiesced, then inquired, by the way, how long have I been unconscious, and what is the situation outside? Do not fret. Did I not mention that the flow of time within the wormhole differs from the outside world? It is approximately 100. You have been unconscious for about 1 day here, while merely 15 minutes have passed outside. She is merely unconscious. Here is the plan. Rest for another half day before venturing out. Rest assured, if any danger arises outside, I will alert you. After some contemplation, Mu Chen agreed to Time's suggestion, recognizing his weakened state rendered him almost immobile, making it futile to exit at this moment. A kilometer away from the Zerg nest, a figure suddenly emerged. It was Mu Chen, having exited the wormhole. After recuperating in the wormhole for another 5 to 6 hours and replenishing his energy, his body had noticeably improved. Though still weak, he could finally move freely, and the penetrating wound in his chest no longer hindered his actions. Mu Chen had spent approximately 30 hours in the wormhole, while less than 20 minutes had elapsed in the outside world. He approached Scarlet, who lay unconscious a few dozen meters away, and upon checking her breathing, found it to be steady. Just as he prepared to carry her away, Scarlet awakened from her stupor. What happened to me? You were stunned by a nuclear blast. Where are we? Approximately 5 kilometers from the Zerg nest. All right. Scarlet harbored no doubts. But she was deeply touched by Mu Chen's decision not to abandon her during the battle against the remaining Zerg. Mu Chen, thank you. What? For not leaving me behind. Haha. Our mobile army never abandons its comrades. Junior, you've grown. Major, please call me Mu Chen or Captain Mu Chen. Can you drive? I'm quite an experienced driver. Amidst Scarlet's playful banter, Base 3 came into view. About an hour ago, was everything smooth on your end? Huan Xiong burst into hearty laughter. I figured you succeeded when the Zerg retreated. He clapped Mu Chen on the shoulder with vigor. Well done. Even with Mu Chen's current physical state, he nearly faltered. Stepping back discreetly to escape Huan Xiong's grasp, Mu Chen asked, Commander, what should we do next? Are we to evacuate from Island 131? We have already contacted the division. The latest orders are to hold our position for now and await further instructions. Huan Xiong chuckled. Mu Chen, first you provided an early warning, then alongside Major Scarlet, you blew up the Zerg nest. This time, you have made a significant contribution. In truth, I was just a messenger. It was Major Scarlet who brought that nuclear bomb. Huan Xiong interrupted, waving his hand. Major Scarlet is under the military's command. Her contributions are not our concern. You are part of our 141st Division, and that is what I should focus on. Leave the accolades to the Chief of Staff. Lin Feng, smiling, nodded in agreement. I am more than happy to accept the arrangement for Mu Chen's commendation. After all, as an officer of the 3rd Regiment, he surely understands the principle of shared glory. After Huan Xiong and Lin Feng departed, Scarlet stopped the fleeing Mu Chun. Mu Chun, I owe you my gratitude for this time. Major, did you not already thank me? Scarlet gazed at Mu Chun, who appeared eager to escape, feigning melancholy. Mu Chun, am I truly that terrifying? Major. Scarlet placed a finger on Mu Chun's lips. Call me Scarlet or senior sister. Feeling the cool and soft touch of Scarlet's delicate hand on his lips, Mu Chun's mind went blank. He was acutely aware of the formidable aspects of this captivating woman. The losses he had suffered in the past had left an indelible psychological shadow. He certainly did not wish to repeat the mistakes of his predecessor. Knowingly stepping into a pitfall would be sheer folly. Senior sister, everyone is weary today. Perhaps we should rest early, if that is acceptable? Scarlet's sensuous, luscious red lips curved into an enticing smile as Mu Chun stared in awe at her angelic face inching closer, before she gently pressed her warm, moist lips against his. Junior, this is a reward from your senior sister. Mu Chun's mind went blank. At that instant, he forgot to evade. Numbly raising his hand to touch the imprint of her kiss, he had just been walloped by a woman. Goodness. Damn. Shirshin, who had been watching from the sidelines, could not help but jump out, exclaiming a curse, and then pointed at his own face. Senior sister, I too worked hard today. Do I get a reward? Scarlet flashed a captivating smile, approaching Shirshin. Just as his surprised expression began to form, she whispered, You. Let us talk when your hair has grown back. With a graceful wave of her hand, she departed. Shirshin stood there, stunned, painfully covering his face. Mu Chun. That cold-faced man receives a kiss from a woman, while I, who offered myself, was turned away. In such moments, how could one forget the antics of time? Mu Chun, we are destined to be each other's eternal companions. Unexpectedly, you changed so swiftly my heart aches. The desolate sandbank feels cold. How absurd. I regarded you as a close friend, yet you presented me with a cap in a shade of forgiveness. Mu Chun felt a wave of irritation. Too weary to engage with this whimsical intellect. Having a case of adolescent delusions in his mind was already bothersome enough, but beside him stood an even more troublesome neurotic. Observing Mu Chun's still expression of bewilderment, Shirsun leaned closer, a lewd grin plastered on his face, and asked, Mu Chun, has your hair grown out yet? Mu Chun retorted, shameless. Light remarked, scoundrel. Noticing Mu Chun's expression of playful bewilderment, Shirsun promptly tousled his striking golden hair and grinned mischievously. Mu Chun, do you think women these days are fond of cold, brooding types like you? Perhaps I should change my style next time. Packaging oneself is an essential life skill. Alas, in this era, even living off others requires a certain finesse. Thunder rumbled in the background as Mu Chun, exasperated and lacking words, finally managed to utter, I believe you possess great potential as a rebound. To his surprise, Shirsun's head shook vigorously like a rattle drum, declaring, I yearn for pure love. To enter another's life without crossing the boundaries of their harmonious term, body. Voicing his romantic ideals, Shirsun continued with enthusiasm, Mu Chun, I plan to embark on my 109th romance. What do you think of the superstar Shui Ling heir? I feel that stunning beauty and I share a striking resemblance as a couple. I've got it. The title of my second documentary shall be the past of my bittersweet parting with superstar Shui Ling heir. Mu Chun interjected, fool. Light added, dimwit. Rarely. The two cohabiting minds reached a consensus regarding Shirsun's antics. Upon returning to the base of the 141st Division in the southern region of the Yuhong continent, all soldiers of the 3rd Regiment were granted a 7-day leave. Before departing the base, Mu Chun sought out Scarlet to request an additional intact set of stealth armor. Initially believing he would have to persuade her, he was surprised when Scarlet readily agreed without a hint of hesitation, promptly handing over the camouflage armor. Free from Scarlet's entanglements, Mu Chun left the base alone, boarding a maglev train to the nearest city. Upon arrival, he paid little attention to the futuristic skyline, instead checking into a modest hotel. After hanging a do not disturb sign, locking the door, drawing the curtains, and donning the stealth armor acquired from Scarlet, he reclined on the bed. Light. A burst of white light enveloped the room, and Mu Chun's figure vanished from the bed. In the year 3010 of the stellar calendar, the SUSI-MANHUA Empire ascended to become the second largest economy on Homestar, while the dominant Riken Republic gradually turned its gaze toward this ancient nation. By 3018, the economic output of the SUSI-MANHUA Empire reached approximately 70 of that of the Riken Republic, and the gap continued to narrow. In May, the Rican Republic imposed a 10% tariff on certain imported goods from the SUSI-MANHUA Empire, igniting a trade war between the two nations. This pivotal event signified the beginning of a new era in their relations. In May 2019, 6 soldiers from the SUSI-MANHUA Empire's Wolfang Brigade entered the Rican Republic to assist intelligence officers in acquiring crucial information, with Muchen among them. Due to a leak in their whereabouts, they were besieged by the Rican Republic's security forces at their hotel. Muchen was the sole survivor as the other 5 soldiers and 3 intelligence agents perished. Cornered in the hotel kitchen, Muchen, left with no options, detonated the explosives he carried, triggering a chain reaction that caused the kitchen's gas lines to explode, obliterating the 13-story building. Simultaneously, the violent energy surge from this explosion became the catalyst for Muchen's traversal through dimensions. As for the underlying principles, Light elaborated extensively, yet Muchen remained perplexed. Indeed, the two held differing opinions on the matter. Muchen believed that Light himself was baffled and merely spouting nonsense, while Light insisted that Muchen's dense mind was incapable of grasping even the simplest scientific concepts. Though traversing through a wormhole, a slight discrepancy in time due to differing temporal flows existed between the two realms, the spatial positions remained unchanged. Volume 2. The turmoil of Rukin 01, though distant, must be punished due to the fierce battle between Muchen and the security forces of the Rukin Republic. The employees and patrons of the hotel had long since fled, leaving behind a scene of devastation marked by nearly 100 casualties. The Rukin Republic was compelled to mobilize a substantial number of personnel and machinery to excavate this wreckage. Engineers, police officers, agents, and various construction machinery converged at the site, creating a cacophony of noise. Deep within the ruins, a glimmer of light flickered. Muchen was acutely aware that his physical form in this world had undoubtedly been reduced to ashes, and a complex mix of emotions surged within him. The crisp voice of time echoed in his mind. Muchen, I am unscathed. After such a lengthy period of reflection, I have come to terms with my fate. Muchen remained silent for a moment, contemplating. As you once said, the soul is the essence of one's existence in this world. Now, a brand new life awaits me to create. Taking a deep breath, Muchen activated the cloaking feature of his battle armor and cautiously began to ascend towards a nearby opening above. The cleanup operation outside was in full swing, with no one noticing the faint outline of a transparent figure slowly departing the scene. Muchen treaded lightly to the outskirts of the ruins, where the vicinity of the explosion was in utter disarray. Not a single pane of glass remained intact on the nearby streets. Venturing into an alley and surveying his surroundings, he reverted to visibility and stored his battle armor within a wormhole. This wormhole served as a remarkable asset, functioning as a storage space where anything non-biological could be placed without regard for size limitations. Such a feature rendered the wormhole a truly extraordinary artifact. Of course, if he were unperturbed by the risk of dissection, he could even store a living person and later release them. Shaking his head, Muchen turned and departed with resolute steps. The Pacific Ocean, the largest body of water on home planet, separates the Central Asian Longting continent from the Eastern Shungshan continent. Phonia Province, located along the western coast of the Rukin Republic, is the most agriculturally advanced state in the nation, with agricultural land comprising 30% of its area. It primarily focuses on irrigated agriculture, producing hundreds of types of agricultural and livestock products. Sugarcane, vegetables, and fruits hold prominent positions nationally, while cotton and rice rank second in production. The province is a crucial area for milk, eggs, and meat. The Central Valley is the wealthiest agricultural region, and forestry thrives here, making it one of the top 3 timber-producing states. Phonia also leads in fishery output, with Shunga City serving as a significant fishing and military port. Phonia Province boasts a robust manufacturing sector with diverse products, leading the nation in both output value and employment. Key industries include aerospace and electronics, alongside refining, petrochemicals, arms, food processing, papermaking, and printing, with oil and gas extraction comprising 2/3 of the mining output. Additionally, Phonia is a vital educational hub, home to nearly all the renowned universities on the West Coast. Rocky City, the capital of Phonia Province, ranks as the second largest metropolitan area in the Rukin Republic, following the York City metropolitan region, and is one of the most celebrated urban centers on home planet. The Greater Rocky City area houses nearly 25 million people, serving as the largest entertainment industry hub and a global center for commerce, international trade, education, fashion, media, tourism, sports, science and technology, and transportation. The illustrious Mailewu is located in Rocky City. As Mu Chun wandered the streets of Rocky City, he contemplated his next objective. More critically, they had only just arrived when they were targeted by the intelligence agency of the Rukun Republic and subsequently captured en masse. Thus, the sole survivor, Mu Chun, was left with only the knowledge that the Xiahua Empire had a consulate in Rocky City. Everything else was a mystery to him. It was hardly plausible for Mu Chun to approach the consulate and declare, "I am a soldier of the Xiahua Empire's Wolf-Tooth Brigade, having just escaped the encirclement of the Rukun Republic's security forces, and I require your assistance." If he were to do so, he would likely be deemed insane and handed over to the authorities for dissection. After traversing 5 or 6 blocks from the explosion site, Mu Chun suddenly recalled that when he and his companions had been surrounded, a Xiahua agent had mentioned an address intended for their rendezvous post-escape. It was a safe house operated by the Xiahua military intelligence in Rukun. Presently, with no other destination in mind, Mu Chun resolved to investigate this safe house, exercising caution regarding any potential dangers. The safe house was located within an apartment building, and Mu Chun spent over 3 hours circling the structure and surrounding streets, finding no suspicious activity. As darkness fell, he decided to waste no more time. He entered an adjacent alley, feigning a cigarette break for over 10 minutes. And upon confirming that no one was in sight, he sprinted a few steps and leaped, grabbing hold of the staircase leading to the emergency exit of the apartment, swiftly scaling to the 6th floor in under 30 seconds. With a forceful tug, he snapped the rusty door lock and slipped inside. The safe house was situated on the 4th floor, and Mu Chun had opted to enter from the 6th floor as a precaution. Cautiously ascending to the 4th floor, he surveyed the hallway and confirmed it was empty before pulling open the security door and approaching room 402. At that moment, Mu Chun scratched his head in frustration. Damn. The key. Suddenly, it struck him. The Xiahua agent had mentioned that he had placed the key behind the fire hose at the end of the 3rd floor corridor. With a chuckle, he realized the cleverness of his 6th floor entry. After retrieving the key from the 3rd floor, he returned to room 402, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. After a brief inspection to confirm the room was unoccupied, Mu Chun swiftly approached the window facing the street, drawing back the curtain. The street outside was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any large-scale military or police presence surrounding the apartment. This safe house spanned over 100 square meters, comprising a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 3 small bedrooms, in addition to a storage room. Within the storage room, Mu Chun discovered the items he sought: a suitcase containing approximately 100,000 Rukun dollars in cash, 6 passports, and an array of bank cards marked with names. The passports bore different nationalities, and the photos corresponded to all members of the Wolf-Tooth Brigade, indicating that this had likely been a planned escape route prepared by the Xiahua agents. Regrettably, apart from Mu Chun, the other 5 members had already met their demise. Gazing upon the familiar faces in the photographs, Mu Chun felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved the passports and bank cards belonging to the other 5, located a large ashtray in the living room, ignited a lighter, and incinerated them. Rest in peace, my brothers. On an iron rack against the wall of the storage room lay an array of weaponry: pistols, rifles, grenades, and to his surprise, an RPG with 6 rockets. Mu Chun beamed at the impressive assortment of arms. The weapons were more than sufficient to equip a 10-person infantry squad. Although he was currently alone, he had the Wormhole as a backup storage space, did he not? Before long, he loaded all the weapons from the rack into the Wormhole and exhaled deeply, relieved. While the Wormhole contained several futuristic weapons, one must be cautious in the real world, after all. Now, with this cache of arms, Mu Chun felt emboldened. After retrieving some bread and milk from the refrigerator to quell his hunger, he took a shower in the bathroom. He then set traps at the door and windows, retrieving a pistol from the Wormhole to place on the nearby table before lying down on the sofa in the living room. Lying on the sofa, Mu Chun was not asleep, but merely resting his eyes, contemplating his next course of action. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, radiating an intense brilliance. He inwardly chastised himself for having an exceptional ally yet remaining here, fretting alone. Guanyin, you claim to be the supreme deity of the online realm. Surely you can bypass the Rukun Republic and contact the Xiahua faction directly? He chuckled, realizing he had underestimated Guanyin. In a buoyant mood, Mu Chun did not hesitate to flatter Guanyin. Then assist me. Wait, let me ponder for a moment. Previously, he had been plagued by the challenge of contacting the Xiaohua Empire, but now with Guanyin's intellect at his disposal, he could circumvent the surveillance of the Rukan Republic and directly dial the office phone of the commander of the Wolf Fong Special Forces. However, he refrained from doing so. Firstly, as it was not immediately necessary, and secondly, he could not explain how he had navigated through the layers of encryption. Nevertheless, this revelation brought Mu Chun considerable relief. It reassured him that he was no longer a forsaken pawn, with a possible escape route in sight. He felt more at ease and could contemplate his next plan with composure. Guanyin, first, help me disable the surveillance around here. At least let me sleep soundly instead of being on edge. At last, the esteemed host remembers me. Just a few hours ago, you were sneaking around this building like a thief, which made me scorn you. Guanyin's voice dripped with disdain. Do you wish to forego your body then? Mu Chun snorted through his nose, expressing both the irritation of a master and the disdain towards a servant. Guanyin's essence shuddered involuntarily if it indeed possessed a corporeal form. Muttering, what unfortunate company I find myself in. What did you say? I said, the host is truly a good person. Enough with the pleasantries. Get to work. Esteemed host. It seems you have forgotten that I am merely a tenant within your body. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? What do you require? In the parlance of your era, please procure a laptop for me. Mu Chun stood up, recalling that he had seen a laptop of a certain fruit brand in the storage room, placing it on the table. And then, bring your wrist close to the laptop's port. Following the instructions, Mu Chun witnessed a small electric wire extend from the tattoo, symbolizing a wormhole, inserting itself into the laptop's USB port. Within seconds, the wire retracted back into the wormhole. Excitement surged through Mu Chun's mind as Guanyin exclaimed, now this is the paradise where I ought to reside. Being cooped up in the wormhole is driving me mad. From Guanyin's exuberant words, Mu Chun gleaned that, in the future world a century ahead, while Guanyin was indeed a unique entity, it was constrained from exerting its full capabilities within that era's digital landscape. For instance, if someone were to fully leverage the super quantum computer installed beneath the headquarters of the Human Supreme Council, they could monitor Guanyin's existence. However, upon arriving in the 31st century, Guanyin would be free to roam without restraint. Weren't you always proclaiming yourself the supreme deity of the digital realm? How could you be monitored? The energy form of Guanyin rubbed its forehead. Essentially, I am on par with the computational power of that super quantum computer. I have merely developed a consciousness and emotions akin to yours. Mu Chun inquired curiously, in the 32nd century, apart from you and that super quantum computer, are there any other comparable machines? To my knowledge, the Human Federation's military should possess another. Unable to contain his sarcasm, Mu Chun retorted, so, it turns out this so-called supreme deity is merely a boast. Guanyin bristled in indignation. What do you know? The emergence of consciousness and emotion is incomparable to those two inferior machines. The journey from non-existence to existence is the most precious of all. One day, I shall coalesce my divine essence. Mu Chun was left speechless, finding no words to counter this arrogant and proud intellect. All right, I understand. With Guanyin, the soon-to-be divine being, by my side, I can finally rest assured and sleep soundly. Then I shall rely on you, esteemed Guanyin. Mu Chun reclined on the sofa and turned over. If any unwise individuals come by, you know what to do, right? Of course. Guanyin, still evidently aggrieved by Mu Chun's earlier skepticism, gritted its teeth and declared, when friends come from afar, they shall meet their doom. Mu Chun sighed. Is that how you twist proverbs? One cannot deny. There is some truth to it. Volume 2. The Turmoil of Reikan, Chapter 2. Jean-Luc Mu Chun did not immediately depart from the safe house. Instead, he resolved to remain there for a few days. This was to devise a subsequent plan and to temporarily evade the limelight, as it had only been a day since the fierce battle at the hotel. The following morning, Mu Chun, as per his routine, rose early to practice body refinement techniques for an hour. In the timeline of the future world, body refinement techniques emerged in the 31st century, 50s, based on the ancient martial arts of the Xiaohua Empire, integrating various striking arts such as boxing and judo, employing scientific training methods to enhance human physical capabilities. The advent and evolution of body refinement techniques bear significant urgency. At that time, the Xiaohua Empire and the Reikan Republic simultaneously announced the development of the first generation of combat mechs, thereby revolutionizing traditional warfare strategies. However, The introduction of mechs not only came with exorbitant costs, but also imposed stringent physical requirements on their pilots. Consequently, body refinement techniques were born. When did you first experience this sensation? Time's tone seemed to carry a hint of excitement. It appears my observations were not amiss. Even I, the esteemed one, have sensed this. What does that mean? Muchen inquired. This signifies the arrival at the legendary bottleneck. Oh, why did you not mention it sooner? Muchen asked, perplexed. Humph. Does the host not read web novels? This is what we call an understanding that cannot be conveyed in words. Only through personal experience can one grasp the true essence. What a hopeless case. Muchen was exasperated by the banter. To put it simply, under Time's guidance, Muchen's sharp-tongued skills were on the verge of reaching their zenith. What do you mean by even if what I say is correct? As a scientifically rigorous intelligence, I cannot possibly err. Stop. Let's get to the point. What should I do next? Muchen hastily interrupted this slightly neurotic intelligence. He could not help but wonder if Time, upon gaining consciousness, had an innate trait for verbosity, with a secondary trait of being unreliable. Fortunately, after Muchen conceded, those two traits would recede. Let me check. According to the data from the Institute of Body Techniques under the Supreme Council of Humanity, once an individual's overall quality approaches 3 times that of an average person, they will encounter a bottleneck. 3 times? The Institute of Body Techniques employs a comprehensive evaluation mechanism for human physical quality, integrating various metrics such as strength, neural reflexes, and muscle intensity to synthesize a set of average data that reflects an individual's physical capabilities. Speak plainly. Intelligence is a fine thing, but unfortunately, the host lacks it. Time. Muchen was quite helpless regarding Time's occasionally juvenile demeanor. All right, let me give you an example. A healthy, well-coordinated adult male typically runs 100 meters in about 12 seconds. Once physical quality reaches double that of an average person, the time can drop to around 10 seconds, which is a performance achievable by world-class athletes. As for a 3-fold physical quality, the time would be approximately 9 seconds, a feat even the most elite athletes struggle to achieve. Naturally, speed is merely one aspect of this evaluation mechanism. Strength and neural reflex speed are also key factors. Time continued, strictly speaking. Achieving double the average physical quality through rigorous scientific training is not particularly difficult, and even nearing double in various aspects is not impossible. However, surpassing this limit of double the average solely through training is nearly unattainable. Thus, the body refinement techniques that could unlock human potential emerged. By integrating scientific training methods, humans in the late 31st century easily transcended the shackles of double physical quality. Yet, as physical capabilities improved, humanity soon discovered that upon nearing triple physical quality, progress once again encountered a bottleneck. This bottleneck differed from the previous one at double physical quality. Reaching double was hindered by the lack of suitable training methods. Whereas at triple physical quality, it felt as though humanity's very biology was shackled, obstructing further advancement. The efficacy of body refinement techniques persisted, yet they could no longer enhance human physical quality. To illustrate, if a human body is likened to a bucket, body refinement techniques serve as a spoon that continuously ladles water into this bucket. While the bucket is not full, the spoon's function remains valid. Once the bucket overflows, no matter how much water the spoon scoops, it cannot accommodate more, as the excess will spill over. To continue adding water, one must break this limitation. Muchen pondered. So, to hold more water, we need a larger bucket? Precisely. Time seized the opportunity to elaborate. The Institute of Body Techniques has determined that triple physical quality represents the maximum threshold a normal human body can endure, coining this limitation as the gene lock. To continue enhancement, one must break this gene lock. How does one break it? Are there results? Initially, there were none. However, the emergence of the insectoid species provided a turning point. Insectoid species? Muchen queried, bewildered. Since their appearance on Alpha Star, humanity has been studying this novel race. Although the research over the past 30 years yielded meager results, there were some advancements. By chance, the chief scientist of the Biological Research Institute under the Supreme Council of Humanity, Dr. Ren Jun from Xiahua, discovered that higher-order insectoids produced a crystalline substance within their bodies, seemingly a condensation of their life essence. Dr. Ren named this substance the insectoid crystal, Dr. Ren managed to formulate a gene reagent from this crystal and administered it to individuals with triple physical quality who could not break through, offering a certain probability of surpassing the gene lock. Thus, While the insectoid emergence interrupted humanity's progress towards cosmic colonization, it simultaneously opened doors for human evolution. One cannot help but marvel at the wonders of creation. Perhaps this is destiny. Mu Chun fell silent. Before Mu Chen's transmigration, this body possessed a physical quality exceeding double. Following the battle in the insect lair on Island 131, he inadvertently fused with a servant insect's body, gaining the skill of spatial slicing and elevating his physical quality to triple, successfully nearing the gene lock. To be honest, Mu Chen's physical prowess now surpassed that of an average person, yet he faced challenges unimaginable to ordinary individuals. Therefore, enhancing his strength would undoubtedly bolster the feasibility of his future plans. After a moment, Mu Chen abruptly asked, "Time, if I were to consume this reagent, could I utilize the energy of the spatial wormhole to mitigate the risks?" Based on calculations, if the reagent is consumed while using the wormhole's energy for protection, the success rate would rise to approximately 50%. That's unacceptable. The success rate is too low. Moreover, this is merely a calculated figure, lacking empirical support. "I do not recommend attempting this," Time advised. "Oh, never mind. I was just asking casually. Besides, we don't even possess such a reagent, do we?" Mu Chen replied nonchalantly. Tom scoffed. "Who told you we don't have it?" "Ah?" Mu Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "You have such a reagent? Darn it." Mu Chen could no longer contain his frustration. "Time, you're itching for trouble again, aren't you?" Host, listening only halfway is a sign of poor upbringing. Lord Time, those who speak in half sentences are destined to bear sons without a backdoor. Oh, by the way, you are utterly incapable of having a son. I protest. This is blatant racial discrimination. I shall go on strike. All right, enough of the nonsense. Let us get to the point. How did you manage it? In truth, you played a part in this as well. Do you recall what transpired after I acknowledged you as my master upon your arrival? Indeed, the situation was dire. The investigators dispatched by the Human Council were about to arrive, and I had no time to explain, hence I rendered you unconscious. And then, you insignificant little thing? Mu Chen harbored deep skepticism regarding the worth of those trivial items, and promptly inquired, "You didn't empty the entire vault, did you? Why not? You're ruthless." Mu Chen admired you, then curiously asked, "Where are the items hidden?" Guess? Mu Chen felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that you placed those items into a wormhole? How was I unaware? Mu Chen sighed in resignation. He understood Lord Time's caution, rightfully so, for it was prudent not to reveal anything before understanding himself. After taking a deep breath, Mu Chen asked, "Do you believe it now?" "Of course, after spending such an extended period with you. I've discovered your character is indeed commendable." Lord Time rarely praised Mu Chen, yet soon reverted to his nature. "Doesn't this just validate my discerning eye?" Mu Chen was speechless. "Lord Time, how is it that you always manage to find a point to boast about?" "That is simply my talent." Alas, Mu Chen sighed. "Can you not extol yourself for once? You must be an unabashed star person." Mu Chen, exasperated, urged, "Get to the point." "I am addressing the point." Mu Chen furrowed his brow. "Wait, if you hid those items in a wormhole, how could I possibly be unaware?" "Primarily due to your insufficient mental strength." Lord Time elucidated. "Your mental capacity is inadequate to comprehend the entirety of the wormhole. This is precisely why I encouraged you to enter the wormhole to enhance your mental fortitude." Mu Chen nodded, accepting Lord Time's explanation. He then recalled another question. "Aren't you afraid that the investigators from the Human Council will discover the emptied vault?" "How could they possibly find out?" Mu Chen was utterly astonished, exhaling deeply after a moment. "Lord Time, your true origin must be that of a walk your own path while leaving others with none-star person." Authentication complete. A proud smirk adorned Lord Time's face, displaying a shameful yet triumphant demeanor. Volume 2. The Turmoil of Rookin Chapter 03. Breaking the genetic lock upon hearing Time's explanation and realizing that the looming threat had been eliminated. Mu Chen felt a sense of relief. Now let us discuss the matter of the advanced insectoid crystals. The genetic reagent that breaks the genetic lock is derived from crystals found within advanced insectoid creatures. In truth, the extraction technology is not particularly complex. It is entirely achievable with the technological capabilities of the 31st century. Are these crystals truly difficult to obtain? Time continued. Depending on the rank of the insectoids, royal insects have a certain probability of producing crystals, while warrior insects invariably contain them. As for the more advanced brain insects, although it is certain that they too possess crystals, regrettably, humanity has yet to record a successful capture of a brain insect. It is likely that you and Scarlet may have killed one, but under the assault of a nuclear bomb, it is improbable that any crystals would have survived. In total, there are 7 crystals in the vault, 5 from royal insects and 2 from warrior insects. At this point, Time produced the 7 crystals. Mu Chen's spirit surged as he gazed upon the 7 crystals that appeared in the palm of his left hand. 5 of them were approximately the size of almonds, oval-shaped, and transparent, reminiscent of the glass marbles he played with as a child. These were undoubtedly derived from royal insects. The other 2 were slightly larger, similar in shape, but each contained a band of color running through the center. One was purple and the other black, resembling colored glass marbles, clearly originating from warrior insects. Time. What is the nature of the colored bands found in the crystals obtained from warrior insects? I am uncertain, Time replied after a brief pause. The fundamental properties of the energy within these 2 types of crystals are largely similar, both being exceedingly volatile and requiring neutralization before they can be utilized by humans. The only distinction lies in the colored bands. Research indicates that these bands are also composed of condensed energy, but this energy is quite elusive. At least with the technology available in the year 3119, it cannot be extracted or its properties detected. However, Dr. Ren Jun, the chief scientist at the Biological Research Institute, has put forth a bold hypothesis. Given that warrior insects serve as the last line of defense for brain insects, they are notoriously difficult to deal with, as each warrior insect possesses a unique skill. Therefore, Dr. Ren speculates that the energy within the colored bands may very well represent the skills carried by the warrior insects. A flicker of intrigue crossed Mu Chen's eyes as he contemplated the 2 crystals adorned with colored bands, lost in thought. Without these crystals, there would be no dilemma for Mu Chen to wrestle with. However, the presence of these 7 crystals now left him in a state of inner turmoil. Firstly, among his 6-member team and 3 agents, he was the only survivor. The other 8 had perished. Though war is devoid of personal vendettas, Mu Chen found it hard to swallow this bitter pill. Secondly, he was no longer an ordinary person devoid of means. After his traversal, his physical capabilities had been significantly enhanced. He was no longer the rookie of the Wolf Fong Brigade. Thirdly, Mu Chen had not only gained the assistance of Time, an intelligence entity from a century hence, but more importantly, he possessed a personal wormhole connecting 2 parallel timelines a century apart. This assured him that he would not lead a mundane existence. Yet, despite possessing these nascent assets, he remained but a solitary individual, still far from transcending the limits of human potential. Conventional weaponry could still inflict harm upon him. Given his current capabilities, unless he wished to become a subject for dissection, he could only choose to remain inconspicuous. This internal conflict, yearning to proclaim his new strength to the world while simultaneously fearing the attention it might attract, contributed to Mu Chen's current state of indecision and fueled his urgent desire to enhance his abilities. According to the data from the Biological Research Institute, individuals who successfully break the genetic lock using the genetic reagent and continue to train their bodies can experience improvements in physical attributes. Among those who have already broken through, the fastest individual achieved a 4-fold enhancement within approximately a year, and their potential for further improvement had not yet been exhausted. This indicated that once the genetic lock was surpassed, there remained considerable room for enhancement in human physicality. This ignited a glimmer of hope within Mu Chen. However, the success rate for breaking through the genetic lock using the genetic reagent was not particularly high, and Mu Chen was loath to gamble on a mere 50% chance of success. With his left hand stroking his chin in contemplation, Mu Chen toyed absently with one of the crystals, the one with the purple band. The conflicting emotions of indecision held him captive on the sofa for well over an hour. Ultimately, Mu Chen resolved to take a step back. There was no need to risk everything in a reckless gamble. He had time on his side, and perhaps when he next traversed into the future, the Biological Research Institute would have developed a safe genetic reagent for enhancement. He could afford to wait. With this determination, Mu Chen felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. However, in this moment of ease, an unexpected incident occurred. In his childhood, when pondering a problem, Mu Chen would often hold a broad bean in his hand, and upon resolving the issue, he would reward himself by eating the bean. As he matured, the beans were replaced with jerky, dried meat, or candied fruits, yet the habit remained unchanged. Under normal circumstances, this habit was innocuous, but today, having been engrossed in discussions with Time about the crystals, Mu Chen had unconsciously continued to play with the warrior insect crystal in his hand. Thus, when he finally made up his mind, In a moment of mental relaxation, he instinctively tossed the crystal adorned with the purple band into his mouth. With a slight pressure from his right molars, he crushed the crystal, which disintegrated like a water balloon, devoid of any particularly distinct flavor. And he swallowed it without a second thought. In the wormhole, Time was momentarily taken aback by the time he realized what had transpired. The warrior insect crystal had already settled in Mu Chen's stomach, a classic case of a missed opportunity. At this juncture, Mu Chen remained oblivious to any abnormalities. He smacked his lips and murmured, "Why do today's broad beans taste so bland and mushy?" Mu Chen. Time's voice trembled within his mind. "What were you thinking?" "What do you mean, what was I thinking?" Mu Chen replied, puzzled. "Even if I wish to break the genetic lock, I first need to prepare the genetic reagent." Time's tone carried a note of panic. "Why did you eat the warrior insect crystal directly?" "Crystal? What crystal?" "Oh, shit." Realization dawned upon him, and Mu Chen felt as if he were being choked, the last two words nearly escaping his lips in a shriek. Mu Chen dashed toward the bathroom, his right hand plunging into his throat. Ugh! His attempt to induce vomiting by forcing his fingers down his throat was evidently futile. Within mere seconds, he felt his body tremble as a tide of overwhelming energy surged from his stomach throughout his entire being. This energy coursed through his meridians and blood vessels, threatening to burst him asunder, while simultaneously compressing his bones and muscles, as though a steamroller was relentlessly crushing every crevice within. This conflicting yet palpable sensation was accompanied by an unbearable pain, plunging Mu Chen into a nightmarish abyss where he felt as though he were being devoured by countless malevolent spirits. In a matter of mere seconds, Mu Chen lost consciousness and succumbed to the darkness. In a haze, Mu Chen regained consciousness multiple times, only to be swiftly engulfed in that excruciating pain once more. This cycle continued, and his awareness gradually faded. Time became an indistinct blur. Perhaps a minute had passed, or perhaps a century. Gradually, Mu Chen began to awaken. "Mu Chen, you are awake. This is wonderful." Time's voice brimmed with joy, and this elation was unmistakable in his tone. Mu Chen's consciousness was still somewhat hazy. After a considerable pause, he recalled the owner of the voice and beheld the energy entity floating in the air. "Time, what has happened to me? 3 days ago, you inadvertently ingested a servant bug crystal and subsequently fell into a coma due to the impact of its energy. I, the superior being, have placed your body within a wormhole." Time elucidated the circumstances. "Oh, I remember now." Mu Chen's voice was exceedingly weak. "What is my current condition?" As he felt waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, his body was incapable of any movement. However, compared to the hellish torment he had experienced prior to his unconscious state, his present situation was significantly improved. "Your physical condition is dire, to say the least." Time stated candidly, though his expression bore no hint of urgency. Instead, it was tinged with excitement. "However, due to my timely intervention, utilizing the energy of the wormhole, I have preserved your slender thread of life, enabling you to survive this perilous ordeal. Now that you have weathered the crisis, with the restorative energy of the wormhole, your body will soon recover. Moreover, there is a delightful surprise." Mu Chen forced a bitter smile and rasped, "Spare me the suspense. Just tell me." Fully aware of the state of Mu Chen's body, Time refrained from prolonging the revelation and directly disclosed, "Congratulations, esteemed host. You have transcended the shackles of the genetic lock. Furthermore, you have acquired a new skill, a veritable life-saving technique that grants you 1 minute of invincibility. During this minute, any harm inflicted upon you is rendered ineffective. I have named this skill Absolute Defense. Is that so?" "It seems that greater risks yield greater rewards." Mu Chen chuckled wryly. At least his suffering had not been in vain. "By the way, how did I manage to endure?" "Your endurance through this ordeal is a blend of chance and necessity. The necessity lies in the wormhole's energy, which repaired and protected your body. The chance, however, is owed to the servant bug you previously vanquished." "Is it the very bug that granted me the spatial cutting skill?" "Indeed." Time clarified Mu Chen's confusion. "It was precisely because you integrated with the servant bug's essence through the wormhole that you acquired a fragment of its genes, enabling you to withstand the energy of the servant bug crystal and attain a new skill. It now appears that the failures of the previous Biological Research Institute's experiments were likely due to the conflict between human and bug genes. This very conflict rendered the few individuals who managed to break their genetic locks incapable of acquiring skills, especially since the genetic agents they utilized were refined and not the complete bug crystal." Mu Chen understood. "So, I have become the sole human capable of safely absorbing bug crystals and potentially acquiring skills. Am I still human? Certainly not. Time exclaimed with fervor. You are a deity. Like myself, you are a supreme being in this universe. Henceforth, you shall be the god of the material plane, while I shall be the god of the digital realm. Together, we shall forge an entirely new world. As Time spoke with increasing excitement, he soon began to dance before Mu-chan, his ethereal demeanor suggesting that, were it not for the wormhole's presence, he might unleash his full cosmic power, attracting divine retribution and ascending to the celestial realm, thereby transforming into a veritable birdman. Time, can we not be so whimsical? A grounded approach has its merits. Tom retorted, What distinguishes a life devoid of aspiration from that of a mere fish? Alas, I currently lie here, unable to move. How does that differ from the fate of a fish? Sigh, I was once a soaring eagle in the vast skies. Yet here I am ensnared by a slender thread, with the other end tethered to a lethargic fish. Time cast a disdainful glance at Mu-chan, who was struggling for breath, and remarked, I am weary of discussing life with a fish. Your body is improving. You may slowly come to understand in due course. With that, his form dissipated like a bubble with a resounding pop. Suddenly, Time reappeared, exclaiming, Esteemed host, it is not mere fatigue you suffer from, but rather poetic pressing kidney. A deficiency of vitality. Mu-chan rolled his eyes in exasperation, utterly spent. Surely, this cannot be deemed as tormenting the protagonist. Right. Volume 2. The turmoil of Riken 04 at the hospital. Mu-chan discovered that he was still lying within the wormhole. Not far away. The embodiment of Time was seated on a chair conjured from energy, lost in thought. Mu-chan was well acquainted with Time's character. It could be said that Time epitomized the epitome of a mischievous child. Thus, when this exuberant child ceased its antics and instead sat quietly, mimicking a philosopher, it could only signify one of two outcomes. Either mischief was imminent, or it was already underway. Curiosity piqued, Mu-chan inquired, Time, what are you up to? Studying? It dawned on him that Time could now access the internet, yet he found it perplexing that, given Time's arrogant disposition, it would voluntarily engage in learning. Moreover, with its formidable computational prowess, what knowledge could possibly capture such intense focus? What are you studying? Mu-chan pressed further. Action romance. Time replied, exuding evident impatience. Oh, so you were merely watching a movie? Mu-chan scoffed, only to quickly realize, wait a moment, action romance? Isn't that? Hey, you're still a child. Isn't this inappropriate for you? Besides, what's the value in watching this? You won't benefit from it. Time, visibly irked, retorted, Mu-chan. If you continue to launch personal attacks against me, I shall report you to the Human Rights Commission of the Riken Republic. As if I fear you. By the way, the last time I regained consciousness, I was nearly infuriated to death by you, and I haven't settled that score yet. Mu-chan was left with goosebumps all over. Let us keep it civil. Ugh, how annoying. Yamide. Mu-chan shivered. During his recovery, with Time's assistance, Mu-chan devised a meticulous plan for subsequent actions. 10 days later, feeling nearly restored, he resolved to exit the wormhole. Time, I'm going out. Mu-chan sighed, alas. A pure child has been irrevocably corrupted. Is purity not a good thing? Mu-chan was bewildered by the retort. I shall embrace darkness. Lolas, mature women. Queens, these are my utmost favorites. I am destined to become the supreme deity of a new race. Mu-chan was speechless. Does that even make sense? And create a race? I'll put an end to your shamelessness. He dismissed the deranged intellect, shaking his head as he prepared to leave the wormhole. Wait, I have a gift for you. As compensation for nearly driving you to insanity last time. Seriously? You're cursing me. Mu-chan was genuinely vexed. All right. Perplexed, Mu-chan momentarily lost track. What's all right? Close your eyes. Go now, and do not disturb my studies any further. Time's tone was laden with impatience and disdain. Mu-chan grumbled. What an insatiable creature to deal with. Upon closing his eyes, Mu-chan found an interface akin to a character panel in an online game displayed on his retina. Character, Mu-chan gender, male age, 25 physique, level 3, gene lock activated, skills, 1, spatial cutting, slice through space with a dimensional blade 2. Absolute defense, 1 minute of invincibility, cooldown, 1 hour. Mu-chan chuckled softly. While the character panel was not particularly useful, it offered him a commendable understanding of his basic circumstances. He gratefully accepted this gift and departed the wormhole. Due to the varying flow of time, 13 days within the wormhole equated to roughly 3 hours in the real world. After resting for a day in a safe house, Mu-chun ventured out, commencing his journey to the Riken Republic. Agent Xia-Hua had prepared a passport for Mu-chun, bearing the name Jin Jaisher, a citizen of South Korea. The Korean nation lay to the northeast of the Xia-Hua Empire, historically a vassal state, self-identifying as Lesser Xia-Hua. In modern times, following the decline of the Xia-Hua Empire, it was annexed by the Jieping Empire. From 2918 to 2924, the Xia-Hua Empire engaged in a war of resistance against foreign interference alongside the nations of Homestar. After this foundational war, the Korean nation was divided into North and South. The Riken Republic became the protectorate of South Korea, according to the passport and the information left by Agent Xia-Hua. This individual named Jin Jaisher had immigrated to the Riken Republic with his parents during childhood. Tragically, he lost his parents in a car accident at the age of 10, subsequently growing up in an orphanage. After graduating from university, he worked as an independent photographer in the Hollywood district of Rocky City. Mu-chun was unconcerned about the authenticity of this Jin Jaisher's existence. He simply needed an identity. He trusted that the identity prepared by Agent Xia-Hua would withstand scrutiny, at least not revealing any flaws that the local police of Rocky City could detect. That was sufficient. Furthermore, utilizing this identity held an ulterior motive. Mu-chun believed that this identity would likely be recorded by the Xia-Hua Empire's Military Intelligence Bureau. Hence, once he employed this identity, the Bureau might come searching for him. After departing the safe house, Mu-chun walked for over an hour, arriving at a street corner not far from the Hollywood Walk of Fame. After surveying his surroundings, he entered the underground parking lot of a shopping mall. In the parking lot, he reached a blind spot not covered by surveillance and pulled out a sharp knife. Gritting his teeth, he made a 3 to 4 centimeter incision on his arm. Wiping the knife's fingerprints clean with his clothing, he casually discarded it into the sewer. Exhaling deeply, Mu-chun staggered to a camera and waved his uninjured right hand, shouting, "Help! Help!" Ultimately, Mu-chun was transported to a public hospital in Hollywood. The emergency doctor merely glanced at him before instructing a nurse to clean and bandage his wound. After a brief interval, a police officer arrived at the hospital to take Mu-chun's statement. He claimed that he had intended to use the security passage in the underground parking lot to access the mall, but had unexpectedly encountered a robber. He asserted that in his resistance, the robber had failed to succeed but had only managed to injure him. As for the appearance of the robber, Mu-chun stated that due to the inadequate lighting in the parking lot, combined with the robber's simple disguise and his own nervousness, he could not discern the robber's complexion, let alone his features. He only remembered that the assailant was approximately 6 feet tall, and beyond that, he knew nothing. The officer did not linger, hastily asking a few questions before offering some words of comfort and departing. Mu-chun did not expect the Rocky City police force to exert any effort in locating the non-existent robber. He suspected that the sparse record of the inquiry would likely be discarded as soon as the officer exited the hospital. After all, similar incidents occurred daily in Rocky City. If an entire day passed without such occurrences, it could only mean that Homestar had met its demise. Once the police officer left, Mu-chun waited for over an hour before exiting the hospital room. He settled the medical fees with Jin Jaisher's credit card and made his way to the hospital's entrance. Now approaching noon, Mu-chun planned to grab lunch nearby before securing a hotel room. He was confident that, through his continued use of Jin Jaisher's credit card, the Military Intelligence Bureau of the Xia-Hua Empire would soon make contact with him, whether in domestic or foreign hospitals. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly busy and noisy, with doctors, nurses, patients, and families flowing in a ceaseless stream, accompanied by a cacophony of various sounds. As Mu-chun passed the nurse's station on the second floor, he noticed a crowd gathered there, centered around a tall, blonde beauty. The blonde was engaged in light-hearted conversation with several doctors, flanked by 2 bodyguards, while nurses and more patients surrounded them. Outside the crowd, numerous individuals were capturing moments on their phones, simultaneously uploading them to their social media platforms, reveling in the commotion. Mu-chun cast a fleeting glance and recognized the blonde beauty. Though he chose to ignore her, it was of no concern to him. As he descended the stairs, he leisurely followed a nurse whose ample figure nearly obstructed the entire corridor as she pushed a wheelchair. Mu-chun could only trail behind her at a sluggish pace. Just as they approached the exit, he hastened his steps, attempting to slip past her. Suddenly, chaos erupted. 3 burly men, their faces concealed, burst through the hospital entrance. Brandishing rifles, Could it be the security forces of the Rakin Republic were here to apprehend him? Surely not so soon. He had just used his credit card. Moreover, why would the security forces need to wear masks? He quickly dismissed this notion. It was hard to believe that a robbery at a hospital could occur. It was not that he was naive. The world simply changed at a bewildering pace. Or perhaps it was a peculiar inclination of the Rakin people. In truth, Muchen was rather bored, contemplating such trivialities while 3 rifles were aimed at the oblivious crowd before him. As the assailants took aim, he instinctively recoiled, only to hear a barrage of gunfire that echoed like popping beans, causing the stout nurse in front of him to tremble violently, blood spraying everywhere. As the nurse's body seemed poised to collapse, Muchen rushed forward, bracing her back with one arm while gripping the collar of her uniform, using her lifeless form as a shield as he retreated swiftly. Fortunately, he was no longer the same person he once was. Otherwise, he would have been unable to bear her weight and might have been crushed beneath it. A cacophony of piercing screams filled the hospital, and the floor was awash with panicked individuals darting about like headless flies. The relentless gunfire continued, and more medical staff and patients fell, further fueling the chaos. Dragging the nearly 200-pound human shield, Muchen yearned to retrieve a weapon from his dimensional pocket to retaliate. But the main hall and entrance were under the watchful gaze of several cameras, with no blind spots in sight. He could unleash a ferocious assault. Yet how would he explain it later? Moreover, his identity was not one to be illuminated. What a nuisance it was to encounter such turmoil merely by stepping outside. Could this be what they termed the protagonist halo? Amused amidst adversity, Muchen grappled with the dilemma of how to escape. Thankfully, the throng in the hall meant the 3 robbers could not concentrate solely on him. With the nurse's body providing cover, he finally retreated to the vicinity of the staircase, relinquishing his shield before making a swift dash up the stairs. Veronica's father had been elected president of the Rakin Republic 3 years prior. With her mother long deceased, Veronica assumed the role of First Lady, relishing the adoration that came with it. Yet, being young and surrounded by politicians felt akin to being beset by wolves. Her lack of experience often left her vulnerable to criticism. In recent years, her father's leadership faced scrutiny, and as a frequent companion at significant events, she was harshly labeled by the media as merely a beautiful ornament. More troubling was the deterioration of her marriage. Veronica's husband, Jeff Thompson, hailed from an esteemed lineage, and their union had once been the envy of many. However, married life proved less than idyllic. Though Jeff had curbed his playboy ways post-marriage, his inherent nature remained unchanged, leading to frequent scandals. Each time he was caught, he vowed to reform, yet soon relapsed into old habits. This continual cycle left Veronica in distress, forced to endure the misfortunes of her marriage. Over a month ago, upon hearing rumors, Veronica hurried to their villa outside York City, only to catch Jeff in her bedroom with 3 minor celebrities. That day, she erupted in fury, confronting Jeff and physically confronting the trio. The spectacle of Jeff bringing the starlets to their home and the ensuing chaos were captured in vivid detail by waiting journalists outside. The following day, the Rakin Republic's largest media conglomerate, CNN, splashed the scandal across its front page, sending shockwaves throughout the nation. Consequently, after signing the divorce agreement, Veronica promptly vacated the heart-wrenching York City, seeking solace on the West Coast in Rocky City. Volume 2. The Turmoil of Rakin Chapter 05. Veronica Captured Today marks the first time in 7 days that Veronica leaves her villa in Malaywu. She visits the public hospital as a representative of her father, fulfilling her duty as the first daughter. Although her face is adorned with a perfect smile, she can sense the mockery and disdain in the eyes of those around her, as the scandal surrounding her has yet to fade. Nevertheless, Veronica maintains her composure, determined to complete her task at the hospital. Just as she concludes her visit and prepares to leave, an unexpected incident occurs. Upon hearing gunfire from below, her 2 bodyguards swiftly move to protect her, guiding her towards a safe passage as they ascend the stairs. The emergency stairwell is chaotic, filled with panicked individuals rushing up and down. With great effort, Veronica and her bodyguards make their way to the 5th floor, only to be met with intense gunfire and the screams of the crowd from above. Exchanging a glance, the bodyguards hastily usher Veronica into the 5th floor. This level of the hospital appears to house administrative offices, with few individuals around, save for the occasional curious face peering out from doorways. Under the protection of her bodyguards, Veronica enters an empty room. Bob, quickly report to the security chief. I'll check the window to see if there's a way out. One of the bodyguards says as he approaches the window. All right. Bob turns to see Veronica seated on a chair before heading towards the door, activating his earpiece. Suddenly, chaos erupts. The bodyguard at the window draws his firearm and fires 2 shots at his colleague Bob, bringing him down. He then approaches Bob, who lies struggling on the ground, and fires 2 more shots, ensuring his demise. In shock, Veronica is momentarily paralyzed, but as Bob falls lifelessly, she screams in terror, "Sean, what are you doing?" The remaining bodyguard, Sean, gazes at the frightened Veronica and calmly replies, "I'm sorry, Miss Veronica. We only wish to negotiate with your father." Realization dawns on Veronica. You are terrorists. My father will never agree to your demands. Do not concern yourself with that. We will persuade the president, Sean replies, attempting to pull Veronica to her feet. Seizing the moment, Veronica unexpectedly raises her right leg and delivers a powerful kick to Sean's groin. He dodges instinctively, but the surprise attack catches him off guard, resulting in a glancing blow that strikes home. Fuck! Sean instinctively clutches his groin, causing his gun to discharge accidentally, the bullet striking his left leg. With a pained cry, Sean collapses to the floor. Veronica, unfazed by his plight, bursts through the door and flees. Hearing the sound of her high heels retreating, Sean attempts to rise and pursue her, but the pain renders him powerless, leaving him to question his existence. As Veronica escapes, she fumbles for her phone in her handbag, dialing her father Thomas's private number, but the call fails to connect. Desperate, she dials 911, only to find the line perpetually busy. Meanwhile, the 911 call center in Rocky City is inundated with emergency calls, the operators frantically managing the chaos. As Veronica reaches the end of the corridor, the fire escape door swings open, revealing 2 masked men brandishing rifles. Their eyes light up upon spotting her. They had seen her photograph prior to the attack and recognized her instantly. "Stop," the lead man shouts. With no choice but to halt, Veronica finds herself ensnared by the assailants. Muchin has not escaped the hospital. He too is cornered on the 5th floor by 2 bandits descending from above. Glancing at the terrified crowd around him, he abandons the idea of retrieving his weapon from the wormhole to confront the assailants. Despite his disdain for the hawkish elements within the Reichen Republic's upper echelons, he cannot bear the thought of innocent civilians suffering due to his actions. Thus, he reluctantly becomes a hostage alongside the others. Of course, should the assailants resort to indiscriminate violence, his skills in absolute defense would likely enable his escape. Ultimately, all hostages are gathered in a large conference room on the 5th floor. Mu Chun, nestled among the crowd, observes that there are roughly 50 hostages, predominantly medical staff, with few patients or their families present. It is unlikely that the assailants would bother to transport bedridden patients. They are criminals, not caregivers. While the hostages are understandably terrified and cling to one another for comfort, they occasionally huddle together, whispering, though their words remain inaudible. In addition to the hostages, 6 bandits patrol the room, ensuring the captives remain in line. At that moment, Muchin's attention is drawn to a blonde beauty he had noticed earlier at the nurse's station. She is now bound to a chair, watched closely by one of the assailants, clearly a target of their particular interest. Quickly, Muchin pieces together the whispers surrounding him and recognizes the identity of the blonde woman. What an absurd twist of fate. Just as Muchin laments his misfortune, Muchin, the opportunity has arrived. Time is once again leaping through the wormhole. Wait, aren't you supposed to be studying romantic action films? What brings you here? Reality is far more thrilling than cinema. Muchin, I have devised a plan. What plan? To rescue the damsel in distress. Look at Veronica, that stunning beauty. Her face etched with despair. How heart-wrenching. Not interested. The hero saves the beauty. You must express your feelings. Absolutely not. Heroic rescues. Devotion. A life together. Muchin is left exasperated. No heroics. No devotion. Certainly no shared life. Can we stay grounded here? You seem to have forgotten my identity. I am here to liberate the people of the Reichen Republic from their plight. Indeed. Isn't there a princess in need of rescue right before you? Firstly, rescuing a princess is typically the task of a prince. Secondly, I am not a loser. Who cares about princes? The rise of the underdog is the true path. Just think about it. Doesn't that excite you? Focus. I am not a loser. Ah. Muchin, I didn't realize you were this kind of person. You didn't realize, so now I am yours, correct? Facing the sea. Spring blossoms, I've lost hope of achieving that little life goal. I declare, failure to acknowledge ownership. concerning the whimsical musings of the sentient entity. Muchin gains a novel understanding. It seems that boundaries are meant to be crossed. After a brief silence, Muchin softly inquires, "Time? Are you this reckless? Do your kin on your home planet know?" I remain silent to avoid disappointing my kin. Seeking amusement, maintaining justice is my ultimate mission. Just as Muchin and Time engage in their banter, two more bandits enter the room. One of the white male figures entered with the assistance of another, his leg wounded by a gunshot. Upon seeing Veronica bound to a chair, his expression, already contorted in pain, twisted into something more grotesque. He staggered toward her and, raising his hand, delivered a sharp slap, snarling, "Wretched woman." After that, he grasped her hair forcefully, tilting her head back, his right hand poised to strike again. "Stop!" A commanding voice broke through the tension, drawing everyone's attention and allowing Veronica to escape a dire fate. The voice belonged to a man of approximately 5 feet 7 inches, possessing distinct Middle Eastern features and a full beard. Though not as physically imposing as the other assailants, his fierce demeanor commanded respect. His presence instantly invigorated the robbers, making it clear that he was their leader. Addressing Sean, the white man poised to harm Veronica, the leader said, "Sean, rein in your emotions. You frighten our princess." Sean was none other than Veronica's treacherous bodyguard. After a moment of hesitation, he released Veronica and limped to a nearby sofa, collapsing onto it. The leader gestured, and the thug who had aided Sean approached with a medical kit to tend to his wounds. Satisfied with the assistance, the leader then moved to Veronica's side. Observing her swollen cheek, he frowned slightly before retrieving his own medical supplies. He gently wiped the blood from her lips and carefully cleaned her injured face with a cotton swab soaked in alcohol, his tender care reminiscent of a devoted lover tending to a beloved's wounds. Once finished, Veronica felt a significant reduction in her pain, though fear coursed through her veins. Her pride compelled her to maintain composure. She slowly inquired, "Who are you?" The Middle Eastern man responded in a soft tone, "It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed princess. You may call me Victor." Seemingly pleased with his earlier ministrations, Victor smiled as he caressed Veronica's face, playfully twirling a strand of her hair around his finger before bringing it to his nose and inhaling deeply, exclaiming, "How fragrant! The essence of democracy is truly intoxicating." Among the hostages, Muchin nearly retched at the scene, muttering, "How utterly repulsive. This fellow compliments Shursen perfectly." Time chimed in, "A beast. Who will rescue my beautiful Veronica?" Meanwhile, Shursen, in a future realm, was engaged in deep discussions with a group of women when he suddenly felt a chilling wave of malice wash over him. Veronica, disgusted, shook her head, breaking free from Victor's grasp. Her expression only heightened Victor's excitement as he leaned closer, licking her cheek and teasingly saying, "Dear princess, we have all the time in the world." Muchin commented, "Compared to this shameless wretch, Shursen is a paragon of virtue." Time added, "Even a beast would be preferable." Feeling the weight of malevolence enveloping him, Shursen was left unsettled. Veronica, meanwhile, felt as though a venomous serpent had slithered across her face, igniting both revulsion and trepidation within her. She steeled herself, asking, "Can you tell me your purpose?" Victor burst into laughter. I neglected to introduce myself. I am the head of the Truth Sect's Reichen Republic division." At this revelation, Veronica's pupils dilated, and the other hostages collectively held their breath. The Truth Sect was a notorious terrorist organization, infamous for its complex origins, which had wreaked havoc since the 1980s, culminating in the catastrophic 119 terrorist attack in Reichen Republic in November 3001, resulting in thousands of casualties. To think, 18 years later, this infamous group had resurfaced with a vengeance, kidnapping the current president's daughter. Victor's ambitions were evidently grand. "What do you truly desire?" Veronica pressed. Victor, grinning with arrogance, replied, "That is not for you to concern yourself with. I shall have a delightful conversation with the president." Turning to Sean, who lounged on the sofa, she asked, "Can you tell me why you betrayed me?" But it was Victor who answered in Sean's stead, "I can enlighten you. I promised him 1 million Reichen dollars post-operation." Veronica sighed in realization, "So that's it. I never imagined you would be swayed by such a sum." Sean retorted, "A lofty lady like you could never understand the struggles of those of us in the lower strata. Selling my life for a meager annual salary of a mere 100,000, while that amount wouldn't even cover the cost of one of your lavish banquets." His voice escalated into a desperate outburst. Veronica fell silent. Words were futile at this juncture. Just then, another burly thug shoved 2 hostages into the room, informing Victor, "Boss, we've captured 2 reporters from the television station. They must have come to film our princess. Victor chuckled. How convenient. John, put them to work. Under the pressure of the robust thug named John, the reporters set up their equipment. With preparations complete, Victor turned to Veronica, saying, Come now, our beautiful princess. Soon your enchanting visage will grace the screens of all major media on Homestar, captivating everyone once more. Volume 2. The Turmoil of Riken. Chapter 06. Diffusion as the hostages in the conference room faced life and death trials. News of a terror attack at the Rocky City Municipal Hospital rapidly escalated. A shooting incident had occurred at the Rocky City Municipal Hospital. Upon verification, it was confirmed that the hospital had fallen victim to a terrorist assault. The terrorists appeared to be targeting President Thomas Clay's daughter, Veronica. Initially, the Riken Republic government attempted to suppress the information, but it soon became evident that such aspirations were futile. Given the scale of the terror attack, concealing the news was nearly impossible. First, bystanders not far from the scene began to spread the news, followed by the overwhelmed emergency hotline, and then the ever-vigilant media outlets. Consequently, by the time the first batch of police arrived at the scene, they were met with a plethora of media reporters far exceeding their numbers. Before the police could establish a perimeter, the skies above the hospital were filled with helicopters of various sizes and models. One could not help but marvel at the formidable influence of the Riken Republic's media, particularly as Rocky City is the heart of the entertainment industry. Often dubbed the entertainment capital of the Riken Republic and even the entire home planet. Thus, any disturbance in Rocky City garners attention, with such a severe terror attack unfolding. How could it not create a sensation? Moreover, the kidnapper's target was none other than the beloved daughter of the media, Veronica. Although concrete information about her was still lacking, her absence from escape suggested a high probability of her abduction. Understanding the implications of this situation, how could the media not be exhilarated? As for the safety of the hostages, the media remained indifferent. Headlines were the ultimate truth. Any media outlet with personnel in Rocky City seemed to be electrified, each employing their unique tactics to transform a terror attack into a grand spectacle of news coverage. Perhaps this was part of the terrorists' plan. By the time President Thomas received the news, he was confronted with a situation that had drawn worldwide attention. He immediately grabbed his phone, attempting to contact his daughter, only to find Veronica's phone unreachable. In a fit of rage, Thomas smashed his phone into pieces and urgently contacted his aides, seeking to vent his frustration. The terror incident that erupted on June 12, 2019, in Rocky City, sent ripples of unrest throughout the Riken Republic. As the media reported, the repercussions of the attack swiftly spread across the home planet. Damn the terrorists. Is the government's immigration department utterly inept? Support the president in building the border wall. Oh, Veronica, my goddess has been captured. Woe is me. She deserves it. Veronica is nothing but a harlot. Where are the police? The online discourse was rife with varied opinions, insults, and criticisms. In the studio of Channel 5, a male and female host were discussing the hostage situation when they suddenly received a prompt to cease broadcasting. Before they could react, Oliver Noah, the prime news anchor of Channel 5, entered with the director. A minute later, the channel resumed its broadcast. On screen was a bearded man, grinning as he stood before the camera. Beside him was Veronica, bound to a chair. At the man's gesture, the camera panned to reveal dozens of hostages guarded by armed assailants. Mr. President of the Riken Republic, I am Victor, the leader of the Truth Sect's Riken Division. I am currently at the Rocky City Municipal Hospital, and I present the following demands. 1. Release 357 Truth Sect warriors imprisoned in the first prison of Bur City, Kingdom of Fukuoka. 2. Prepare 100 million Riken dollars in cash. Mr. President, please heed my suggestions carefully, as I possess little leverage and would not hesitate to destroy it all. Dear viewers, according to the latest reports, the police have dispatched negotiation experts to engage with the kidnappers. While we await further updates, we have invited a guest to offer commentary. Might the president consider yielding to the terrorists? Hello, viewers and hosts, the expert began. I believe not. The Riken Republic has never set a precedent of yielding to terrorists. If negotiations fail, will the safety of the hostages be assured? Oliver pressed. I think it is premature to discuss outcomes, as the conditions have merely been proposed by the kidnappers. The true negotiation process is still lengthy. The safety expert maintained a cautious demeanor. In contrast to the traditional media's composed and conservative approach, the online discourse was much more vibrant. Where are the police? Where is the anti-terror SWAT team? Rush in and eliminate the terrorists, cried the passionate citizens. Yes, Take out both the terrorists and the hostages, exclaimed the thrill-seekers. The terrorists should first kill that wretched Veronica, shouted the frustrated. Save my goddess Veronica. Without her, my world is shrouded in darkness, akin to the home planet bereft of sunlight, lamented the sentimental. Hey, I have exclusive private photos of your goddess Veronica. Limited edition. 100 Rican dollars per set. No bargaining. Payment first, then shipping, shouted the opportunists. I've already paid. Send it to this address, replied the gullible. At the hostage scene, Muchen closed his eyes, perusing the images projected onto his retina, browsing the web. As a true native of Xiaohua, this was his first time on the foreign internet, and he was surprised to find that the discourse in the Rican Republic was just as eclectic as that back home. From Muchen's perspective, he was merely an observer, indifferent to the conflict between the Rican Republic and the Truth sect, as neither was particularly virtuous. Moreover, he had enough confidence in his safety to leave, which left him with only a mild irritation at being caught in the crossfire, allowing him to maintain a relaxed attitude. With the assistance of time, Muchen browsed through the peculiar online comments and found himself chuckling unconsciously. As for Time, the entity with the galaxy's sole intellectual prowess, it too was exhibiting signs of juvenile exuberance. Thus, upon witnessing the online chaos, the two could not resist joining in. However, they were not there to establish the truth. Rather, they were intent on amplifying the disorder, fanning the flames of chaos. For instance, they altered the account details of the opportunist selling Veronica's private photos to that of a charitable foundation, as for the unsuspecting victim who had already paid. His delivery address was redirected to the National Security Bureau of the Rican Republic. Such antics were mere trifles for Time's capabilities. Muchen devised the ideas, and Time executed them. The duo worked in perfect harmony, delighting in their mischief. As their excitement grew, one of them cackled in the wormhole while the other chuckled foolishly at the hostage scene. Perhaps the deities of various pantheons, Taoist, Buddhist, and others, could no longer bear witness to the antics of these two miscreants, leading to unforeseen consequences. Thus, it seemed that these two characters were indeed the archetypes of no harm, no foul. The negotiation expert dispatched by the police did not meet with Victor, as he refused to negotiate with the Rocky City police, insisting on direct dialogue with the central government of the Rican Republic. Victor's aspirations were bound to meet with failure. Thomas was no fool. Even though his own daughter was among the hostages, direct intervention in the negotiations was out of the question. He needed to convey to the Rican government that he was a terrorist, not merely a child playing at games. At that moment, Jerome Marces, a reporter from Channel 5, proposed a live broadcast. Victor immediately acquiesced to Jerome's suggestion, and with the intent to intimidate the Rican Republic government, he resolved to execute a hostage live on camera, making it clear that his threats were not mere empty words. Unbeknownst to Jerome, Victor's intentions were far more sinister than he could imagine. He was simply acting in accordance with the ethics of his profession. Little did he know that his request would set off a chain of events that would reverberate throughout their home planet. While Jerome communicated with the Channel 5 director, Victor contemplated how to make the execution scene more shocking. Naturally, to carry out the execution, he first needed to select a victim. Veronica was off limits, as she was his most valuable bargaining chip. However, the remaining hostages held less significance, making it easy to identify a suitable candidate. As Victor scanned the crowd, his gaze fell upon a young man. Among the approximately 50 hostages in the conference room, mostly uniformed medical personnel and a few family members of patients, this young man sat alone, conspicuously isolated. He was clearly of Asian descent, though his nationality was uncertain. Upon closer inspection, Victor noted that the young man had his eyes closed and wore a rather lascivious expression, occasionally emitting a chuckle. How could Victor tolerate such insolence? Here he was, playing the role of a terrorist, and this fool dared to sit there, seemingly asleep, as if in a dream. Was there no justice in the world? Around Muchen, the people had long since perceived his odd behavior and had naturally distanced themselves from him, leaving him isolated and thus making him an easy target for Victor's attention. As Victor fixated on Muchen, nearly 60 pairs of eyes in the room, both those of the captors and the hostages, turned towards the young man, who appeared to be either a fool or a madman. At that moment, Victor realized that the young man was not asleep but merely closing his eyes and laughing foolishly. His misjudgment only fueled his anger. How could someone act so absurdly in such a grave situation? Yet, as he pondered this, he couldn't help but wonder if the young man was mentally impaired. Surely, Any rational individual would not engage in such nonsensical behavior under such dire circumstances. This was no way to seek death. Although Victor was puzzled, he understood that now was not the time for such distractions. He needed to instill fear in the Rakan Republic government, compelling them to carefully consider every word he uttered. The atmosphere in the conference room was surreal. Mu-Chen sat alone, eyes closed and laughing, while the notorious bandit Victor glared at him in fury. The other hostages and captors seemed to have momentarily shed their adversarial roles, united in their fascination with the peculiar figure of Mu-Chen, who was either a fool or a madman. Seizing a rifle from one of his accomplices, Victor strode purposefully through the crowd, navigating past the frightened hostages until he reached Mu-Chen's side. He raised the rifle, pressing its cold muzzle against Mu-Chen's forehead. Engrossed in his own activities and oblivious to the peculiar tension surrounding him, Mu-Chen only became aware of the situation when the icy sensation against his skin jolted him awake. Opening his eyes, he was met with the dark barrel of the gun, and a chill ran down his spine. He instantly regretted his earlier carelessness. Even with his skill of absolute defense, it required activation to grant him a minute of invulnerability. Without that skill in effect, a bullet to the forehead was just as lethal. The flicker of fear in Mu-Chen's eyes did not escape Victor's notice, which oddly reassured him. As long as Mu-Chen was not a complete idiot, there was hope. The strangeness of the situation had even instilled a rare sense of doubt in the ruthless Victor. He raised the rifle butt and struck Mu-Chen on the forehead, causing a torrent of blood to flow. Yet, Mu-Chen did not flinch. Now fully alert, he was no longer afraid of being killed by the captors. Instead, he was curious to see what these bandits intended to do. Volume 2. The Winds of Riken 07. The sun is ours, bring that fool over here, commanded Victor. Immediately, two armed thugs approached, lifting the fallen Mu-Chen and dragging him from the group of hostages. Mr. President, in light of your dismissive attitude, I have decided to introduce some excitement, Victor proclaimed, standing in front of the live camera. Every 10 minutes, I will execute a hostage and broadcast the process live. Now, I shall execute the first hostage. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, for heaven's sake. The hostages present and those watching the live stream could hardly bear to watch. Let us see who this lucky individual is. Victor took a passport from one of the thugs, flipping through it slowly. This is a person from the South Korean country, named O-Shit. How do you pronounce this? Victor struggled with the unfamiliar pronunciation of the name in the obscure language, and the convoluted characters of the Korean script were even more perplexing. In frustration, he tossed the passport aside and waved his hand, prompting the two thugs to push the bound Mu-Chen in front of the camera. Viewers across various screens, televisions, computers, and phones held their breath, awaiting the first hostage to be executed. At that moment, Mu-Chen was bloodied and disoriented, barely recognizable except for his Asian features. Oh God! Bless this poor child, damn terrorists. Why must they kill the innocent? At least it's not one of us Riken people. Fool, in 10 minutes. It will be a Riken. Victor paid no heed to the murmurs from the outside. At his signal, one of the robbers stepped behind Mu-Chen, aiming a pistol at the back of his head. Mu-Chen felt utterly helpless. He had merely come to the hospital to check in, a mere passerby, and had unwittingly found himself caught in a terrorist attack, hiding in a corner, playing the role of a hostage, a role that seemed to promise a bright future. He had carelessly found himself plucked from obscurity to serve as an example. Goodness, I just wanted to wither away in solitude. Oh no, I should say I wanted to bloom in solitude. That doesn't sound right either. Time. What word would be appropriate? I feel like I should say something worthy of this moment. Woe is me, I am so pleased, Mu-Chen. You have finally kept pace with me. Subtlety is not our style. Flamboyance is our pursuit. Who can comprehend my sorrow? Who will console my solitude? Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. In this confined space, I seek only peace of mind. Lost in confusion, my heart finds no anchor. I ponder, and all I can do is remain true to my heart. Only then can I attain true freedom. Well done, well done. Mu-Chen, you have finally awakened. Facing this dire predicament, the two exceptional individuals exhibited no concern, instead engaging in a lively exchange. Those who did not understand would surely be left bewildered, yet they themselves grasped the meanings woven within their words. Mu-Chen, in this moment of collective attention, I feel a surge of excitement and can't help but want to say something. Time, indeed. To express such straightforward thoughts in such an elevated manner is quite an improvement. Mu-Chen, I am disgusted with myself. What if I act recklessly and expose my whereabouts? I am abroad, with no allies. Time. Right now, why dwell on that? Focus on getting through this immediate crisis. Mu-Chen, you're right. Let us deal with these fools first. I hope no one accuses me of bullying the weak. Time. Just act. That's all that matters. After a brief exchange, the two confirmed that Mu-Chen could not avoid this reality and must find a way to extricate himself. As a saying that had circulated in recent years suggested, life is like a bow. If you cannot resist, you can only enjoy it. Since it is inevitable, there is no need for further restraint. However, before proceeding, Mu-Chen felt it necessary to deliver an acceptance speech. Oh no, it should be a declaration of battle. Wait, I have something to say. Mu-Chen interrupted the impassioned Victor. Victor paused, momentarily taken aback, but then thought it fitting for a man about to be executed to leave a few final words. Moreover, he had said enough. A solo performance was hardly entertaining. With that in mind, he casually asked, "Do you speak English?" "Of course. Please proceed." Though begging for mercy will be futile. A glimmer of mockery flickered in Mu-Chen's eyes. "My name is Jin Zaishi, from the greatest nation in the universe. The great Koreal country. I declare, Chu Yuan is ours, Confucius is ours, Li Bai is ours, the empire of Xia was ours in ancient times, and the empire of Jiepeng remains ours in modern times. Furthermore, the moon and Mars are also ours. Long live the great Koreal country." Victor was taken aback, utterly stunned by the audacity of Mu-Chen's declaration. This is a scene of a terrorist attack. And you are a hostage facing imminent execution. Do you not grasp your own identity? It would be normal to curse the heavens or the earth. It would be somewhat acceptable to apologize to your country and your people. It might even be reasonable to express gratitude to your parents for raising you or to the organization for nurturing you. But you, for heaven's sake, what is this nonsense about the greatest nation in the universe? And what is this long live the great Koreal country nonsense? When did the North and South Koreal countries unify? Have you even considered whether your northern brothers are willing to be represented by you? The most maddening part is that your phrasing is so meticulous. Is are. It sounds quite impressive. Do you think this is your South Koreal country, where you can casually initiate a petition and declare something as yours? You think you can just announce it? Who do you think you are? The Speaker of the Homestar Council? Our truth sect wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. At least we know that to gain recognition, we cannot abandon our weapons. And what about you? Your homeland is filled with Riken military bases, men busy flattering Riken officials, and women busy flattering Riken soldiers. Given this national condition, you still have the audacity to claim to be the greatest nation in the universe? I recognize you for what you are. Damn it, your verbal prowess is unmatched. Do you really think that those with guns cannot outmatch those who merely speak? Victor, now amused, was finally convinced that this fool before him was merely a buffoon, and any lingering apprehension he had harbored was completely dissipated. Meanwhile, viewers were equally bewildered. What was happening? Is the Truth Sect and the South Koreal country joining forces to create a better tomorrow? Are they announcing their demands to all the nations of Homestar and international organizations together? What kind of scheme is this? When did the plot change? Has this action war film turned into an inspirational drama? Director, step forward for a duel. I promise not to kill you. What an exhilarating moment. Let us remember this hero named Jin Zaishi. Jin Zaishi is correct. According to historical evidence, ancient Xia was indeed a vassal state of the Koreal country. The world must acknowledge this historical fact. Where is this evidence from? Whose evidence? Is it simply fabrication that passes for historical fact? Does the Koreal country even have a history? The moon and Mars do not count, but Chu Yuan, Confucius, and Li Bai are indeed from Koreal country. I declare for. What good is your declaration? Do you think you are a deity? At best, you are an angel, Birdman. Declare for? I see it as a declaration of spring. Let the Riken soldiers comfort the women in your family. Grandson, do you leap about without consulting your northern brother's opinions? In an instant, chaos erupted online, as if a myriad of demons had descended. At the hostage scene, aside from Victor, everyone else was taken aback by Mu-Chen's thunderous proclamation. Their gazes fixed on him with a strange intensity. Mu-Chen inwardly muttered, "What is with your looks? Thankfully, my face is smeared with blood, so you can't discern my true appearance, and besides, this visage is not even my own." He consoled himself with this thought, fully aware of the lethal implications of his earlier words. Ultimately, the sun belongs to us. Mu-Chen concluded with a flourish. The moment resonated with a cacophony of shattered spectacles across the entirety of Homeland Star. Is this never-ending? Is your mouth borrowed? You won't rest until you finish your tirade. Will you? Victor interrupted Mu-Chen's performance with a bemused chuckle, though inwardly he was seething. The originally tragic atmosphere had been shattered by this fool. Well, your wish shall come true. Now you may pray to the true God. I believe in Chun-Li. Victor had abandoned any notion of making the execution more shocking. All he desired was for this nonsensical South Korean to silence himself permanently. Time's up, Victor declared darkly, waving his hand. Let this heretic, who does not believe in the true God, be sent to hell. The robber standing behind Mu Chun, impatiently awaiting the signal, immediately pulled the trigger at Victor's command. Despite Mu Chun's seemingly carefree demeanor, much of his focus was on the robber behind him. Sensing the impending action, Mu Chun quickly crouched down, using his legs to propel himself into the robber's embrace. Simultaneously, he activated his spatial cutting skill, causing the ropes binding his hands to loosen significantly. With a slight exertion, he freed himself from their constraints. Seizing the opportunity as the robber staggered from the impact, Mu Chun swiftly turned, snatched the handgun from the robber's grasp, and executed a swift pivot to press the weapon against the robber's temple. This series of maneuvers was completed in under 3 seconds, leaving everyone present astonished by the agility of this seemingly frail youth. By the time the robbers regained their senses, Mu Chun had already retreated. Holding the robber hostage against the wall of the conference room, Victor stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, realizing that this young man had been playing the part of the naive fool all along. Reflecting on how he had been toyed with on live broadcast, Victor understood that now the entire Homeland Star was aware of his role as a mere pawn in Mu Chun's quest for notoriety. Realizing he had provoked the terrorist leader, Mu Chun knew that the human shield in front of him would not withstand the close-range gunfire. Thinking quickly, he raised his gun and fired at the rifle in Victor's hands, then forcefully shoved the robber toward Victor. Simultaneously, he crouched low and dashed toward Miss Veronica, who was bound to a chair nearby. Mu Chun could have easily shot Victor, but such an act would spiral the situation into chaos. The living Victor was far more valuable than a dead one. With him in play, the terrorists were less likely to lose control. Thus, Mu Chun reluctantly opted for a temporary strategy while seeking an escape route. As he lunged toward Veronica, the robber stationed behind her aimed his rifle at him. However, now that Mu Chun had broken through the genetic lock, there was no chance the robber could hit him. With a slight elevation of his arm, a shot rang out, and the robber crumpled to the ground. In a flash, Mu Chun maneuvered behind Veronica, wrapping his arm around her voluptuous form while pointing the still-smoking gun at her. Victor pushed aside the robber that Mu Chun had thrust toward him, regaining his composure only to find that the individual who had humiliated him had taken refuge behind his primary target. Moreover, it appeared that he had seized Veronica Clay, the daughter of Thomas Clay, the current president of the Rakin Republic. Victor was bewildered. Veronica was bewildered. The robbers and hostages were bewildered. The Rakin people watching from screens were bewildered. The entire Homeland Star was bewildered. Had they mistakenly switched scripts? Had it morphed into a melodramatic suspense film? It wasn't that he didn't understand. The world was simply changing too rapidly. Can someone tell me if my titanium alloy eyes are deceiving me? Victor queried, his tone laced with uncertainty. Mr. Jean, are you mistaken? We are the robbers. Now you threaten us with a hostage? Are you sure you have aimed at the right target? Rest assured, I am fully aware of my actions, Mu Chun replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the woman I have taken is your hostage. Using a hostage to intimidate the terrorists seems rather illogical, yet I must remind you, Mr. Victor, that she is an important hostage. No, she is your most critical bargaining chip. Though I loathe to admit it, I am acutely aware that the collective value of all the hostages present pales in comparison to hers. Should she perish, what kind of response would the police outside have, and would our president lose his sanity? Mr. Victor, do you comprehend my meaning? Victor's expression shifted dramatically. He could envision the catastrophic consequences Mu Chun had articulated. If Veronica were to die, the hostage situation would inevitably culminate in failure. Volume 2, The Winds of Riken Fire in the Hole. As Mu Chun observed Victor awakening to reality, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Veronica as his trump card, he was at least spared from the hail of bullets from the terrorists. Haha, splendid. It seems Mr. Victor has come to his senses. This gives us a foundation for collaboration. I must admit, your ability to pinpoint the crux of the matter in such a brief moment makes you a formidable opponent. Victor, consumed by regret for having wasted so much breath, thought how much simpler it would have been to eliminate this man with a single shot. Had he understood the adage regarding arrogance and its consequences, he would have had a profound realization at that moment. You are no match for me, at least not now. Victor quickly regained his composure, choosing to disregard Mu Chun's taunts. Spare me the pleasantries. What exactly do you intend to do? Mu-Chun replied nonchalantly, Mr. Victor. Allow me to first analyze our current predicament. You are deeply intent on eliminating me, yet I possess Miss Veronica as a safeguard, rendering you temporarily powerless. Simultaneously, you must ensure Miss Veronica's survival to negotiate with the government of the Riken Republic. What is your point? Do not rush me. Mu-Chun's demeanor was remarkably relaxed. You see, we both share a common interest in preserving Miss Veronica's life, do we not? As she is in my custody. I assure you, for the sake of my own survival, I will not harm her. However, should you seek my demise, I would not hesitate to take Miss Veronica down with me. Mr. Victor, you must understand that if I were to eliminate Miss Veronica, your attack would be rendered a farce. Thus, my demand is as follows. Allow me and the other hostages to leave, and I shall leave Miss Veronica in your care. As for your negotiations with the Riken government, that is of no concern to me. I merely wish to escape with my life. I trust Mr. Victor would not forsake his primary objective for the sake of insignificant individuals like us. Victor pondered for a moment. You are correct. I can release all hostages except for Veronica. But what then? How can I be certain you are not deceiving me? Look around. There are so many guns aimed at me. I cannot possibly leap from the 5th floor with Miss Veronica, can I? After much hesitation, Victor relented. Very well. I will place my trust in you one more time. If you dare deceive me, the truth sect will ensure your suffering is unimaginable. Agreed. Please trust in the integrity of us Carillians. Huh? The integrity of Carillians? As if the sun belongs to you. Enough chatter. Let us proceed. Victor was eager to cease this tiresome exchange. After deliberation, Victor and Mu-Chun decided to first release the other hostages, including 2 employees from the television station. Subsequently, Victor gathered all his men, while Mu-Chun retreated to the 1st floor with Veronica. Ultimately, Mu-Chun left Veronica behind and departed alone. Victor's authority among the robbers appeared formidable, as no one dared voice dissent. It must be noted that Veronica's bodyguard, Sean, attempted to persuade Victor, but his solitary voice went unheard. 10 minutes later, as the freed hostages emerged from the Rocky City Municipal Hospital, they were joyfully reunited with their waiting families outside the police cordon, erupting into thunderous cheers. This poignant scene was meticulously recorded by the media present, capturing a moment of great significance. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere outside, the situation in the 5th floor conference room was grim. Aside from the robber Mu-Chun had eliminated, there were now 22 armed assailants gathered, alongside Veronica's bodyguard Sean, totaling 23 adversaries, causing Mu-Chun to feel a surge of trepidation. Even though he had recently broken through his genetic lock, he remained vulnerable to the bullets that could just as easily spell his demise. Fortunately, with Miss Veronica by his side, Mu-Chun was spared the necessity of direct confrontation with the robbers. Positioning Veronica in front of him, Mu-Chun cautiously led her into the elevator, descending to the 1st floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by armed robbers on alert. They traversed the elevator lobby and entered the hall. At that moment, Victor and his men from the 5th floor rushed down the stairs, and with those already stationed on the 1st floor in anticipation of police. The number of robbers exceeded 30. At this juncture, in the tense standoff among the Riken government, the robbers, and Mu-Chun, he and the robbers were akin to gamblers at a table, wagering their lives to glimpse the final card, while the Riken government, the supposed protagonists, appeared as mere onlookers. Utterly ineffective. Surrounded by robbers, Mu-Chun and Veronica found themselves in a precarious situation, with numerous firearms aimed at them, the atmosphere fraught with tension. Breaking the silence, Mu-Chun spoke first. Victor, instruct your men to retreat to the corridor. I do not wish to have a gun pointed at my back. Victor, embodying the essence of a gambler who had lost everything, stared with bloodshot eyes, his expression a turmoil of conflict. Victor, I am merely an irrelevant bystander. I certainly do not wish to perish here, while Veronica is the chip you require. Thus, I implore you to consider wisely. Mu-Chun, aware that inciting Victor further would be unwise, adopted a soothing tone. After much deliberation, Victor finally commanded, everyone, fall back behind me. Mu-Chun sighed in relief. Moments later, the robbers congregated around Victor, leaving no barriers between Mu-Chun and the exit. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Victor. Mu-Chun gently released his grip on Veronica and slowly moved behind her, seemingly preparing to retreat toward the door. The robbers collectively exhaled, while a glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Victor's eyes. Then, chaos erupted. Fire in the hole. A grenade, emitting white smoke. was hurled from Mu Chen's hand towards the clustered robbers in the corridor. Shit! Victor and his men, caught off guard, dove to the ground. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed, followed by a chorus of screams as devastation unfolded at the intersection of the hall and corridor. Victor, quick to react, was the first to drop to the ground. And due to the distance from the explosion, he escaped with only minor abrasions. Nevertheless, he was left disoriented from the blast. Struggling to regain his footing, Victor knelt, shaking his head as he surveyed the carnage among his men. Turning, he caught a glimpse of Mu Chen's retreating figure fading into another corridor. Fire in the hole! As Mu Chen vanished, another grenade fell from the air. Victor roared in fury, "Jin Zai sure. I will ensure you suffer." Boom! The anguished cries were drowned out by another explosion, disrupting both Victor's threats and the robbers' attempt to regroup. In truth, after Mu Chen had released Veronica, he seized the opportunity, shielding himself with her body to obscure Victor's view, and swiftly retrieved a grenade from his wormhole, pulling the pin and waiting 2 seconds before launching it toward the densely clustered robbers at the juncture of the hall and corridor. Under the cover of the explosion, Mu Chen hoisted the bewildered Veronica and charged toward the exit. To his dismay, he discovered that the main entrance had long been secured, with explosives strategically placed nearby. Mu Chen dared not linger and swiftly turned to dash into an alternative corridor adjacent to the entrance, retrieving a grenade as he went. Upon entering the passage, he hurled the grenade behind him. Though the description of these events unfolds slowly, they occurred in a mere span of 10 seconds. It was evident that both parties, harboring their respective agendas, were far from ordinary adversaries. Each had prepared a contingency plan. Mu Chen was resolute in not leaving Veronica to the bandits, but rather sought to rescue her directly. While Victor had devised a plan at the entrance to ensnare Mu Chen, Victor certainly would not let Mu Chen escape so easily, with no avenue of retreat. He realized that capturing Veronica was essential to regain the upper hand. The 2 grenades inflicted casualties upon the bandits, resulting in the deaths of 8 individuals. However, this was not the time for tallying losses. Victor, his voice hoarse, bellowed, "Get up and pursue that damned Curiel." Mu Chen spun around and discovered a passage leading to the underground parking lot. He hurried down the stairs, placing Veronica down and positioning himself at the stairway to guard against the bandits. Seizing the brief moment, he instructed Veronica, "Go check if there is an exit from the parking lot." When silence ensued, Mu Chen turned to see that the once proud and beautiful Veronica had lost her composure, her face now a mask of fear. It was no surprise. The relentless upheaval had shattered her mental defenses, and the explosions of the grenades nearby would surely unsettle anyone accustomed to a life of luxury. Veronica, lost in her stupor, was roused by Mu Chen's sharp command. Awakening to the harsh reality of her situation, her initial shock was compounded by Mu Chen's bloodied visage, which, though dried, appeared more menacing against the backdrop of smoke and debris. Observing her distress, Mu Chen softened his tone, saying, "Miss Veronica, we have yet to escape danger. Only through our combined efforts can we hope to flee." Veronica, not an ordinary individual, quickly grasped the gravity of their predicament and recognized the truth in Mu Chen's words. Taken aback, he chuckled bitterly. "Did you think I could simply hand you over to the bandits and walk away unscathed? Rest assured, I will not abandon you." He continued, "Now, we must find a way out. This place is not safe." After hearing Mu Chen's reassurances, Veronica nodded, seemingly accepting his words, and hurriedly moved on. "Wait," Mu Chen called, handing her a pistol. "Be cautious. I cannot be certain if other bandits remain." Gazing at Mu Chen's fierce countenance, Veronica felt a surge of certainty. He had indeed rescued her from the clutches of the bandits. With this thought, a smile broke upon her face. "All right." Mu Chen, momentarily entranced by Veronica's smile, noted the absence of her former arrogance. Instead, her delicate features now bore a hint of vulnerability and defiance, captivating him as a novice. Veronica noticed his expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Mu Chen, feeling slightly embarrassed, shrugged. "Miss Veronica, we have little time to waste." With that, Veronica turned to seek a way out. Shortly after her departure, footsteps echoed in the stairwell, signaling the approach of the bandits. They regrouped briefly on the first floor before charging down. In the hall, surveillance cameras had limited his movements, but in the stairwell, he was free to act. Concealed around the corner, he retrieved additional weapons from his collection, having amassed quite a few in the safe house. The bandits, in their haste, recklessly pursued him. "Fire in the hole," Mu Chen shouted as he tossed 2 grenades into the fray. The explosions resounded with a thunderous roar, claiming the lives of 3 bandits. Victor cursed under his breath. Where the hell did that damned Curiel get so many grenades? The relentless onslaught served as a wake-up call for Victor, prompting him to shout, "Use grenades to eliminate this bastard." At his command, the bandits produced their own grenades. One by one, they rolled down the stairs. Hearing Victor's shout, Mu-chun had already retreated behind the safety door of the parking lot. The ensuing explosion shattered the barrier, accompanied by a cloud of smoke. As chaotic footsteps surged from the stairwell. Volume 2. The Reckoning of Reikin, a group of bandits rushed towards the entrance of the underground parking lot. Mu-chun raised his rifle and, amidst the terrified gazes of the assailants, pulled the trigger. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as the precise shots felled the 2 leading bandits, leaving the others to cower behind the corner, hesitant to expose themselves. Fire in the hole, again. Another grenade was hurled into the stairwell. Boom. 2 more bandits met their demise in the explosion. In less than a minute, the fierce exchange of gunfire had claimed the lives of 7 bandits, while Mu-chun maintained a strategic advantage, creating a tense standoff at the narrow staircase. For Mu-chun, as long as the bandits did not charge down, he felt no urgency. He believed that time was on his side. This intense confrontation would surely prompt action from the Reikin Republic police outside. Both sides hesitated, unwilling to make a move. Who would be the one to break this deadlock? Damn it, the Reikin police are incredibly inefficient. It's been nearly 10 minutes with no sign of them. No wonder in Hollywood movies. Police only show up after the villains are dead. It seems there is a basis in reality for this portrayal. Truly, it's like waiting for a hot meal while consuming excrement. Such a waste of the Reikin people's money. As Mu-chun internally lamented this, the sound of high heels clicking approached from behind. "Hey," Veronica gasped after a few breaths. "I checked 2 exits. Both were sealed and likely rigged with explosives." "Damn, I knew it," Mu-chun muttered, then turned to Veronica, expressing his frustration. "Miss Veronica, your Reikin police are taking far too long. I've been engaged in a fierce battle with these bandits, yet they remain silent." Veronica shared his ire towards the ineptitude of her country's law enforcement, silently vowing to have her father overhaul the entire Rocky City Police Department once she escaped. However, she managed to maintain her composure in response to Mu-chun's critique. They must be considering their options carefully. Considering options? Perhaps we should have Victor's men notify the police to come collect our bodies. Just as Veronica was about to retort, they heard Victor's voice from above. "Mr. Jean, I believe we can have a productive discussion." Mu-chun furrowed his brow. "Discuss what? I think you are well aware that my only target is Miss Veronica. And what of it? What significance does it hold to discuss this now? Listen to me. I have placed explosives throughout this building, sufficient to obliterate it. If you wish to survive, I can allow you to leave, but you must hand over Veronica to us. Mr. Jean, I give you 3 minutes to consider. When time is up, I will detonate this building. Do not rely on those foolish police outside. I trust my men can buy me these 3 minutes. Think carefully, Mr. Jean." Mu-chun fell silent, aware that Victor was in a dire predicament. His intention was to negotiate with the Reikin government. But now the only bargaining chip lay in Mu-chun's hands. Thus, with no escape, Victor threatened to blow up the building. And Mu-chun had no doubt he would follow through. The followers of the Truth sect were indeed fanatics, and mutual destruction was not beyond their capabilities. Noticing Mu-chun's silence, Veronica became anxious. "Hey, don't believe Victor's words. You've killed so many of them. He won't let you off." Mu-chun looked at Veronica's worried face and smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will not hand you over to them. I am merely contemplating how we can safely escape. It seems we can no longer rely on the police outside. We must take a risk. Miss Veronica, you must stick with me, no matter what happens. Do exactly as I say. Can you manage that?" Veronica exhaled in relief. "I'll follow your lead. As long as you don't abandon me, I will do as you instruct." Mu-chun nodded. "Victor, I've made my decision." He called out towards the stairwell. "Your proposal is indeed a most imaginative suggestion." Moments later, Victor's enraged voice echoed back. "Mr. Jean, you will regret this." A soft laugh escaped Veronica. Mu-chun turned to wink at her, but she quickly sobered, reminded of their precarious situation. Sheep village, red wolf, frying pan, what on earth is that? None of the 10 or so individuals in the stairwell understood Mu-chun's words, leading to an unusual silence. Mu-chun, realizing the absurdity of his situation, felt a pang of frustration at the cultural disconnect. The foreign crowd was truly illiterate compared to him. Their knowledge was vastly inferior. as if in response to his thoughts. A sudden burst of gunfire erupted from above, signaling that the police of Rocky City had finally made their entrance. Both Muchin and Veronica sighed in relief. Regardless of the outcome, Victor was now cornered. However, their relief was premature. Just then, a faint sound emerged from the parking lot behind them. These sounds, typically imperceptible, were easily discerned by Muchin, whose heightened senses allowed him to recognize the sound of swift footsteps approaching. Damn, I can't believe those footsteps belonged to the supporting police, Muchin realized, quickly deducing that they were likely Victor's men. It seemed Victor was unwilling to entrust his fate to Muchin, seizing the opportunity for negotiation. He attempted to divert Muchin's attention while simultaneously sending his subordinates through alternative routes to flank them, hoping for a final chance at survival. Acting swiftly, Muchin prepared a grenade and fashioned a deceptive trap, securing it on the safety door at the stairwell exit before retreating deeper into the parking lot with Veronica. In the underground parking lot, two bandits, rifles in hand, cautiously approached the stairwell. Muchin and Veronica concealed themselves behind a nearby vehicle, observing as the two stealthy bandits covered each other while inching closer to the exit. Suddenly, Muchin rose from behind the car, rifle aimed, and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. One bandit, caught in the line of fire, was struck multiple times and fell dead, while the other managed to evade death but was wounded in the process. The surviving bandit sought refuge behind a pillar, nursing a gunshot wound to his leg, staring helplessly at his fallen comrade, now lifeless in a pool of blood. Gripped by panic, he clutched his rifle tightly. Muchin knew he could not linger. Once Victor heard the gunfire, he would rush down the stairs. He had to eliminate this threat swiftly. Taking a deep breath, Muchin charged toward the injured bandit, utilizing his superior speed and agility to dodge the incoming bullets, ultimately reaching the wounded criminal and putting him down with a single shot. With the immediate danger neutralized, Muchin barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the stairwell. Evidently, it was the bandits rushing down from above that triggered the cunning trap set by Muchin. However, at this moment, Muchin remained remarkably composed. The police from the Rukan Republic had already stormed in, and Victor was undoubtedly dispatching a portion of his subordinates to counter the police's advance. Moreover, with the removal of the bandits he had dispatched, Muchin was confident that Victor's remaining forces were minimal. In fact, he felt quite at ease, as he still had an ace up his sleeve. In total, Muchin had eliminated 19 bandits, while Victor had only brought 2 subordinates to pursue Muchin and Veronica, attempting a final stand. The 2 of them took refuge behind a wall, and Muchin cautiously peeked out to observe the 3 approaching bandits, led by Victor. Fire in the hole. Upon hearing that familiar cry, Victor instinctively rolled to the ground, seeking shelter beneath a car. However, instead of the anticipated explosion, he was startled by a cacophony of gunfire, cautiously emerging from the other side of the vehicle. He peered out only to find that his 2 subordinates lay lifeless in a pool of blood. It seemed they had lost their cover while attempting to evade a non-existent grenade and had ultimately been gunned down. Victor was filled with rage. Today's operation had been utterly thwarted by Muchin, who had incessantly toyed with him, especially after hearing that fire in the hole. His instinctive reaction had cost him his last 2 men. If Victor were of the Xia nationality, he would surely exclaim, "You scoundrel! You have not only insulted my dignity, but also my intelligence. Is there no justice left?" With all his chips lost, Victor decided to go all in. Rising from behind the car, he shouted into the empty parking lot, "Jean, you have won. However, I still possess a trump card, the detonator to blow up this building. If you wish to avoid dying here, step forward." Crouching behind a Ford, Muchin glanced through the car's glass and confirmed that Victor indeed held a small remote device, likely the detonator. Casting a quick glance at Veronica, who was hiding nearby, Muchin gestured for her to remain calm before he stood up and slowly approached Victor. Eventually, they stood approximately 30 meters apart. "Jean, I admit that encountering you has been my gravest mistake. What? Do you wish to surrender?" Victor's eyes glinted with madness. A follower of the Truth sect cannot possibly surrender. His expression faltered momentarily before he took a breath and continued, "Enough with the nonsense. Jean, I will ask you one last time. Will you hand over Veronica or not?" As he spoke, he subtly raised the hand gripping the detonator. Muchin glanced at the detonator in Victor's hand but felt no trepidation, for he too possessed a formidable defense. Nonetheless, he preferred to refrain from employing his skills, especially with Veronica present. Moreover, Mu Chun was taken aback that Victor was still attempting to stage a comeback. To such a tenacious individual, he could only mutter, "Go cool off somewhere." In that instant, Mu Chun seized the opportunity while Victor was momentarily stunned and fired at his left hand, which clutched the detonator. Victor hastily dodged, yet the bullet still shattered the detonator. Retreating behind the car once more, Victor felt a pang of anguish. Is my head full of holes? Why can't I learn from my mistakes? Why must I engage in idle chatter with that curial? How pleasant this has turned out. Just as Victor was seething with humiliation, he heard that familiar cry once more, "Fire in the hole." This time, it was not a ruse by Mu Chun, but the genuine sound of a grenade. Watching the grenade roll ominously toward him, Victor silently closed his eyes. Boom. Following the explosion, silence enveloped the world. 10 minutes later, the SWAT team from Rocky City finally breached the underground parking garage, rescuing both Veronica and Mu Chun. Outside the hospital building, Veronica sat in an ambulance, while medical personnel tended to the abrasions on her feet. Mu Chun stood a short distance away, contemplating an excuse to make his departure. But the area was swarming with police, medical staff, and numerous media personnel brandishing cameras. Clearly, leaving was not a prudent option. As Mu Chun pondered his escape, he noticed a man dressed as a doctor about 10 meters away suddenly raise a handgun. "Veronica, get down." Realizing that the man's target was Veronica, Mu Chun dashed forward, leaping to shield her. Bang! The gunshot rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Volume 2. The Storm of Riken Chapter 10. In a twist of fate, Sean, acting as Veronica's bodyguard, acquiesced to Victor's demands to assist in the abduction of Veronica with the promise of receiving $1 million Riken. However, the outcome proved to be a futile endeavor. Not only did he fail to secure the promised sum, but he also sustained considerable injuries from Veronica's unexpected attack, and now he faced a global manhunt. After Mu Chun and Veronica departed from the 5th floor, Sean, hindered by his wounds, did not immediately descend to the ground floor, thus narrowly escaping capture. As Mu Chun engaged in a fierce confrontation with Victor and his band of criminals, the chaos intensified with the arrival of the Rocky City police, allowing Sean to slip away amidst the turmoil. Yet, Sean did not flee. With nowhere to go and a mindset of mutual destruction, he donned a doctor's white coat, biding his time for an opportunity to strike. Logically, Sean should have harbored animosity towards Mu Chun, who disrupted the kidnapping, but his disdain was predominantly directed at Veronica, the lofty heiress. Consequently, he set his sights on her as his primary target. Regrettably, Mu Chun's vigilance led to Sean's ultimate failure, resulting in his demise at the hands of the surrounding police. Veronica, tackled to the ground by Mu Chun, was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The cacophony of gunfire and the sight of Sean being shot dead soon clarified the gravity of the situation. "Jean, you're hurt." Once Mu Chun helped her to her feet, Veronica immediately noticed the blood oozing from his right shoulder. Mu Chun grimaced. He could have employed absolute defense to shield himself, but that would have been difficult to explain afterward, so he had thrown himself towards Veronica, ultimately sealing his fate of being shot. Fortunately, the bullet had struck his shoulder, and given his robust physique, he would heal swiftly after the removal of the projectile. The unexpected turmoil startled everyone. Once the chaos subsided, Mu Chun was promptly taken to the operating room. Upon learning of this distressing news, the mayor of Rocky City, who had just arrived on the scene, broke into a cold sweat and immediately ordered the police chief to dispatch a team of special officers to provide close protection for Veronica. In the presidential residence of York City, the capital of the Riken Republic, Thomas embraced his beloved daughter, who had narrowly escaped disaster, holding her tightly for an extended moment. "Daddy, I'm sorry to worry you. It was all thanks to Jean this time." "Yes, I know." Thomas's brow furrowed slightly. "I will have the mayor of Rocky City extend my gratitude on my behalf." Veronica, oblivious to the underlying implications of Thomas's words, hesitated before responding. "I would like to return to Rocky City tomorrow to personally thank Jean once more." "No need." Thomas waved his hand, then realized his tone was too harsh and smiled as he explained, "The situation is quite complex. It is safer for you to remain at the presidential residence." Veronica pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, Daddy. I will rest now." Thomas smiled in response. After Veronica's departure, Thomas summoned his chief attendant, Vincent Carnegie. "Vincent, how is the investigation into that man Jean Jisher from the South Curial Nation progressing?" "Understood." Thomas did not elaborate further. "You may leave now." Meanwhile, after being shot, Mu Chun was taken into surgery and subsequently transferred to the intensive care unit. He was now hailed as the hero who saved dozens of hostages and the first daughter of the Rican Republic. The mayor of Rocky City personally visited him in the hospital, and upon leaving, instructed the police chief to ensure his safety with the utmost diligence. Shortly after the mayor's departure, the consul and political counselor from the South Korean consulate in Rocky City came to pay their respects, followed by interviews from the largest news outlet in the Rican Republic, CNN, and Channel 5 of Rocky City. A myriad of individuals came to visit. Though Mu Chun had spent an entire afternoon outsmarting Victor and his gang, he felt no fatigue from that ordeal. Rather, the onslaught of visitors proved to be utterly exhausting. By the time the doctor finally ushered everyone out of the room, it was nearly midnight. Mu Chun collapsed onto the hospital bed, his injured shoulder throbbing faintly. Yet, to him, it was merely a minor inconvenience compared to the fatigue of maintaining a smile for hours. Time, do you think I stepped outside without checking the calendar? I am like a fish caught in the flames of a burning city, he lamented. TCH, your grand image will soon spread across the globe. How could you not be thrilled by such a sensational event? Thrilled? I'm an illegal immigrant. Thank you very much. You have a point, Time replied, sounding quite disheartened. What a pity. Otherwise, I could have had opportunities with alluring women, just imagining the waves of beauty rushing toward me. Dream on. If anyone were to swoon, it would be toward that Jean Jaisher. Mu Chun felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he recalled the beaming face of the South Korean consul from earlier. I truly want to spit in his face. Enough of that. My stomach is aching. After conversing with Time for a while, Mu Chun succumbed to sleep. Despite his extraordinary physique, the events of the day had been overwhelmingly rich, and he soon drifted into slumber. As for his safety, he entrusted it entirely to Time, who could easily monitor the hospital situation while indulging in romantic films. The following morning, upon awakening, Mu Chun underwent an examination by the doctor, who was astonished to find signs of scabbing on his wounds, exclaiming, "This is a miracle." Mu Chun was not surprised. His extraordinary physical condition, having surpassed genetic limitations, rendered such injuries trivial. However, rapid recovery was not always a blessing. After the doctor delivered the news, visitors continued to stream in throughout the morning, only allowing him a moment of peace during lunchtime. I can't endure this incessant disturbance any longer. I must find a way to leave, Mu Chun finally declared, unable to withstand the constant interruptions. Just as he and Time were discussing their escape from the hospital, the door swung open, revealing Veronica, clad in a refreshing outfit, entering the room without resistance from the Rocky City Special Police at the entrance. Dressed in a blue and white sundress that accentuated her statuesque figure, she appeared more mature than ever, her face partially obscured by light blue sunglasses, and her wavy golden hair cascading down her shoulders. Upon entering the room, Veronica casually closed the door and removed her sunglasses, flashing a radiant smile at Mu Chun, whose heart momentarily skipped a beat at her delicate, lightly made-up visage. The panic and helplessness she had exhibited the previous day had vanished, replaced by an air of haughty confidence. However, unlike her previously aloof demeanor, today she exuded a captivating charm. Yet, Mu Chun suspected that this allure might be an illusion born from their shared ordeal the day before. Mu Chun gazed at the enchanting Veronica in astonishment. What brings you here? I came to visit my savior. Oh, is my presence unwelcome? No. Just a bit unexpected. Veronica was pleased with Mu Chun's reaction, secretly reveling in the slight embarrassment evident on his face. She found herself enjoying this more vulnerable side of him, so different from his brave and fearless demeanor in the face of Victor and his gang. In a natural manner, Veronica settled onto the sofa beside the hospital bed, surveying the room before commenting, "The room is quite nice." "Of course, I am a hero, am I not?" Mu Chun boasted. "Indeed, you are my hero," Veronica replied, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. After her words, a blush swept across her fair face. Cough. Mu Chun choked slightly, inwardly pondering. Are these foreigners always so direct? The voice within the wormhole, feigning a composed demeanor, remarked, "Mu Chun, this stunning beauty is teasing you. I suggest you take decisive action. You see, I hail from the etiquette nation of the Xiaohua Empire, steeped in core values. I must not allow the insidious nature of capitalism to corrupt my mind. I must resist the allure of sweet temptations. But you could indulge in the sweetness. Couldn't you? So direct? How utterly shameless. What is the purpose of a face?" Mu Chun, perhaps feeling a bit abrupt, Veronica fell silent, her cheeks tinged with red. After a moment, she casually inquired, You are from Xiaohua, aren't you? Mu Chan was engrossed in a discussion with the voice about sweet temptations and momentarily overlooked her question. Yes, but how did you? He caught himself, realizing the trap Veronica had laid, who had just moments ago presented an innocent fade. It was foolish of him not to connect the dots. After all, how could the first daughter, accompanying her father to various events, be nothing but a naive girl? Mu Chen, you are truly too young. The voice lamented. Enough with your chatter. If it weren't for your distraction, I would not have fallen into her trap. What should I do now? Eliminate her? Impossible. If I truly did that, my secrets would inevitably be uncovered, and it would not only concern me. It could jeopardize the relationship between the Xiaohua Empire and the Reikan Republic, leading us into unpredictable peril. Just as Mu Chun pondered his predicament, Veronica spoke again. You need not worry. My willingness to inquire in person indicates that I am not concerned. Mu Chun gazed at Veronica in surprise. Everyone harbors their own secrets, and I do not wish to delve into your past. All I know is that you rescued me from the terrorists and shielded me from the bullet Sean fired at me. That is sufficient. Both fell into silence after Veronica's words. Eventually, Mu Chun broke the stillness. How did you deduce that I am from Xiaohua? Do you recall the conversation with Victor in the hospital's underground parking lot? You are quite the bore. Mu Chun replied, vexed. Unable to believe this woman had deduced his origins from such a trivial exchange. You think that alone led me to believe you are from Xiaohua? Perhaps I am merely a South Korean person who happened to watch that cartoon? You are correct, but it raised my suspicion, and I merely needed to gather more evidence to substantiate my theory. Oh, Mu Chun was astonished. Do I have other flaws? Certainly. Veronica appeared quite pleased, continuing, first, Korean people generally have small eyes and round faces, and you resemble them not at all. You are far more handsome. Mu Chun instinctively touched his face. Veronica was not wrong. This body differed from his original one in its attractiveness. While it may seem rugged to those from Xiaohua, its three-dimensional features aligned more with Western standards of beauty. Could it not be cosmetic surgery? Mu Chun retorted weakly. Have you forgotten I am a woman? Veronica's tone was decidedly proud. We possess an innate sensitivity towards appearance, thus I am 100% certain you have not undergone surgery. I did not expect you to have studied anthropology. Not quite studied. It is more about keen observation of the traits of the people from the three eastern nations of Longting continent. Very well, I concede your point. Do you possess any further evidence? Is there a problem with that? Perhaps I was simply muddled at that time. Do you expect me to believe that? Veronica's expression was one of disdain, making it abundantly clear that she was not easily deceived. Volume 2, The Winds of Reikan Chapter 11, The Era of Facades continuing on. Similarly, I conducted an online inquiry regarding Xiaohua, Nankurial, and Jiapeng, uncovering some rather amusing observations. It appears that the public sentiment in Xiaohua harbors considerable discontent towards certain aspects of Nankurial. Coupled with your earlier remarks, I have naturally formed my own conclusions. Moreover, you might be unaware that your demeanor in the face of terrorists does not resemble that of a Nankurial native in the slightest. What does that imply? To me, a Nankurial person can embody arrogance, humility, or even inferiority, but they would never possess the audacity to confront a group of heavily armed terrorists alone. Isn't that an overly absolute statement? In a nation of tens of millions, is there truly not a single warrior among them? Besides, their films do depict heroes. Yet, I quickly added, merely the daydreams of sycophants. Mu Chun nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Hey, is it truly appropriate to be so blunt? One must consider the master when dealing with a dog. What? Veronica is the daughter of the master? Then I shall remain silent. And may you enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. By the way, perhaps you could express your thoughts more delicately, like saying where one lacks, one supplements? Wouldn't that somewhat alleviate the sentiments of the Nankurial people? Ha ha ha. A pitiable nation that relies on foreign troops for its protection. Veronica has defined Nankurial. Mu Chun was entirely unperturbed by Veronica's disdain. After all, a nation that boasts about its history of defeat in films, while interspersing personal agendas, truly leaves one baffled as to the source of their confidence. With foreign troops stationed on their soil and the command authority during wartime held by others. Is there truly pride in that? Do their citizens remain oblivious to the fact that their country is essentially an invisible colony? Haha, Veronica remarked. Xiaohua is the only nation that has directly defeated us on the battlefield. Moreover, the trade war over the past 2 years has led our elite to reassess her. Her people deserve our respect. Thank you. A sense of pride welled up in Mu Chen. The evaluation and respect from a strategic rival felt profoundly genuine. Veronica smiled and inquired, "Have you conceded?" "Conceded what?" Mu Chun feigned ignorance. "You." Veronica did not anticipate Mu Chun's noncommittal stance. She pretended to be angry, turning her head away and ignoring him. Mu Chun found her demeanor rather amusing and promptly shifted the subject. "So, to summarize, you deduce that I am a SUSI-MANHUA native based on cartoon vocabulary, facial characteristics, online discourse, and demeanor?" Mu Chun raised his hands in surrender. "All right. I admit I am not from Nankurial." Veronica would not allow him to evade so easily and turned to ask, "Is that all?" "Haha, you guessed correctly." "What do you mean by guessed correctly?" Veronica retorted defiantly. "Because those four aspects are merely your conjectures, correct? If all four elements point to the same conclusion, it ceases to be conjecture and transforms into precise judgment." "Yes." Mu Chun inquired curiously, "Is such excitement truly necessary?" "Of course. My performance was lacking yesterday. I merely wish to demonstrate that I am not a burden." Veronica revealed her reasoning. Mu Chun shook his head. "Such a competitive spirit. Truly befitting the first daughter of the Riken Republic. Can you enlighten me as to your reasons for masquerading as a Nankurial native?" Veronica ultimately posed that question. Mu Chun remained silent for a moment before responding. "Veronica, I do not wish to fabricate a reason to deceive you. All right, I shall not press further. But I believe that one day, you will confide in me." Veronica smiled brightly, seemingly unconcerned, yet her words carried an inexplicable confidence. Mu Chun dismissed her thoughts, believing to himself, "Today, I shall make my escape. I doubt I shall have the chance to meet again, so where would I inform you? Farewell. By the way, it seems my father is investigating your identity, so if it is convenient for you, perhaps you could consider how to address it." "Your father?" "Thomas Clay." "Convenient, indeed. The president of the Riken Republic is investigating me? How on earth shall we proceed?" Mu Chun gazed at her with frustration. "Miss Veronica, could you please get straight to the point in your conversation?" "Hee, you need not be anxious. This is merely a standard background check. After all, you are a hero. However, I cannot say whether the National Security Agency will become involved." Veronica appeared relaxed and carefree. It turns out that yesterday, Thomas's evasiveness piqued Veronica's curiosity, prompting her to linger outside instead of directly resting, thus allowing her to overhear the conversation between her father and the chief attendant, Vincent. Mu Chun felt dejected. While masquerading as a Nankurial citizen might suffice to fool an ordinary street patrol officer, facing an investigation from the Riken Intelligence Agency would undoubtedly reveal the truth. "What on earth is happening?" Mu Chun silently lamented. "I merely went to the hospital for a routine check-in," emphasizing, "I am merely an ordinary passerby." "Ah," Veronica casually remarked. "My father does not permit me to meet with you, so I am seeking an excuse to escape. I wonder if my bodyguard is hot on my trail." Uft. Mu Chun nearly choked. "Sister, are you a monkey summoned to entertain us? Speaking in such a breathless manner. One punchline after another, do you fancy yourself as Yu Yumpeng? Well, considering that you far surpass Yu Yumpeng in appearance, I shall forgive you." Mu Chun silently descended from the bed, removed his hospital gown, and donned his own clothes. He had no desire to engage with this frivolous woman. He possessed few personal belongings, aside from Jean Zeischer's passport, credit card, and a small amount of cash. After tidying himself slightly, Mu Chun gazed at Veronica. "Miss Veronica, I am leaving the hospital now. You may take your leave. I shall accompany you." "What?" Mu Chun was taken aback. Veronica glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. "I wish to clear my mind. I lack the mood to do so alone, hence you must accompany me. I have already purchased 2 tickets to Las Vegas. We depart in an hour." "Miss Veronica, I do not recall agreeing to accompany you on a leisure trip, correct? I do this for your safety, with me by your side. The security personnel should be somewhat restrained. Should you refuse, I shall head directly to your SUSI-MANHUA embassy. I believe they will locate you." "Is that a threat?" Mu Chun expressed his displeasure. Veronica's heart raced. This man had the audacity to confront dozens of terrorists single-handedly. If force fails, then a softer approach must be employed. Veronica's expression immediately drooped. "You know, I have divorced Jeff, and just yesterday I was kidnapped by terrorists. My mood is utterly ruined. I merely seek someone to accompany me for a short reprieve. Is that truly so difficult?" Observing Veronica's tearful expression, Mu Chun, despite knowing she was acting, found it difficult to refuse. Such a stunning beauty with bright, sparkling eyes gazing at him. Who could resist? Mu Chun placed a hand on his forehead. "Indeed, we live in an era that values appearances. If Veronica were replaced by Yu Yumpeng, Staring at me with the same expression, I guarantee I would not hesitate to strike him dead. Miss Veronica, why must you insist on my company? I am certain there are many who would gladly serve you. You are correct. There are indeed many who would be eager to serve me. But being with those individuals defeats the purpose of seeking solace. Do you not have friends? Surely you have a close confidant. Friends? Close confidants? Mu Chun was at a loss for words. Perhaps this was the burden that comes with power. Have you ever contemplated my identity? I am indifferent. However, I have pressing matters at hand. 3 days. You shall accompany me for 3 days. After much hesitation, Mu Chun finally nodded in agreement. Very well. Just 3 days. Having reluctantly acquiesced to the request of the eldest daughter, he now faced yet another dilemma. Mu Chun was still unwell, making it utterly impossible for him to nonchalantly stroll out of the hospital. Were he alone, he had several means to escape. However, with the added burden of Miss Veronica, he found himself in a quandary. Ever since Mu Chun had consented to accompany her for some leisure, Veronica had been in a state of exuberance, proposing countless schemes, none of which were remotely feasible, their reliability plummeting to unprecedented lows. Climbing through windows or scaling balconies. Absurd. Outside, a throng of reporters awaited. Tomorrow, countless photographs of Veronica in compromising positions would circulate throughout the entire Homeland Star. Ventilation ducts? Dream on. This is not a film. Which ventilation duct could accommodate 2 adults without detection? Eliminating the exterior special police and making a direct escape? Mu Chun could only exclaim, "My lady, you are the eldest daughter, not a terrorist. Has the kidnapping incident from yesterday led to your indoctrination by the truth sect?" Gazing at Veronica, who was brimming with excitement and offering ridiculous suggestions, Mu Chun sighed. "Oh, woman, your name should be absurdity." Ultimately, however, Mu Chun devised a plan. Volume 2, The Winds of Riken, Chapter 12, Las Vegas. First, Veronica summoned the 2 special police officers outside the ward, and Mu Chun swiftly incapacitated them. Then, Veronica called in a nurse and a doctor, and once again, Mu Chun took care of them. After Veronica donned a nurse's uniform and Mu Chun put on a white coat, they each wore a mask and successfully blended out of the hospital building. Once outside, Mu Chun recalled a pressing concern. Their costumes were inconspicuous within the hospital, but on the streets, they would attract unwanted attention. How did you get here? Did you drive? Of course. In the hospital's indoor parking garage, they changed back into their own clothes in Veronica's Porsche. Subsequently, Mu Chun took the wheel as they headed towards the airport. Las Vegas is the largest city in the state of Dahua, part of the Riken Republic, renowned worldwide for its exceptional reputation. Nestled at the edge of the desert, it experiences sweltering temperatures year-round. Las Vegas is one of the 4 major gambling cities in Homestar, a world-famous resort city centered around gambling, tourism, shopping, and vacations. Often referred to as the entertainment capital of the world and the wedding capital. Among the tens of millions of tourists visiting Las Vegas annually, the majority come for shopping and culinary delights, while only a minority visits specifically for gambling. If one is impoverished yet possesses a few Riken dollars, a trip to Las Vegas might just turn their fortunes around. Conversely, if one is affluent and has money to spare, a visit to Las Vegas may grant them a taste of a vagabond's carefree lifestyle. Las Vegas embodies both hell and heaven. Upon exiting the airport, Veronica completely shed the decorum expected of the first daughter. As they entered the city, she leaped out of the taxi, plunging into a fervent shopping spree. Every store with its doors open was a target. She explored each one with more enthusiasm than the street vendors pushing their wares, traversing 3 consecutive streets without a single store evading her. Perhaps Veronica truly sought solace, as she appeared to be merely window shopping without spending. Of course, it was also possible that she found the merchandise unworthy of her attention. 2 hours later, impeccably made up and dressed in the attire of a high society lady, Veronica boldly charged into a dilapidated grocery store with the audacity of a fearless adventurer. The shopkeeper stood there, bewildered. Fortunately, Veronica had already disguised herself, donning tinted glasses that obscured much of her face. Otherwise, the following day's headlines might have read, "First daughter displays symptoms of kidnapping trauma while shopping in the slums." After meandering through the grocery store under the shopkeeper's astonished gaze, she exited and ventured into a neighboring fast food joint. Mu Chun, overwhelmed, silently implored the heavens, "Oh, divine powers, strike me down with a bolt from above." The heavens, however, did not oblige. Instead, he found himself utterly exhausted. He could not fathom how someone as delicate as Veronica possessed such remarkable stamina. To be fair, in terms of combat skills and physical prowess, Mu Chun and Veronica were worlds apart. If Mu Chen's combat prowess rated at 10,000, Veronica might well be the epitome of mediocrity. Yet when it came to endurance for shopping, Veronica outstripped Mu Chun by miles. No, perhaps by 80 streets. Was shopping truly an innate talent of women? As Veronica exited the fast food establishment and prepared to dash into a clothing store next door, Mu Chun firmly grasped her arm, urging, "My lady, could we pause for a moment?" "What?" Veronica responded, her expression one of confusion. Mu Chun hesitated, realizing he had unintentionally spoken in the Summerwa language, and quickly repeated himself in Geely, the official language of the Riken Republic, established by descendants of the Geely Kingdom. "Very well, let us take a break." Veronica, seemingly discovering a new continent, eagerly inquired, "Did you just speak Summerwa?" "Yes. It sounds lovely. Can you teach me?" Perhaps another time," Mu Chun deflected, hastily cutting her off before she could press further. "My lady, it's getting late. Shall we first secure our hotel accommodations?" "Wow. I didn't expect you to be so forward, wanting to take me to a hotel on our first outing," Veronica exclaimed, covering her mouth in mock surprise. "Mu Chun." "Hee hee," she giggled, covering her mouth. "Just kidding, silly." Despite her disguise and the tinted glasses that concealed much of her face, the mature elegance she exuded made Mu Chun instinctively swallow hard. Veronica, unfazed by his reaction, wore a triumphant smile. "Enchantress," Mu Chun silently concluded while internally lamenting. "If only your aura were not more refined than that of Yu Yunpeng, I would have certainly imagined a more tantalizing back view." Yu Yunpeng, caught in the crossfire. "Dude, was it really just the aura?" Mu Chun gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. What else could it be? Surely not inner beauty? Yu Yunpeng retorted, certified member of the Appearance Association, assessment complete. At Mu Chun's behest, Veronica concluded her shopping spree and hopped into a taxi bound for downtown Las Vegas. Their spontaneous trip meant no prior arrangements, so a taxi was their only option. Mu Chun was indifferent, and Veronica was unconcerned. In June, Las Vegas was bustling with tourists, and hotel rooms were scarce. Securing a reservation was challenging, and immediate check-ins were even more difficult. Fortunately, due to Veronica's unique status, they ultimately secured a luxurious suite. Naturally, given her position, they chose to dine in, having their dinner delivered to their room. After traversing 3 months in a military camp within a futuristic world, where the diet consisted mainly of nutritional meals, the flavor left much to be desired, and upon returning to reality, he had relied on rations stored in a safe house. Following a kidnapping incident and subsequent hospitalization, it could be said that Mu Chun had not enjoyed a proper meal in over 100 days. Thus, once he began eating, he could not stop. Veronica, meanwhile, sipped her red wine, her eyes sparkling as she watched Mu Chun devour his meal with gusto. "No worries. Your voracious appetite is the greatest compliment to the chef. Compared to you, I am an unworthy patron." Mu Chun detected the playful teasing in her words and quickly changed the subject. "Having filled our stomachs, shall we take a stroll?" "Wonderful," Veronica exclaimed with enthusiasm. An hour later, Mu Chun glanced at Veronica, who was still trying on outfit after outfit in the room, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank goodness I filled up earlier, otherwise I'd be starving again. Oh, women." Another hour passed, and Mu Chun discovered that accompanying her on this stroll was more torturous than waiting for her to dress. What was termed a walk was merely another guise for shopping. Observing Veronica's seemingly unyielding energy, Mu Chun nearly slapped himself in frustration. Why had he suggested a stroll to escape the awkwardness? Waiting was dull, but strolling felt like losing oneself entirely. Veronica, brimming with joy, took a couple of steps before suddenly linking her arm with Mu Chun's. "Hey, why do you seem so lethargic? Are you feeling unwell?" Inwardly, Mu Chun lamented, "I feel utterly unwell all over." Simultaneously, feeling his arm enveloped by her soft grasp, he awkwardly replied, "Veronica, could you please let go of my arm?" "Fear not," Veronica exclaimed, tightening her embrace. "You are a public figure. What if your identity is discovered?" "I'm not afraid, but you should be concerned," Mu Chun mumbled in Xiaohua dialect. "You may not fear, but I genuinely do. If this sugar-coated shell truly turns lethal." Veronica, displeased, retorted, "What did you say? Speak it again in Geely." "Nothing," Mu Chun replied hastily. Veronica cast a suspicious glance at him. "I have an inkling that you are not uttering kind words. No, you must teach me to speak Xiaohua." All right, I shall teach you. I promise. Muchen conceded, retreating in defeat. After signing a series of unequal treaties, Veronica finally released him. The following morning, after sharing breakfast in their room, Veronica led Muchen to the bustling commercial district of Las Vegas. Her enthusiasm remained unabated, and today was genuinely a shopping expedition, one arm linked with Muchen's. She pointed out items that caught her eye: clothes, jewelry, cosmetics, and more. Anything within her sight was swiftly added to her collection without a moment's hesitation. Truly, she was extravagantly affluent. Muchen estimated that within a mere 3 to 4 hours, Veronica had spent nearly 1,000,000 Swiss francs. He was left astounded. This amount could comfortably sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime in Shawa. In his heart, he silently paid tribute to President Thomas of Rooken. You, my friend, are indeed incredibly wealthy. After a midday meal, Veronica continued her frenzied shopping spree, but this time, her focus shifted from herself to Muchen. Volume 2, The Winds of Riken. Veronica, in the morning, purchased clothes for herself without much trial, simply swiping her card for the items she fancied. However, she exhibited considerable enthusiasm when it came to selecting garments for Muchen. His physique, having been refined through rigorous body training, was remarkably toned. While he appeared somewhat slender compared to Westerners, one would discover his form to be quite perfect upon the removal of his attire. Veronica had noticed this during her visit to the hospital the previous day, and once her attention shifted to Muchen, he realized that he had truly relinquished control over his own body. He had become Veronica's unwitting model, yielding to her whims after numerous protests proved futile. With great zeal, Veronica meticulously chose a variety of clothing for him, insisting he try on everything she deemed appealing, and after much deliberation, she would purchase them outright. In fact, she showed more diligence in selecting outfits for Muchen than for herself. Muchen speculated that the garments she bought for herself would likely go unworn. As she hardly tried them on beforehand, she was simply relishing the thrill of shopping, indifferent to the ultimate fate of those clothes and cosmetics. Conversely, her scrutiny when choosing attire for Muchen bordered on nitpicking. Any slight dissatisfaction prompted her to have him change again and again. Since she was ostensibly shopping for Muchen, Veronica firmly declared that she was merely accompanying him. Muchen's objections fell on deaf ears. He soon discovered that accompanying Veronica on her shopping escapades was far less torturous than having her accompany him. He lamented, "I am a homebody. I detest shopping." After several hours, Muchen collapsed onto the sofa, feigning death, and Veronica nodded with satisfaction. Instructing the manager of the Gucci flagship store to wrap up the items Muchen had just tried on. "Darling, there's a Dior shop ahead. Let us take a look at men's fragrances," she said, linking her arm through his. At this moment, the first daughter had long abandoned any pretense of restraint, her tone affectionate and devoid of stiffness. Under her insistence, Muchen had also transitioned from addressing her as Miss Veronica to simply Veronica. Unbeknownst to him, he had lost yet another ground. "Veronica, have mercy on me," he pleaded. "Oh, I just remembered. The men from Shaohua do not seem to favor perfumes. Let us head to that Armani gown store instead. All the dresses there are custom-made. I've yet to see you in a gown, and I'm sure you would look splendid." With that, Veronica dragged Muchen toward the Armani boutique. "Wait, Veronica," Muchen hastily begged. If she stepped into the Armani gown store, it would undoubtedly lead to another endless ordeal. "I didn't have a proper lunch. Let us go for dinner instead." Only then did Veronica realize it was already dark, glancing at Muchen's exhausted expression before nodding in agreement. "All right, I know a splendid Chinese restaurant nearby. I've made a reservation." Muchen felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, touched by Veronica's thoughtful choice of a Chinese restaurant. "Thank you, but I fear I am burdening you," he replied. "It is my honor." Veronica joyfully accepted his gratitude. The restaurant, named Fumanlu, had a table reserved in the main hall, which surprised Muchen. However, observing her attire, he figured she would not be easily recognized, so he dismissed any concerns. As long as there was food, he was content. As the waiter led them to their table, Muchen noticed the decor differed from most global Chinese restaurants, which predominantly featured red tones. Instead, this establishment favored a style more appealing to Western tastes. The dim lighting and spacious arrangement between tables, adorned with various decorative items, created a relatively private dining atmosphere. Thus, as long as they did not speak loudly, conversations at adjacent tables remained discreetly unheard, making for an excellent dining experience. It appeared that the restaurant's decor had been thoughtfully designed to suit the Western preference for privacy. At that moment, while walking behind the waiter, Muchin spotted a silk scarf on the floor. He bent to pick it up and inquired of a nearby lady at another table. "Excuse me, is this scarf yours?" The two ladies seated across from one another had already noticed him as he bent down. The closer lady reached out to take the scarf from him, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you very much." "You are welcome," Muchin replied, sensing a flicker of familiarity in her features. But knowing he had no acquaintances in the Rican Republic, he shook his head and continued on. Coincidentally, Veronica's reserved table was adjacent to those ladies, and it was not long before they arrived. Once seated, the waiter presented the menu, and Veronica gestured for Muchin to order. He complied, placing their order under the waiter's guidance. While waiting for their food, Veronica softly asked, "Hey, I still don't know your name." Muchin remained silent. Veronica pouted. "I'm not even prying into your identity, yet you want to even share your name?" With a resigned smile, Muchin finally admitted, "All right, my name is Muchin." He did not fabricate a name to deceive Veronica. Despite having known her for only 3 days, he understood her character. She was merely a spoiled young lady. Though somewhat haughty, her heart was not malicious, and she possessed every right to her pride. Compared to certain entitled individuals in Xiahua lacking the grace of royalty, Veronica could undoubtedly be deemed a quintessential woman. If a stunning beauty accompanies you on shopping sprees, generously purchasing items for you and taking care of meals and lodging, yet you remain dissatisfied, then, as the saying goes, such a person deserves to be submerged in a pigsty. Muchin wished to avoid such a fate. Thus he remained humble. Consequently, their interaction was harmonious, although the atmosphere was a touch ambiguous due to Veronica's assertiveness. Muchin had no desire to disrupt this burgeoning trust. Therefore, when Veronica inquired about his name, he ultimately decided to reveal his true name, viewing it as a test of sorts for her. After all, Muchin was a member of the Wolf Teeth Brigade of the Xiahua Empire, on a mission in the Rican Republic. In a sense, he and Veronica were adversaries. Once he disclosed his real name, Veronica's subsequent actions would determine the course of Muchin's plans. Mu-gun? Veronica attempted to pronounce correctly. Muchin requested paper and a pen from the waiter, writing down his name and teaching her its pronunciation. After several repetitions, Veronica successfully articulated the sound of Muchin's name. She repeated it twice more, and upon receiving his affirmation, she eagerly asked, "How do you pronounce my name in Xiahua?" Muchin wrote her name on the paper and instructed her on the pronunciation. Veronica was thrilled, exclaiming, "My name is Veronica." Observing Veronica, akin to a primary school student who had just learned to read, curiously sounding out her own name, Muchin couldn't help but shake his head in amused disbelief. Veronica gazed at the two names inscribed on the paper, and suddenly an epiphany struck her. "I love you. How does one express this in Xiahua?" Muchin, in that instant, felt a wave of discomfort. Hold on, is this approach not a bit too straightforward? Is there not even a hint of a twist? A student-teacher romance? It appeared he was truly facing a predicament. Yet, upon reflection, it was undeniably thrilling. Casting a glance at the inquisitive and eager-to-learn Veronica, Muchin found himself at a loss as to whether to dampen her enthusiasm for knowledge. To teach or not to teach? That was indeed a dilemma. "Veronica, we Xiahua people do not utter I love you directly. Our culture is rather reserved, emphasizing a gradual progression, seeking harmonious coexistence between individuals and nature alike. Whether in human relationships or in our connection with nature, we can encapsulate this concept with the term Tao. The Tao emerges from the heavens and adheres to the natural order, advocating alignment with the rhythms of nature." Regardless of whether Veronica could comprehend his words, Muchin rambled on until he found himself at a loss for further expression, succinctly summarizing, "In short, to defy the Tao is to invite dire consequences." "Oh, I suppose you Westerners do not have the concept of being submerged in a pig cage. It would be more akin to being subjected to the stake." "Yes, that is the general idea. Do you understand?" Initially, Veronica listened with a bewildered expression, but once Muchin finished, she regarded him with disdain. "Your words are so implausible that even the experts from my country's think tanks would not believe them. Do you think I am more foolish than those experts?" Muchin was left speechless, and simultaneously realized that the term expert was not exactly a compliment in Rican. In a state of resignation, he inscribed the 4 characters for "I like you" on the paper, then began to teach Veronica the pronunciation, letter by letter. "Wu, oh, I, she, e, 11 he, wu, un, Huan E and I. Now, string them together and repeat after me. I cherish you. A soft chuckle from a neighboring table abruptly interrupted Mu Chun's relentless educational endeavor. Volume 2. The Winds of Reikin 14. Veronica's sister. It has been said that the people of Xiahua conquer their homeland through exquisite cuisine. Mu Chun was unsure of the truth in this statement. However, he gladly acknowledged it as he savored the delectable dishes from Xiahua in a foreign land. After satisfying the insatiable curiosity of Miss Veronica regarding the Xiahua language, Mu Chun eagerly awaited the arrival of the food. It appeared that Veronica's choice of Fu Man Lu for dinner was indeed a splendid decision. Although the restaurant had modified each dish to cater to the tastes of the Reikin people, thus straying from authentic Xiahua cuisine, this did not hinder Mu Chun's enjoyment. Veronica consumed very little, yet she watched Mu Chun with a smile as he devoured the abundant delicacies before him with remarkable speed. Once satiated, Mu Chun sheepishly apologized. "I'm sorry, my appetite is rather large, and my manner of eating is not particularly graceful. I hope I haven't embarrassed you." His physical constitution was more than 3 times that of an average person, granting him a significant advantage over others. Yet it also necessitated a greater intake of energy to maintain such prowess. In the future world, energy consumption could be replenished with nutrient solutions, but in the real world, Mu Chun relied solely on copious amounts of food to compensate for his energy expenditure, resulting in his appetite far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. Typically, unless engaged in strenuous activity, his consumption would be roughly double that of an average person. However, his swift eating style, devoid of rudeness, merely conveyed an impression of veracity. Had it been anyone else eating in such a manner, Veronica would likely have looked on with disdain and maintained her distance. Yet, she found no offense in Mu Chun's behavior. After all, he was a formidable individual who dared to confront numerous terrorists. What was the matter with him eating quickly? With a playful tone, she remarked, Yes, you are absolutely right." Unbothered by the situation, her heart was rather pleased. Therefore, upon hearing Mu Chun's explanation, Veronica shook her head. "It's quite all right. I don't mind at all, as long as you are happy." "Ah, this was an unexpected turn. My lady, we are adversaries. Why do you gaze at me so affectionately? Are you truly intending to shower me with sweet nothings?" Observing Veronica's intense gaze, Mu Chun quickly interjected, "I'm full now, let us depart." He was eager to dispel the peculiar atmosphere, preferring to stroll through the streets with Veronica rather than sit across from her in an awkward silence. Veronica found Mu Chun's restlessness amusing, yet she chose not to prolong the ambiguity and heeded his suggestion to settle the bill and leave. After departing from Fu Man Lu, they opted not to shop but instead attended a concert. Mu Chun had little interest in such refined art. However, as Veronica enjoyed it, he accompanied her, relieved that attending a concert required no physical exertion. Following nearly 3 hours of endurance, the concert concluded around 9 in the evening, and the pair made their way to the parking lot to retrieve their vehicle. Due to the concert's conclusion, the parking area was somewhat congested, and they waited about 10 minutes before leisurely proceeding to the designated parking space. Yu. Born in November 2988 in the Xiahua Empire's North New City of Nantai Island, was discovered by a talent scout in 3003 and participated in a beauty pageant. With striking features and an admirable demeanor, she ultimately earned the title of Miss Nantai Island, marking the beginning of her career. In her debut year, her first album as a singer sold an impressive 500,000 copies locally and 3 million globally. The subsequent 3 albums released over the next 3 years also achieved sales exceeding 1 million worldwide, establishing her as a popular singer. In 3004, Yu ventured into acting with her first television series, garnering widespread acclaim for her sweet and poised image. By 3005, her first film was released. From that point onwards, she soared to success in the realms of film, television, and music, becoming a bona fide triple-threat star with considerable influence among the Xiahua people. However, in a shocking turn of events, in October 3010, while at the peak of her career, Yu abruptly announced her retirement from the entertainment industry and married the wealthy businessman Lin Han from the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the Xiahua Empire. Tragically, fate dealt her a cruel hand. In mid-3016, Lin Han was kidnapped and brutally murdered, leading to the collapse of the Lin family conglomerate. Yu not only inherited no fortune, but also exhausted her savings to repay Lin Han's personal debts. Ultimately, she found herself burdened with over 300 million Xia yuan in debts. Before their marriage, Lin Han had gifted her a villa on Hong Kong's Peak, which was registered in her name. Left with no choice, she was compelled to sell the villa to settle her debts. By early 2017, Yu Shiyu was forced to re-enter the entertainment industry. However, faced with a new generation of talent overshadowing her, nearing 30 years of age, she felt overwhelmed. In recent years, the music industry had nearly collapsed, making it difficult to earn a living solely from singing. The 2 television dramas and 2 films she participated in received lukewarm responses, and the glow of her former stardom began to fade. Over 2 years since her return, Yu Shiyu not only failed to earn money but also accrued nearly 10 million CNY yuan in debt to maintain her essential expenses. Desperate, she fell into a deep depression and contemplated suicide, yet her inherently stubborn nature prevented her from taking that final step. A decade ago, the rising star had assisted a makeup artist named Chao Xuejiao through a crisis, who remained grateful and became a good friend. 5 years prior, Chao Xuejiao moved to Mailewu and had since gained some recognition as a makeup artist. A month ago, she contacted Yu Shiyu, informing her of a major production in Mailewu that required an Oriental actress for the role of the second female lead, an excellent opportunity for Yu Shiyu. After careful consideration, Yu Shiyu decided to head to Mailewu. Consequently, she sold her last remaining property, her old home in North New City on Nantai Island, using the proceeds to repay her bank debts and the severance pay for her team. With less than 200,000 yuan remaining, she set forth alone to the Rakhine Republic. Yet, reality proved unforgiving. The competition in Mailewu was even more fierce, with countless individuals vying for even minor roles, let alone a significant part in a major production. Despite Chao Xuejiao's assistance, the audition results were still unsatisfactory. This morning, Chao Xuejiao called, claiming she had tracked down the whereabouts of the film director. Together, they hastily traveled from Mailewu to Vegas City, waiting at Fu Manlu for the director's arrival. However, the director failed to show up for dinner, and they remained at the restaurant for 4 hours until it closed, ultimately leaving in disappointment. As luck would have it, misfortune struck again. Chao Xuejiao's car, parked near the restaurant, was involved in a minor collision while she was leaving, accidentally bumping into another vehicle heading towards the exit. The accident was trivial, as both cars were moving slowly, resulting in only a slight scrape. Yet, 4 imposing individuals emerged from the other vehicle, and upon seeing 2 petite Xiaohua women, they became increasingly aggressive. Despite Chao Xuejiao's repeated offers to cover the repair costs and provide 1,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress, the men were relentless, beginning to act inappropriately. At this moment, the parking lot was deserted, and the altercation in one corner went unnoticed. Even if someone had noticed, it was likely that most would feign ignorance, considering a mere phone call to the authorities a commendable act. Chao Xuejiao, having spent a considerable amount of time at Rakhine, was somewhat familiar with its local customs. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, she contemplated calling the police, but her phone was snatched away by a burly figure just as she was about to dial. She grabbed Yu Shiyu, intending to flee, only to be intercepted by 2 imposing men. Ultimately, the 2 women were gradually cornered by the 4 muscular men into a space where Mu Chun had parked his vehicle. As Mu Chun and Veronica approached their parking spot, they were met with a striking scene. 2 elegantly dressed women were ensnared in a corner by 4 robust men. One of the tall women was brandishing a can of pepper spray, directing it towards the advancing figures, while the other frantically rummaged through their handbags from behind. These 2 were Yu Shiyu and Chao Xuejiao, with Yu Shiyu wielding the pepper spray, while the other was naturally Chao Xuejiao. At this moment, the timid Chao Xuejiao was completely flustered, while it was Yu Shiyu, who had just arrived in Rakhine, who took the lead in resisting. However, from Mu Chen's perspective, that can of pepper spray, with its limited efficacy, served more as a psychological comfort than a practical solution for the 2 women, especially since its deterrent effect would likely not last long. As for the 2 exquisite handbags, unless they contained specialized equipment, it would be akin to daydreaming to expect a formidable weapon to emerge from them. Mu Chun shook his head in resignation, for his car was parked just nearby. "Hey, what are you doing?" he bellowed, hoping to deter the 4 men, preferably urging them to leave. Unfortunately, things did not unfold as he had hoped. A man of such flamboyance as Mu Chun could hardly go unnoticed. One of the 4 men had already spotted Mu Chun and Veronica's arrival. Perhaps they assumed that the 2 would turn and walk away, initially disregarding them. To their surprise, however, the duo approached directly. "Hey kid, scram. Can't you see we're busy?" one of the burly men shouted. Just as Mu Chun was about to respond, he was interrupted by another voice. Wait a minute. Everyone turned to see the shortest of the four men, who, despite his stature, seemed to be the leader. Upon speaking, the other three waited for him to continue. The diminutive man said, "There are 4 of us, and only 2 women in the corner. It seems insufficient. Look, now there's another one arriving. Just perfect." The other 3 men turned their gaze towards Veronica, who stood beside Mu Chun, their eyes lighting up. Even with much of her beauty concealed, Veronica's allure was still intimidating. Joy's right. The 3 men nodded in agreement. However, one of the men soon voiced his confusion. But there are only 3 women here, and we have 4 men. What do you mean by just right, Joy? Joy licked his dry lips and grinned. I want that guy. With a clatter, glasses fell to the ground. It dawned on the 3 men that their leader's tastes were rather peculiar. Veronica, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter, her previously regal demeanor shattering. Mu Chun, we shall be sisters from now on. Mu Chun felt a wave of irritation wash over him, nearly choking on his frustration. Sisters? You must be joking. I am as manly as they come, purer than 24K gold. Infuriated, Mu Chun had no intention of meddling in the petty troubles of the Rookin people, which had nothing to do with him. Yet, this fool named Joy was utterly oblivious to the situation. It was he who deserved to be punished. And as for Veronica, that vixen, she seemed to revel in the chaos. Had Mu Chun not been present today, the headlines of ACNN would have surely been filled with sensational news the next day. It seemed he must keep a distance from Veronica, this walking headline. In just a few days, how many times had he come close to being infamous throughout the star system? He was a professional agent from the Empire of Xiaohua, not a celebrity yearning for tabloid fame. He was James Bond, licensed to kill, not a bumbling, goofy character. Regardless of Mu Chun's internal protests, the 4 men before him exchanged lewd smiles and silently divided their spoils. Under Joy's lead, the burly men prepared to strike. Standing nearby, Veronica, nearly breathless from laughter, nudged the infuriated Mu Chun. Hey, I don't mind being your sister, but these 4 are revolting. Can you deal with them first? Our matters can be discussed later. With that, Veronica playfully winked at him. Her words jolted Mu Chun back to reality. He shifted his gaze from the eager 4 men to a predatory glare, now viewing them as his quarry. Volume 2, The Winds of Reikin, Chapter 15. The cycle of catastrophe and the will to survive. Veronica acutely sensed a transformation in Mu Chun's demeanor, prompting her to step back a few paces, her gaze towards him shimmering with intrigue. At that moment, Mu Chun was no longer the compliant model under Veronica's guidance, nor the somewhat foolishly straightforward individual who devoured his meals with abandon. Instead, he resembled an unstoppable lion prepared to pounce on its prey, exuding a captivating masculinity, embodying the bravery and generosity of one who stands alone against a multitude of terrorists. This was the profound impression Mu Chun etched into Veronica's heart, rendering her enamored and utterly captivated. Ignoring the infatuated Veronica beside him, Mu Chun channeled his fury into a surge of momentum, his physique thrice that of an ordinary person, transforming him into a streak of lightning. Before the assailants could react, he felled 3 of them to the ground, leaving only Joey standing. As Mu Chun charged towards his final target, a terrified Joey hastily drew a handgun from his pocket. Mu Chun hesitated momentarily but did not halt. With a swift maneuver, he accelerated towards Joey, seizing his gun-wielding right hand. With a slight exertion, a sharp crack echoed as Joey's wrist was decisively broken. A scream of agony escaped Joey's lips as he collapsed. Mu Chun, having wrested the firearm from Joey's grasp, toyed with it briefly before reducing it to a mere collection of parts. Realizing he had bitten off more than he could chew, a desperate Joey attempted to distance himself from the seemingly frail Asian man, exclaiming, "Stay away, you devil." Mu Chun nonchalantly discarded the remnants of the gun, furrowing his brow at the struggling Joey, who was attempting to crawl away. He approached from behind and delivered a forceful kick to Joey's groin. The sound that followed was akin to a shattered egg, sending the 3 remaining assailants into a state of sheer terror. Joey's cries morphed into high-pitched whimpers, his neck twisting as he lost consciousness. Mu Chun turned to the quaking figures of the other 3 men, who were pleading for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. Suddenly disinterested, Mu Chun, secure in his overwhelming physical superiority, bellowed, "Scram!" The 3 men fled in a panic, supporting one another as they stumbled away. Mu Chun was not an enforcer of the Reikin Republic and had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Joey had received his punishment. and he was indifferent to the fates of the others. Their future misdeeds were beyond his consideration. He was neither a lawman nor an executioner. Once the trio had departed, Mu-chan dragged the unconscious Joey aside and made his way toward the parking area. Veronica hastily caught up to him, her keen perception noting his diminished mood, prompting her to remain silent. She held little concern for the unfortunate Joey, as the first daughter of the Reikan Republic. She understood that individuals like him were never in short supply. "Hey, wait," a soft voice called out, and Mu-chan turned to find the tall woman, Yushiriwe, who had bravely resisted the four assailants with her pepper spray. With graceful steps, she approached Mu-chan, while another woman, Chao Shuejiao, who had been rummaging through her handbag behind her, attempted to restrain her, but Yushiriwe moved forward without hesitation. "Thank you." Yushiriwe bowed solemnly to Mu-chan. He was momentarily taken aback, recognizing her as one of the two women who had dined next to him at Fumanlu, where he had picked up her silk scarf. He recalled teasing Veronica while the laughter from the adjacent table had interrupted him. It was evident they were of Asian descent, as they had understood his jest. In the dim lighting of Fumanlu, he had not had the chance to observe her closely, only finding one of them vaguely familiar. Now, observing her up close, he suddenly recalled that this woman was once the celebrated star, Yushiriwe. Having achieved fame from her debut, Yushiriwe had enjoyed a meteoric rise in the entertainment industry, though she retreated from the limelight to marry after only 6 or 7 years. Her brief reign in the spotlight had been unparalleled. Now, having re-emerged, she possessed an air of elegance and melancholy, laced with a stubborn defiance against fate, akin to a snow lotus on a distant mountain, beautiful yet untouchable. Moreover, she had dyed her hair blonde for this audition, which had initially obscured her identity from Mu-chan. However, now, standing before him, the memories flooded back. The enchanting woman before him was none other than the idealized figure of his youth, a dream made manifest. "Yushiriwe, it's you." "Yushiriwe," Mu-chan exclaimed instinctively, using their shared language. Yushiriwe had recognized him long before. He was the one who had helped retrieve her scarf at Fumanlu. She smiled faintly and replied, "It's me. Thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for you, today's outcome could have been dire." "It's nothing. I was merely doing what was right. I apologize for not recognizing you sooner. It was rude of me." Mu-chan's heart raced with excitement. Despite his worldly experiences, especially with the first daughter of the Reikan Republic by his side, Yushiriwe represented a dream from his youth. And now that dream stood vividly before him. How could he not be overwhelmed? "Ahem, Mu-chan, do you know this lady?" Veronica, who had been waiting by the car, noticed Mu-chan's exuberance and could no longer contain her curiosity. "Oh, Veronica, allow me to introduce you." Mu-chan composed himself and introduced them in their native tongue. "This is Ms. Yushiriwe, a superstar from the Summer Empire." "Ms. Yu, this is a," Mu-chan faltered, unsure how to introduce Veronica. Veronica removed her light-colored glasses, revealing her exquisite features, and gracefully extended her wrist to lightly shake Yushiriwe's hand. "Hello, I'm Veronica, Mu-chan's good friend." The emphasis she placed on the words "good friend" led both Yushiriwe and the newly approached Chao Shuejiao to grasp the underlying significance almost instantly. Yushiriwe replied gently, "Hello." Afterward, Veronica delicately linked her arm with Mu-chan's as they walked toward the Bentley parked nearby. Mu-chan gradually regained his composure, recognizing that he was not an impulsive youth, given the troubles he had encountered since arriving in Reikan. Engaging too closely with Yushiriwe could inadvertently bring her harm. Following Veronica's lead, they entered the car and departed the parking lot. Chao Shuejiao, an ordinary woman, was overwhelmed by the spectacle she had just witnessed. To her, Mu-chan seemed no better than the four assailants, despite his recent heroics in saving her and Yushiriwe. Thus, when Yushiriwe approached to express her gratitude, Chao Shuejiao had attempted to stop her, only later mustering the courage to step forward. Yet upon hearing Veronica's introduction, her feelings soured. "Is that how you introduce someone? Our Yushiriwe won't be competing with you for men?" Caught in her own thoughts, Chao Shuejiao was shaken from her reverie by Yushiriwe's concerned voice. "Shuejiao? What's wrong? Were you frightened just now?" Under Yushiriwe's gentle inquiry, Chao Shuejiao finally regained her composure. Chao Shuejiao had been in Reikan for 5 years. Thus, she could be considered half a citizen of the Republic. Naturally, she was quite familiar with the illustrious first daughter, Veronica. The reason she had not recognized her earlier was due to Veronica's altered appearance. However, once Veronica removed her glasses and revealed her true visage, stating her name, Chao Xuejiao effortlessly merged the woman before her with the captivating first daughter she had known. Reflecting on her earlier astonishment, Chao Xuejiao felt a twinge of regret. She should have at least asked for an autograph. Nonetheless, the presence of Yu Shuriwei, who remained blissfully unaware of the situation, provided her some solace. "Shuriwei, I'm fine," Chao Xuejiao exclaimed, eagerly grasping Yu Shuriwei's hands. "Do you know who that woman was just now?" Yu Shuriwei, unfamiliar with Veronica, inquired curiously, "Who was she?" "Veronica. Veronica Clay, the daughter of the current president of the Republic of Rukin." Chao Xuejiao was in a state of exhilaration. She was the central figure in the hospital hostage incident just 3 days ago, and she was also involved in the scandal from half a month ago. By the way, she shouldn't be divorced, so who is that man? Wow, what explosive news. At this point, Chao Xuejiao couldn't help but lament, striking her head in frustration. What a pity. I didn't think to take a photo. Otherwise, I would have struck it rich. Yu Shuriwei was equally stunned by the revelation, her keen eyes gazing towards the direction where the Bentley had vanished. Yes, who could that man be? Mu Chun, of course, was oblivious to the fact that he had nearly made headlines on CNN, as it seemed Veronica was indeed a living headline, her ability to provoke a stir unmatched. At that moment, as he drove the Bentley, Mu Chun was too preoccupied with the intense interrogation from Miss Veronica to give any thought to Chao Xuejiao's musings. "Mu Chun, is that Miss you truly a big star?" "Indeed. She is the dream girl of many young men in the Xiaohua Empire." "Is that so? Does that mean she is also your dream girl?" "Of course. I had her poster on my bedside in middle school, and I still cherish it to this day." "Is that so? I can only imagine how beautiful that poster must be." "Indeed, it was absolutely stunning." "Oh, how does the poster compare to her in real life?" "Equally beautiful." "Then, how do I measure up?" "Well," Mu Chun, suddenly realizing he had just praised another beauty in the presence of a stunning woman, found himself in a precarious situation. "Who might that be?" Veronica inquired with a teasing smile. Mu Chun felt a chill creep up his spine, sensing an ominous presence gathering in the depths of his being, an impending calamity that threatened to unleash unparalleled chaos upon the world. "Ah, are you asking about the poster or the real person?" Mu Chun's forehead broke into a cold sweat as he scrambled to evade the looming disaster. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. "Veronica, whether it's the poster or the real person, neither can compare to you." Veronica cast a surprised glance at the desperate Mu Chun, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "But she is your dream girl." Feeling the tension dissipate, Mu Chun seized the moment to express his regret and disdain. "Alas, youth and ignorance. Really? If given the choice now, would you choose her or me as your dream girl?" With a resolute tone, Mu Chun declared, "Without a doubt. The flawless you." Veronica stifled a laugh, then, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, posed another question. "If you had to choose between her at a younger age and her now, which would you deem more suitable as your dream girl?" After a moment of consideration, Mu Chun sensed the ominous threat had fully dissipated, allowing him to relax and discreetly wipe the sweat from his brow. However, he soon realized he had unwittingly walked into another of Veronica's traps. Veronica, your previous question seemed rather inappropriate, don't you think?" "Oh, in what way?" "Well, it seems we might, possibly, be just friends." "Indeed." Veronica's voice dripped with languor and allure. "So, does that mean I am not your dream girl?" "Oh, are you sure?" Mu Chun, sensing the ominous signs re-emerging, regretted his words, realizing that trouble often arose from unnecessary provocations. Thus, he resigned himself to the situation. "I am utterly, extremely, undeniably, 100% certain that you are indeed involved. At least you're perceptive." Veronica finally relented, though she was also careful not to push too hard, as the timing was just right. Volume 2, The Whirlwind of Riken, Chapter 16, Transition of Offense and Defense. On the following morning, shortly after 8. Mu Chun was diligently practicing his body refinement techniques in his room, a daily ritual he never neglected. A series of knocks echoed through the door, coinciding perfectly with the completion of his training. Upon opening the door, he was met with an unexpected sight. The same black man named Joey who had been involved in an incident at the parking lot the previous day. However, the courteous white-skinned Joey before him appeared to be an entirely different individual. "Hello," Mu Chun thought quickly, managing his expression flawlessly, revealing no hint of recognition. "A new gambling establishment has opened just a block away from the hotel," the white Joey informed him. "Each guest of our hotel has received an invitation. I refrained from disturbing you last night due to your late return, and I hope you will pardon my tardiness in delivering this." With that, he extended a beautifully crafted invitation. "Thank you." Mu-chun graciously accepted the invitation. "My pleasure," Joey replied politely before departing. After closing the door, Mu-chun casually tossed the invitation onto the table. It was akin to the promotional tactics employed in his homeland when a new store opened, albeit with the unique nature of the new establishment's offerings. At that moment, the door to the adjacent room opened, revealing Veronica in her loungewear. "Mu-chun, I thought I heard someone speaking. Is something amiss?" With a smile, Mu-chun recounted the events. Upon hearing his words, Veronica's excitement was palpable. "Darling, let us go check it out. We're here to unwind after all." Mu-chun pondered, realizing Veronica's point held merit. Las Vegas was indeed one of the 4 major gambling cities in his homeland, and he had yet to explore a casino during his stay. Furthermore, venturing to the casino was certainly preferable to accompanying Veronica on a shopping spree. Noticing her enthusiasm, he also sensed that her interest in shopping had momentarily waned. After reaching a decision, they enjoyed breakfast together, followed by a lengthy wait as Veronica prepared herself. An adage often recited is that a man spends half his life waiting for a woman to dress, and the other half, well, the opposite of that, you understand. Mu-chun could not help but agree. Having spent merely 2 days with Veronica, he had already observed that she dedicated well over 3 hours daily to her attire and makeup. However, each time she emerged after her transformations, she left him in awe, a delightful reward for his prolonged wait. While he endured this waiting period, Mu-chun idly watched television, inadvertently discovering that the jackpot for the latest lottery had accumulated to nearly 500 million Swiss francs. This revelation sparked a gleam in his eyes. He possessed an extraordinary intellect from the future at his side. Inquiring with his companion, he was indeed provided with the jackpot numbers for the current lottery. Not only had he acquired the numbers for this iteration, but he also had access to the winning numbers for future draws. Interestingly, the date of this lottery draw coincided with Veronica's birthday, and the winning numbers were a combination of her birth year, month, day, hour, minute, and second, a miraculous coincidence, to say the least. Remarkably, someone had won the jackpot with these peculiar numbers. This fortunate individual was a fervent admirer of Veronica, who had long utilized her birth date as his lottery combination, ultimately leading to his astonishing success. Following his win, he publicly professed his affection for Veronica, offering to share his winnings in exchange for a single night together. In summary, this incident had stirred quite a commotion at the time, providing ample material for various media outlets in Riken, resulting in a significant buzz. Of course, this transpired along the timeline of the future. Mu-chun could not help but wonder if these numbers would still hold true in this reality. "Time, can you confirm that these numbers will guarantee a win?" "I do not know." "Do not know? Is it not true that you exist a century ahead of the present?" "Time has shifted." "Indeed. While the history prior to your crossing remains unchanged, it appears that certain events have altered since your arrival. For instance, the kidnapping incident involving Veronica by terrorists did not occur a century ago in the timeline of my current reality. It is likely that your crossing has diverted this timeline onto an alternative path. To put it more simply, we now inhabit a parallel universe." "Are you suggesting that if I had not crossed over, this timeline would have inevitably aligned with yours a century later? Yet, due to my crossing, this reality has transformed into a different parallel universe? Humph, do you underestimate my capabilities?" Time's tone was laced with disdain. "What do you mean?" Mu-chun inquired, bewildered. "My greatest advantage lies not in merely foreseeing historical events as a seer, but rather in possessing advanced technology that is a century ahead of this timeline." "You mean the world has changed, yet the overarching trend of technological advancement remains constant?" Mu-chun felt as though a light had been cast upon him, illuminating the path ahead. Time was correct. Although history had altered, the trajectory of technology remained unchanged. At that moment, Mu-chun contemplated deeply. Thanks to Time's insight, he realized he had been a fool, entering a treasure trove, yet leaving empty-handed. The knowledge Time possessed, or rather the direction of technological advancement for the next century, was an invaluable treasure indeed. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a melodious voice. "Hey, darling, let us go?" Looking up, he beheld Veronica. Her attire today equally captivating. The red-collared shirt, impeccably tailored, paired flawlessly with her gray trousers. The simple yet vibrant color scheme resembled a modern artwork, creating a striking visual impact that accentuated her figure in a stunning manner. Mu-chun could not deny that with her striking beauty and tall stature, Veronica was indeed a natural model. Even the simplest of outfits showcased her advantages. With clarity of thought, Mu Chun smiled warmly, rose abruptly, and approached Veronica. In her astonished gaze, he embraced her and leaned down to kiss her rosy lips. Veronica was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? After savoring the sweetness of her lips, Mu Chun released her, exclaiming, "Thank you, Veronica." He then burst into joyous laughter. Indeed, Mu Chun had every reason to thank Veronica. Her birthday's miraculous coincidence with the lottery had spurred his reflections, ultimately leading to significant realizations under time's explanations. Though this revelation would eventually surface, the sooner it arrived, the more opportunities he could seize. For instance, the presence of the first daughter of the Republic of Riken before him represented a remarkable opportunity. Should he miss this chance, it might be a long time before he encountered a similar one. Veronica gazed at the man before her with a look of confusion, keenly sensing that Mu Chun seemed different. Although he had always possessed the qualities of a hero, he had previously exuded a slight air of modesty, shaped by his upbringing, education, and personal disposition, traits that were challenging to alter. This demeanor might also be linked to his status in a foreign land, compounded by insecurities. However, the present Mu Chun exudes a magnificent aura of defiance, as if surveying the world from a lofty height. Undoubtedly, Mu Chun's character and temperament cannot undergo an instantaneous transformation. Yet with newfound confidence, he is destined to shine brilliantly one day. Veronica, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, gazes at Mu Chun and inquires, "My dear, what is the matter? Why do you thank me?" "It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled something amusing," Mu Chun replied, fabricating a vague excuse. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Veronica chose not to press further. As noon approached, the two of them enjoyed lunch at the hotel before departing together. Las Vegas, perched on the edge of the desert, was already sweltering in the heat of June. Shortly after leaving the hotel, Veronica was drenched in fragrant perspiration, nearly collapsing against Mu Chun, who half-dragged, half-carried her onward. Veronica gasped for breath, her warm breath brushing against the right side of Mu Chun's face and neck, stirring an unbearable restlessness within him. To divert his attention, Mu Chun recalled an amusing incident and shared it aloud. "Veronica, do you remember that black man named Joey from the parking lot yesterday? I know, but it makes me think that having rendered him incapable of being a brother might actually be a blessing in disguise for him." "A blessing?" Veronica questioned, puzzled by Mu Chun's perspective. Indeed, didn't he seem to enjoy that role? Given his physique, he must have previously been the dominant one. Now that he has lost his tools, it doesn't hinder his enjoyment of life. He could simply transition to becoming a submissive. Haha, how conveniently he can switch roles. He is truly a man of great fortune. Thus, I have allowed him to experience a different life. Shouldn't he be grateful to me? As we say in Xiaohua, I am his benefactor. Oh, and Veronica, this is what we call repaying kindness with kindness. Huh? You don't understand? No worries, I shall elucidate it for you. If the handsome Shur-san, a century hence, were to hear Mu Chun's musings, he would surely regard him with a look of approval and say, "Mu Chun, you have attained enlightenment." Veronica stared, dumbfounded, at the self-satisfied Mu Chun and spat in disdain. "I have never encountered such a shameless person." She hastened a few steps away, seemingly eager to distance herself from this extraordinary man. "Hey, wait for me." Mu Chun secretly sighed in relief, finally escaping Veronica's allure. The casino lay just ahead. Before them stood a luxurious building, primarily beige. Resembling a colossal ship, the newly opened Golden Sands Hotel, Golden Sands Casino. Upon entering the hotel, a refreshing breeze greeted them, and they both exhaled deeply. After their long walk, they were quite sweaty, especially Veronica, who felt uncomfortably oily all over. Thus, she decided to book a lavish suite on the upper floors of the casino, to which Mu Chun had no objections, as it had been his suggestion to walk there. The casino encompassed all necessities, food, lodging, and transportation, truly a miniature city. As long as one possessed wealth, they were akin to a deity within its confines. Guided by a server, they arrived at the suite, where Veronica headed to bathe and change, while Mu Chun jotted down 6 sets of numbers and retrieved 100 Swiss francs, handing them to the server with instructions to purchase a lottery ticket according to his chosen numbers. The server readily obliged. A single ticket cost merely 2 francs, leaving the remaining 98 francs as his tip. Purchasing the lottery ticket was a trivial affair, requiring no exit from the hotel, as there was a ticket booth conveniently downstairs. A mere elevator ride and a few steps would yield nearly 100 in gratuity, much to the server's delight. Though time had suggested that history had altered, Muchen was curious to ascertain whether the historical narrative of this timeline had indeed transformed completely. Thus, he resolved to spend 2 francs on a lottery ticket. The numbers being a combination of Veronica's birth year, month, day, hour, minute, and second. Muchen felt that investing a small sum in this endeavor bore no risk. What if fortune smiled upon him? 10 minutes later, a knock echoed at the door. Muchen rose to answer, finding the server who had just departed standing there. The server respectfully presented him with a lottery ticket. Muchen glanced at the numbers, confirming they were correct. He waved the server off, closed the door, and casually tucked the ticket into the pocket of his jacket. Volume 2. The Winds of Riken. After more than 2 hours, Veronica, redressed, appeared before Muchen. She had donned a deep purple gown, the flowing skirt elegantly accentuating her statuesque figure. To Muchen's surprise, Veronica had not altered her appearance at all. During their 2 days in Vegas, she had taken pains to disguise her looks, donning light or dark glasses to obscure her identity as the first daughter of the Riken Republic. Yet now, she stood before Muchen in her true form. A living headline that would undoubtedly attract immediate recognition upon stepping outside. Muchen cautioned, "Veronica, are you really going out like this today?" Veronica spun gracefully, showcasing her poise, and replied defiantly, "Is that a problem? It's not the attire I'm concerned about. Aren't you worried about being recognized?" With a captivating smile, Veronica assured him, "Not at all. Today is a special day." A sudden realization struck Muchen as he recalled a set of numbers he had just written down. Silently cursing himself for being so preoccupied with whether history could be altered that he had forgotten it was Veronica's birthday. This revelation filled him with a sense of fortuitous purpose, the perfect excuse to implement his plans. However, to execute his scheme, he required an opportunity, an event that would bridge the gap of ambiguity and distrust between him and Veronica. All was in readiness, yet he awaited the right moment. Feigning ignorance, Muchen inquired, "What special day?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Veronica's eyes, quickly masked by a fade of nonchalance as she added, "I'll tell you later." Muchen paid little mind to her emotional shift. If Veronica was unperturbed by the possibility of recognition, why should he be? Veronica gracefully approached, linking her arm with his as they stepped outside. Just as Muchen was about to cross the threshold, Veronica gently pulled him back. He looked at her quizzically, and she stared back, hesitant to speak. Finally, she smoothed the collar of his suit, smiling softly, "Shall we go?" Muchen noticed something amiss in Veronica's demeanor. Her earlier emotion seemed to stem from more than just his failure to acknowledge her birthday. He remained acutely aware of their precarious situation in enemy territory, and her unusual behavior heightened his vigilance. As they proceeded toward the casino, Muchen discreetly asked his companion, "Can you monitor the activities in this casino?" Since connecting to the laptop left by the agent 2 days prior, the entity known as Time had finally tapped into the network of this timeline. He had declared with amusement, "In this realm, any device connected to the network serves as my puppet." Muchen trusted Time's capabilities, as he hailed from a century hence and was equipped with unparalleled intellect. Once assured by Time's affirmative response, Muchen commanded, "First, seize control of Vegas's public systems as a precaution. Be discreet. We cannot allow our presence to be detected. Additionally, keep an eye on Veronica." However, within mere moments, monitoring Princess Veronica has turned into quite the farce. A tale of stalking and revenge, this script. "Oh dear Muchen, how far you have fallen." Muchen grimaced, gritting his teeth. "Shut it. Such a cold-hearted man. I was merely trying to offer you some perks, but it seems unnecessary now." "What perks?" Muchen inquired, puzzled. "You just asked me to monitor Princess Veronica, and I casually infiltrated her phone. Lo and behold, I discovered an encrypted folder that contained delightful treasures." Muchen's interest piqued. "What kind of treasures?" "Bank card codes, safe combinations, secret vault access." Time's tone dripped with exasperation. "Muchen, when will you elevate your tastes beyond such trivial pursuits? What value do you find in money?" "Valuable things," Muchen retorted, unwilling to indulge Time's penchant for suspense. "Spill it." They entered the elevator bound for the casino. The folder contains intimate photographs of Princess Veronica. She thought encryption would keep them safe, such ignorance of the digital world. Time's tone brimmed with pride. Muchen was at a loss for words. Who among us possesses the more base interests? "What do you know? This is artistic appreciation," Time declared, projecting a revealing image of Veronica onto Muchen's retinas. Caught off guard, Mu-chun nearly stumbled, as he found himself viewing a tantalizing selfie of Veronica clad in lingerie. Her expression and pose exuding seduction, far too overwhelming for a modest soul like him. A sudden warmth surged in him, and he quickly tilted his head back to stem the flow of blood from his nose. Veronica, startled, asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's just a bit warm today," he replied awkwardly, knowing he could not confess that his nosebleed was a result of her alluring image. "Should we see a doctor?" "No need. Really, Veronica. I'm just a bit overheated. A cold drink will remedy it." "Are you sure?" she pressed, concern etched on her face. "If you feel unwell, please don't hesitate to tell me." "Okay." Mu-chun felt a swell of gratitude for her concern, as he admired the enchanting Veronica beside him. He shifted his focus back to the image in his mind. The visual onslaught left him nearly breathless. She was indeed a bewitching presence, confirmed. "How about it? Would you like to see more? Her beauty is exquisite, her grace noble, her figure flawless. Truly, Princess Veronica is my goddess." "Cough, cough, let us focus," Mu-chun interjected, interrupting time's digression. "Seal all this capitalist filth for later review before deciding whether to destroy it." "Wait, what?" Time was momentarily flummoxed, then scoffed. "Men truly are insatiable. What do you know? I am merely critiquing this decadence under the aegis of proper values." Time paused, then spoke with newfound respect. "You humans truly know how to play. It seems I have much to learn. Time. Let us learn together and strive for progress." As the two engaged in their light-hearted banter, the elevator carrying Mu-chun and Veronica reached the casino floor. The newly opened Sands Hotel sought to draw in more guests by inviting celebrities to enhance its allure, while sending invitations to other hotels in Las Vegas to encourage patrons to visit. Of course, the invitations varied in prestige. For instance, the one in Mu-chun's hand granted him access to exchange for 10,000 Ryan in chips and entry into the casino's VIP area. The Sands Hotel featured a sprawling 3-story atrium, housing a multitude of gaming tables across several thousand square meters. Despite its vastness, the throngs of people bustling about imparted a sense of crowdedness. The 4th floor of the hotel is designated as the VIP area, where the ambience is markedly superior to that of the standard zones. This section boasts a spacious hall of approximately 500 square meters, replete with an array of gaming apparatus, surrounded by numerous private rooms of varying sizes. In addition to the VIP area, to cater to the needs of high-end clientele, there exists a VVIP section on the same floor. This exclusive enclave comprises one large room and 4 smaller ones, all adorned in a decor that adheres to 6-star standards. Once the doors are shut, one could engage in the most nefarious activities without fear of intervention. Access to the VVIP area requires either substantial wealth, significant influence, or ideally, a combination of both. Although Veronica is unperturbed by the prospect of being recognized, her status precludes her from venturing into the ordinary realm of the 3rd floor. As she seeks a reprieve from her daily routine, it would be unseemly for her to accompany Mu-chun directly to the VVIP quarters. Thus, the central VIP area emerges as an excellent alternative. Upon exiting the elevator, Mu-chun's gaze fell upon an ornate golden door, flanked by 2 stern-looking security personnel clad in uniforms. Beyond this threshold lay the casino's VIP enclave, which, unlike the bustling hall below, was relatively tranquil. However, as it was the grand opening day, the casino had mobilized considerable resources and invited numerous luminaries from various circles. Standing at the entrance, Mu-chun scanned the room, only to find himself unfamiliar with any of the faces present. Before he could further scrutinize the crowd in hopes of spotting acquaintances, a gasp echoed through the hall. "Oh my goodness, look who that is!" This exclamation shattered the previously harmonious atmosphere, prompting the individual's companions and soon the entire assembly to follow their gaze toward the entrance, escalating into a cacophony of astonished murmurs. Volume 2. The turmoil of Riken. At this moment, Veronica stood proudly on the steps of the hall's entrance, observing the suddenly vibrant atmosphere within. Much like a queen surveying her domain and subjects, maintaining a noble and graceful smile while awaiting her subjects to pay their respects. Jacob Kellogg, the owner of this casino, hurried over after receiving a report from the security at the elevator. Managing such a large casino in Las Vegas necessitates a certain level of influence and connections. Without such power, merely obtaining a gambling license would be impossible. Although Jacob is the chairman of the Sands Hotel, he is merely a frontman. The true mastermind behind the scenes remains hidden and did not appear today. Veronica's presence excited Jacob immensely, perhaps in the eyes of the true power holders. She was merely a flamboyant ornament. However, in Jacob's view, Veronica had become someone he could not afford to offend, especially with her title as the first daughter still holding significant weight. Furthermore, her appearance here provided Jacob with an opportunity to impress the unseen boss. Securing the attendance of the first daughter would surely demonstrate his adept public relations skills. With an air of modesty, Veronica greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Kellogg. I am honored to be invited while vacationing in Las Vegas." She gestured towards her companion, Mu-chan, standing beside her. "This is my friend, Mu, who has accompanied me to witness this occasion. I hope you do not mind." Jacob, beaming with a radiant smile, extended his hand toward Mu-chan, saying, "Mr. Mu, welcome. It is a pleasure to meet you." Mu-chan shook Jacob's hand firmly, replying seriously, "Mr. Kellogg, your happiness may be premature." Jacob's hearty laughter abruptly ceased as he was caught off guard by Mu-chan's unexpected remark, staring at him in bewilderment. Veronica understood that Mu-chan was merely jesting. He had boldly declared to the world that the son belonged to them, a man of such audacity. Thus, it was not surprising for him to playfully tease the hefty figure before him. Mu-chan. Veronica shot a playful glare at her companion, the meaning behind it unmistakable. Behave yourself, or there would be consequences. Mu-chan shrugged in resignation, thinking to himself, "I certainly know you are stunning, and indeed, very stunning." He resumed his handshake with Jacob, expressing sincerity. "Mr. Kellogg, please forgive my earlier indiscretion. I was merely jesting." Jacob, keenly observant of the subtle exchanges between Mu-chan and Veronica, quickly discerned that there was more to their relationship than met the eye. However, he chose to overlook it, feigning being moved by Mu-chan's apology, exclaiming, "Not at all, not at all." Following Jacob's invitation, the two were shown around the casino. Upon entering the main hall, the previously aloof socialites flocked toward them, initiating an elaborate display of flirtation. Veronica appeared unfazed by the attention, handling the situation with poise, while Mu-chan felt increasingly uncomfortable by her side. After half an hour of mingling, Mu-chan turned to Veronica and said, "I think I shall try my luck in the lower hall." Understanding that Mu-chan was struggling to adapt to the surroundings, Veronica nodded and replied, "All right, but do not take too long." Jacob, ever attentive, immediately waved over a server, instructing, "Bring Mr. Mu 100,000 in chips." Looking at the considerate Jacob, Mu-chan chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Old duck, my apologies for the expense." Jacob, confused by the term old duck, looked puzzled. "Oh, that's a special term derived from your name in Xiaohua, used among friends to express intimacy. Are you of Xiaohua descent?" "Well, sort of," Mu-chan replied with a chuckle. Leaving Jacob blissfully unaware of the playful jab he had just received, his jolly demeanor remaining intact. With the 100,000 chips in hand, Mu-chan ascended toward the third-floor hall. In truth, he had no intention of gambling. He had merely spotted two acquaintances. The VIP area on the fourth floor was surrounded by large glass windows, providing a vantage point to observe the activities in the lower common area, instilling a sense of superiority among those in the VIP section. Of course, the glass was one way, preventing those below from seeing into the VIP area. It was through this glass that Mu-chan recognized two familiar figures in a corner of the third-floor hall. They had come to the Sands Hotel for a specific purpose, the production of a major film. Initially, Yushiriwa had been reluctant to attend. Despite her current misfortunes, her proud nature made her averse to seeking help. After failing her audition, had it not been for Chao Xuejiao's insistence, Yushiriwa would never have traveled from Mailewu to Las Vegas. After one attempt, Yushiriwa had planned to give up. However, Chao Xuejiao continued to encourage her not to surrender easily. Eventually, after some inquiries, Chao learned that the director had a last-minute obligation and would not be at Fumanlu, but would attend the newly opened Sands Casino instead. The two arrived at the Sands Hotel early that morning and waited in the parking lot until the director appeared. However, before they could approach him, he entered the hotel via a private passage leading to the VIP elevator. Upon reaching the elevator, they were met by two security guards, who barred them entry without an invitation. Yushiriwa contemplated retreat, but Chao Xuejiao proposed they attempt to enter the common area of the casino to find another opportunity to access the VIP section. They made their way to the third-floor hall, yet still found themselves unable to gain entry. The fiery Chao Xuejiao resorted to a dramatic display of tears and pleas to persuade the security guards. In contrast, the naturally aloof and proud Yushiriwa stood aside. While she could endure Chao Xuejiao's persistence, she could never stoop to such theatrics herself. Had it not been for the grand opening, the security guards, instructed from above, would likely have ejected Chao Xuejiao long ago. Aware that further insistence might provoke the guards to act upon their threats, Chao reluctantly conceded defeat and turned to Yu Shiyue, saying, "Shiyue, let us leave." Yu Shiyue's expression was calm, but a faint sense of despair crept into her heart as she pondered her uncertain future. Just as the two were about to turn and depart, a clear voice rang out from behind them. "Wait for a moment." Mu Chun, observing the commotion between the security guards and Chao Xuejiao, along with the aloof Yu Shiyue, mused to himself, "It seems I have a peculiar connection with these two women. In less than 24 hours, I have encountered them thrice." Upon observing that Yu Shiyue and her companion appeared to be entangled in yet another predicament, Mu Chun resolved to descend and investigate, finding little amusement in the VIP area. His initial intention in visiting this place was to witness the decadence of capitalist life. Instead, he encountered a gaggle of sycophants fawning over Veronica. Furthermore, these so-called elites lacked even the finesse of flattery, regurgitating the same few phrases ad nauseum. Much to the audience's chagrin, Mu Chun felt an overwhelming desire to send them to the Xiahua Empire's system to learn the true art of sycophancy. Dismissing the inept flatterers, Mu Chun took the elevator down to the 3rd floor. As the elevator doors opened, he called out to the two departing women just in time. "These two ladies are my companions," Mu Chun proclaimed, producing an invitation from his jacket pocket and presenting it to the security guard. After verifying its authenticity, the guard apologized to Mu Chun, saying, "My apologies, sir." Naturally, Mu Chun did not wish to engage in a dispute with the guard and replied with a smile, "No problem, it's your duty." With that, he casually tossed 2 chips worth 1,000 Swiss francs each to the guards, saying, "Enjoy a coffee on me." In the casinos of Vegas, chips are as good as cash. The 2 guards accepted the chips with gratitude, their demeanor growing even more respectful. Volume 2. The turmoil of Rukun. Mu Chun approached Yu Shiyue and Chao Xuejiao, speaking in the dialect of Xiahua. "Let us take a stroll together." With that, he led the way to the grand hall. Yu Shiyue and Chao Xuejiao exchanged glances, and Chao Xuejiao whispered in Yu Shiyue's ear, "Come on. Let us follow him and see what is going on." She then tugged at Yu Shiyue, and they closely trailed Mu Chun into the 3rd floor hall. Navigating through the somewhat crowded throng, Mu Chun meandered aimlessly in the hall, seemingly without a specific destination. After nearly half an hour, Chao Xuejiao could no longer contain herself and called out, "Hey." She pulled Mu Chun through the crowd to a relatively secluded corner and asked, "You were in the VIP area just now, right? Did you happen to see Michael Pittman?" "Michael Pittman?" Upon noticing Mu Chun's bewildered expression, Chao Xuejiao couldn't help but question, "You didn't see him? Is it possible that old chap isn't up there?" Actually, I don't know who Michael Pittman is," Mu Chun explained. "What? You mean to say you don't know him?" Chao Xuejiao asked, taken aback. "Why should I? He is not my son," Mu Chun replied nonchalantly. Chao Xuejiao gazed at Mu Chun with a forlorn expression. "Are you an alien?" "I'm not an alien. I'm a person from the future," Mu Chun muttered under his breath, then inquired, "Who is this Michael anyway? What do you need him for?" After Chao Xuejiao elucidated, Mu Chun finally understood Michael's background. Michael Pittman, a renowned director in Hollywood, was immensely talented and had produced numerous classic films. A frequent recipient of the Hollywood Angel Award, his films blended artistry with commercial success, making it an honor for actors in Hollywood to collaborate with him. The film for which Yu Shiyue was auditioning was indeed directed by Michael. Now it all made sense, Mu Chun thought, considering Yu Shiyue's current predicament. Connecting with Michael was undoubtedly a promising opportunity for her comeback. Curiously, he asked, "Is Miss Yu's audition not going well?" It was going quite well initially. Michael had already confirmed Yu Shiyue for the role of the second female lead. However, the investors suddenly demanded that Michael replace her with a third-rate actress named Amanda. Chao Xuejiao's tone turned indignant. "If it were based on merit, we would accept our defeat gracefully, but Amanda is leveraging her connections with the investor's representative. Despicable, shameless, and lewd. Ahem, I suppose that is somewhat justifiable? Amanda is putting in her own effort, isn't she?" Mu Chun blinked innocently. "You." Chao Xuejiao attempted to retort, but Mu Chun's playful tone amused her, and she burst into laughter. "You do have a point." Standing nearby with an icy demeanor, Yu Shiyue's lips curled slightly into a faint smile upon hearing their exchange. Mu Chun's light-hearted banter had indeed bridged the gap between the three of them. "Chao Xuejiao, in a curious tone, asked, "Hey, what is your name?" Well, Mu Chen hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal his name. His reluctance, however, conveyed an entirely different meaning to Lin Shiyue and Chao Xuejiao. Chao Xuejiao glared at Mu Chen in annoyance. "Do you think you're something special? Come on, Shiyue, let us go." There is not a decent man among them. Mu Chen was at a loss for words. It was indeed difficult to explain. Should he say he was an undocumented person who came to the Rukan Republic to foster technological exchanges between Xiaohua and Rukan? Ultimately, Mu Chen could not bear to see his former goddess in distress. Sighing, he remarked, "All men are indeed just big pigs." Mu Chen caught up with Shiyue and Chao Xuejiao, blocking their path. "What do you want?" Chao Xuejiao glared angrily. Mu Chen explained, "My identity is somewhat inconvenient to disclose, and not sharing it is for your own good." "Inconvenient? Are you a spy?" Chao Xuejiao hit the nail on the head. Mu Chen wore a bewildered expression. "Sister, did your mouth just get possessed?" "Ahem, in any case, it's just not convenient." Mu Chen refrained from elaborating further and shifted the topic. "Aren't you eager to see Michael? I can take you up." Upon hearing Mu Chen's words, Chao Xuejiao hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, but don't expect Shiyue to develop any fondness for you." Mu Chen walked ahead, while Chao Xuejiao lagged a few steps behind, holding on to Shiyue. They took the elevator to the 4th floor and passed through the door into the VIP area. Mu Chen noticed that in less than an hour since his departure, the number of people had increased significantly, and the atmosphere was even more vibrant. Once inside the VIP area, Chao Xuejiao quickly spotted their target and pulled Shiyue away. Shiyue hesitated for a moment, but ultimately paused, softly uttering, "Thank you." Mu Chen was taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Chao Xuejiao shot Mu Chen a fierce glare before dragging Shiyue away. Mu Chen shrugged indifferently, nodding at Veronica, who was still surrounded by a crowd, and then headed towards a gambling table. Since he was here, he might as well partake in some games. As a model youth of the new century, Mu Chen had never engaged in gambling before. However, he was not entirely ignorant of the various betting rules, at least. He had played enough penguin games. The gambling methods across the various countries of Homestar were quite similar. And even if there were games Mu Chen wasn't familiar with, he could always consult the intelligent AI, Time, for assistance. With time at his disposal, he felt invincible. Mu Chen arrived at a gambling table with an open seat and sat down. The game being played was blackjack, and aside from Mu Chen, there were 2 others at the table. The dealer, a calm 30-something white woman, greeted Mu Chen as he sat. "Please place your bets." The 3 players each tossed in their chips, with Mu Chen betting 1,000, while the other 2 placed 10,000 each. One of the young men scoffed dismissively, while the other remained expressionless. After the bets were placed, the dealer began dealing the cards. Among the 3, the young man had the best hand with an ace, while Mu Chen had a 5, and the other player had a 7. The dealer showed a 9. The young man flipped his hidden card, revealing another 9. Totaling 20, a splendid hand. If he drew another card, only an ace would give him a higher total. Mu Chen smiled softly and flipped over his hidden card, revealing a 6, bringing his total to 11, an excellent position with a high likelihood of reaching 21. The other player also revealed his hidden card, totaling 17, a rather awkward score. Mu Chen gently tapped the table, indicating he wanted another card. The dealer dealt him a 7, raising his total to 18. The dealer then revealed her cards, totaling 19. The young man rejoiced, his hand being the highest at the table. Receiving the chips from the dealer, he provocatively smirked at Mu Chen. "Insane." Mu Chen shrugged indifferently and stood up, leaving the table. The young man glared at Mu Chen in anger, intending to stand up, but suddenly hesitated and remained seated. Subsequently, Mu Chen spent nearly an hour playing various gambling games throughout the hall, achieving remarkable results, only to end up broke again. "Mu Chen, you've made quite the haul," came Time's teasing voice in his mind. Mu Chen's face flushed with embarrassment. "Puffed. The stakes were too low. I couldn't muster any excitement." Stubborn as a dead duck, Time, who had been observing the entire situation, was fully aware of Mu Chen's predicament. "What do you know? I'm merely testing the waters, sacrificing myself to set an example for the gamblers of Homestar. A classic case of losing everything?" "Exactly. I aim to use my unfortunate experience to warn them that gambling leads nowhere." Mu Chen chuckled softly. "There's no need for that. Simply return the 100,000 chips to me." "How naive." Guang Yin scoffed. "However, if you wish to win, I can offer my assistance." "You? In what manner?" "Some of the betting methods here rely on computer operations, If we infiltrate the central computer, you can look forward to counting your riches. Mu Chun felt a surge of excitement, but he quickly regained his composure. Given his identity, it was prudent to remain discreet. Never mind, the timing isn't right. Besides, with your presence, will we ever need to worry about insufficient funds? Rather, we should be concerned about how to spend it. Mu Chen's words struck a chord with Guang Yin. Indeed, indeed. You've made significant progress. Mu Chun, you have finally awakened. Although you still cannot match my pace, you have shed the lethargy of a stagnant existence, which is commendable. Commend your sister. Mu Chun retorted bitterly. I think being a stagnant fish is quite pleasant. After losing all his chips, Mu Chun approached Veronica, eager to inquire about her plans. It was past 6 o'clock, and he had yet to dine. Hunger gnawed at him. Mu Chun, I bring you splendid news. Guang Yin suddenly exclaimed with exuberance. The lottery ticket you purchased has just won this period's grand prize. You will share a staggering 488 million Swiss francs with another winner. Mu Chun paused, momentarily dazed. Had he effortlessly become a billionaire? Guang Yin, does this mean some aspects of history remain unchanged? Perhaps winning a small matter like this is inconsequential. A sum approaching 500 million Swiss francs is trivial? In the grand scheme of international competition, this is indeed a minuscule detail. Mu Chun pondered and conceded the point, yet he remained uneasy. After all, one must not underestimate the butterfly effect. Guang Yin, please keep a watchful eye. I wish to see if my involvement alters the outcome of the next lottery. Guang Yin agreed to Mu Chen's request. Volume 2. The Turmoil of Reikan. Chapter 20. After resolving the lottery affair, Mu Chun found himself brimming with exhilaration. Having inexplicably become a billionaire, how could he possibly feel otherwise? Having indulged in leisure, he desired to rendezvous with Veronica. However, halfway there, he noticed a young man who had previously looked down upon him while playing blackjack, seemingly being intercepted by someone. This young man had left a poor impression on Mu Chun, prompting him to approach with a sense of morbid curiosity. The young man was confronted by a middle-aged Caucasian man in his 40s, who earnestly implored, Mr. Clara, please grant me another opportunity. I assure you, I will not disappoint. However, a month prior, he had made the same plea. The man, named Christian, urgently explained, Mr. Clara, I have revised the script as per your instructions. May I trouble you for 5 minutes to elucidate it further? Please, grant me another chance. I have matters to attend to. Let us speak another time, Clara replied dismissively, tossing 3 chips of 10,000 each to Christian. It's rare to be here. I shall find a place to unwind. With that, he turned and departed. Christian, unwilling to concede so easily, chased after Clara, grasping his sleeve in a bid to elaborate once more. Clara, exasperated, retorted, Christian, if you persist, I shall summon security to escort you out. After a moment of hesitation, Christian relented, allowing Clara to leave. Witnessing this exchange left Mu Chun considerably disappointed. He had anticipated a riveting spectacle, but instead witnessed Clara's haughty dismissal. Shaking his head, he continued towards Veronica's location. Yet, he barely took a few steps when Guang Yin called out, Mu Chun, wait. What is it? Mu Chun inquired. I just looked into this Christian. He is quite an extraordinary figure. Extraordinary? Surely you jest. He resembles a refugee who has just had his fill. Of course, I acknowledge he currently embodies a state of destitution, but his future is promising. Just a moment. There, I have projected his profile onto your retina. Mu Chun focused intently as Guang Yin presented a wealth of information based on historical facts from the future timeline. Christian Fast, an independent filmmaker from Hollywood, is heralded as the greatest director of the 32nd century, without question. The data revealed that Christian's early career as an independent filmmaker was fraught with challenges. Graduating from the York City Film Academy at the age of 22, he embarked on a tumultuous journey through the industry, starting as a script supervisor, then progressing to assistant director, and ultimately director, albeit with considerable difficulty. Yet, as a somewhat radical director, his filmic endeavors never garnered the acclaim of the mainstream society in the Republic of Reikan. By the age of 40, he had achieved little to show for his efforts. However, life is not devoid of surprises. In the year 3020, at the Hollywood Angel Awards, Christian astounded audiences by winning 7 awards, including Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor, for his film The Affairs of Marriage, thereby becoming the year's most celebrated victor. From that moment on, his films garnered acclaim worldwide, establishing him as a prominent director and earning him a Lifetime Achievement Award at the Angel Awards at the age of 58. However, despite these accolades, Christian merely stood amongst his peers. It was an unforeseen event that would elevate him to the status of the greatest filmmaker. After receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award, he took a 3-year hiatus, culminating in the release of a political satire, The Black Comedy, in the year 3140. The narrative was simple. A series of coincidences led to a mentally ill individual being elected president. While the film's storytelling may have profound implications to the audience, it was merely a source of amusement, easily forgotten thereafter. Yet, reality far surpassed art in its insanity. Shortly after the film's release, the sitting president of the Republic of Rakan was revealed to be grappling with severe mental health issues, exacerbated by the pressures of his campaign. He relied on heavy doses of psychiatric medication to maintain a public presence. After his election, the stress only intensified, leaving him to retreat to the presidential residence. With his duties largely managed by his wife, the revelation sparked outrage across the nation, culminating in the president's resignation. The release of The Black Comedy was evidently the catalyst for his downfall. Thus, through a single film, Christian had effectively toppled the president, earning him the unequivocal title of the premier director of the Homestar. Upon absorbing the details of Christian's journey, Mu Chen's expression reflected a myriad of thoughts. Indeed, art stems from life, yet transcends it. Guang Yin, I concede that this Christian is remarkable, but what relevance does he hold for me? Mu Chen, have you imbibed too much of that infant formula? Refrain from personal attacks. State your point directly. The trials of dealing with an uncomprehending wooden block. How lamentable it is. I have painstakingly devised a means to assist your goddess, yet you remain oblivious. The burden of superior intellect is truly a curse. After Guang Yin's revelation, Mu Chen began to grasp the situation. Are you implying that Christian is likely seeking investors for his film The Affairs of Marriage? According to your data, he has been preoccupied with funding for over half a year and will secure an investor within a month, leading to its release 3 months later, where it will win 7 Angel Awards. Indeed, this is undoubtedly his nadir. Any investment would be met with immense gratitude, as though he were rescued from despair. Yet, I am devoid of funds. Alas, the plight of a terminally forgetful Mu Chen. Guang Yin's tone brimmed with exasperation. Did I truly just converse with a piece of wood? Mu Chen recalled his recent windfall, a flush of embarrassment creeping over him as he sheepishly uttered, Thank you for your efforts, Guang Yin. Contemplating the feasibility of his newfound idea, Mu Chen recognized that The Affairs of Marriage would undoubtedly emerge as the victor at the forthcoming Angel Awards. If Yushui were to participate, she could potentially extricate herself from her current predicament and ascend to a level of recognition as an actress on a global scale. Given Yushui's talent, a resurgence was certainly achievable. She merely required an opportunity. The very opportunity she lacked could be provided by The Affairs of Marriage. The more Mu Chen pondered, the more he felt optimistic. By offering Christian financial backing, he could likely secure a leading role for her. Suddenly, a question struck him. Given my current circumstances, how can I convince Christian of my intentions without revealing my identity? Guang Yin, weary from the mental gymnastics, responded, Mu Chen, if Veronica, the esteemed daughter of the Republic of Rakan, were to approach the beleaguered Christian, offering investment, it would surely be a fortuitous boon. Both her status and background align perfectly. Regarding whether Veronica is willing to invest in an independent film that currently appears to hold no promise, it is of little concern. For our esteemed Mu Chen has recently struck it rich as a billionaire, with finances to spare. With this understanding, Mu Chen felt an immediate sense of relief. All he needed was an opportunity to clarify matters with Veronica. As for Christian and Yushui, with Veronica's involvement, they would undoubtedly not object. Conveniently, all the parties involved were present, and today they could proceed directly to the altar, entering the bridal chamber. I meant to say, finalizing the decision. Mu Chen, you have finally come to your senses. A little nurturing can yield unexpected results. The cleverness of my metaphor regarding the wood and the ear fungus is truly unique. I have resolved to attend the Summer Poetry Conference tomorrow, where I shall undoubtedly showcase my remarkable intellect, allowing fans worldwide to witness my extraordinary wisdom. I am on the verge of attracting a multitude of admirers. While Porwood remains a solitary figure, who will console your loneliness? Time, are you in a frenzy again today? I have decided to sever your connections with the outside world so that you may quietly hibernate in your wormhole. Mu Chen was quite pleased with Time's admission of guilt. Yet the subsequent words that followed struck him like 1,000 daggers. You do know how to read the room. Ahem, what did you say? Damn it, you shameless intellect. Come now, do not be shy, savor it slowly. No, wait, I recalled that I should use the term critique here. Take your time to critique. And there's more, plenty to go around. All of it is pure essence, surprise, and delight. We need not fear an intellectual without culture. Rather, we dread one devoid of boundaries. Muchun conceded defeat, just as Muchun was overwhelmed by time's repulsiveness. An event unfolded nearby that captured the attention of everyone in the fourth-floor hall. Chao Xuejiao easily found director Michael Pittman, dragging Yushiriwa along, and employed her unyielding tenacity to entangle him. After nearly an hour of persistence, Michael, now thoroughly exasperated, had no choice but to reveal the truth. Miss Chao, it is not that I am unwilling to cast Miss Yu, but rather, it is the decision of the investors. Chao Xuejiao had long suspected that the role of the second female lead was unattainable and felt no disappointment. Mr. Pittman, I am aware that my Shuriwa cannot play the second female lead, but there are other roles available, and we would be open to any of them. Miss Chao, I regret to inform you, that may not be possible. After a moment of hesitation, Michael disclosed the reality. It is the representative of the investors who has insisted that I do not cast Miss Yu. Although I hold considerable sway over this film, I cannot disregard the investors' wishes. I am truly left with no options. Investors' representative? Indeed, Michael gestured towards a young man not far away. That is him. Had Muchin been present, he would have recognized that the young man Michael indicated was none other than Harry Clara, the one who had turned down Christian. Chao Xuejiao turned to look, pondering for a moment before expressing her confusion, but we do not know him. Michael felt compelled to clarify. His name is Harry Clara, the representative of the investors for this film. According to him, he is a fan of Miss Yu, having had a brief encounter with her a decade ago in the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the Summer Empire. Chao Xuejiao cast a questioning glance at Yushiriwa, who thought for a moment before shaking her head. I do not recognize him. Chao Xuejiao trusted Yushiriwa completely. After all, 10 years ago, Yushiriwa was in her prime, having met countless individuals throughout the year, making it entirely plausible for her not to recall everyone. Mr. Pittman, since Harry Clara is a fan of Shuriwa, why would he exclude her from this film? That seems illogical. Chao Xuejiao was thoroughly perplexed. Miss Chao, you and Miss Yu are not newcomers. Surely, this is clear? Harry once asked me to relay a message to Miss Yu. If she wishes to audition for the second female lead, she can approach him directly. Volume 2. The Whirlwind of Riken Chapter 21. Dimensional Reduction Strike. Chao Xuejiao and Yu Shuriwa were not fools. Michael Pittman had made his intentions remarkably clear, and they grasped the underlying implications without difficulty. Coupled with the rumors surrounding Amanda, who was set to replace Yu Shuriwa as the second female lead, the situation was painfully obvious. Perhaps Amanda's substitution was precisely the dual-purpose scheme concocted by Harry Clara. If Yu Shuriwa capitulated, Harry's desires would be fulfilled. If she resisted, he still had Amanda as a fallback. In either scenario, he would emerge unscathed. Despicable. Chao Xuejiao seethed inwardly. Yu Shuriwa, on the other hand, wore a pallid expression, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Miss Chao, I do not wish to be a broker in such matters. Hence I have refrained from revealing this to you. This is the entirety of the truth, Michael Pittman remarked, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded the two women. He is on his way. You must decide how to proceed. Harry Clara approached, drawn by Yu Shuriwa's presence, his face adorned with a sincere and radiant smile. Miss Yu. Good day. Harry, possessing an admirable physique and good looks, easily endeared himself to women with his elegant demeanor. Regrettably, for Yu Shuriwa and Chao Xuejiao, who were already aware of his character, Harry's performance appeared to be a farcical display aimed at the blind. Instead of winning their favor, he only deepened their disdain for his hypocritical nature. Feeling repulsed, Yu Shuriwa had no intention of engaging with him, while Chao Xuejiao deliberately turned her head away, wearing a look of contempt. After being met with indifference, Harry feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders and turning to Michael Pittman. Michael, what are you discussing? May I join? Of course, Michael replied nonchalantly, though he added, I was just speaking with Miss Yu about the second female lead. I see, Harry said, understanding the context. However, he was unfazed. Such situations were commonplace for him, viewed as a natural exchange. Moreover, the unspoken rules of Hollywood were well known. Actresses often traded favors for roles, and Harry had engaged in such friendships with numerous starlets. Those in the know regarded it as mutually beneficial, and thus, their opinions were of little concern. In Harry's eyes, women who entered into such relationships with him were merely granting him a favor, often the ones he desired yet could not attain. Hollywood was replete with beautiful women. With this mindset, Harry felt no shame as he turned to Yushiriwa. "Miss you. Allow me to buy you a drink. We could discuss the second female lead." He winked at Michael, feigning humor. I believe Michael won't mind my assisting him with this minor issue. Michael, naturally, would not contradict him. "Be my guest." Harry approached Yushiriwa with an air of sophistication. "Miss you, please. I am certain we will enjoy a splendid evening together." Observing this self-absorbed individual, Yushiriwa chose silence and turned to leave. Chao Xuejiao promptly followed, casting a disdainful glance at Harry as they passed. Harry was taken aback. Being rebuffed was not new to him, but encountering someone as curt and resolute as Yushiriwa was unprecedented. Stung by the blow to his pride, he impulsively pursued her. As he hastily stepped forward, blocking Yushiriwa and Chao Xuejiao's path, he called out, "Miss you." Yet, Yushiriwa did not even glance at him, merely circumventing him. Harry, infuriated, exclaimed, "How dare you disregard me?" and turned to chase after her once more, only for her to evade him again. Harry, despite his privileged status, was not without admirers, and several onlookers were now focused on the unfolding spectacle. The chase in the corner of the hall quickly drew attention, as Harry sensed the myriad of scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. At this point, Harry found himself unable to retreat. Had the chase not occurred, no one would have given it a second thought. Now, however, it was perceived as a failed attempt at flirtation, an incessant pursuit. This was entirely contrary to the suave image he had cultivated, threatening to unravel his carefully crafted reputation. Reluctantly, Harry pressed on. Watching the scene unfold, Mu-Chen felt a mixture of admiration and envy. When will I ever muster the audacity to confront challenges like that? Yet, observing Harry's strained expression, desperately attempting to maintain his aristocratic facade, Mu-Chen could not help but remark, "True refinement is indeed innate," muttering under his breath in the summer language. "What a wasted template." "Duck?" Veronica, who had just approached Mu-Chen, inquired, having overheard his muttering. "You used that term when referring to Jacob earlier. What does it mean?" Surprisingly, Mu-Chen's single utterance had left a lasting impression on Veronica, who had no familiarity with the summer language but demonstrated remarkable memory. "Oh, it is a commendable term. Describing someone who is attractive and possesses an enviable profession," Mu-Chen explained casually before shifting topics. "Do you know him?" "Harry Clara, the nephew of the Clara Group's head." "You truly know him? Then perhaps it's best to leave it be." Veronica frowned. "What are you planning?" "Nothing in particular. I merely wish to tease him a bit. Since he is your acquaintance, I shall refrain." Veronica scrutinized Mu-Chen. "Are you seeking to defend your romantic interest?" The tone of her inquiry was ambiguous. Mu-Chen shuddered, hastily clarifying, "Why do you bring this up?" "I merely felt belittled after a game of blackjack with him." He pondered, "Why should I feel guilty? Those two women have no bearing on me." Seemingly accepting Mu-Chen's explanation, Veronica remarked casually, "Just don't make it common knowledge." "What? Is he not your acquaintance?" Mu-Chen asked, perplexed. "Just a wastrel," she replied dismissively. "Ah?" Mu-Chen noted the discontent in Veronica's tone, sensing her grievances toward Harry. "He once pursued me," she said, a flicker of disdain crossing her face. "An arrogant fool. I regret not having taken action. Would it not have suited your intentions?" Mu-Chen feigned a heartbroken expression. Veronica shot him a glance, her demeanor indifferent, before stating, "It seems your romantic interest is in considerable trouble." Mu-Chen startled, turning to look, yet he failed to notice the complex emotion that flickered in Veronica's eyes as he did so. Harry's relentless pursuit finally exasperated someone. Although Chao Xuejiao had nearly been terrified by the imposing figure the night before, that had been a response born of desperation. Now, confronted by the debauched Harry Clara in plain view, her fiery temperament emerged. As the three drew closer to the entrance of the hall, they found themselves cornered. They could no longer evade Harry, as the main door stood directly behind him. You maintained an expression that seemed to ward off strangers, ready to turn away once more when the pent-up Chao Xuejiao, after much hesitation, seized a glass of red wine left on the table by an unknown hand and flung it forcefully at Harry. Bewildered, Harry found himself in a scene reminiscent of countless movies, completely unexpected in his own life. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Gasps of astonishment echoed around him. With his facade of elegance shattered, Harry's more ruthless nature emerged, and he retaliated with a slap across Chao Xuejiao's face. She fell to the ground, and Harry, unwilling to relent, approached and kicked her twice more. Seeing her friend assaulted, Yu rushed forward to restrain Harry. However, the violent side of Harry had completely taken over. He pushed her hard, causing her to stumble and fall as well. Turning back to Chao Xuejiao, he delivered several more kicks before being restrained by the arriving security. After venting his frustrations, Harry slowly began to regain his composure, only to be confronted by the sight of Chao Xuejiao moaning on the ground and Yu glaring at him with eyes that could kill. Gradually, the weight of his actions dawned on him. In a moment of clarity, Harry surveyed the room, only to be met with gazes of disdain and disgust, utterly devoid of the flattery and sycophancy he was accustomed to. Startled, his mind raced as he shouted, "These two women are thieves. They stole my wallet. Security, how could you let these thieves in?" Harry adeptly embraced the principle of the villain crying foul first, aiming to assert his narrative regardless of the chaos surrounding him. He believed that as a prominent figure in a major corporation, his status was unparalleled in the hall, and no one would dare oppose him for the sake of two women from Xiaohua. All he needed was a flimsy excuse to cover up his act of violence against women. Whether outsiders believed it was of little consequence, at least he would have a story to tell. Unfortunately, reality did not align with his expectations. Regardless of the opinions of those present, Mu Chun would never allow Harry to get away with it. Yu and Chao Xuejiao were both from Xiaohua and had been brought in by him, so he could not turn a blind eye. Moreover, Yu had once been Mu Chen's goddess. It was not in his nature to remain passive while his goddess was wronged. "Oh dear," Mu Chen exclaimed, rushing over to help Yu to her feet, his face a mask of concern. "What happened? Did a dog chase you?" He then half-supported, half-carried the fallen Chao Xuejiao to a nearby chair, lamenting, "Sister, how could you let a dog treat you like this?" Having settled both women, Mu Chen's demeanor shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Which dog dared to bully my sisters?" The nearly 200 spectators in the hall stood in stunned silence, watching Mu Chen put on a dramatic display, embodying the emotions of a brother powerless to defend his family against injustice. If only he could manage to keep his mouth shut and maintain a dignified silence, it would have been perfect. Veronica watched Mu Chen's exuberant antics with exasperation, pondering how a man so audacious as to confront a squad of terrorists could possess such an eccentric personality. Harry, utterly baffled, realized that his carefully crafted victim persona had been undermined. How had the narrative shifted so dramatically? Where was the justification of self-defense? The image of righteousness he sought to cultivate had been obliterated. How could he continue his performance under such circumstances? He was in the midst of completing a graduation project for the Film Academy, and Mu Chen's antics felt like an angelic award crashing down upon him. Who could withstand such a blow? Dazed by Mu Chen's barrage of antics, Harry finally grasped that this scoundrel was insulting him. "You penniless fool. You are in league with those two thieves. Security, what are you doing? How can anyone just waltz in here? Oh, how frightening it is that someone without a cause resorts to calling the police when they can't win an argument." Mu Chun retorted, pulling an invitation from his pocket and waving it before Harry's eyes. "See, this is how I got in." In an even more audacious move, Mu Chun solemnly opened the invitation and read aloud in a grandiose tone, "Dear esteemed guest, the Golden Sands Hotel eagerly awaits your presence." After finishing, he repeated it, then added with mock sorrow, "Alas, it states esteemed guest, esteemed." Such exquisite phrasing is simply irresistible. As if fearing Harry might doubt him, Mu Chun turned the invitation around and held it close. "Sir Dog, does it not say so here?" "Oh, my apologies. I forgot that dogs cannot read." Harry, incensed by the invitation waving before him, felt his vision redden with rage. Shit. Was this guy truly attempting to turn the situation into a theatrical performance? There are limits to tolerance. It was beneath him to endure such indignities. With a sense of indignation, he resolved to deliver a genuine response, confident that his physique could easily overpower Mu Chun. With a fierce determination, Harry lunged forward, throwing a punch at Mu Chen's chest. Volume 2. The Storm of Rookin, Chapter 22. 1 against 10. Mu Chun feared nothing more than engaging Harry in a contest of strength. After all, he was the one who had obliterated a bug nest with a nuclear bomb. In terms of connections, he was the savior of Miss Veronica. Now, with such powerful backing, he felt no pressure at all in indulging in this soft life. It should be tit for tat, a fair exchange, completely debt-free. Harry Clara swung a fist towards Mu Chun's chest, but Mu Chun feigned fear, deftly sidestepping. He extended his right foot and gently hooked Harry's leg, sending him tumbling forward into a perfect dog-eat-dog fall. With an elbow pressed down, Mu Chun's body fell upon Harry's back. Ah! Harry let out a pained groan as Mu Chen's elbow struck his shoulder, a sensation of discomfort that would linger in his memory. "Oh dear, you frightened me," Mu Chen exclaimed with a feigned expression of terror as he stood, taking the opportunity to knee Harry in the waist. "Oh!" Another groan escaped Harry, who felt faint. "Apologies, I'm in poor condition, my steps unsteady. Mr. Clara, please do not take offense." He then turned to the crowd with a pitiful expression, pleading. You all witnessed it. It was Mr. Clara who struck first and failed to maintain his balance, causing me to fall upon him. I assure you, it was entirely unintentional. Right? With Mr. Clara's physique, taking on 10 of me would be a breeze. You must all bear witness to my victimhood. Everyone, including Veronica, looked at Mu Chun with disdain. The very individual he claimed could take on 10 was groaning on the ground, while he, the self-proclaimed victim, was hopping around to evade responsibility. Could he not feel the pangs of conscience for such a blatant distortion of truth? Did he think everyone present was blind to this farce? Yet, curiously, why did this outcome bring us such comfort? In truth, all present held a certain status. Regardless of their private morals, they harbored discontent towards scoundrels like Clara, who would resort to violence against women. They were all civilized individuals. To strike a woman was wrong, and to do so in their presence was a transgression that would not be tolerated. No one wished to be lumped with brutishness. Merely wishing to curse him from the shadows was already a concession. Under normal circumstances, they would have tolerated the arrogant young Master Harry. But now that someone stood up for them, it was acceptable to remain silent, quietly enjoying the spectacle. In this collective sentiment, all gazes turned to the fallen Harry, filled with an abundance of sympathy and a remarkable schadenfreude, relishing the notion that retribution had finally arrived. They felt a strong urge to join in, perhaps even to stomp on him for good measure. The unfortunate Harry did not receive the support he had hoped for and ultimately leaned against a chair with the assistance of security personnel. After all, they were in Rukun. Mu Chan dared not go too far, lest he incite the wrath of the local populace. Thus, his reprimand of Harry was but a slap on the wrist. At that moment, medical personnel from the Golden Sands Hotel arrived, escorting Yu Shuriwei, Chao Shuejiao, and Harry to a room to tend to their injuries. Half an hour later, the trio emerged, bandaged but intact. The hall remained crowded, with groups huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. The gambling games that had once brought them endless amusement now held little interest, even when a dealer mistakenly distributed chips meant for a guest to another player. The affected individual shrugged it off, ignoring the dealer's apologies. The root of this atmosphere lay with Mu Chun, who appeared innocently compliant. He chose not to stand alongside Veronica. As a man, he felt no need to rely on a woman's influence to escape accountability. Mu Chun was not one to live off another's success. When Yu Shuriwei and her companion exited, Mu Chun intended to depart with them, only to hear a commanding shout from behind. Stop. The crowd stirred with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the next act of the unfolding drama. As Harry emerged, he called out to Mu Chun and the others, who were attempting to leave. Mu Chun sensed that the night's events were far from over and felt a twinge of annoyance. This brat is relentless. I have no intention of playing the role of a subservient in Rukun Republic for your amusement. I would rather engage in idle chatter with Guanyin than deal with that duck face of yours. Guanyin retorted, You dare call me a fool? As if you possess any wisdom. What do you want? Mu Chen's voice dripped with impatience. I want to bet with you. Excuse me? You wish to gamble with me? Do you take me for a fool? Mu Chen dismissed him with a shake of his head, ready to turn away. You're scared. If you have the guts, don't walk away. Humph. Whether I have guts or not, just ask your mother. Harry, clearly struggling to comprehend the complexity of the exchange, finally grasped the insult. Shit. You sickly summer patient. Mu Chen advanced towards Harry, whose intimidating demeanor startled him. Attempting to evade, Harry found his injury hampering his movements and stumbled again to the ground. Standing above Harry, Mu Chen looked down at him. Just then, 2 security guards rushed forward to block Mu Chen's path. He shook his head, feeling disenchanted. Do not bother me any further. With that, he turned to leave. With the guard's assistance, Harry struggled to rise, watching Mu Chen's retreating figure with a glint of madness in his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the nephew of the Clara family's patriarch, and the staff of the Golden Sands Hotel would not allow him to be harmed. Previously caught off guard, he now felt emboldened. Sickly summer patient. Are you afraid? A surge of murderous intent emanated from Mu Chun as he contemplated teaching Harry a harsh lesson. However, as he prepared to act, Guang Yin's warning echoed in his mind. Mu Chun, the situation outside the Golden Sands Hotel is precarious. Agents from the Rukun Republic's Security Bureau have surrounded the area. Your identity may have been compromised. In the face of danger, Mu Chun found clarity. Every step now held immense significance, demanding utmost caution. Are you not monitoring the situation in Vegas? Why only now do you notice? The agents had always operated covertly, their actions revealing their presence only upon engagement. Perhaps they viewed him as a significant target, believing he might have accomplices, hence their stealth. Moreover, being a century ahead of this era, Guang Yin admitted to being unfamiliar with the local tactics, leading to this oversight. It shall not happen again. Mu Chun nodded, accepting Guang Yin's explanation. Let us remain calm. The individuals in this hall belong to the upper echelons of Rukun society. I doubt the Security Bureau will act here. Therefore, I should be safe for the time being. Indeed, Guang Yin concurred with Mu Chun's deduction. With Guang Yin's assurance, Mu Chun felt at ease. He was no longer the cornered individual trapped in the hotel kitchen, forced to confront his enemies in a desperate bid for survival. Now that the agents from the Rukun Republic had come knocking, he decided to play their game. Mu Chun and Time deliberated entirely within their minds. To the onlookers in the hall, he merely appeared to be standing there, seemingly suppressing his rage after being provoked by Harry. The time that passed was not long. Xiahua, the sick man. How about a wager? Harry felt he had the upper hand, taunting with an air of arrogance. Mu Chun turned his body to face Harry. Mu Chun, the surveillance from the Golden Sands Hotel indicates that the security personnel have entered the hotel. However, they have not proceeded directly to the 4th floor, but rather to the video surveillance room, seemingly establishing a temporary command center there. Your presence won't be discovered by the security personnel, will it? They are still too inexperienced. Even if you were to run around here in the nude, I assure you, they would not have the opportunity to see your formidable figure. Cough, cough, cough. Time, be serious. We are not playing a game. Also, next time, use a different metaphor. Mu Chun held some resentment. Understood. Time acknowledged the gravity of the situation and refrained from any further folly. There is one more thing. Veronica just received a text message on her phone, requesting her to leave immediately. Has she read it? Yes. Mu Chun stood motionless, alternating between looking down and up, appearing indecisive to those in the hall. Harry naturally drew the same conclusion, thus becoming even more brazen. Are you afraid to wager? Truly pathetic, lacking even the courage to face your next challenge. No wonder you are known as Xiahua, the sick man. Mu Chun briefly communicated the next course of action to Time, stealing his resolve before turning his attention back to Harry. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Mu Chun, come with me. Suddenly, a sultry voice called from behind. Mu Chun jolted and turned to see Veronica. At this moment, she was no longer the regal and elegant queen. Her complexion was nearly devoid of color, her teeth biting into her lip, and her body slightly trembling. Almost unable to stand, Veronica had received a call from her father earlier that day, during which President Raiken Thomas conveyed that the identity of Jean Zhaisher, the name attributed to Mu Chun by Raiken's official sources, was fraught with serious issues, and Veronica must leave Jean Zhaisher immediately. Veronica was acutely aware that Jean Zhaisher's identity was fabricated. She even questioned whether Mu Chun was his true name. However, she trusted her instincts, believing that Mu Chun, who had rescued her from the clutches of Victor's terrorists, was undoubtedly not a villain. Veronica wished to inform Mu Chun that his identity had been compromised and that security personnel were en route to apprehend him. Yet, she could not betray her own country. Thus, caught in a dilemma, Veronica remained indecisive. It was amidst this uncertainty that she accompanied Mu Chun to the Golden Sands Hotel, which also served as her reason for revealing her true self, to bid a definitive farewell to Mu Chun, regardless of the outcome, so that both could at least remember each other's true visage. Veronica mustered all her strength to utter those words. Mu Chun, come with me. In Veronica's eyes, Mu Chun saw a plea, and an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. This beautiful woman possessed a semblance of conscience. Mu Chun adeptly concealed his emotions. This was not a moment for relaxation, nor could he allow Veronica to know that he was already fully aware of everything, as Time's presence was inexplicable. The only course of action now was to maintain the faade, and as for Veronica's trust, Mu Chun would find a way to recompense her later. Veronica's sudden appearance disrupted the equilibrium in the hall. The once provocative Harry fell silent, for he recognized Veronica. Yet the series of setbacks he had faced today had caused him to overlook her presence. Her sudden arrival diminished his previously held advantage. Volume 2. The turmoil of Reich and Veronica, with a soft plea directed at Mu Chun, appeared so endearing that it ignited Harry's jealousy. In the past, when he pursued Veronica, she had been rather dismissive of him. Harry cast a glance at Yushiiwe, who stood not far behind Mu Chun. Though she merely stood there with an air of aloofness, her eyes were fixed on Mu Chun, revealing an unmistakable concern. Why should this impoverished wretch receive such admiration from everyone? With bloodshot eyes, Harry shouted, "Xiaohua, the sickly man, do you only know how to hide behind women?" At that moment, Harry was seized by a frenzy. Since Veronica's appearance, he understood that apart from Mu Chun's own willingness, no one could compel him. Thus, there was no recourse but to provoke Mu Chun with words. "Mu Chun," Veronica exclaimed anxiously, as the security personnel had surrounded the area, leaving Mu Chun trapped. Only by being close to her could his safety be ensured. Mu Chun deliberately ignored Veronica, feigning anger as he addressed Harry. "I have two things to say. First, I am not from Xiaohua. I am from the great cosmic nation of Nankuriel. My name is Jin Zaishi, remember it, for it will haunt you for a lifetime." Gasps filled the air. Just 3 days had passed since the hostage incident, and the images broadcast live from the 5th channel of Rocky City were still vivid in everyone's minds. Mu Chun's declaration of Nankuriel as a great cosmic nation was indeed unforgettable. His face had been smeared with blood, barely recognizable, yet when he uttered that line, nearly everyone began to merge the current Mu Chun with the man they had seen on camera. Although she did not comprehend why Mu Chun had suddenly adopted the identity of Jin Zaishi once more, she refrained from exposing him. Yushiiwe and Chao Xuejiao exchanged puzzled glances. From the Fumin building to the parking lot rescue, and now this. Mu Chun had consistently presented himself as an authentic Xiaohua person. How had he suddenly transformed into a citizen of Nankuriel? Harry Clara, standing opposite them, clearly integrated Mu Chun's image with that of 3 days prior, and nonchalantly declared, "I don't care if you are from Xiaohua or Nankuriel. I only ask if you dare to bet with me." This brings me to my second point. I refuse to gamble with you, not out of a lack of courage, nor because I am sheltered by Miss Veronica, but because Mu Chun paused, allowing all eyes to fixate on him, patiently waiting for him to reveal his reasoning. Those present believed Mu Chun's forthcoming explanation would surely strike a blow to Harry's pride, overwhelming him with its significance. After all, this rationale would undoubtedly outweigh the notion of being under Veronica's protection. It seemed that this Jin Zaishi must hold a formidable card, capable of confronting terrorists head-on. Mu Chun surveyed the crowd, noticing their rapt attention, and felt a sense of satisfaction with the effect he had created. I refused to gamble because everyone was on the edge of their seats, anticipating a revelation that would shake the very foundations of their understanding. Building suspense, Mu Chun raised his voice in a tone of righteous gravity and proclaimed, "Because I am poor." Coughs erupted throughout the room, as many found themselves choking on the weight of his words. 1,000 no, 100,000 no, 1,000,000 no, the entire population of Homestar, fleeing from the luxurious VIP area of the Golden Sands Hotel in Vegas, could not have produced such an impact. Damn it. Even if you claimed to hold the nuclear button of the Reichen Republic, or that you were Superman, looking down on Harry the penniless fool, we could accept that. But to say it's because you are poor, everyone had eagerly awaited a thunderous revelation, only to be met with a damp squib. Was this truly a reason? Upon reflection, it indeed was an irrefutable justification. However, could you not present it with such audacity? It made us, the societal elite, feel as though possessing wealth was a congenital sin, leaving us inexplicably uneasy. By the heavens, is there no justice in this world? Almighty God, please strike this impoverished fool with a lightning bolt to grant us relief. Mu Chun, you wretched showman, I grant you a perfect score. Time, ever the supportive partner, urged, keep up the good work. I have faith in you. Only Veronica understood that Mu Chun was merely jesting, even as she felt a sense of urgency. His earnest facade amused her. This man always found a way to lighten his burdens. Yet, her brow furrowed further. How could she ensure this troublesome fellow's safe departure? Meanwhile, Yushiiwe unconsciously smiled, recalling how Mu Chun had taught Veronica Xiaohua language at the Fumin building, teasing her with the phrase, "I cherish you." What a peculiar character he was. Simultaneously, Yushiiwe pondered, what identity does this man possess? Why was he first reluctant to reveal his name, only to now claim to be from Nankuriel? Perhaps he had left without consulting the Omenzo, rather, without divination having endured a series of humiliations. And with Mu Chun's continued torment, Harry found himself momentarily stunned by the chaos of the situation, taking several minutes to regain his composure. "I've been played," Harry seethed. "You, Master Harry," Mu-chan interrupted. "Do not forget, 3 days ago I declared that the sun belongs to our Nancurial, and one day, the entire Homestar shall be ours. What does that mean? Is what you say related to today's events?" Harry was unwilling to listen to the ramblings of this nonsensical character. "If you wish to gamble, sit down. If not, kneel, bow 3 times, and then leave." As Mu-chan prepared to respond, he received a reminder from Time. The security personnel were ready, and according to the plan, they would apprehend him in the parking lot. A message had already reached Veronica's phone, instructing her to escort him to the parking lot shortly. Again with the parking lot. "Is there no other suitable place in the Riken Republic?" Mu-chan grumbled. "It seems I have developed a rivalry with the parking lot." Voiceover, the parking lot. "I too am helpless. After all, the author's imagination is limited." Determining that the stage was set, Mu-chan decided to disengage from Harry and conclude this matter swiftly. With his stature, he could hardly continue to entertain Harry, this pitiful wretch. He had places to be. Resolute, Mu-chan addressed Harry. "Very well, I shall gamble with you. However, the stakes and the term shall be determined by me." Harry's heart leapt with joy. From Mu-chan's amateurish play at blackjack, it was clear he was a novice, and though he could not claim to be a gambling expert, his years of experience in casinos suggested he could easily emerge victorious. Despite his confidence, Harry suppressed his excitement and feigned hesitation. "For you to decide the stakes and terms seems rather unfair." "Unfair? Huh. Master Harry, you must understand, this is your gamble with me." Harry's previously composed demeanor flushed with embarrassment. Mu-chan was indeed correct, and with a begrudging spirit, he replied, "Go ahead, I'm listening." His mind was still intact, and he did not immediately agree. Mu-chan was not concerned. He was eager to deal with Harry and proceed to the next step. He promptly declared, "Let us settle this in one round. We shall play a game of all or nothing. If you win, I shall kneel and bow to you. If I win, you must shout 3 times, 'Harry Clara is a foolish pig.'" Harry hesitated. He had not anticipated such a wager from Mu-chan. While he was indifferent to money, the prospect of shouting that he was a foolish pig was not solely his affair. "What, are you afraid? Then I shall take my leave." "Wait," Harry pondered. He had already suffered enough embarrassment today and was not overly concerned about the stakes proposed by Mu-chan, especially since he might not even lose. In Harry's view, Mu-chan's choice to go all in stemmed from a lack of confidence in his ability to win at blackjack. With this thought, Harry finally resolved, "Very well, I accept." Upon his declaration, a buzz of conversation erupted throughout the hall. This unconventional wager was a first for everyone present. Although no money was involved, the peculiar stakes were of great importance to both parties' reputations. In the eyes of the elite, face held far greater value than wealth. Thus they were even more invested in the outcome of the game. Little did they know Mu-chan's thoughts. With Time as his ally, he could easily discern the hidden cards. How could he possibly lose? Moreover, even in defeat, he would never kneel. After all, he was masked as Jin Zaishi. Any disgrace would fall upon Jin Zaishi, not himself, Mu-chan. As both sides reached an agreement, no objections were raised, except for Veronica, Yu Shuriwe, and Chao Xuejiao, who were concerned, while the rest were simply eager for the spectacle. Mu-chan and Harry sat at a table, and the entire hall quickly encircled them, scrambling for the best vantage points, nearly resulting in a scuffle. Fortunately, the Golden Sands Hotel had anticipated this and managed to calm the crowd after a brief commotion. With so many eyes upon them, the female dealer felt a twinge of anxiety. However, her professionalism prevailed, and after a moment of composure, she finally spoke. "Gentlemen, do you wish to verify your cards?" Mu-chan and Harry exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. The dealer wasted no time, shuffling the cards and dealing. The first card was a hidden card, and neither player rushed to inspect their cards. The second card was revealed, and Mu-chan's was a small 5. He remarked, "Damn, that S's so small. Can it get any smaller?" Meanwhile, Harry's second card was a diamond ace, prompting him to smile. "What splendid luck I have." Mu-chan paid little heed to Harry, for he had already lost at the starting line. How the game unfolded was entirely at Mu-chan's discretion. His thoughts were consumed with devising a plan with Time on how to escape the clutches of the safety bureau. Mu-chan's indifferent demeanor suggested he was feigning calmness, lacking confidence in surpassing Harry, which only heightened Harry's arrogance. Gazing at his ace, Harry smiled and said, "Jin Zaishi, shall we raise the stakes? Aren't you poor? I happen to have an abundance of money." Not interested. How about this? Since I have the monetary advantage, let us wager in a 10-to-1 ratio. I will bet 100,000, and you merely need to wager 10,000 for our stakes to be equal. What do you say? This is a splendid opportunity for overnight wealth. Mu Chen thought to himself. Such enticing words hold no weight. In my position. Can I actually take a single penny from you? I'm in. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside, drawing everyone's attention. It was Miss Veronica. Mu. Jean. You can bet 1 million. I will cover the cost. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, it's yours. Veronica was in a foul mood. Had it not been for Harry's relentless insistence, Mu Chen would have been able to leave earlier. Now it was all too late. Thus, her disdain for the spoiled Harry surged when she heard he intended to use a 10-to-1 wager to bully Mu Chen. 1 million? I can afford to lose that. Princess Veronica exuded confidence. Time in Mu Chen's mind shouted, go, go, go. Mu Chen, obliterate this pretentious fool. He is relying solely on his face. Acting superior, while we can easily crush him. That's 4 words, Mu Chen muttered. Time. Can we maintain some composure? My head is aching, Mu Chen reminded. Also, do not forget your primary task is to monitor all movements at the Golden Sands Hotel. Relax, I've got this, Time reassured. With Time's focus redirected, Mu Chen turned to Harry, inquiring meaningfully, young Master Harry, 1 million Swiss francs. Harry wore a dejected expression. He could deflect blame onto Mu Chen for borrowing money. But he had not clarified beforehand that borrowing was not allowed. Having initiated the wager by leveraging money, he now faced the consequences of his own words. At this juncture, Harry had no choice but to accept. Volume 2. The Wind and Clouds of Reikin Chapter 24. The kind or easily deceived dealer. Deal the cards. Mu Chen snapped his fingers. The third card was dealt to Harry, as his second card was an ace, surpassing Mu Chen's, thus granting him priority. The dealer revealed the card, sliding it towards Harry. It was a 10 of diamonds, matching his first card, an ace of diamonds, creating a potential flush. Mu Chen's luck was decidedly poor, drawing a 2 of clubs. What a disappointment. Gambling god, brother F.A. Indeed, this card is smaller than the first face-up card. Your wish has been fulfilled. I spoke without thinking, Mu Chen retorted. Brother F.A., you are indeed careless. A collective sigh swept through the hall. Ha ha ha. Today is truly fortunate for me. Forgive me for speaking again, Harry exclaimed, in high spirits. Yet, he opted not to raise the stakes further. While he relished teasing Mu Chen, he felt a twinge of apprehension towards Veronica. The fourth card was again dealt to Harry first, a king of diamonds. Wow, 3 cards of the same suit. How fortuitous. Mu Chen stared in disbelief. Harry's smile broadened, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, ha ha, heaven is on my side. Mu Chen's fourth card drew another round of size, a 9 of clubs. Are you serious? Not a single card has exceeded a 10 thus far. Forgive me for speaking again. Jean Joncher, my hand is promising. Both a flush and a straight are possible. Of course, a straight flush would be perfect. Dream on. Mu Chen glanced at the dealer. Continue. The fifth card was dealt, with Harry leading once more. This time, Lady Luck did not favor him. He received a queen of spades. A flush was out of the question, but the potential for a straight remained, contingent on the bottom card being a jack. At last, Mu Chen received his final card, a 10 of spades. Excluding the bottom cards, their hands were as follows. Harry with ace, king, 10 of diamonds, and queen of spades. Mu Chen with 5 of diamonds, 9 of clubs, 2 of clubs, and 10 of spades. Up to this moment, neither had revealed their bottom cards, preserving the suspense until the very end. Judging by the visible cards, Harry seemed to have an overwhelming advantage, whether he drew a jack for a straight or paired any of his cards, even if he did not achieve a straight or a pair. As long as Mu Chen's bottom card was not one of the 10, 9, 5, or 2, Harry would emerge victorious. Thus, it could be said that Harry was nearly assured of victory. With a hearty laugh, Harry prepared to reveal his bottom card. Wait, Mu Chen interjected, 10 million Swiss francs. Harry, are you in? Harry paused, caught off guard by Mu Chen's audacious wager at the last moment. Outside, Veronica's heart raced, but she quickly composed herself, unhesitatingly pulling out her checkbook to write a check for 11 million Swiss francs, handing it to a staff member of the Golden Sands Hotel. Harry's expression shifted, hesitating despite his strong hand. After all, until the final moment, Mu Chen still maintained a chance at victory. As per his earlier statement, Mu Chen had bet a total of 11 million Swiss francs, with Harry's risk tenfold. Should he lose, he would owe a staggering 111 million Swiss francs. While Harry could produce the funds, it would nearly deplete his entire savings. Should he lose, he would find himself without even money for meals in the near term. However, if he did not call, he would lose outright, forced to exclaim 3 times, "I, Harry Clara, am a foolish pig." Harry realized there was no turning back. Moreover, his chances of winning far outweighed those of his opponent. "I'm in," Harry declared, signing a check for 111 million Swiss francs, slamming it onto the table. "I refuse to believe your luck will surpass mine at the last moment." Gritting his teeth, he flipped over his bottom card, an 8 of hearts. Harry paused, stunned. All 5 cards were singletons, unable to form any hand. For Mu Chun, any of the 10, 9, 5, or 2 would render him the victor. Conversely, anything else would mean defeat, yielding a probability of 9, 4. All eyes were fixated on Mu Chun's hidden card, the key to the day's outcome. Yet Mu Chun remained unfazed. He had every intention of playing dirty if he lost. What did he have to fear? As for the 11 million Swiss francs Veronica stood to lose, Mu Chun had already become a billionaire. In stark contrast to Mu Chun's nonchalance, Harry felt profoundly anxious. Should he lose, not only would he forfeit his fortune but also his pride. Mu Chun gently lifted his bottom card, delaying its reveal, heightening the tension in the room. Standing behind him, Veronica caught a glimpse of Mu Chun's bottom card, covering her mouth in disbelief. Harry clutched his already revealed card tightly, unconsciously crumpling it in his grip. Mu Chun maintained a stoic expression, refraining from revealing his card, secretly amused at the thought of Harry's reaction once he unveiled it. Alas, his luck had been abysmal today, drawing the smallest card in the entire deck. Harry, upon hearing this, erupted into delighted laughter. "Ha ha ha, the smallest card. Splendid." Splendid. His boisterous laughter abruptly ceased, as if someone had gripped his throat, leaving a sharp, piercing sound in its wake. After witnessing Harry's dramatic display, Mu Chun finally disclosed the truth. 2 of diamonds, the smallest card in the deck. However, it appears I can form a pair of 2s. With a gentle flick, Mu Chun tossed his bottom card onto the table. It was indeed the 2 of diamonds. The 5 cards totaled 10, 9, 5, 2, 2. Though throughout the game Mu Chun had been at a disadvantage, he triumphed at the final moment. In this gamble, Mu Chun had not employed any temporal abilities. His victory was purely by chance. Thus the unexpected conclusion left him pleasantly surprised. Harry's complexion drained of color in an instant, his body slumping backwards, as if all strength had been drained from him, collapsing into his chair. Mu Chun rose, retrieving the check for 111 million Swiss francs that Harry had tossed aside, tucking it away in an inner pocket. As he withdrew his hand, a stack of bills appeared, 10,000 Swiss francs, cash he had brought from the safe house, stowed within a wormhole. He casually tossed it to the female dealer, who smiled as she departed. Unbeknownst to Mu Chun, according to the regulations of the Golden Sands Casino, a portion of the gambling proceeds is taken by the hotel. However, Jacob, the portly man, did not mention this, and neither did the others, including Veronica, express any interest in alerting him. Mu Chun approached Veronica, producing a red envelope, from which he extracted the check, placing it inside before handing it to her. Veronica paused, perplexed as she gazed at Mu Chun. Mu Chun spoke softly. "You are aware of my identity, so I shall entrust this check to you. Thank you for your support earlier. This red envelope, in our culture, is called a red packet. Consider this check my birthday gift to you. By the way, there is another special birthday gift prepared for you within this envelope." "Veronica, happy birthday." Veronica nodded silently, understanding the inappropriateness of the moment. She accepted the check, her heart tumultuous, having to suppress her breathing for quite some time. Simultaneously, she was curious about the other gift Mu Chun mentioned. Mu Chun turned to the slumped Harry, feigning death. "Master Harry, shouldn't you fulfill the final wager?" "The wager?" Harry murmured, dazed. "Indeed, you haven't forgotten, have you? Here, shout 3 times. I, Harry Clara, am a foolish pig." Harry sprang to his feet like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, glaring menacingly at Mu Chun with bloodshot eyes. "What's the matter? Do you wish to play dirty?" Mu Chun tightened his grip on his wrists, producing a series of cracking sounds. "If you prefer silence, then I shall have no choice but to render you incapacitated." Guanging excitedly shouted, "Yes. If we don't leave this brat with a face full of blossoms. He'll never understand why flowers bloom so vividly. Mu Chun, give him a good thrashing. Teach this wastrel a lesson on behalf of his father today. Don't hold back." Guangying, why are you everywhere? What has got you so worked up today? Isn't it obvious? Soon, we will make our debut in this realm. How could I not be excited? So let us warm up by practicing on this brat and leave him surrounded by blossoms. Stay calm, stay composed. Guangying, we are people of stature. Rest assured, I have a plan. If we can use our feet, we won't resort to fists. If we must use fists, we will refrain from words. The best scenario is to employ both hands and feet. Indeed, Mu-chun, you have truly grasped the essence of a gentleman does not wield a weapon. Flattery will get you nowhere. Just enjoy the show. As Mu-chun bantered with Guangying, he cheerfully approached Harry. Harry realized he was no match for Mu-chun. He once had the courage to resist. But after learning that the man before him had single-handedly taken down a squad of terrorists to rescue Veronica, he completely abandoned the thought of fighting back. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension in the air. Everyone turned to see Jacob Kellogg, the chairman of the Golden Sands Hotel, pushing his way through the crowd, sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Mr. Jean, may I have a moment? Jacob felt compelled to intervene. When Mu-chun and Veronica first arrived at the hotel, she introduced Mu-chun as her friend, Mr. Mu. From Mu-chun's inadvertent remarks, Jacob learned that he was from SUSI-MANHUA. Initially, this posed no issue. It simply meant he had met another individual. However, the situation took a sudden turn, and Mr. Mu from SUSI-MANHUA became Mr. Jean of the South Korean nation. Clashing with Harry Clara, what followed was an unusual wager with peculiar stakes. Jacob felt overwhelmed as the results emerged. He realized he was caught in a bind. If Harry were to publicly declare, I, Harry Clara, am a fool, he was uncertain if he, as the chairman of the Golden Sands Hotel, would become the scapegoat for the Clara Consortium's wrath. Nevertheless, Jacob dared not ask Mu-chun to forego claiming the wager. With Veronica's presence alone, Mu-chun's ability to defeat dozens of terrorists was not something Jacob could provoke. Thus, he could not afford to offend either Mu-chun or Harry Clara. Seeing Mu-chun pressuring Harry for the wager, Jacob had no choice but to step in. At the very least, to assert his stance in defending Harry to the Clara Consortium. Mu-chun looked at the anxious-looking man and smiled. Please, go ahead. Jacob sighed in relief. At least Mu-chun had not outright rejected him. Mr. Jean, asking young Master Harry to utter those words does seem a bit unreasonable. Of course, there is no dispute over young Master Harry's defeat. What I propose is to alter the stakes. How would you like to change them? Mu-chun asked with interest. Perhaps we could convert those 3 statements into 10 million Swiss francs? What do you think? Mu-chun burst into laughter. 10 million Swiss francs. So young Master Harry's 3 statements are worth 10 million Swiss francs. Jacob, sweating profusely, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his forehead, explaining, as far as I know, young Master Harry currently cannot produce much money, so this amount would have to be advanced by our hotel. I understand it is a bit lacking, but it is the largest sum I can promise. I sincerely ask for your understanding. Mu-chun pondered briefly and discerned the implications in Jacob's words, as well as the necessity behind his intervention. Let us settle this today, Veronica whispered to Mu-chun. The owner of the Golden Sands Hotel is a good friend of my father and is, in a way, my elder. Mu-chun sighed. Indeed, what a small world. Since Veronica had interjected, her decision to remain at this juncture compelled Mu-chun to show respect. Very well. For Jacob's sake, I shall let this matter rest today. Mu-chun smiled. Since your boss is familiar with Veronica, let us waive the 10 million. Jacob panicked, his tone earnest. No, I cannot let Mr. Jean incur a loss. That 10 million must be accepted. Mu-chun was taken aback. What do you mean? I'm trying to save you money, and you're unhappy? Ah, I see now. None of them are easy opponents. Only I, with my pure and kind-hearted nature, am looked down upon by that scoundrel Harry. Alas, kindness invites trouble. Guangying chimed in. I can relate. Kindness is often exploited. Sure Sun remarked. It seems I have no lines in this episode, but I might as well make an appearance alongside these 2 fools. Volume 2. The Turmoil of Reikan. A summary of events. Mu-chun gazed at the endearing figure before him, a portly gentleman, and playfully patted his shoulder, exclaiming in the dialect of SUSI-MANHUA, Old duck, you truly are a remarkable talent. Veronica, equally perplexed, observed Mu-chun's mischievous expression and resolved. I must engage the finest SUSI-MANHUA language tutor. If you attempt to act all profound again, I shall show you the consequences. With their plans solidified, Jacob, the rotund man, publicly announced, Ladies and gentlemen, after discussions between our hotel and Mr. Jean Jaisher, we have decided that the final wager, which should have been articulated by Mr. Harry Clara, is hereby nullified. As compensation, Mr. Clara will remit 10 million Swiss francs to Mr. Jean, which our hotel will temporarily advance. As Jacob concluded his statement, he presented a check to Mu Chun with both hands. A collective sigh swept through the audience. Many had hoped for a spectacle, yet this resolution was somewhat anticlimactic. Though reluctant, they were not stakeholders in the matter and thus had no grounds for objection. As for Harry, he was now of little consequence, his performance today ensuring his dismissal from the Clara Consortium. Surviving without further ambition was his only hope. Who needed watches and bicycles? With Jacob's declaration, this bizarre farce came to an end, and the elite of the hall dispersed like flocks of birds, each seeking their own amusement, leaving behind a scene of tranquility and harmony. Mu Chun, momentarily entranced by the sudden transformation of the environment into a festive celebration, marveled at the swift change. Jacob bid farewell to Mu Chun and Veronica and hurriedly departed to report back to their superior. Mu Chun and Veronica exchanged a knowing smile. Finding no disdain for the astute Jacob, his dexterity was indeed admirable. As they prepared to exit, Mu Chun's gaze fell upon two familiar figures in the distance, Yu Shiyue and Chao Xuejiao. Although Chao Xuejiao had tended to her wounds from Harry's assault, she was still visibly affected, sitting despondently with a pallid complexion, lacking the spirited defiance she had shown when dousing Harry in red wine. Yu Shiyue, unscathed but worried for Mu Chun, feigned concern for Chao Xuejiao, her cheeks betraying a slight blush upon noticing Mu Chun's presence. In the few days since leaving the safe house, they had encountered numerous people and events, prompting Mu Chun to feel the need for resolution before embarking on their escape. First and foremost, there was Veronica, the foremost daughter of Reiken, who had proven to be a good friend. Her continued presence by his side signified her intent to ensure Mu Chun's safe departure, earning her a considerable degree of his trust. Consequently, Mu Chun felt comfortable entrusting certain matters to her. Next was Yu Shiyue, whose tribulations were considerable, as a reflection of Mu Chun's youthful dreams. He felt compelled to assist her, if only to honor their cherished memories. While Mu Chun pondered these thoughts, Veronica's discomfort became apparent as she turned to the direction of his gaze. Her previous marriage had left her with a disdain for actresses, and even Yu Shiyue, a seemingly unrelated figure, did not escape her scrutiny. Therefore, when she caught Mu Chun gazing at Yu Shiyue, her discontent deepened. Hey, do you wish to seize a moment with your goddess? The opportunity is ripe. She requires your assistance, Veronica thought, her irritation causing her to abandon her intent to protect Mu Chun. Realizing her misunderstanding, Mu Chun recognized that his plans required Veronica's cooperation. He took a deep breath, turned to her, and with a melancholic gaze declared, Veronica, you are my only goddess. Veronica was momentarily taken aback, but soon laughed. Oh please, do you really expect me to believe that? Despite her words, the air of resentment dissipated. Oh women, Mu Chun, release my goddess. Time. Another figure in the scene interjected, exasperated. This is a critical moment. I wouldn't mind sacrificing my appearance, so what gives you the right to oppose? Indeed, it seemed that men were all unworthy, forever gazing at what lay beyond their grasp. Have you finally acknowledged your femininity? Oh no, it should be feminine, came the retort. Feminine indeed. I am protesting your conduct. Silence and attend to your own affairs. Oh, the plight of the intellect. Disregarding time's grievances. Mu Chun scanned the hall and quickly identified a target. Christian Faster, overwhelmed by despair, exited the VIP area. He had arrived at the Golden Sands Hotel brimming with hope, seeking investment from Harry Clara, only to face rejection once more. Initially, he had anticipated that when Harry was in high spirits, he would find another opportunity to plead. Yet he was met with the harsh reality of Harry's downfall. After the gambling concluded, Christian, stripped of hope, left the VIP hall like a specter. Confronted with the burden of supporting a wife who worked multiple jobs and a son unable to attend private school due to financial constraints, Christian began to doubt his choices. Perhaps I should seek a mundane job. I am no longer young, and dreams are but mere fantasies. He sighed deeply. As Christian stepped through the VIP exit, tears streamed down his face. The door seemed a dividing line between past aspirations and the cruel reality outside. After casting one last glance at the revelry within the hall, he wiped his tears and resolved to become a person of substance. In a daze, Christian noticed someone hastening toward the door, but he dismissed it as irrelevant to his plight. Shaking his head, he resolutely headed for the elevator. Reluctantly, Mu Chun pursued, grasping the shoulder of the individual. Upon turning, The man's expression was devoid of emotion, yet streaked with tears. Time, are you certain this is Christian Faster? The man who once aspired to eliminate a president of Rakan? Surely, you must be mistaken. He appears quite daft. Indeed, it seems so, Time conceded, having observed Christian's demeanor, his self-doubt overtaking his certainty. What was the nature of this situation? The records made no mention of Christian suffering from mental afflictions. Yet, at that moment, Christian's heart felt ashen, and he refrained from casting aspersions, instead calmly inquiring, "Mr. Jean, may I ask what you require?" Christian bore no apprehension of malice from Muchun. In his current state, he felt he had little left to lose aside from the guilt he carried for his wife and son. Oh, Muchun realized he had pursued the man and asked, "Are you Mr. Christian Faster?" Muchun felt a surge of joy, yet he cautiously sought confirmation. "May I ask, are you currently in search of investors for your film Marriage Chronicles?" Christian's heart skipped a beat as if a realization dawned upon him. His voice trembled as he replied, "Yes." "How did you know?" "I happened to come across your script through a friend." Muchun casually fabricated a reason. Christian, having distributed numerous scripts in pursuit of investment, did not harbor any doubts, but instead gazed at Muchun with eager anticipation. Muchun, not one to keep him in suspense, declared, to be forthright, "I have a keen interest in you and your script." Christian nearly gasped, then chastised himself with a sharp slap to his face, howling in pain. Yet, rather than being dismayed, Christian felt elated. This was not a dream. Observing Christian's dramatic transformation, Muchun discreetly stepped back a few paces, thinking to himself, "This fellow is not merely foolish, but rather, he is quite mad." After a considerable time, as Christian's emotions gradually stabilized, he recalled the matter at hand. With a swift glance, he rushed to Muchun's side and grasped his hand, trembling as he inquired, "Mr. Jean, are you truly serious? You wish to invest in my film?" Christian had no doubts about Muchun's capabilities, having just won over 100 million Swiss francs from Harry. Muchun quietly extricated his hand from Christian's firm grip, pondering whether this man might be overly sensitive, alternating between laughter and tears. Was he truly captivated by my charm? He subtly retreated a few steps and stated solemnly, "To be precise, it is not I who will invest." Christian immediately wilted. Muchun, somewhat exasperated by Christian's erratic demeanor, hastily revealed, "The investor is my friend." "Oh, you should know her. She is Veronica Clay, the daughter of the president." "What?" Christian instantly regained his vigor, bouncing 3 feet in the air. "Could you repeat that? By all that is holy, who is this person? I might just go mad. Is this the norm for those in the arts? Marvelous. I am saved." Christian spun in place several times, repeatedly muttering, "I am saved." Muchun felt compelled to interject. "Ahem, Christian, let us proceed to meet Miss Veronica." "Oh, right. Christian finally snapped back to reality. Upon entering the hall, Muchun glanced at the exuberant individual beside him and remembered he had yet to inform Veronica. To avoid any miscommunication, it would be prudent to confer with Veronica first. With that thought in mind, Muchun said, "Christian, your emotions are rather unstable at the moment. I believe it would be best for you to compose yourself before meeting Miss Veronica. I shall speak with her first and summon you shortly. How does that sound?" Christian, aware of his excessive excitement, did not wish to jeopardize this rare opportunity due to his own instability. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "Thank you for your reminder. I shall wait right here, ready for your call." Christian's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Muchun nodded and approached Veronica. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly slapped his forehead and turned in another direction. Today, Yu Shiyue, at the insistence of Chao Xuejiao, arrived at the Golden Sands Hotel to vie for a role, where she learned the truth from Michael Pittman. Naturally proud, Yu Shiyue would never resort to trading her body. But upon leaving, she found herself entangled with the enraged Harry Clara, resulting in her close friend being assaulted and injured. In that moment, Yu Shiyue felt utterly despondent, as her predicament had inadvertently harmed a friend who had selflessly aided her. She loathed her own helplessness. Yet, resentment could not alter reality, until Muchun reappeared, assisting them in extricating themselves from their plight. The subsequent events could only be described as dazzling. Setting aside the enigmatic Xia Huadong's transformation into a national of Nanqiril, the unwavering support from the first daughter of Rukin left Yu Shiyue increasingly curious about Muchun's identity. Furthermore, Muchun's effortless acquisition of over 100 million Swiss francs left her astounded. Although Yu Shiyue had spent years as a socialite, She had never encountered such extravagant wagers before. Fortunately, Muchen ultimately triumphed in this gamble, alleviating Yueyue's concerns of burdening others due to her own actions. As Yueyue assisted the injured Chao Xuejiao in preparing to leave, she looked up to find the mysterious man who had saved her twice approaching her. Yueyue's heart raced, suddenly feeling a twinge of anxiety. What could he possibly want? Volume 2. The Turmoil of Rukin. Who are you? Ms. Yu. Muchen pondered before speaking. Could you please wait for a moment? There is a matter I would like to discuss with you. What is it? Yueyue's tone was steady, devoid of emotion. This issue cannot be easily explained in just a few words. Please allow me to converse briefly with a friend, and I will elaborate further. Yueyue remained silent for a moment before replying. All right. Muchen smiled. Then I shall be back shortly. With that, he turned to leave. Wait. Yueyue suddenly called out to Muchen. Who exactly are you? Before departing, Muchen paused and added, Ms. Yu, I have 2 phrases for you. If poetry and literature dwell in the heart, time shall never defeat a beauty. I hope you can remain true to yourself. Hardships will eventually pass. He then left without further ado. These 2 lines are beautiful and evoke endless contemplation. Yueyue's name is derived from them, and it is hoped that everyone appreciates it. If poetry and literature dwell in the heart, time shall never defeat a beauty. Yueyue softly recited the 2 lines, feeling a newfound clarity within her. For Yueyue, Muchen's feelings were complex, encompassing youthful dreams and sorrow for her tribulations. In the timeline to come, Yueyue's life would not be smooth. Although she intermittently appeared in films and television, she was perpetually mired in difficulties due to her ex-husband's debts and various other factors. The twists and turns of life exacerbated her struggle with depression, ultimately leading to her untimely death in a rented home 8 years later. At the age of just under 40, Yueyue's fate is lamentable. Although her proud nature contributed to this tragedy, she steadfastly maintained her integrity amidst adversity, never succumbing to despair, and her resolute character earned her the admiration of many. If poetry and literature dwell in the heart, time shall never defeat a beauty. This phrase was a gift from a devoted fan, and it can be regarded as the finest evaluation of her life. Upon learning of Yueyue's future experiences, Muchen was deeply moved, gifting her this phrase in advance as a form of commendation. As the gambling game concluded and all came to an end, Ika's mood began to waver, for she faced a daunting dilemma: how to ensure Muchen's safe departure. Subsequently, Ika was displeased to see Muchen approach Yueyue. Though this action irked her, she found herself perplexed by Muchen's behavior. Before long, Muchen finally made his way to her, and Ika awaited him with poised elegance. Confident that he would provide a reasonable explanation, she dismissed several sycophants surrounding her, exercising patience. Muchen reassured himself that his plan was sound, lifted his spirits, and approached Ika with a smile, saying, My goal is to establish mutual prosperity. This is a win-win situation. However, unbeknownst to Muchen, his smile inadvertently conveyed a semblance of sycophancy, akin to a servile lackey striving to please a wealthy matron. Ika, I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Speak. Ika gracefully seated herself, her demeanor impeccable. Muchen straightened his posture and informed Ika about Christian's search for investors, adopting a serious tone reminiscent of a subordinate reporting to a stern superior. Of course, Muchen refrained from disclosing that he had gleaned knowledge of Christian's future success, merely stating that he had come across this information by chance. After hearing this, Ika frowned and remarked, If Christian's script is genuinely excellent, it should be able to attract investors. This was indeed a difficult point to clarify. Hollywood is not lacking in handsome men and beautiful women, nor in quality scripts. After a moment's hesitation, Muchen concocted an excuse, albeit one that might not be very convincing. Actually, Christian's good script is just one reason. The other is that I wish to secure the lead female role for Ms. Yu. I see. Ika wore an expression that implied she had anticipated the situation would not be so simple. You are quite generous. Investing in a movie with an uncertain future for your dream woman. Wasn't it just a win of 120 million? Muchen muttered. Ika retorted, Indeed. You are now considered a billionaire. Why not just produce it yourself? Well, my status makes it inconvenient, Muchen replied awkwardly. Oh, so you were concerned about my status. No man is to be trusted. Ika lamented, her words flowing effortlessly. Muchen wondered, do all women in the world possess this phrase? Ika gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I will heed your advice this time. After all, it is your money. What right do I have to oppose? Mu-Chen solemnly replied. IK, you are mistaken. What? IKA was about to explode. Mu-Chen quickly clarified his stance. If it weren't for your support, how could I have won this money? Therefore, this is your money. I am merely presenting you with an investment proposal. Upon hearing this, IKA felt a bit reassured and glanced at the serious, obedient Mu-Chen, suddenly bursting into laughter. Mu-Chen felt a wave of relief and continued. In fact, based on Christian's script, the production costs for this film should not be excessively high. It will likely require only 30 million Swiss francs. IKA asked, puzzled, you understand films? I have a bit of knowledge, Mu-Chen replied, avoiding the truth that he had gleaned this from information. After a moment of silence, IKA, ultimately unable to refuse Mu-Chen's request, said, all right, I agree. Please invite Christian and your old flame over. Old flame? That sounds quite harsh. Before Mu-Chen could finish his protest, IKA shot him a sharp glance. Rendering him speechless, Mu-Chen resumed his serious demeanor. There is one more thing. He deliberately scanned the vicinity and, finding no one else around, boldly sat beside IK. IKA huffed, but made no further protest. The red envelope I gave you earlier, apart from the winning check, contains a birthday gift for you. Thinking of this, IKA felt her heart soften, gazing at Mu-Chen with curiosity. What I am about to tell you may sound unbelievable, so please remain calm and listen quietly until I finish. Upon hearing this, IKA quelled her temper and nodded to indicate her understanding. My birthday gift for you consists of two parts. The first is a lottery ticket. Since today is your birthday, I whimsically used your birth date to create a set of numbers and purchased a lottery ticket with them. Half an hour ago, the lottery results were announced, and the numbers I chose won the grand prize of 488 million Swiss francs. Mu-Chen refrained from mentioning that another avid fan of IKA also won the jackpot, as it would be hard to explain. Upon hearing this, IKA was utterly stunned, though she hailed from a wealthy family. With her father Thomas Plant's fortune amounting to several billion Swiss francs, 488 million might not seem substantial. However, the sheer coincidence of it all was astonishing. The winning lottery numbers matched her birthday precisely, and the draw occurred on the very same day. Moreover, this man happened to purchase the ticket on a whim because it was her birthday, unexpectedly winning the grand prize. Oh my, what a twist of fate. If IKA could speak the summer dialect, at this moment, she would undoubtedly utter these words. Observing Ika's expression of disbelief, Mu-Chen couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Such coincidences would only be believed by a madman. IKA, I too did not anticipate such an extraordinary coincidence. Even now, I find it hard to believe. Mu-Chen deliberately distanced himself from the situation, stating, to be precise, this isn't merely a stroke of luck for me. Had today not fortuitously been your birthday, I might not have acted on a whim, and consequently, this lottery ticket would not exist. Therefore, you are entitled to a share of it. Mu-Chen had to say this, as he could not claim the ticket himself. Ultimately, only IK could redeem it. Is that permissible? You are quite bold. Mu-Chen smiled wryly. As long as it brings you joy, anything goes. What, then, is the second gift? I am quite eager to know. IKA inquired enthusiastically. The second gift is a formula. Mu-Chen gathered his thoughts. It is a formulation for a new material that can be utilized in the production of computer storage devices, enhancing hard drive capacity by several magnitudes. For instance, a typical home computer hard drive currently holds around several hundred gigabytes. Should this new material be employed, a hard drive of the same dimensions could reach several hundred terabytes, an astounding increase of 1,000 times. Naturally, being a new material, its cost would be relatively high. Yet I believe that as production scales up, costs will significantly decrease. While the demand for increased storage capacity may not be pressing for ordinary families, it represents a monumental boon for many enterprises. As for the other benefits, even without my elaboration, you can surely comprehend them. In truth, this was the birthday gift I initially intended for you. IKA gazed at Mu-Chen in astonishment. After several minutes, she finally asked with a trembling voice, where did you acquire this formula? I developed it myself. Mu-Chen proclaimed unabashedly. You created it yourself? What does it mean for you to give me this formula? A flicker of complex emotion crossed IK's eyes. Is this all? Mu-Chen helplessly rubbed his nose. Damn it, here goes nothing. Suddenly, Mu-Chen gazed earnestly at IK. IKA, you are truly my goddess. Upon hearing Mu-Chen's declaration, Ika's face broke into a radiant smile. Mu-Chen, do you comprehend what this formula signifies? I have a rough idea, Mu-Chen shrugged. It signifies that within 5 years, one could establish a corporation worth hundreds of billions. You would so readily relinquish it to me? IKA, I am willing to do anything for you. Mu-Chen had no choice but to continue playing the role of the romantic hero. IKA fell silent, for the first time earnestly reflecting on her relationship with Mu-Chen. Prior to this moment, regardless of how enigmatic Mu-Chen appeared, IKA had always maintained a position of strength before him, buoyed by her status as the first daughter of the Reikan Republic. However, at this juncture, IKA found herself devoid of that confidence, inducing a sense of trepidation, a visceral fear arising from losing control. She did not believe her allure could be so potent as to inspire someone to casually bestow a corporation worth hundreds of billions. No, such individuals do not exist throughout the entirety of Homeworld. To put it plainly, possessing control over a corporation of that magnitude would allow one to wield significant influence on Homeworld, even engaging in direct dialogue with the governments of major nations. Frankly speaking, with such power, what sort of woman could one not attract? Yet, the man before her presented this gift without so much as a furrowed brow, as if he were gifting a mere trinket. Who is this man? What are his intentions? Who exactly are you? IKA inquired solemnly. Mu-Chen, exasperated, replied, Why does everyone keep asking that? Time retorted, Who told you to act so mysterious? I initially thought Harry was the epitome of pretense, a singular individual embodying the arrogance of 10. Now, I realize you are the true master, a singular entity embodying the arrogance of 100. No, 1,000 Harrys. Do you not fear being struck by lightning? Shurshin chimed in. So Harry is now a unit of measurement for arrogance? I have lines in this episode too. Should I also adopt a Harry-esque demeanor? Mu-Chen interjected. You two be quiet. Volume 2. The Turbulence of Reikan Chapter 27. Showtime, I Am Who I Am. Mu-Chen chuckled lightly. He was well aware of the weight of the gift he had presented, a burden that even Veronica's status could scarcely bear. Yet, it seemed that only Veronica could truly shoulder this responsibility at the moment. Gazing into Veronica's doubtful eyes, Mu-Chen sighed silently. Veronica, let us rephrase this. I am preparing to invest in a company in the Reikan Republic that specializes in new storage devices. Due to my unique position, I cannot be directly involved. Therefore, I hereby appoint Miss Veronica as my full representative to manage this matter. Would you be able to accept such an arrangement? Veronica pondered for a moment, then slowly raised her gaze and asked with a smile, So, Mr. Mu-Chen is intending to hire me? Sort of, Mu-Chen replied with a hint of resignation. Mu-Chen was taken aback, expecting to have to persuade her extensively. Why would I refuse money that comes knocking at my door? Veronica retorted, her tone laced with pride. Mu-Chen was somewhat bewildered by her sudden shift in demeanor. Since I am now Mr. Mu-Chen's authorized representative, we shall discuss the rights and obligations of both parties. Correct? Veronica continued. In addition to the formula, there is a lottery ticket and a check for 110 million. By this reckoning, the technology and funds both belong to you. So, Mr. Mu-Chen, what do you desire? Is this what you propose? Everything shall follow the princess's arrangements. Mu-Chen flattered her. Princess? I quite like that title. And what of Christian and Miss You? Mu-Chen pressed forward. Veronica cast a glance at him. Go summon them. At your command, Princess. I am grateful for your generosity. Mu-Chen exclaimed as he hurried off. Watching Mu-Chen depart in high spirits, Veronica felt a whirlpool of complex emotions within her. Half an hour later, Veronica, Christian, and Yusuriwe reached a consensus regarding the investment in the film Marriage Chronicles. Veronica would invest 50 million Reikan dollars to establish a film production studio, with an initial investment of 30 million to become the sole investor in Marriage Chronicles, and would consider additional investments, provided the total did not exceed 50 million Reikan dollars. Naturally, as the investor, Veronica would assume the role of producer, her only stipulation being that Yusuriwe must play the lead role. Christian had initially expected Veronica to propose a series of inequitable terms, yet this singular demand filled him with elation. In truth, it was Mu-Chen's directive for Veronica to proceed in this manner. According to Mu-Chen, leave the film matters to the professionals. Your task is to expedite the establishment of a new storage device company. A business worth hundreds of billions of Reikan dollars awaits its queen. Was that not enough to satisfy your vanity? After hearing Mu-Chen's words, Veronica nodded in satisfaction, casting a haughty glance at him. Thus, in her newfound elevation from princess to queen, Veronica, in a fit of good humor, granted Christian a 1% stake in the still nascent film studio as an incentive. Christian, nearly overwhelmed by this unexpected windfall, felt a surge of gratitude. Although it was merely a share without decision-making power, the trust it represented moved him deeply. If not for the presence of others, he might have knelt in thanks. Mu Chen's diligent efforts had seemingly transformed Christian into one who regarded Veronica as a second set of parents. As for Mu Chen, he could only chuckle. Christian, who is Jean Zai? I don't recognize the name at all. The other principal, Yu Shiriwei, appeared to be little more than a puppet in all of this, merely nodding at the final results. However, it was this position of an observer that allowed her to detect something amiss. Though the negotiations seemed entirely dominated by Veronica, her keen feminine intuition led Yu Shiriwei to realize that Veronica would covertly glance at Mu Chen before making decisions. Although they concealed their interactions well, Yu Shiriwei, possessing a naturally sensitive and astute disposition, detected an almost telepathic connection between the two. Thus, she concluded that the true mastermind behind these plans was the languid-looking man. Who exactly was he, and what was his relation to the first daughter of the Reikan Republic? This was the third time Yu Shiriwei pondered this question that evening. The establishment of the film studio and the production of Marriage Chronicles was amicably decided in this congenial atmosphere, with Veronica naturally promising to send professionals to negotiate with Christian and Yu Shiriwei regarding the specifics. Christian departed, thoroughly content. Once the commotion subsided, both Mu Chen and Veronica understood what awaited them next, yet neither mentioned it. The atmosphere grew somewhat heavy. Sensitive Yu Shiriwei wisely suggested her departure, and Mu Chen made no effort to retain her. He merely summoned a servant to arrange for her and Chao Xuejiao to leave. The Golden Sands Hotel complied without objection, dispatching a male and a female security guard to escort Yu Shiriwei and her companion away. Once the two women had departed, Mu Chen fell into a moment of silence, letting out a soft sigh. Shall we go? Mu Chen, I have something to say to you. After taking a few steps, Veronica suddenly spoke. Mu Chen paused. Veronica hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, finally biting her lip and saying, let us go. Descending from the fourth floor, they headed directly toward the hotel entrance, and Veronica did not mention the parking lot. At that moment, the hotel lobby was eerily empty. Not a single customer, nor even a hotel staff member was in sight. Are the security personnel of the Reikan Republic utterly oblivious? Have they cleared the place so thoroughly that they fear I might not notice? Mu Chen, the entire hotel is under the control of the security bureau. Even if you do not head to the parking lot, they can swiftly adjust their ambush locations, Guang Yin explained. I understand, Mu Chen replied, his mind preoccupied with another dilemma. What about this young lady beside me? Alas, romantic sentiments have always led to unfulfilled regrets. My territory shall heed your command. Guang Yin, am I not wandering blindly in the dark? I have read little, and I am completely unaware of what you are saying. Mu Chen smiled wryly, realizing he must break this impasse himself. Just as Mu Chen prepared to concoct an excuse to send Veronica away, she, who had remained silent beside him, suddenly whispered, Mu Chen, quickly take me hostage. Nanny, this script is unfolding incorrectly. At that moment of Mu Chen's bewilderment, the lobby was suddenly filled with dozens of heavily armed soldiers. Don't come any closer, Veronica shouted, leaping into Mu Chen's embrace, thrusting an unknown kitchen knife into his hand, and then pressing it against her own throat. Miss, are you not concerned that this is too conspicuous? Moreover, find yourself a properly sharpened knife. This serrated table knife could scarcely cut skin. Mu Chen, exasperated, released Veronica, discarding the kitchen knife. Veronica panicked, about to protest, when Mu Chen placed his finger gently over her lips. At that moment, Veronica was in tears. Mu Chen, I have one request of you. Miss Yu and Miss Chao Xuejiao may be implicated. I hope you can protect them. Veronica choked out her plea. Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power. However, it's all right. I comprehend your desire to safeguard me. Yet this would signify a betrayal against your own nation. And I wish to avert any escalation. This entire affair commenced with me, and it shall culminate with me. Mu Chen declared solemnly. I shall be fine, trust me. Upon finishing his words, Mu Chen raised his hands and prostrated himself on the ground. Armed personnel surged forward, not only securing handcuffs around Mu Chen's wrists, but also affixing leg shackles intended for serious offenders. In the fleeting moment the hood was drawn over his head, Mu Chen cast a slight smile at the tearful Veronica, shaping his lips into a silent plea for her trust. Under the escort of 4 agents, Mu Chen boarded an armed transport vehicle that had been awaiting his arrival. This ambush, lasting barely 3 minutes, swiftly subsided, and all those in the know within the Golden Sands Hotel were silenced. Zhang Wei, who had taken a step ahead but failed to escape in time, was intercepted by agents of the Rukun Security Bureau in the first-floor safe passage of the hotel, where she witnessed the entire ambush unfold. According to Mu Chen's original plan, he intended to wreak havoc within the Golden Sands Hotel. However, Veronica's protective instincts compelled him to abandon his initial strategy. Seated within the sealed, armed transport vehicle, despite being captured and tightly bound, with 4 agents guarding him, Mu Chen felt no trepidation whatsoever. Mu Chen, the transport vehicle has departed the city, with the destination being the airport in the outskirts. They aim to escort you to the headquarters of the Security Bureau for interrogation. Guang Yin promptly relayed various messages to Mu Chen. Understood, Mu Chen inquired. How many vehicles are accompanying me, and how many personnel are there? In addition to the armed transport vehicle, there are vehicles in front and behind, with 5 personnel in the transport, 3 in the front vehicle, and 4 in the rear, totaling 12 individuals. All right, I am prepared to act. Keep me updated with the latest developments at all times. Understood. Guang Yin's voice brimmed with excitement. It's showtime. As Guang Yin's starter pistol fired, Mu Chen finally sprang into action. Volume 2. The Winds of Reikan. From princess to queen. As Mu Chen's body entered the wormhole, he swiftly inserted the pre-prepared shockproof earplugs into his ears. Utilizing his skill, he severed the handcuffs and shackles with spatial cutting, then retrieved a flashbang, pulled the pin, and counted silently for 2 seconds before emerging from the wormhole. Given that the time-flow ratio between the wormhole and reality is 100:1, Mu Chen's series of actions, taking less than 10 seconds within the wormhole, corresponded to less than 1/10 of a second in the real world. Consequently, the 4 agents escorting him barely had time to blink, unaware that Mu Chen had transformed from a lamb into a ferocious tiger. When Mu Chen reappeared in the escort vehicle, he had shed his restraints and was now a liberated beast. The flashbang dropped from his hand immediately seized the attention of the 4 agents, who instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. A deafening explosion followed, blinding them and rendering them incapacitated. The driver in the cabin was similarly disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chen kicked open the rear door of the escort vehicle and hurled the disoriented agents out. He then employed spatial cutting once more to breach the protective iron plates separating the cabin from the escort compartment, crouching low to dive into the driver's seat. The driver, struggling to control the vehicle, was utterly unprepared for the heavily guarded individual to invade the cabin. Before he could react, Mu Chen tossed him out as well. Now in command of the armored escort vehicle, Mu Chen slammed on the accelerator, crashing into an SUV that had slowed down in response to the commotion, toppling it over. With the remaining vehicle in pursuit, Mu Chen sped forward, and despite the latter's efforts, the disparity in their weights led to the SUV ultimately being overturned. Helplessly watching the escort vehicle drive away, Mu Chen piloted the armored vehicle towards the desert outside of Vegas, racing against time. Half an hour later, when the security agents reached the desert's edge and located the abandoned escort vehicle, Mu Chen had vanished without a trace. The agents promptly mobilized forces to search the desert while contacting local police in the surrounding areas, striving to apprehend Mu Chen before he could escape. At that moment, Mu Chen, clad in the stealth exosuit he had acquired from Scarlet, was swiftly fleeing towards the heart of Las Vegas. Carefully navigating through the city, he veered southwest. 3 days later, Mu Chen crossed the Golden Mountain Range that spanned the eastern continent, re-entering the southwestern region of the Reikan Republic in Phonia. Thanks to the invisibility of his exosuit, the Reikan security agents had been unable to trace him since his escape. Ultimately, the pursuit concluded ineffectively after 10 days. Sealed as a classified file. 3 days after the ambush, Veronica learned from Vincent, the chief of the presidential guards, that Mu Chen had successfully evaded capture. During these days, Veronica had been rather discontent, confined by her father, Thomas. Although she was displeased with her father's decision, she did not harbor anger, understanding that his actions were meant for her protection. However, comprehension did not equate to acceptance, and her confinement in her York City residence triggered a tempestuous outburst. Over the course of 3 days, she had wreaked havoc, destroying 2 rooms worth of clothes, a room full of shoes, another filled with bags, countless accessories, and various furniture and appliances. By the end of her rampage, the villa in the affluent outskirts of York City was in dire need of renovation. Upon receiving the news of Mu Chen's successful escape from Vincent, Veronica's spirits soared as she leapt with joy. Her feelings towards Mu Chun were complex. As her savior, he initially struck her as tall and imposing. Yet, upon deducing that he was likely a spy from the Summer Empire, she found herself in a moral quandary. Undeniably, Mu Chun possessed a magnetic charm that captivated her, yet his identity served as a constant reminder of her loyalty to her nation. Being the first daughter of Reikan, deeply influenced by her father's teachings, she could not simply forsake her allegiance for a debt of gratitude. In Veronica's heart, Mu Chun became merely a figure of mild affection or a potential flirtation. Initially, Mu Chun had unhesitatingly handed over the 111 million Rikens he won from Halaklara to her, followed by a winning lottery ticket worth 488 million Rikens, which Veronica was unaware had been jointly won, and finally, a formula capable of sustaining a 100 billion scale enterprise. These three monumental gifts left her utterly astonished. Moreover, Mu Chun remembered her birthday and meticulously prepared a gift, which naturally touched her heart. Especially after the ambush, Mu Chun had surrendered without resistance to protect her from difficulty, showcasing his willingness to shield her. Thus, Veronica's perspective irrevocably shifted. Mu Chun had rescued her from the clutches of Victor and his band of terrorists. He had shielded her from a bullet aimed by Sean, presented her with an unforgettable birthday gift, and ultimately allowed himself to be captured to spare her from a dilemma. His actions left a profound imprint on Veronica's heart. Though her feelings for him still wavered, she could no longer deny that her guard had lowered. Vincent's news provided Veronica with reassurance. She did not believe the Security Bureau could recapture Mu Chun. Another purpose of Vincent's visit was to lift Veronica's house arrest. Once she had steadied her emotions, Veronica joyfully set out for downtown York with 2 bodyguards for shopping. After a morning of retail therapy, she felt her pent-up emotions finally release, and at noon, she dined at a high-end restaurant she frequented. Following her meal, Veronica sat quietly, lost in contemplation. Now that Mu Chun has escaped from the clutches of the Security Bureau, Veronica naturally feels a sense of relief and begins to contemplate Mu Chun's earlier proposal. He once remarked to her, "Veronica, all that you possess now is bestowed upon you by your father, which means he is your foundation. However, your father will inevitably grow old. Moreover, you have a brother, and the future of the Cly Group remains uncertain. Therefore, you must establish an enterprise of your own, entirely independent of the Cly Group. This will be the cornerstone of your future." Although Mu Chun's words were veiled, Veronica was certainly astute enough to grasp the profound implications behind them. With Thomas by her side, Veronica could maneuver freely within the Cly Group. Yet, should she lose Thomas's backing, the balance of power within the Cly Group could shift unpredictably. Having matured beyond the age of naivety, Veronica comprehends the truth within Mu Chun's words. Only the strength one possesses is a reliable foundation. Previously, she had no opportunity to forge her own path and was compelled to lean upon her father and the Cly Group, a towering tree. Now, with an opportunity presented by Mu Chun, how could she possibly let it slip away? Furthermore, Thomas, as the current president, wields substantial administrative resources. With this favorable wind at her back, a new enterprise could easily navigate its fragile early stages. Even once Thomas steps down in a few years, the enterprise would have secured sufficient space to flourish. Time waits for no one. Veronica, long live Queen Veronica. I have just acquired a new skill in warming beds. I humbly beseech your majesty to grant me an opportunity to showcase my talents. That steel-hearted man Mu Chun is unworthy of your favor. Shurson, your majesty, I implore you to save me with your benevolence. Mu Chun is a weakling. I am your true love. Mu Chun, what does that have to do with me? Imagining the obsequiousness of Mu Chun groveling at her feet, Veronica felt elated. She finished the remaining red wine in her glass and rose to leave the hotel. As she approached the door, a sudden change overcame her countenance. She recalled an important matter she had forgotten. Mu Chun had entrusted her with the care of SUSI-MANHUA before his capture. With this thought, Queen Veronica gritted her teeth. That damned scoundrel. Is it necessary for him to linger on about his former lover? Time. All men are insensible brutes. I am the epitome of pure and devoted love. Shurson. In this episode, my handsome visage has been prominently featured. Dear author, please add a chicken leg to my meal. Furthermore, Mu Chun is fated to encounter romantic entanglements. A great calamity approaches. Mu Chun, beware of becoming an even greater fool. Veronica swiftly located SUSI-MANHUA's whereabouts. After hastily consuming a morsel, She intended to rest when Security Bureau agents abruptly burst into her room. Following Mu Chen's escape, the Bureau's investigators had toiled throughout the night and day, yet yielded no results, necessitating a re-examination. Due to multiple encounters with Mu Chen, Yu Shiyue and her companion became prime suspects, and the eager investigators seized the opportunity to confront them directly. During 2 days of interrogation, the two women repeatedly asserted their ignorance, claiming they did not even know Mu Chen's name. However, for the Security Bureau agents, the pressure was palpable, as they had allowed Mu Chen to escape after previously capturing him. The apprehension scene had been filled with prominent figures from the Republic of Rukin, leaving the agents wary of offending anyone. The only individuals connected to Mu Chen were Yu Shiyue and her companion, marking them as the sole breakthrough for the investigators. If unforeseen circumstances did not intervene, they could very well become the final scapegoats. Later, upon their lawyer's advice, the two sought assistance from the embassy of the Summer Empire. This was primarily because both women hailed from the semi-autonomous region of South Tai Island, which had a delicate relationship with the Summer Empire. Secondly, they were under investigation solely due to their association with Mu Chen, who was a spy for the Summer Empire. Logically, the embassy should have been cautious to avoid any implication. However, to their astonishment, merely 3 hours later, the Summer Empire's consulate in Rocky City dispatched personnel, traveling over 400 kilometers to Las Vegas. The envoy was Chang Hongye, a political counselor from the consulate. Because of Chang's presence, the Security Bureau agents treaded carefully, granting Yu Shiyue and her companion a glimmer of hope to persevere until the arrival of their true savior, Queen Veronica. Volume 2. The Turmoil of Reikin, Chapter 29. The fearful Mu Chen. Following Veronica's intervention, the Security Bureau had no choice but to release Yu Shiyue and Chao Xuejiao. This was largely due to the fact that the agents had found no evidence implicating the two women. Initially, they had considered using them as scapegoats, but their plans were thwarted when both the political counselor from the Summer Empire's Rocky City consulate and the first daughter of the Reikin Republic came to their aid, forcing the investigation bureau to let them go. However, none of this mattered anymore, as Yu Shiyue and Chao Xuejiao were finally free. Once liberated, Yu Shiyue received some comforting words from Chang Hongye, to which she and Chao Xuejiao expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Chang Hongye left his contact information before departing. After his exit, Yu Shiyue turned to Veronica to convey her thanks. "Miss Veronica, I truly appreciate your assistance." Normally, these words would have been spoken by Chao Xuejiao, but she was still recovering from an injury inflicted by Halaclara and was therefore unable to engage in conversation. "You need not thank me. I merely acted on Mu Chen's behalf," Veronica replied in a rather indifferent tone. "Mu Chen? Oh, I apologize, miss you. You are yet unaware of his name." "How remiss of me," Veronica said with a slight smile. "Mu Chen is the one who rescued you that day in the parking lot. He also helped you out at the Golden Sands Hotel, and it was he who introduced you to me, allowing you to land the leading role in the film Marital Affairs. Furthermore, he entrusted me with your care, which is why I am here." Yu Shiyue discerned the underlying implications of Veronica's words, but chose not to argue. Instead, she replied coolly, "Thank you, Miss Veronica, for revealing the truth to me." "Not at all," Veronica responded with a nonchalant demeanor before continuing. "Miss Yu, allow me to treat you to dinner. It serves two purposes: to celebrate your newfound freedom and to extend my condolences on behalf of the Reikin government." Veronica's words were laced with subtle condescension, as she emphasized her position as the first daughter of the Reikin Republic while relegating Yu Shiyue to the status of a mere suspect. Despite her inherently aloof nature, Yu Shiyue felt a surge of indignation at Veronica's repeated jabs, prompting her to assert herself. "I am not a criminal. Why should you consider yourself superior?" Veronica glanced at the weary Chao Xuejiao and, seeing no reason to decline the invitation, proceeded with her plan, primarily focused on Yu Shiyue. Veronica's continuous provocations only fueled Yu Shiyue's irritation. "What do you mean by that? Do you take me for a fool? I have no intention of competing for a man. So why must you act so high and mighty?" However, Veronica's mention of the Fumin building sparked an idea for Yu Shiyue's retort. "Miss Veronica, I believe I heard Mu Chen teaching you SUSI-MANHUA the other night, did I not?" "Indeed, Mu Chen is an excellent teacher and a gentle man, always striving to fulfill any request I make," Veronica replied, slightly puzzled by Yu Shiyue's sudden shift in topic, yet adhering to her established narrative. "I wholeheartedly agree. I recall Mu Chen teaching you a phrase," Yu Shiyue suddenly interjected in SUSI-MANHUA. "I cherish you, did I not?" Veronica felt a shift in the atmosphere but maintained her composure, asking, "Yes, what's the issue with that?" While the phrase itself posed no problem. Yushiiwa seized the opportunity to elaborate. However, it is not the official universal language of SUSI-MANHUA. It is merely a dialect from the western region of Sushian, akin to the rural vernacular of your Reikan Midwest. Veronica instantly realized the implication, mentally chastising Mu Chun profusely. Yet her expression remained one of surprise. "I never imagined Mu Chun possessed such a sense of humor. It is truly delightful." Yushiiwa smiled at Veronica. "Miss Veronica is correct. I believe there will be many more surprises in store for you. However, before that, you will need an exceptional SUSI-MANHUA teacher." "Of course. I believe I have found one," Veronica replied. "Miss Yu, would you be willing to take on that role? Is that not permissible? Are you concerned you might not be up to the task?" Veronica feigned surprise. "Not at all. I would be delighted to accept this position," Yushiiwa declared, unwilling to concede defeat. "Then I eagerly anticipate your performance." Veronica's face radiated with a thirst for knowledge and the expectation of a student towards a teacher. "Thank you, Miss Veronica, for your trust in me." Yushiiwa reciprocated with admiration for Veronica's pursuit of knowledge and satisfaction in her student's eagerness to learn. The two women exchanged smiles, resembling close friends as they strolled away, arm in arm. Yet, the true sentiments harbored in their hearts remained known only to themselves. "Veronica, Mu Chin, you scoundrel. You have tricked me into embarrassing myself before your former lover. Just wait." "Yushiiwa, Mu Chun, you madman. You leave me to handle this so-called lady. Do you have a hole in your head?" "Mu Chun, ladies, I must take my leave. Please enjoy your conversation. If you need anything, do not seek me out, for I fear for my life." Time. The host does not fear death. Rather, he fears being left without a burial place. Rocky City serves as the largest metropolitan hub in Western Reikan, housing the Security Bureau's second-largest branch, aside from its headquarters. A month prior, Mu Chun and 6 members of the Wolf Fong team, along with 3 SUSI-MANHUA agents, were ambushed, resulting in their total annihilation, a mission executed by the Rocky City branch. Thus, Mu Chun resolved to investigate the Rocky City branch himself. Unable to accept failure and the loss of his comrades in a foreign land, he could not let this matter rest. The Mu Chun of his previous life would never have embarked on such reckless endeavors, yet as a member of the traversing populace, he felt a duty to uphold their honor. Mu Chun commandeered a vehicle on his way and altered his appearance to resemble a citizen of the Southern Jia Republic of the Central Continent. To gain access to the Rocky City branch of the Security Bureau, he had much preparation to undertake. First and foremost, he needed to secure entry credentials. After deliberating with time, Mu Chun decided to abduct an individual and utilize their identity to brazenly enter the Bureau, a much safer approach than stealthy infiltration. Through Time's online research, Mu Chun ultimately targeted a man named Joseph Cotton, the network security chief of the Rocky City branch, a 42-year-old Caucasian, and a genuine Reikan citizen. Arriving at Joseph Cotton's residence, Mu Chun noted the surrounding area was dotted with standalone villas, a fitting abode for someone of Cotton's stature. He parked his vehicle in a public space along the street, close to Cotton's home, intending to observe before devising his next steps. As dusk fell, Joseph Cotton drove into his garage, greeted warmly by his wife's embrace. An hour later, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, Mu Chun opened his car door, scanned for onlookers, and crossed the street unnoticed. As Mu Chun arrived at Joseph Cotton's doorstep, he directly employed his spatial slicing skill to shatter the door lock, subsequently swinging open the grand entrance and swiftly slipping into the residence. This day marked the wedding anniversary of Joseph Cotton and his wife, who were indulging in a candlelit dinner within the dining room. In the warm, orange glow of the candles, the couple exchanged tender glances, creating an atmosphere of harmony and beauty. In a moment of passion, they could easily engage in intimate affairs. Alas, fate had other plans. Joseph Cotton suddenly sensed a shadow lurking at the entrance of the dining room. He jerked his head around, only to discover a man fixating on them, a handgun gripped firmly in his hand. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Joseph Cotton bellowed, rising abruptly. The muffled sound of a silenced gunshot echoed, the bullet striking the ground beside Joseph's feet, halting any further resistance. "Ah!" Joseph Cotton's wife let out a scream, but Mu Chun swiftly pressed the gun against her temple, the heated barrel searing her skin. However, the unbearable heat compelled her to silence. "Excellent. I appreciate your cooperation," Mu Chun menaced. "I harbor no desire to harm you, but should you refuse to comply, I would not hesitate to resort to violence." if it's money you seek. There's approximately 300 Swiss francs in the cabinet to your right in the living room, and around 2,000 francs in my bedroom. We can hand it all over to you, Joseph Cotton proposed. Mr. Cotton, refrain from harboring any misconceptions. I am not a thief. I merely require your assistance. Despite Joseph's attempts to lure him with monetary offers in hopes of finding an escape, he recognized the gravity of the situation upon hearing his name called out. What do you want? I need your identity to gain access to the Rocky City precinct, Muchin stated matter-of-factly. Joseph Cotton's expression shifted dramatically. Who are you? That is of no concern to you. You need only make the right choice. Muchin redirected the gun towards Joseph's wife. Your wife, or the information? Joseph Cotton lowered his gaze in silence. It appears your wife holds little significance for you. Very well. Wait. I'll speak. He finally exclaimed. Excellent, Mr. Cotton. You are a commendable husband. What would you like to know? Having conceded, Joseph Cotton no longer hesitated. It's in my breast pocket, he replied, retrieving a card. Muchin stepped forward to accept the card. Very good, Mr. Cotton. I trust our ensuing conversation will be delightful. However, prior to that, I deem it necessary to ensure both of you are suitably compliant for our discussion. Under Muchin's watchful eye, Joseph Cotton secured his wife firmly to a chair, blindfolding her and gagging her with a cloth. Subsequently, Muchin bound Joseph to another chair, though he spared him the gag. Now, please provide me with a comprehensive account of all matters pertaining to the Rocky City precinct, Muchin instructed. Additionally, I would appreciate details regarding your colleagues. Should you be willing to share? Joseph Cotton forced a pained smile. Will it matter if I object? For hours later, with a parched throat, Joseph Cotton finally ceased his narration. I have divulged everything I know. May I now be freed along with my wife? Ah, Mr. Cotton, the hour is quite late. Surely, you wouldn't wish for me to spend the night on the streets? With that, Muchin retrieved 2 syringes from a portal and, under Joseph Cotton's terrified gaze, administered a dose to both him and his wife. Rest assured, this serum will merely induce slumber for 48 hours without endangering your lives. Sweet dreams. In merely 2 or 3 minutes, the Cotton couple succumbed to unconsciousness. Muchin then procured a suitcase from the portal, extracting various tools, and with a flurry of swift movements, crafted a lifelike mask within half an hour, reminiscent of those seen in the Mission Impossible series. Volume 2. The turmoil of Rookin. After making some adjustments, Muchin donned the mask, fully transforming into Joseph Cotton. During the selection of his target, Muchin had deliberately chosen Joseph Cotton, a figure whose physique closely resembled his own. Thus, upon wearing the mask, this freshly minted Joseph Cotton appeared indistinguishable from the original. Utilizing advanced equipment, Muchin fabricated various biometric data for Joseph Cotton, including fingerprints, palm prints, and iris scans. He even extracted a small sample of blood as a precaution. Having completed these tasks, Muchin reclined on the sofa, fully clothed, and fell into a deep slumber. As for security matters, he entrusted them to his ally, Time. The following morning, upon awakening, Muchin first checked on the slumbering couple, Joseph and his wife, and then rummaged through the refrigerator for a modest breakfast of bread and milk. Next, he retrieved the mask he had finished the previous night, carefully refining his appearance in the mirror. Satisfied with his transformation into another person, Muchin nodded in approval. After this, he ventured into the outer room, slipping into Joseph Cotton's coat, which fit him perfectly. As he reached into the pockets, he discovered Joseph's wallet, car keys, and other miscellaneous items. Ensuring he had overlooked nothing, he proceeded down the corridor to the garage, entered Joseph Cotton's car, opened the garage door, and started the engine, driving towards the Rocky City branch of the Security Bureau. Approximately 40 minutes later, Muchin beheld a grand structure standing tall in the heart of Rocky City. Arriving at the gate kiosk, he steadied his nerves and reduced his speed. A soldier clad in camouflage attire, rifle in hand, waved him to a halt for inspection. Muchin parked beside the soldier and lowered his window. Sir, please present your work identification, the soldier requested, glancing into the vehicle to confirm that Muchin was alone. After a brief pause, Muchin retrieved his identification from the pocket of his coat and handed it to the soldier. The soldier placed the identification on a nearby scanner, and simultaneously, a camera above scanned Muchin's face, as another soldier awaited the computer's verification results. After several seconds, a voice crackled through the soldier's earpiece. Facial scan confirmed. Proceed. The soldier returned the identification to Muchin, stating, Mr. Cotton, you may enter. Muchin nodded appreciatively and drove through the gates of the Rocky City branch. After finding a parking space and securing the car, he approached the building. As he was about to enter, a voice called out from behind, "Hi, Joseph, good morning." Although Mu Chun did not recognize the individual, Time swiftly resolved his dilemma. "Bill, he is the deputy director in charge of security at the Rocky branch. Joseph Cotton's direct superior." "Good morning, Bill," Mu Chun replied, a respectful yet polite smile gracing his lips. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded toward the building's entrance. At the entrance, security was also present. Bill expertly produced his work identification, scanning it on the entry device, followed by placing his palm on another scanner, which confirmed his access. He stepped aside, allowing Mu Chun to undergo the same verification process. Mu Chun mimicked Bill's actions, and with a sigh of relief, he realized his preparations, creating biometrics, had paid off. The entrance doors opened, and Mu Chun entered the office area alongside Bill. "Joseph, come to my office for a moment," Bill instructed. "Certainly," Mu Chun responded. The elevator halted at the 5th floor, and Mu Chun followed Bill down the corridor to his office. Taking a seat behind his desk, Bill opened a drawer and handed Mu Chun a file, saying, "This is a document regarding the upgrade of cybersecurity. Please handle it at the information center." Mu Chun nodded, accepting the file before taking his leave from Bill's office. Initially, Mu Chun had infiltrated the Rocky branch, intending to utilize Joseph Cotton's identity to investigate the ambush of the Wolf Fong team a month prior. To his surprise, Bill's assigned task allowed him to enter the information center with ease. Approaching the heavily fortified entrance of the information center, Mu Chun pressed the doorbell, illuminating the display screen. "Joseph, what brings you here?" The individual behind the screen clearly recognized Joseph. "Director Bill sent me to upload a document," Mu Chun replied, waving the file in his hand. "All right, let me check your authorization, okay?" "No problem. Director Bill has confirmed. You may enter." Mu Chun presented his work identification to the scanner and then positioned his eyes at the iris scanner. After a beep, the heavy doors of the information center swung open. The information center was vast, divided into several distinct areas. Mu Chun had previously inquired in detail about the specific circumstances of the information center. Its database was entirely independent, employing physical isolation, thus rendering the so-called supreme god of the internet, Time, powerless, compelling Mu Chun to take the risk of entering. Now, however, Time had the opportunity to prove invaluable. Mu Chun felt a surge of anxiety as he found himself at the heart of enemy territory, acutely aware of the possibility of being discovered. Regardless of the turmoil within, he maintained a serious demeanor, typing intently, embodying the image of a diligent employee. "Mu Chun, breach the firewall. Initiate data download." Time's voice echoed in his mind after a minute. So soon? Mu Chun was taken aback by Time's swift progress in breaching the firewall. But at that moment, he could afford no hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he commanded, "Download." He understood the real danger was imminent. No matter Time's prowess, the system here was formidable. The ongoing data download would certainly attract attention. Mu Chun could only pray that Time would excel, delaying detection. Time slipped away second by second. Mu Chun's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Suddenly, piercing alarms blared throughout the information center, followed by the entire Rocky branch's alarms. The personnel in the information center looked up in alarm. "Damn it, we've been discovered." Mu Chun's heart sank. A man burst into the information center, shouting, "What has gone wrong? Conduct an immediate search." He was the head of the information center. Everyone stood aside, awaiting the technician's examination. Mu Chun, wary of arousing suspicion, dared not move unnecessarily, discreetly coiling the wires into a wormhole while stealthily inching toward the exit. Technicians furiously typed on their keyboards, attempting to ascertain the source of the issue. Outside the thick doors of the information center, a squad of fully armed security personnel was already coordinating with those inside, preparing to enter and apprehend any suspicious individuals. At that moment, an information center staff member stood up, exclaiming, "We have locked onto the data download location." The supervisor barked. "Where?" "Computer 12, user, Joseph Cotton." Mu Chun feigned bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings. Yet this display failed to elicit any sympathy from the onlookers. Before long, a considerable distance encircled him, leaving him utterly alone. At that moment, the entrance to the information center swung open, and a squad of fully armed security personnel surged in. The supervisor of the information center, upon noticing Mu Chun, pointed at him and declared, "It is he. He is stealing information." The security officers swiftly surrounded Mu-chun, and confronted with the ominous barrels of their guns, he chose not to resist. Being situated deep underground, any attempt to fight back would prove laborious, and the absolute defensive time was merely a minute. Regardless of the circumstances, it would be futile. After all, in their quest to uncover the truth or to unearth the puppet master behind the scenes, these security personnel would not resort to executing him on the spot. Thus, Mu-chun resolved to abandon his resistance and bide his time. Two security officers lunged at him, one on each side, forcefully pinning him to the ground, rendering him incapable of any defiance. They proceeded to conduct a meticulous search of his person. Mu-chun found this sequence of events uncannily familiar. It harkened back to a few days prior at the Golden Sands Hotel, where he had similarly been subjected to such treatment, both instances occurring after he had surrendered to capture per standard protocol. Was this self-inflicted? Mu-chun mused inwardly. Mu-chun, do you perhaps have a penchant for masochism? The voice of time echoed with reluctance. Alas, I have truly encountered misfortune. I failed to discern the host's peculiar psychology before claiming dominion. Time, perhaps you should watch fewer action romance films and indulge in more uplifting cinematic works, such as The Tale of Goat Village, which would suit you splendidly. Despite being roughly treated on the ground, Mu-chun did not hesitate to retaliate. Ah, The Tale of Goat Village is too profound. You should reserve it for your own study. I prefer simplicity and candor. The honest and unpretentious are my true love. Having tried various approaches, I find that I cannot depict the intimacy between teacher and Song. Long live the harmonious deity. Song's unassuming nature was deemed too delicate. He favored the allure of Wuding's charm. That is reasonable, yet the mature allure of Yeyue is all the more enticing, and the fiery appeal of Zaizawa, alongside the voluptuousness of Bodu, captivates me. All these are my cherished favorites. None can be forsaken. I must go study now. You may enjoy at your leisure. How ungrateful. You do not even consider a brother's feelings. Mu-chun expressed his profound dissatisfaction. Isn't a brother merely a means to an end? Though pinned to the ground, Mu-chun maintained a serene disposition, markedly different from the trepidation he had felt while pilfering information. He even found the energy to engage in witty repartee with time for amusement. Before long, Mu-chun was escorted away from the information center to an interrogation room located on the first underground level, which housed other similar chambers. This was evidently the designated area for interrogations within the Loki branch. Restrained firmly to a chair, Mu-chun displayed a facade of fear and trepidation, occasionally swallowing hard to convey his anxiety. In a room to the right of the interrogation chamber, several individuals observed Mu-chun through a one-way mirror, one of whom was the director of the Loki branch of the Security Bureau. He inquired, "Are you certain that no electronic devices were discovered on him?" Given the gravity of the leak occurring within his jurisdiction, the director had ample reason to be incensed. If the matter remained unresolved, he risked being the scapegoat. "Director." At that moment, an individual entered, leaning close to the director's ear to whisper, "Today, only one person had private contact with Joseph Cotton." "Who?" The director raised an eyebrow. "Deputy Director Bill." The newcomer paused before continuing. "Moreover, Joseph entered the information center solely with the authorization of Deputy Director Bill." "Is that so?" "Indeed." The director felt a wave of relief wash over him. With Bill as a ready-made scapegoat, he could exonerate himself. "Very well, I order you to apprehend Bill immediately. From this moment forth, you shall investigate this case with full authority, reporting directly to me." The director, an ambitious individual, certainly did not wish to miss the gala of the first daughter. With both the perpetrator and the scapegoat identified, he left his post with a sense of assurance, preparing for the evening's festivities. Volume 2, The Winds of Reiken, Chapter 31, The Tale of Jinhua, Part 1. Shortly after the departure of the chief of the Rocky City branch, the alarm for a fire echoed throughout the building. The entire structure was swiftly evacuated, and Mu-chun was escorted into a prison transport vehicle under the vigilant watch of 4 armed soldiers. This entire scenario was, in fact, orchestrated by Mu-chun himself. Although the temporal entity was unable to infiltrate the depths of the underground information center, it could manipulate the fire alarm linked to the public network system. Thus, shortly after Mu-chun was taken to the interrogation room, the fire alarm was triggered. As anticipated, Mu-chun was brought to the ground level, and the subsequent events unfolded with ease. Much like his previous escape in Vegas, a flashbang allowed him to slip away successfully. While agents of the Rocky City Security Bureau and local police were engaged in a frenzied search, Mu Chun had already arrived at the front of an apartment building. The data downloaded by the temporal entity was extensive, with the majority comprising routine files from the Security Bureau over the years, lacking significant value. However, due to the use of keyword searches, Mu Chun ultimately achieved his objective. The mission that brought Mu Chun's team to the Rakin Republic was linked to a covert operative named Jinhua. Maslow Corporation served as the most crucial weapons research and supply entity for the Ministry of Defense of the Rakin Republic. Jinhua's public persona was that of a systems engineer at Maslow's Rocky City branch. While he did not have access to the core secrets of weapons development, his position allowed him to gather valuable intelligence from peripheral hints. This convenience led to Jinhua being recruited as an intelligence agent for the Xiaohua Empire. 2 months prior, Jinhua sent a message to his contact, claiming he had obtained critically important information and requested a meeting the following day to relay it. However, upon the contact's arrival at the rendezvous point, Jinhua failed to appear. Subsequently, the Xiaohua Empire's Military Intelligence Bureau learned that Jinhua had been captured by the Rakin Republic Security Bureau. Consequently, the Bureau's chief in the Rakin Republic ordered all intelligence personnel who had interacted with Jinhua to go into hiding immediately. Meanwhile, to rescue Jinhua and secure the vital information he possessed, Mu Chun's team embarked on this perilous mission. Tragically, 6 members of Mu Chun's team and 3 Xiaohua operatives fell victim to an ambush, resulting in complete annihilation. In retrospect, it appeared that Jinhua's capture and the subsequent information released were part of a trap set by the Rakin Security Bureau, leading to devastating losses for the Xiaohua Empire's intelligence network in Rakin. The materials downloaded by the temporal entity confirmed this. However, Mu Chun gleaned critical information from the records, perhaps with the intent of extracting further value. Jinhua had not been secretly executed, but was instead detained in a concealed location, a room on the 5th floor of the very apartment before Mu Chun. Rather than directly ascending, Mu Chun entered a shopping mall across the street. The mall's 6th floor housed several fast food establishments. At noon, Mu Chun entered one of these eateries, chose a window-side seat, and ordered 2 beef burgers alongside a cola, leisurely enjoying his meal as if he were an ordinary office worker. Yet, his gaze frequently darted toward a specific window of the apartment building across the street. Regrettably, the room appeared to have been fitted with anti-peeping measures, rendering Mu Chun unable to glean any information with the naked eye. Upon finishing his meal, Mu Chun ascended to the top floor of the mall, where he retrieved some equipment, including an infrared body temperature detector from a wormhole. After an afternoon of observation, Mu Chun deduced that 3 individuals resided within the room, one of whom spent most of the time seated with limited movement. Mu Chun surmised that this individual was his target, Jinhua. Half an hour later, Mu Chun stealthily approached the room on the 5th floor of the apartment. Utilizing his skill, space cutting, he disabled the door access and easily entered the room. With his superhuman physical attributes, he subdued the 2 guards before they could react. Standing before the locked door, Mu Chun produced a key he had pilfered from one of the guards, inserted it into the lock, applied slight pressure, and with a click, the door swung open. As he slowly pulled the door ajar, he was met by a pair of bloodshot crimson eyes. The air within the room felt stagnant as the 2 men silently regarded one another. Jinhua reclined against a pillow, propped up on the bed, partially covered by a blanket. His form emaciated, hair disheveled, a thick stubble adorning his face, and his countenance marked by weariness, yet remarkably calm. As if Mu Chun's arrival were anticipated. "Are you here to kill me? I knew this day would inevitably come." His voice was dry and hoarse, imparting a sense of desolation. "Is it that you were not surprised by my presence?" Mu Chun inquired, gradually approaching and pulling up a chair to sit across from Jinhua. "I am acutely aware of my predicament. I betrayed the organization, and as a result, 9 lives were lost. Their deaths weigh heavily upon my conscience. Thus, seeing you here brings me no astonishment. I had already prepared myself for this eventuality." Jinhua spoke in a remarkably composed tone, as though recounting the misfortunes of another. "You are aware of it all." "Indeed, the personnel from the Rakin Security Bureau informed me." What a cliché, yet tragic tale it is. Jinhua continued, recounting the history of his family. His great-grandfather had arrived in the capital city of York at a tender age, beginning as an apprentice and eventually running a restaurant by the age of 30. Jinhua's grandfather and father carried on the family legacy, becoming well-regarded chefs in York. However, just before Jinhua graduated from university, he fell afoul of the local gang. and the restaurant that had been in his family for 3 generations was set ablaze in an act of arson. Tragically, his elderly grandfather and both of his parents perished in the inferno. Jinhua sought to seek justice against the gang through Reikan's judicial system, but it proved to be a futile endeavor. Not only were the gang members not held accountable, but they grew more audacious, seeking to eliminate him as well. Powerless and without influence, he ultimately fled York to escape the impending danger. Fortunately, Jinhua excelled academically and was eventually recruited by Maslow Corporation, marrying a fellow immigrant descendant from Xiaohua a few years later. Ideally, Jinhua's family life should have flourished. Alas, by a twist of fate, he encountered a member of the gang responsible for his family's demise. Once again, disaster struck. During an outing, his family of 4 was involved in a car accident. Although he and his youngest daughter survived, his wife and eldest son tragically perished. The Reikan judicial system dealt Jinhua another crushing blow, and in despair, he resolved to leave the Reikan Republic, opting to start anew with his daughter. Days later, Jinhua learned of the gang's downfall in York. From that moment on, he formally became a spy for the Xiaohua Empire until he was secretly apprehended by the Reikan Security Bureau 2 months ago. Had it not been for the 2 catastrophic events that befell my family, I would not have become a spy for Xiaohua, Jinhua reflected, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Yet, I harbor no regrets. Though my family has resided here for nearly a century, this place will never truly be Xiaohua. The people here will never fully trust us. This invisible, intangible divide is ever present. While it may not be apparent in everyday life, when one truly requires the support of this government, such discrimination can evoke a profound sense of despair. This place is ultimately not our homeland. Over the years, Jinhua had transmitted numerous pieces of information, with his contact asserting the significance of these materials. Yet, it was this last instance that led to his exposure. Jinhua recounted the events of his arrest. I had been working at Maslow Corporation for nearly a decade, gradually earning their trust. On this occasion, I inadvertently acquired crucial intelligence regarding a sample of the new stealth coating for the P-22 fighter jet. At that moment, I was filled with exhilaration and made a copy of the data, intending to deliver it to my contact. Unfortunately, it was this very act of duplication that led to my exposure. I later discovered that the original files were equipped with a tracking program that meticulously logged any copying activity, allowing investigators to trace back to the individual who had duplicated the data. In retrospect, it seems that the personnel from Maslow Corporation had long harbored suspicions about me. This was a trap they had set. I should have been more discerning, for my security clearance should have precluded access to such sensitive information. I can only blame my momentary lapse in judgment, which ultimately resulted in my capture by the security agency. Following my apprehension, the agents subjected me to various forms of punishment. At this juncture, Jinhua's body trembled uncontrollably, and her voice grew increasingly frail. Volume 2, The Whirlwind of Rook, Chapter 32, The Story of Jinhua, Part 2. In the end, I could no longer endure the torment. At that time, I would have preferred they let me die, yet their incessant torture revealed that death was but a luxury I could not afford. I had fancied myself a hero, only to discover that I was ultimately just an ordinary person. Unable to bear it any longer, I divulged the contact's identity. A month prior, the Security Bureau informed me of a significant victory. They had ambushed a team of agents from Xiaohua, killing 9 of their operatives. Throughout this month, I endured relentless anguish, for it was I who had led to their demise. At this juncture, Jinhua was reduced to tears. Moreover, the situation was not as the security agents had portrayed. To my knowledge, following your incident, Xiaohua's intelligence agency had already orchestrated the relocation of everyone associated with you. Thus, you merely caused the exposure of those Xiaohua agents who had come into contact with you, but you did not directly cause anyone's death. As for the 9 Xiaohua agents, their deaths were not on your conscience. Mu Chun revealed the truth of the matter. Although Jinhua's confession resulted in substantial losses for Xiaohua's intelligence agency in the Republic of Rukin, the casualties were indeed not his fault. His own team and those 3 Xiaohua agents had encountered an ambush while attempting to rescue him, a fact that Jinhua, already captured, could not possibly know. It appeared that the Rukin Security Bureau had more than just Jinhua's line of information. Is that truly the case? Jinhua's voice trembled, his spirit tormented by betrayal. Yet Mu Chen's explanation offered him a glimmer of hope. Indeed, for I am one of the 9 you mentioned. So, the Security Bureau deceived me? You were not ambushed? No, we were indeed ambushed. I merely managed to escape by chance, while the other 8 sacrificed themselves. Muchen clarified. However, our ambush was not a result of your betrayal, of that I am certain. Alas, it ultimately stemmed from my association. Even with Muchen's clarification, Jinhua could not overcome that mental hurdle. At this point, discussing it is futile. Our immediate concern is to extract you, which is my mission in Rukin. Muchen ceased his attempts at consolation. Jinhua's merits and faults were for Xiaohua's intelligence agency to assess, while Muchen's sole aim was to rescue him. With Muchen's assistance, the weakened Jinhua was able to leave the room where he had been imprisoned for 2 months. Upon escaping danger and regaining his freedom, Jinhua gradually began to restore his despondent spirits. He inquired, "How should I address you?" After a moment of contemplation, Muchen replied, "You may call me Lightning. That is my code name." "Lightning? Very well," Jinhua continued. "I hope you can assist me with a favor. Speak." At this point, Jinhua's tears began to flow once more, droplets cascading down his somewhat withered visage, landing upon his disheveled garments in a most pitiable manner. Muchen frowned. "The outside is perilous. After more than a month of confinement, your health is not robust. It would be unwise for you to venture out." "But," Jinhua exclaimed anxiously. Muchen gestured for silence. "Here is the plan. You will remain here while I go and fetch your daughter. I can move more freely alone." After deliberation, Jinhua conceded that Muchen's reasoning was sound and did not object. Before Muchen departed, Jinhua hesitated for a long while before saying, "My bond with Carol is not profound, and given that I was arrested for espionage, she is unlikely to come willingly. Therefore, do not force her. Just bring Jinshi. She is my only family." "Understood," Muchen acknowledged, casually inquiring, "Is there anything else you need me to do?" Jinhua pondered for a moment and added, "Jinshi possesses a panda plush toy, a birthday gift from her mother on the year of the accident. Since her mother passed, she has kept that panda close. I fear that if you approach her, she may not follow you easily. If necessary, you may take the panda. That should persuade Jinshi to accompany you." Muchen nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to avoid frightening Jinshi." "Thank you." Jinhua exhaled deeply in relief. Following the address provided by Jinhua, Muchen located the apartment where he resided. Upon entering the building and ascending the elevator to the 18th floor, he arrived at Jinhua's residence. Ding dong. The 18th floor had been reached. Muchen skillfully utilized his abilities to breach the door lock and entered Jinhua's home. To Muchen's surprise, there were sounds within, faint moans and heavy breaths. Although a novice, he was not unfamiliar with such sounds. After all, he was a product of the new generation, influenced by certain films from the island nation. Puzzled, Muchen stepped back to the doorway, confirming he had not made a mistake. Thus, there could be only one conclusion. Jinhua's judgment seemed somewhat impaired. In his heart, Muchen felt little anger, only sorrow. Jinhua and Carol's union had never been pure. And now, with Jinhua imprisoned for espionage, it was only natural that Carol sought solace elsewhere. Muchen approached the bedroom slowly and calmly, gently opening the door to reveal a scene that was utterly unbearable. 2 naked bodies were entwined, content modified for appropriateness. Drawing a handgun from his pocket dimension, Muchen stood at the threshold of the bedroom, his expression cold as he regarded the couple engaged in their amorous entanglement. What should have ignited his passion now left him feeling frigid. He mourned the life Jinhua had led, fatherless, motherless, bereft of a wife, and now a child, only to be further betrayed by his spouse. He could only wonder if that man would bear the weight of such betrayal. The couple continued their fervent movements. Yet the palpable aura of menace gradually permeated the room, alerting them to the abnormality. Almost simultaneously, they turned to face the doorway, their eyes widening in terror upon seeing Muchen, weapon in hand, his demeanor unyielding. "Who are you?" Carol stammered, trembling, her bare form forgotten in her panic. Meanwhile, the man beside her was too frightened to utter a sound. Muchen's gaze remained impassive as he addressed them. "I am a colleague of Jinhua's, though not from Maslow." "You are a spy from Xiaohua," Carol interjected, her voice rising in alarm before Muchen could finish. "Oh, it seems you are well informed," Muchen replied, somewhat taken aback. "Jinhua has already been taken by the Security Bureau. He is not home. So you feel free to do as you please, is that it?" Muchen asserted, raising his handgun. With tears streaming down her face, Carol pleaded, "No. Please, do not kill me. Jinhua and I are already divorced. I do not wish to die." Muchen looked at the quaking pair huddled together, recalling Jinhua's words before he left the safe house. The urge to kill them began to dissipate. Ultimately, Jinhua and Carol were merely ordinary individuals, Muchen could not expect them to exhibit the unwavering loyalty of trained operatives. Moreover, Muchen was not a butcher. Facing defenseless civilians, he struggled to maintain a cold heart. However, while he could spare their lives, the suppressed emotions within him compelled him to impart some lesson upon them. As the saying goes, death may be avoided, but living with consequences cannot. I can spare your lives, but that will depend on your cooperation. Carol, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve, exclaimed, I will comply with any request. Mu Chen's gaze remained steely as he demanded, where is Jin Shi? After Jinhua's imprisonment, according to Rukin's laws, you should be her guardian, correct? Indeed, I am now her guardian. I shall take her away. In a few days, if someone approaches you to relinquish custody, you know what to do, correct? I will certainly comply. Carol has never been fond of Jinhua's daughter, and now that someone is requesting the relinquishment of custody, she is utterly delighted and naturally will not oppose it. She eagerly wishes to be rid of Jin Shi as soon as possible. Very well, considering your agreeable demeanor, I shall not make things difficult for you. However, regarding your companion, Mu Chen said, raising his hand and firing a shot that struck the man's thigh. Oh, shit, the man screamed. Silence. Otherwise, I shall promptly send you to meet your maker. The man had clearly overheard the conversation between Mu Chen and Carol, and he understood that Mu Chen was a formidable character. Consequently, he bit down hard on his own lip, enduring the excruciating pain from his thigh wound without daring to utter a sound. In such dire circumstances, it is far better to remain silent than to lose one's life. Mu Chen coldly addressed Carol. I hope you have not mistreated Jin Shi. Otherwise, I shall make you regret ever living in this world. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a pale-faced Carol and her partner, who was biting his lip in agony. Volume 2. The Storm of Rukin 33. The Tale of Jinhua. Part 2. At the Rukin Republic Security Bureau's Loki City branch. The director commanded a senior agent to take full responsibility before his departure, following an incident where the branch had been infiltrated. The entrusted agent, Nelson Cooper, was a highly capable veteran of the Security Bureau. A report was placed on Nelson's desk in the newly vacated command office. Meanwhile, a subordinate was briefing Nelson, boss. After multiple comparisons, we have confirmed that it was indeed Joseph Cotton at home. With a grim expression, Nelson inquired, what is his condition? The doctor informed that both he and his wife had been administered a soporific drug, which would render them unconscious for 2 to 3 days without an antidote. However, they had since been revived through detoxification, and we had gathered the details from them. The subordinate recounted how Mu Chen had kidnapped Joseph Cotton and his wife. We have verified the testimonies of Joseph and his wife, and they are consistent. There is no suspicion of deceit or collusion. So, someone else must have entered the branch this morning? That seems to be the case. Any other news? Well, we have investigated Deputy Director Bill, and he should have no connection to the infiltrator. Should have? Nelson was infuriated. Can't you provide me with some accurate analysis? The subordinate defended. Time is too short. Nelson waved his hand, cutting off the explanation. Let us set aside Deputy Director Bill for now. What further information do we have on the infiltrator? The subordinate awkwardly replied. So far we have no leads. Nelson was enraged. The Loki City branch was infiltrated with ease, and intelligence was stolen. Over 3 hours have passed, and you present me with a report devoid of any useful information. How am I to account to the director? Should I say, sorry, we have nothing? Will the director not promptly order me out? After throwing the report at his subordinate's face, he thundered, get to work immediately. Do not overlook any clue. Trust me. Before the director tells me to leave, I will ensure that all of you are directly collecting welfare. The subordinate hurriedly gathered the scattered reports and fled in panic. Just as he opened the door, he collided with another agent rushing in, causing the reports to scatter once more. Nelson's repressed fury flared again. What the hell are you panicking about? Did your wife run off with someone? Do you not understand the rules? If you don't want to be here, leave now. The two agents, unsure of whom Nelson was scolding, likely felt the wrath of their superior together. But they dared not defend themselves, as Nelson was currently in charge. After a flurry of confusion, the newly arrived agent, ignoring the colleague at the door picking up reports, hastily reported, Boss, we just received news that a spy named Jinhua has been rescued. Having participated in the operation to capture Jinhua, Nelson recognized her identity. Upon hearing this news, he sprang to his feet, poised to curse, when a sudden realization struck him. 3 hours ago, there was an intrusion at the branch, and now Jinhua had been rescued. Could it be? Nelson promptly ordered the second subordinate, You immediately take a team to Jinhua's residence. Once that subordinate left, Nelson called back the one who had just begun to depart after picking up reports. Wait, allocate all resources to monitor the espionage network of the Summer Empire. Report to me immediately upon any developments. After Mu Chun left Jinhua's residence, he had light find Jinxi's photograph via the community school's website. Now, approaching the afternoon dismissal time, he had to locate Jinxi before school ended, lest delays lead to unforeseen circumstances. Mu Chun quickly found the community school where Jinxi was enrolled. He parked the car and crossed the street towards the school gate. Upon entering, Mu Chun noticed a crowd gathered near the exit of a teaching building, as it was the peak dismissal time, but he paid little mind. After taking a few steps, intending to ask someone for directions, he heard Light's reminder. Mu Chun. The little girl surrounded over there seems to be Jinxi. Without further delay, Mu Chun moved closer. In the crowd, Jinxi was shielded by a teacher, facing a tall, imposing white man and a smug, plump white boy. Mr. Chuck, what happened today is Billy's fault. You should properly educate him rather than shift blame. The teacher explained to the tall man. Mr. Chuck, showing visible impatience, retorted, I know how to educate Billy. My issue is that this summer Brett hit him. I demand an explanation. Standing beside his father, Billy felt emboldened by his support, occasionally attempting to kick Jinxi. The teacher had to continually change positions to keep Jinxi protected, while angrily stating, Mr. Chuck, please mind your language. This is a school. Mind my language? If it weren't for spies like this girl's father stealing our technology, how could the wages of us rookin' people be so low? Chuck raised his voice, as if he were delivering a speech on Capitol Hill rather than bullying a 10-year-old girl. As the teacher repeatedly shielded Jinxi from Billy's kicks, she inadvertently became exposed to Chuck, perhaps truly embodying the role of a representative of Rookin's people. Chuck's malice surged as he slapped Jinxi across the face. Get lost. Summer brat. Jinxi fell to the ground from the blow but did not cry. Instead, her eyes stared blankly at Chuck. Her gaze was devoid of focus, an unsettling emptiness that bewildered Chuck. Feeling a chill, Chuck instinctively recoiled, only to become furious at his own fear in front of a weak girl. Instead of reflecting, he stepped forward, lifting his right foot to kick the motionless girl on the ground. If this kick landed, given Jinxi's frail stature, she could be seriously injured or worse. Fortunately, Mu Chun arrived just in time. He swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, intercepting Chuck's leg with his own shoulder, throwing him to the ground. Mu Chun's sudden appearance startled those present, but Chuck quickly regained his footing. Upon realizing he had been thrown down by Mu Chun, his rage ignited. Another summer brat. With that, he charged forward, throwing a punch at Mu Chun's face. Mu Chun was unfazed by this brute force. He extended his left hand, palm open, to catch Chuck's punch, then tightened his grip, causing Chuck to kneel involuntarily, his right hand struggling to break free without success. Chuck's left hand swung at Mu Chun, only to be caught by Mu Chun's right hand. With both hands exerting pressure, Chuck found himself immobilized, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. You used that right hand to hit Jinxi, didn't you? Mu Chun coldly regarded Chuck. You Rookin people pride yourselves on equality and human rights, yet a towering man like you bullies a 10-year-old girl. Is this what you call equality and human rights? Today, I shall enlighten you on the concepts of equality and human rights. Upon finishing his statement, Mu Chun released his grip on Chuck's left hand and swiftly struck Chuck's right elbow, causing it to twist at an unnatural angle. Ah! Chuck let out a piercing scream. Mu Chun did not relent. Mr. Chuck, just now it was your right foot that kicked Jinxi, correct? With that, he delivered another blow to Chuck's right knee. Crack! The sharp sound of a fracture echoed as Chuck's right foot was rendered useless. Mr. Chuck, you have been vociferously insulting Xiaohua's offspring. Thus, today, I shall teach you a saying from Xiaohua to repay your grievances. Mu Chun declared, kicking towards Chuck's mouth. Ouch! Chuck's jaw shattered, and the teeth within it surely met a similar fate, transforming his cries into a strangled whimper lodged in his throat. Mu Chun turned to the stunned, wide-eyed Billy. Your name is Billy, isn't it? Billy, confronted with Mu Chun's calm visage, felt terror seize his heart. He wished to flee, yet his trembling legs betrayed him. Mu Chun flashed a grin. Fear not, I do not harm children. However, in our Xiaohua culture, we say that a father's failure to educate is a fault of the father. Therefore, your punishment shall be inflicted upon your father. Just now, you kicked Jinxi. Mu Chun once again directed his attention to Chuck, who writhed on the ground and stomped down with force. Mr. Chuck, this is a punishment for your son. Apologies, but it is similarly applied to you. Crack! Chuck's left foot too lost its function. After a moment's thought, Muchin continued, "Mr. Chuck, you see, due to your actions, I have exerted considerable effort, and I must collect a fee. You have already lost 2 legs and 1 hand. I might as well complete the task and render your left hand useless as well. This way, I shall not trouble 2 parties." With that, he delivered another kick to Chuck's left hand, ensuring that Chuck's limbs were utterly incapacitated, while he himself had long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Having completed this, Muchin nonchalantly brushed off his clothing and turned to approach the seated Jinsei. "Little Jinsei, I am a friend of your father. He sent me to bring you home." Muchin's voice was soothing, a stark contrast to his earlier decisiveness. Jinsei remained expressionless. As he turned a street corner, he caught sight of 2 police cars racing towards the community school, sirens blaring. How could this be? Muchin was taken aback. "Why did you only just notice?" "Due to your intrusion at the Security Bureau in Rocky City. The cybersecurity experts have been utilizing the public network since morning to locate you. I focused the majority of my efforts on concealing your whereabouts, which led to insufficient attention being paid to the safe house." The explanation left Muchin in silence. Ultimately, it was a situation of his own making, and one could hardly expect a mere mortal to perform miracles. Muchin immediately accelerated, driving swiftly towards the safe house. The area surrounding the safe house was cordoned off, necessitating that Muchin park 2 blocks away before sprinting towards it, holding Jinsei tightly in his arms. As Muchin approached within 100 meters of the apartment housing the safe house, he found himself unable to advance any closer. From a distance, he glimpsed a frail figure leaning against the balcony railing, a knife in hand. It was Jinhua, whom Muchin had left alone in the safe house. Jinhua pressed the blade firmly against his throat, facing a dozen armed security agents who seemed hesitant to advance, wary of provoking him. As Jinhua faced off against the agents, he anxiously scanned the crowd on the street. His heart surged when he spotted Muchin pushing through the throng. The girl he held tightly in his embrace. His eyes ignited with a fierce light. Although Jinhua could not see the girl's face as she faced away from the apartment, the panda plush toy she clutched unmistakably revealed her identity, his daughter, his sole family in this world. A glimmer of relief shone in Jinhua's eyes as he cast a deep glance in Muchin's direction, his lips parting to whisper, "Take good care of her." Jinhua understood. Whether or not Muchin heard those words, he would ultimately grasp the essence of his heart's message. Volume 2, The Winds of Reikan, Chapter 34. News from afar following the incident at the safe house. Muchin has been a constant presence beside Jinsei. Throughout this time, Jinsei has remained silent, clutching a panda plush toy in a daze. The only indication of her awareness is when Muchin attempts to leave. She instinctively pulls at his clothing to keep him close. Muchin discussed Jinsei's condition with Guangyin, who, embodying the essence of a medical sage, explained that according to Jinhua, since the car accident, Jinsei, traumatized by fear and the loss of her loved ones, has sealed herself within her own world. The panda plush serves as her emotional anchor. It is likely that Muchin's earlier actions in reprimanding Chuck have led Jinsei to subconsciously regard him as her protector, thus fostering her dependence on him. Faced with Guangyin's somewhat ambiguous explanation, Muchin could only acquiesce. What other choice did he have? Consequently, the 10-year-old Jinsei has become Muchin's shadow, even insisting on sleeping beside him. Fortunately, Jinsei is still young, her body not yet developed. Otherwise, Muchin would have been forced to choose between 2 equally undesirable options. Accompanying young Jinsei has proven to be quite inconvenient for Muchin. The personnel from the Security Bureau are not to be underestimated. Although the time has been brief, they have likely uncovered the truth behind Jinsei's abduction. As a result, ordinary patrol officers on the streets are now on the lookout for a man accompanying a little girl. A few days prior, Muchin nearly exposed himself while out with Jinsei, narrowly escaping detection due to his disguise as a Jia person. Since then, he has had to confront a dilemma. If he ventures outside, he must take Jinsei along, thereby increasing the likelihood of attracting the attention of the Security Bureau. Currently, Muchin and Jinsei are residing in a small hotel that does not require identification. Nevertheless, to avoid complications, he has had to cut Jinsei's hair short and disguise them as a father and son to secure their accommodation. After 2 days in the small hotel, Muchin still has not devised a plan for Jinsei's care. One afternoon, he reclines against the headboard, half closing his eyes, with Jinsei nestled in his embrace while an old television set flickers with the news before them. In truth, neither of them is watching the television. Mu Chun is preoccupied with Jin Sei's plight, while she remains in a perpetual state of stupor. Alas, it seems the only recourse is to seek assistance from their homeland. After much hesitation, he resolves to pursue a course of action, albeit one that feels inadequate. Despite the brevity of their time together, Mu Chun has developed a fondness for Jin Sei, perhaps more accurately described as a sense of compassion. Jin Sei's fate has been fraught with adversity. What was once a harmonious family has been shattered by calamities, leaving her alone in this world. Mu Chun is determined to care for Jin Sei, a decision influenced not only by Jinhua's trust, but also by their shared experiences. Jin Sei's misfortune evokes memories of Mu Chun's own childhood struggles, and their parallel histories compel him to regard her as a sister. Thus, he does not regret sacrificing his original plans for her sake. While he feels a twinge of regret, he believes that prioritizing Jin Sei's safety is the right choice, especially since he has prepared a gift for her, thus ensuring he does not return empty-handed. However, before the military intelligence agency could respond, a robbery occurred at the municipal hospital, and Jin Zai appeared before the citizens of Homestar in an unexpected guise, akin to a Hollywood hero, rescuing the princess from the clutches of villains and subsequently living a shamelessly blissful life with her. Within the military intelligence agency, those privy to the details were left bewildered. Their actions lagged as they attempted to reach Jin Zai, only to find him entangled with the first daughter of the Reikan Republic. This left them in a quandary. Could this audacious young man genuinely be following a Hollywood script? Before they could ascertain whether Jin Zai had betrayed the revolution or infiltrated a den of danger, he staged a scene in Vegas that epitomized his carefree existence. Entangled with the first daughter while simultaneously flirting with a starlet from South Thailand. Heroic rescues, vanquishing bullies, ascending to the pinnacle of life, marrying the wealthy and beautiful, enjoying the blessings of having it all, facing the sea, basking in the warmth of spring still, the familiar scent lingered. To cultivate a harem, one must master the art of strategy. The intelligence analysts within the agency were utterly exasperated, forced to sift through Mu Chun's file repeatedly, only to be met with confusion. Was this the same Mu Chun, shy and reserved, from the Wolfang Brigade? Had he been brainwashed? A model citizen at home, now transformed into a second James Bond abroad. While he neglected the expectations of his hometown, he was wreaking havoc on those of them stuck behind the scenes, nearly causing internal strife. Just when they had finally established a file, they were inundated with new information, each connection more significant than the last. While others' files might span 2 or 3 pages, Mu Chun's could nearly topple the military intelligence agency's archives. The Truth Cult, the First Daughter, the Starlet, the Clara Consortium, the Reikan Security Bureau. This rascal was stirring up trouble, as if he believed himself invincible. Did he ever consider the feelings of those he left behind? The internal staff were not his playthings. They were quite formidable. Be wary, for they would take turns targeting his windows. The analyst's grievances threatened to disrupt the very fabric of the home star's magnetic field. To keep pace with Mu Chun's unpredictable antics, the military intelligence agency could not afford to delay. They promptly contacted the Summer Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, ordering them to liaise directly with the Summer Empire's consulate in Rocky City, tasked with safeguarding the starlet SUSI-MANHUA in Vegas. The agency had no choice. They could not simply knock on the door of the first daughter, Veronica, and thus sought to extract useful information from SUSI-MANHUA, who had previously interacted with Mu Chun. This urgency is precisely why Chang Hongya hastily arrived in Vegas, having received approval from the homeland after his request. In truth, the invitation he received was not from SUSI-MANHUA, but a clever ruse orchestrated by Guang Yin. However, those in the know, including Chang Hongya, sensed that unexpected opportunities might arise at this gathering. In a move orchestrated by Mu Chun, Veronica, Christian, and SUSI-MANHUA formed a powerful alliance to establish a film studio named Ruihua Pictures, officially entering the Homestar film market. Despite its modest registered capital of merely 10 million yuan, which barely registered in the grand scheme of Hollywood, the involvement of the first daughter, Veronica Clay, ensured that the news garnered attention. In contrast to Veronica's influence, SUSI-MANHUA found herself surrounded by few supporters. Her naturally aloof demeanor did not deter her, and she chose to retreat to a quiet corner. Accompanying her was her close friend, Chao Xuejiao. However, given the grandeur of the occasion, it was understandable that she felt out of place. For the record, Chao Xuejiao had sufficiently recovered from her injuries inflicted by Harry Clara, and at this moment, She had transitioned from makeup artist to Yu Shiyue's manager. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for her to represent Yu Shiyue at such an event. Yu Shiyue quietly savored her tranquil moment, but soon she spotted a familiar face, Chang Hongye. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him, for it was his unwavering resolve that spared both her and Chao Xuejiao from being treated as spies by the Rukun Security Bureau, ultimately leading to their rescue by Veronica. Thus, upon seeing Chang Hongye at the scene, Yu Shiyue harbored no suspicions. With the adept Veronica present, she presumed that Chang's appearance was indeed by Veronica's invitation. Veronica, too, recognized Chang, having noted his efforts during Yu Shiyue's detention at the Security Bureau, and naturally assumed that you had invited him. The lack of communication between them rendered it impossible for them to verify the guest list, leaving an opening for Muchun. At that moment, as Yu Shiyue approached Chang Hongye to extend her greetings and express her gratitude once more for his timely assistance, she suddenly caught sight of another familiar figure. A spark of recognition ignited in her beautiful eyes, yet as she discerned the specifics of the silhouette, doubt crept into her heart. Could it truly be him? This was not Chang Hongye's first attendance at a soiree of this nature, yet the majority of the attendees today were prominent figures from Rukun's domestic film industry, leaving him with few acquaintances in sight. It would be more accurate to say he recognized many stars, yet those celebrities were oblivious to his identity. None aware that Chang Hongye served as the political advisor for the Xiahua Empire in Rocky City. After a brief while, feeling a tinge of boredom, Chang did not intend to leave, harboring unique expectations. With a smile, he navigated through the crowd of illustrious guests, patiently awaiting the appearance of his objective. As the banquet progressed, esteemed personalities continued to arrive, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chang Hongye diligently mingled, but inadvertently collided with someone. Looking up, he discovered that the person he bumped into was a film star from the Jia Republic, who was engrossed in conversation with a young girl beside her, likely unaware of his approach. Upon realizing the collision, she immediately offered her apologies. Chang, unfazed, smiled and nodded before they both continued on their respective paths. A few minutes later, Chang Hongye felt an anomaly. Slipping his hand into his suit pocket, he discovered an object akin to a USB drive had unexpectedly materialized. Though startled internally, his face betrayed no sign of concern. He feigned nonchalance while surveying the room, only to find that the Jia star who had collided with him was no longer in the banquet hall. Remaining unperturbed, he continued to circulate among the guests until the event concluded. Shortly after, a knock echoed at his door, revealing his colleague, Yan Hongjiang, the military attaché from the consulate in Rocky City. Anticipating this visit, Chang welcomed Yan inside, and after 10 minutes, Yan departed. In addition to his role as military attaché, Yan also served as an intelligence officer for the Military Intelligence Bureau, holding the rank of major. Diplomats from the various homestar nations, including military attachés, were all tasked with gathering intelligence on the host country, a tacit understanding among nations. The following day, a rather ordinary package was dispatched from a media store in Rocky City to the Xiahua Empire. 7 days later, Yan Hongjiang received news from his homeland. The contents of the USB drive were of utmost significance. Concurrently, due to the confirmation of Jinhua's sacrifice, all operations and information related to that line were sealed. Furthermore, every effort was to be made to establish contact with the individual codenamed Lightning, Muchun, and to extend all possible assistance. Similar directives were issued to all intelligence personnel from the Xiahua Military Intelligence Bureau operating in the Rukun Republic. Volume 2, The Turmoil of Rukun. Chapter 35. Within the USB drive entrusted to Chang Hongye by Mu Chun lies a comprehensive production process for stealth coatings used in military aircraft. Jinhua was secretly apprehended due to the sample of P-22 stealth coating and, in a final act to spare Mu Chun and her daughter from further entanglement, leaped from a balcony. Although his actions led to significant losses for the Xiahua side, and they ultimately did not acquire the sample, Jinhua's sacrifice cannot be overlooked. Consequently, after careful consideration, Mu Chun retrieved a version of the stealth coating production process from the archives of time. In the future timeline, this process will be developed by the Xiahua military in 3025, enabling the Xiahua Empire to bridge the gap with the Rukun military in the realm of stealth coatings. Mu Chun's decision was guided by the understanding that, while this process is ahead of its time by 5 to 6 years, it aligns seamlessly with the existing technologies of the Xiahua military. Upon receiving the complete process, they would face minimal technical barriers and could swiftly transition from development to production. Furthermore, Muchen noted on the USB drive that this process was obtained by Jean Hua from the Maslow Corporation. This serves to affirm to the intelligence agency that the sacrifices of Jean Hua, his 5 team members, and 3 agents were indeed valuable. The arrest of Jean Hua marked the inception of it all. Now let this matter find closure in Muchen's hands. Since it is the same hotel brand, Muchen felt confident that the steak at the hotel in Rocky City would not disappoint. Without hesitation, he ordered 2 set meals, reasoning that since Jean Say was young and had a modest appetite, he could easily consume the remaining portion. He first cut the steak into manageable pieces for Jean Say, handing her the knife and fork, allowing her to savor each bite slowly. Observing Jean Say's tranquil dining, a flicker of tenderness and compassion crossed Muchen's eyes, and he chuckled softly to himself. Fortunately, though Jean Say often dwelled in her own world, she was capable of self-care. Otherwise, it would have been quite burdensome for him. Shaking his head, Muchen buried this fleeting softness within and redirected his focus toward the feast before him, prioritizing satiation over other matters. As he indulged in his meal, a playful voice from time echoed in his mind. Wow, Muchen, your luck in romance has arrived. His dining paused as he noticed a tall figure gracefully approaching him. It was her. Yu Shiriyue had always been a well-behaved girl, preferring solitude, free from interruptions, to empty her thoughts and daydream. However, fate had bestowed upon her a captivating beauty, compelling her to navigate the complexities of this world, necessitating the donning of a mask that screamed, "Keep your distance." Yu Shiriyue was fortunate. From her entry into the entertainment industry, she soared to prominence and found a partner who cherished her. In a moment of clarity, she chose to withdraw from the limelight, marrying into a wealthy family. Yet, misfortune befell her beloved husband, shattering her once happy life and forcing her to return to the entertainment realm, struggling to survive. Now, the past was but a memory, and Yu Shiriyue had regained hope for the future. She recognized that her current circumstances were inextricably linked to the enigmatic man named Muchen. Throughout the earlier part of her life, she had never dared to stray from the path, but after her family upheaval and her brief encounters with Muchen, her previously rigid existence began to show signs of fracture, subtly altering her worldview. This slight deviation was exclusively directed at Muchen, the mysterious man who incited both curiosity and trepidation within her, urging her to explore the edges of her suppressed excitement. In the banquet hall, intending to express her gratitude to Chang Hongye, she inadvertently spotted Muchen colliding with him. At that moment, Muchen appeared as a somewhat renowned star from Jia. His features altered, yet his physique remained unchanged. The impression Muchen left on Yu Shiriyue was indelible. With her keen intuition, she sensed an anomaly. Initially, she thought she might have mistaken him for someone else. When Chang Hongye momentarily stiffened upon discovering the USB drive in his pocket before quickly regaining composure, Yu Shiriyue, who had been quietly observing, noted this fleeting abnormality. From the moment she and Chao Xuejiao were investigated by the Security Bureau, Yu Shiriyue had speculated that Muchen was likely a spy from the Xiaohua Empire. Thus, connecting Chang Hongye's peculiar behavior to Muchen, she concluded that they were likely meeting covertly. The mocking glint in Muchen's glance was all too familiar. Just days prior at the Golden Sands Hotel, he had displayed a similar gaze while teasing Halaclara. While Yu Shiriyue was uncertain to whom Muchen's expression was directed, the familiarity of that glance solidified her suspicions about his identity. It must be said that Yu Shiriyue's observations were remarkably astute. The alignment of physique, potential spy identity, and shared gaze were sufficient for her to affirm her conclusions. Yu Shiriyue was unsure why she felt compelled to follow him. The man's origins, shrouded in mystery, posed inherent danger, evidenced by her own investigation by the Security Bureau. This internal conflict urged her to maintain distance. Yet her emotions propelled her toward the opposite action. This behavior ignited a thrilling sense of rebellion within Yu Shiriyue, a sensation she had never before experienced, rendering her unable to resist. Tentatively, she trailed Muchen and little Jean Say into the restaurant, hesitating before seating herself at a table not far from them. After ordering a cup of coffee, she occasionally stole glances at Muchen. Oblivious to her presence, Muchen, bearing a Jia visage, was preoccupied with pressing legal matters. Lacking the inclination to revisit any unspoken past with Yu Shiriyue, he did not believe she would recognize him, and even if he were to reveal his true identity, he assumed her haughty demeanor would lead her to merely nod in acknowledgement before moving on. Thus, Muchen continued to relish his meal, unaware that his actions from days prior had shifted the balance of Yushiyue's perspective. Upon closer observation, the familiar sensation reassured Yushiyue that the man across from her was indeed the mysterious Mu-chun. However, noting his feigned ignorance, a spark of defiance ignited within her. Did he think this charade would dissuade her? With a sudden surge of determination, Yushiyue rose gracefully and approached Mu-chun, her lips parting to inquire in Xiaohua. Do you know someone named Mu-chun from Xiaohua? Such an overt suggestion. It was nearly an outright declaration. As if she were pointing at his nose and proclaiming, "Hello, Mu-chun." Mu-chun's dining faltered as he pondered. Could she truly have recognized me? How does she know my name? After a moment's reflection, he surmised that it must have been Veronica, that siren, who had divulged his identity to her. Yet, he dismissed the concern, for he was merely a Jia person now. "Excuse me, miss, I don't understand what you're saying," he replied, deliberately feigning ignorance in clumsy Jia. Engaging with Yushiyue. Yushiyue was momentarily taken aback, then explained, "I won't speak of it to anyone else." Mu-chun rolled his eyes. "Sister, do you think silence suffices?" After a moment's contemplation, Yushiyue added, "Thank you for facilitating Miss Veronica's assistance." Mu-chun wiped the pepper sauce from the corner of Xiao Jin's mouth. Noticing that Mu-chun continued to ignore her, Yushiyue clenched her silver teeth and declared, "Moreover, I truly appreciate the lines of poetry you gifted me. If there are books of poetry hidden in the heart." By the way, what follows that line? Mu-chun remained silent, dismissing her with a mere scoff. Did she really believe such a simple tactic could elicit the truth from him? Not only was there no door, but there wasn't even a window. Yushiyue found herself at a loss. She had never been adept at initiating conversations. Strictly speaking, this was her first attempt at approaching someone. Faced with Mu-chun's obstinate and shameless demeanor, she felt utterly powerless. Volume 2. The winds of Raiken. Mu-chun and Yushiyue were locked in a stalemate. If this situation continued, it was certain that Yushiyue would be the one to back down. Of course, Mu-chun might very well fall victim to Yushiyue's curses, such as the voodoo doll or drawing circles. Alas, such is the marvel of life. Neither of the two adversaries noticed that since Yushiyue had inquired in Xiaohua language, the quiet little Jinsei, seated opposite Mu-chun, had begun to display a glimmer of emotion in her once vacant eyes. Just as Yushiyue was on the verge of crushing her silver teeth in frustration over Mu-chun's shamelessness and was about to sweep away in indignation, the previously silent Jinsei suddenly stood up and rushed towards the poised Yushiyue, crying out in Xiaohua language, "Mama! Mama!" The unexpected turn of events left both Mu-chun and Yushiyue momentarily stunned, gazing at each other with wide eyes filled with tears, each silently pondering. What is happening? Is this your child? Mommy, do you not want Wan anymore? Mommy, Wan misses you so much. Jinsei's hoarse voice was heart-wrenching, evoking sorrow in all who heard it. Yushiyue's first instinct was to suspect that Mu-chun, with his peculiar character, was up to mischief. Angrily, she glared at him and scolded, "Mu-chun, what on earth are you doing?" At this moment, Yushiyue could no longer afford to dwell on Mu-chun's foolishness. She was at a loss, staring down at the little girl who clung to her leg, weeping inconsolably, and an inexplicable wave of compassion surged within her. Though she had no children of her own, a woman's innate maternal instinct had not faded away. People dining in the restaurant gradually turned their attention to this scene, and a headwaiter approached. Yushiyue's body stiffened momentarily, but ultimately, she could not resist the maternal urge etched in her very being. Slowly, she crouched down and gently embraced Jinsei, softly patting her back. After a brief hesitation, she whispered, "Mama is here, Wan, be good, don't cry." Strangely enough, her gentle words seemed to soothe Jinsei's agitated emotions. Before long, the crying subsided, and when Yushiyue looked down, she discovered that the little girl had fallen asleep in her half-embrace. The restaurant returned to its former tranquility. Diners merely assumed it was a minor dispute among a family. And the headwaiter, upon catching Mu-chun's apologetic gaze, discreetly withdrew. With the trouble resolved, Mu-chun could no longer pretend not to recognize Yushiyue, especially since he himself was somewhat perplexed by the situation. He stood up, gently pulled out the chair opposite him, and assisted Yushiyue in sitting down while cradling Jinsei. Yushiyue, holding the sleeping girl, regained her ethereal demeanor and calmly asked, "Don't you wish to say something?" Yushiyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Mu-chun, feeling a twinge of guilt, instinctively shrank his neck. "Could it be that she is truly your daughter?" Yushiyue inquired curiously. Mu-chun forced a bitter smile. contemplating whether to reveal the truth. I believe you have already guessed my identity. Yushiriwa parted her lips slightly. Could it be that you are? Indeed. Muchen declared with righteous fervor. I am Joe Connor, the leader of the human resistance against the robotic dominion. Yushiriwa was momentarily taken aback, but soon, a spark of realization ignited in her mind. Her expression shifting from anger to tranquility. Wonderful. I am Sarah Connor. Joe, I have finally found you. Muchen's demeanor faltered as he gazed at Yushiriwa with a mournful expression. Are you truly the noble and elegant goddess? Why have you resorted to taking advantage of me, suddenly thrust into the role of another's son? Muchen pondered the advantage women possessed in such matters. One may not know their father's identity, yet a mother is typically certain. Or so it should be. After being caught in a reversal of fortunes, Muchen questioned himself, feeling as if he had sustained a grievous blow. Chuckling at the humbled Muchen, Yushiriwa's spirits lifted. Let you not deny it. Let you not pretend. I am a woman of society. Do I care for your grandstanding? Her smile dispelled the coldness that usually enveloped her, revealing a rare, innocent charm that left Muchen momentarily entranced. The awkwardness from Muchen's repeated denials faded. Since her ex-husband's death, she had not felt this carefree in quite some time, as the heavy burdens that had weighed her down seemed to dissipate in the warmth of her smile. Now, about this little girl. Yushiriwa seemingly ignored Muchen's bewildered expression and inquired about the sleeping Jinsei in her arms. Having resolved to speak the truth, Muchen recounted the tragic circumstances surrounding Jinsei's family. To endure so much at such a young age, no wonder she has closed herself off. How pitiful. Yushiriwa's tone brimmed with tenderness. Muchen remained silent, gazing at the slumbering Jinsei in Yushiriwa's embrace, his thoughts shifting in a different direction. Yushiriwa had not anticipated Muchen's proposal. She gently caressed Jinsei's face and softly recited Li Shangyin's timeless poem. The zither has no reason for its 50 strings, each string a pillar of longing for youthful years. Zhuangzi dreamed of a butterfly, while the emperor's heart entrusted the cuckoo. The moon over the vast sea reveals tears of pearls. The sun on Lan Tian warms jade into smoke. Can this feeling await remembrance? Yet at that time, it was already lost. Simultaneously, a resolution began to take shape within her. Raising her gaze, she was met with Muchen's hopeful eyes. And a mischievous thought entered her mind. Humph. To simply agree to your request would be too easy for you. What inconveniences does your identity entail, Mr. Joe Connor? Yushiriwa posed her question earnestly. Since you are so heartless, shameless, and unreasonable, I shall absolutely not yield. A man of stature would not be cowed by a mere woman. Do not force my hand, for I am capable of anything. Muchen's eyes bore into Yushiriwa, exuding an air of intimidation. Under Muchen's pressure, Yushiriwa felt akin to a schoolgirl caught skipping class, her heart racing with uncertainty about whether her teasing had gone too far. With such thoughts in mind, Yushiriwa sought to explain. I was wrong, Muchen declared with an air of righteous indignation, embodying the spirit of heroic sacrifice. Yushiriwa looked at him with confusion, inadvertently catching a flicker of mischief in his eyes. Familiar with that expression, she quickly realized she had been played once more. Giggling. The sound of grinding teeth echoed as Yushiriwa clenched her fists. If she were not holding Jinsei, she would have surely pounced on the scoundrel across from her. Calm. Muchen was startled by the ferocity in Yushiriwa's expression. You scared me to death. Oh, but you remain as captivating as ever, your fierce little expression more charming than ever. Truly, you are a beauty of unparalleled allure. In light of Yushiriwa's beauty, Muchen resolved to forgive her disrespect. Miss you. I was merely expressing the softest words with the most arrogant attitude. Please, overlook my indiscretion and grant me a reprieve. Listening to Muchen's ambiguous tone, Yushiriwa acknowledged that she had been bested by him. She shot him a sidelong glance and, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, replied, I truly cannot fathom how someone as poor as you could become a spy. This is not poverty, but rather authenticity. Muchen began to retort. But upon meeting Yushiriwa's gaze, he immediately fell silent. Undeterred, he muttered under his breath, petty-minded woman. What did you say? Yushiriwa's eyes narrowed in suspicion. I said Miss Yu is as charming as a delicate bird, exuding femininity. Muchen hastily changed his stance. Confronted with Muchen's incessant chatter, Yushiriwa felt a sense of helplessness. However, she was quite pleased with Muchen's perceptive compliance. The sensation of being indulged, which catered to her somewhat capricious nature, was something she had not experienced in quite some time, and unbeknownst to her, a peculiar emotional stir began to blossom in her heart. Ultimately, Yushiriwa decided to let Mu Chun off the hook for being as astute as she was. She understood the virtue of moderation. I can take care of Jinsei for you. Thank you. Mu Chun exhaled deeply, relieved that he could ensure Jinsei's well-being, thus alleviating a significant burden from his mind. No need for thanks. Yushiriwa's willingness to care for Jinsei stemmed not only from repaying Mu Chun for his numerous acts of kindness, but also from her compassion for Jinsei's unfortunate circumstances. With Jinsei's situation resolved, the two found themselves at a loss for conversation, the previous atmosphere of casual camaraderie morphing into something more ambiguous. Ahem, miss you. Mu Chun was the first to shatter the silence. It would be inappropriate for me to linger here any longer. I must take my leave. Rising to depart, he earnestly added, once again, I am grateful for your assistance with Jinsei. Perplexed, Mu Chun turned back. What? If there are poems and books hidden in one's heart, what follows next? Upon posing this question, a faint blush crept across Yushiriwa's delicate face. If there are poems and books hidden in one's heart. I am an illiterate fool. What on earth was that? Volume 2. The Turmoil of Reikin, Chapter 37. The Capitol Museum. The Capitol Museum stands as the largest art museum in the Reikin Republic and is renowned globally. It is situated in a grand structure on 5th Avenue, between 80th and 84th Streets in the city of York, directly opposite the famous Natural History Museum and Planetarium. Spanning an area of 130,000 square meters, the museum houses 5 major exhibition halls and a total of 248 display rooms, showcasing tens of thousands of exhibits that merely scratch the surface of its vast collection. With over 3 million items, the Capitol Museum ranks among the world's leading museums. After entrusting the brocade to Yushiriwa, Mu Chun hurried from Rocky City on the west coast of the Reikin Republic to the Capitol Museum located on the east coast in York City. As night enveloped the capital of Reikin, Mu Chun found himself on the periphery of the museum, a complex edifice that resembled a fortified bastion, heavily guarded. At this moment, Mu Chun assumed the guise of a Caucasian man, a transformation facilitated by specialized equipment. This was a strategic move, as certain actions required a veil of anonymity. In the enveloping darkness, he donned a pair of night vision goggles he had prepared, allowing him to survey his surroundings. Confirming his position, he faced one of the museum's main structures. Reassured by the passage of time, he felt no fear of losing his way. Suddenly, a faint whistling sound pierced the air as a thin filament shot towards the museum's wall, unnoticed by anyone. This was a web shooter devised with the aid of time, enabling Mu Chun to traverse the heights of the urban landscape with the ease of a spider. With a steady grip on the wall, Mu Chun exhaled slowly, pressing himself flat against the surface, merging almost seamlessly with the structure. Like a gecko, he scaled the museum's rooftop, utilizing the web shooter to reach the pinnacle. From his vantage point, he observed that he was positioned at the southeast corner of the museum, a notably concealed area. Concealing his form, he recalibrated his direction and moved swiftly and cautiously towards the museum's interior. At that moment, 2 security personnel emerged from the main entrance, scanning their surroundings before departing. Having detected nothing amiss, hanging in midair, Mu Chun gripped the crevices of the museum's exterior, proceeding with utmost care. This method of movement tested his physical prowess, yet he was fortified by the enhanced capabilities acquired after breaking through his genetic locks. With a soft thud, Mu Chun leapt from the wall, rolling twice upon landing to mitigate the impact and sound, thereby evading the attention of the guards. Upon formally entering the museum's interior, Mu Chun heightened his vigilance. He was on the top floor, with a camera not far ahead, though he had yet to enter its field of view. Evading the surveillance, he retrieved a device the size of a battery from his portal, cautiously approaching the camera to affix the device to the wire behind it. Time. I rely on you, he whispered. All right, leave it to me. In the museum's monitoring room, a lethargic guard squinted at the screens, completely oblivious to the simultaneous flicker of dozens of surveillance monitors that quickly resumed normalcy. A minute later, all set. From this moment onward, this museum shall be our private garden. Given that the museum's surveillance network operates independently, Mu Chun had to manually connect it to the time device. Once linked, the stage was set for the performance of time. With the museum's monitoring system compromised, Mu Chun confidently embarked on his looting spree. Under the guidance of time, he strutted towards a security door on the rooftop. Typically locked, it yielded effortlessly as he pulled it open, granting him access to the collection area. Descending the staircase into the museum, Mu Chun remained cautious. Even though Time had commandeered the security system, the guards were no trifling matter. The main building of the Capitol Museum consists of 5 floors, each corresponding to a specific exhibition area, which in turn aligns with a continent of the home star. Currently on the 5th floor, he found himself in the Eastern Continent Art Exhibition, showcasing artifacts from the East Xunshin continent, where the Reikin Republic is situated. Without pausing, Mu Chun swiftly advanced to the 3rd floor, where the treasures of the Central Continent awaited him. These national treasures were his primary objective. Only upon securing them would he consider perusing other exhibition areas. The sound of polished shoes echoed starkly in the quiet expanse of the museum. Holding his breath, Mu Chun crouched behind an exhibit case as footsteps approached, then receded. Once the guards had moved on, he wasted no time in rushing to the 3rd floor. Found it. A masterpiece of cursive script created by the Eastern Jin calligrapher Wang Shiji, consists of 4 lines and 28 characters. Revered as one of the 28 treasures, it is considered the pinnacle of calligraphy alongside Wang Xianji's and Wang Sun's, collectively known as the 3 Seals, with this piece leading the trio. Originally housed in the South Tai Island Museum, this treasured work, along with other priceless artifacts, was foolishly sent to the Capitol Museum by the incompetent South Tai government. As a gesture of flattery towards the Reikin government, Mu Chun leaned against the bulletproof glass exhibit case, gazing at the fragile parchment within, his heart racing with excitement. If the South Tai government cared little for these treasures, then he would gladly assume the responsibility of safeguarding them. Activating his skill space cutting, a portal opened in the side of the exhibit case. With a gentle touch, he claimed thee and stored it in his portal, elated. Scanning the area, he swiftly set his sights on his next target. The, hailed as the Lanting of Paintings, is a national treasure. Secured, now for the next goal. The poetry, steeped in melancholy and passion, expresses Su Shi's feelings of loneliness and nostalgia. The calligraphy reflects this sentiment and circumstance, with a dynamic flow and radiant brilliance. The entire composition exudes an unrestrained vigor, devoid of any haphazard strokes. The holds significant influence in the history of calligraphy, regarded as the 3rd greatest cursive script, and stands among Su Shi's finest works. As Huang Tingjian noted in his postscript, this script embodies the essence of Yin Lu Gong, Yang Xiao Shi, and Li Shitai styles. If Donpa were to attempt it again, he might not surpass this. Secured, on to the next target. The jadeite cabbage, a masterpiece nearly indistinguishable from a real cabbage, is intricately carved from jadeite. Its familiar subject, pristine white body, and lush green leaves evoke a sense of warmth and intimacy. The 2 insects perched on the leaves symbolize fertility and abundance. Secured, next target. The Western Zhou Mao Gong Ding stands at 53, 8 centimeters tall, with a depth of 27.2 centimeters, a mouth diameter of 47 centimeters, and a weight of 34.7 kilograms, adorned with a ring pattern at the mouth. It features a wide opening, double upright handles, and 3 hoofed feet. Collect well, the next target. The self-narrative by Huaisu, secured. The letter from Lu Zhong by Yin Jinqing, secured. The painting of Wazigang by Zhang Hong, secured. The bronze vessel, the San Shi Pan, secured. Naturally, in addition to the treasures sent from Nantai Island, the Capitol Museum also possesses numerous artifacts from the Xiaohua collection, which Mu Chun would certainly not overlook. The 6th secured. The Longzhou bronze vessel, secured. The 3-legged porcelain cup, secured. An hour later, Mu Chun had swept clean the over 200 national treasures from Xiaohua displayed in the art exhibition area. He was quite pleased with his haul and set his sights on other exhibition areas on the same floor. The 3rd floor featured the Dragon Rising Continent exhibition area, which included art from countries such as Jia and Jiapong. But Mu Chun had little interest in these exhibits, selectively choosing only those of relatively higher value, as time was of the essence. On the 4th floor, the Western Niu Huzhou exhibition area. The Western region's art section is the gem of the Capitol Museum, filled with masterpieces from the Renaissance era. The gallery showcased several works by Van Gogh, among which the most renowned was undoubtedly his self-portrait, a centerpiece of the museum. Mu Chun, of course, would not let this opportunity slip by, unhesitatingly securing Van Gogh's self-portrait into his wormhole. Degas, Cézanne, Picasso, Monet. Every art piece Mu Chun laid eyes on was drawn into the wormhole. After all, could any artwork displayed in the Capitol Museum be of inferior quality? With the protective energy of the wormhole, these masterpieces would remain unharmed. After thoroughly clearing the hundreds of artworks from the western region, Mu Chun smiled contentedly and proceeded to the fifth floor's eastern region. Mu Chun headed directly to the Rakin Republic exhibition area, where he beheld the famous painting The President Crossing the Delaware. This oil painting, created by artist Emmanuel Loitza, depicts the scene of Rakin's first president crossing the Delaware River during the Rakin War of Independence. On the third floor, as Mu Chun traversed the Xiaohua exhibition area towards the adjacent Dia region, he unexpectedly collided with an emerging guard around the corner. Startled, Mu Chun did not pause to think and promptly turned to flee. The piercing sound of alarm bells rang out, shattering the tranquility of the Capitol Museum and the entire city of York in that quiet night. Time. Why didn't you warn me? Mu Chun lamented as he ran. Damn, I had no idea someone would suddenly appear there. It's all the fault of the Capitol Museum's security system, which is riddled with blind spots. The moron who designed this system should be brought to trial and sentenced to 100 years or so to rot in prison. Time. 2. Harbored grievances. Regardless of Time's grievances, Mu Chun's paramount concern was his escape. After all, he had already achieved significant success during this visit to the Capitol Museum and did not need to pursue perfection. John, the night security chief of the Capitol Museum, was 48 years old and had previously served in the Rakin Marine Corps. After retiring, he had worked at the Capitol Museum for 20 years, rising from a mere guard to the position of security chief. Having spent nearly half his life there, John was quite satisfied with his job and had a fondness for the various artifacts within the museum. Thus, when the alarm sounded, he immediately sprang into action. What is happening in the monitoring center? John inquired over the radio. Everything is normal. The personnel in the monitoring center responded, puzzled, as all surveillance equipment showed no abnormalities. Before John could continue his inquiry, an urgent report crackled through the radio. Captain, this is Tommy. We have spotted a thief at the entrance of the Dia exhibition on the third floor. He is fleeing towards the top floor. John was taken aback and quickly commanded, security on the fourth and fifth floors, seal off all exits. Increase patrols on the first, second, and third floors. The thief may have accomplices. Find them. Following John's orders, the security personnel of the Capitol Museum sprang into action. As Mu Chun dashed up to the fifth floor, he encountered several security guards rushing towards him, wielding electric batons, who immediately shouted and charged at him upon spotting him. Volume 2. The Turmoil of Riken 38. The audacious thief dared to steal from the Capitol Museum. Seize him immediately. Amid the chaos, several security guards rushed forward, only to be effortlessly subdued by Mu Chun. Within less than a minute, he had incapacitated them all, leaving them sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Although their injuries were not severe, they found themselves utterly unable to rise. Mu Chun had not used lethal force. He merely rendered them temporarily immobile. Clearing the obstacles in his path, Mu Chun swiftly ascended to the rooftop. As the security team led by Captain John reached the top floor of the Capitol Museum, they beheld Mu Chun gliding away on a parachute. Below, at least 5 police cars lined the street, with more vehicles converging from a distance. In the sky, Mu Chun could discern the shadow of a helicopter approaching. Within 5 minutes, he would find himself encircled by the police of York City. However, he remained unperturbed, for the Diha River lay just ahead. The police cars watched as the parachute dove beneath a bridge spanning the Diha River, emerging on the far bank. Fortunately, 2 police cars were already stationed there, and as the parachute soared above them, they promptly gave chase. In the distance, the unmistakable thrum of helicopter rotors began to resonate. Naturally, the parachute would soon be discovered to be unoccupied, but Mu Chun was unconcerned. Those few moments of respite would afford him a seamless escape. A blonde reporter from ACNN stood at the entrance of the Capitol Museum, her demeanor grave as she announced, "Breaking news. Nearly 1,000 artifacts have been stolen from the Capitol Museum, including numerous oil paintings by masters from the Western continent and treasures from the Dragon Rising continent. The most precious of which is the museum's centerpiece, the Great President Crossing the Delaware. The number of thieves and the method of theft remain shrouded in mystery. The Republic of Riken has dispatched the Federal Security Bureau to investigate this case. The method of the theft is truly baffling. How could over 1,000 artworks vanish in such a short time? There are even rumors suggesting collusion between the museum's management and security personnel to conceal these artworks for sale after the dust settles. Otherwise, how can one explain the security system's failure to trigger while so many artifacts disappeared so swiftly? In short, This enigmatic theft case has been dubbed the greatest crime of the 31st century, igniting countless speculations. Mu Chun, however, paid little heed to the uproar he had caused. He leisurely sat on the sandy beach, gazing contemplatively at the distant horizon. Diego City, situated in the southern region of California, is renowned for its warm climate and beautiful beaches. It ranks as the second largest city in California, the 8th largest in Riken, and the 17th metropolitan area overall. The Riken military maintains several bases in Diego City, predominantly for the Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. The Wells Base, part of the Riken Naval Command, features an airport, logistical services, and complete facilities for a naval aviation base. It also serves as a testing ground for new weaponry. Mu Chun's objective was to seize an aircraft from the Wells Base while the world's attention was diverted by the theft at the Capitol Museum. As night fell, he pilfered an off-road vehicle and approached the base, stopping 10 kilometers away to proceed on foot. Given the base's significant military importance and the extensive surveillance, as well as potential landmines, it was unwise to drive any closer. With his exceptional physical capabilities, Mu Chun covered the distance in under 10 minutes. Nearing the base, he employed the same strategy as at the museum, installing an infiltration device on a surveillance camera in a secluded corner. This time, it took longer than expected. After several minutes, a calm voice resonated in his mind. When I take action, all is possible. Elated, Mu Chun understood that Light had successfully overridden the Wells Base's security system. In a buoyant mood, he hastily praised Light. Mighty Light, truly impressive. A few minutes later, Mu Chun slipped into the base, crouching in the shadows to observe the bustling activity. The Wells Base was vast, with aircraft taking off and landing for various night missions, while soldiers moved about within the permitted areas, creating an atmosphere of constant activity. Thanks to Light's assistance, Mu Chun could disregard the surveillance devices. Yet he still sought to avoid direct encounters with personnel. After approximately 40 minutes of waiting, he noticed a shuttle transporting a pilot toward a nearby hangar, indicating that an aircraft was prepared for takeoff. Upon arrival, the pilot exchanged greetings with the ground crew before attempting to board the aircraft. Suddenly, a large hand yanked him down. With a thud, the pilot fell to the ground, bewildered. The ground crew, caught off guard, found themselves face to face with a man wielding an MP5 submachine gun. Don't move, Mu Chun commanded coldly. Follow my instructions, or my weapon will not discriminate. Without hesitation, Mu Chun seized the pilot, stripped him of his helmet and flight suit, and knocked him unconscious. He repeated the process with several ground crew members. Donning the helmet and flight suit, he climbed into the cockpit of the aircraft parked in the hangar. With his left hand, he approached the electronic interface, connecting a wire from the Wormhole to the system. P-35, a fifth-generation fighter jet. Can you manage it, Light? Mu Chun inquired, suppressing his excitement. A piece of cake. Light replied, ever confident. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the P-35's power was activated, followed by the fuel system, engine status, radar, and weaponry. All the pre-flight preparations executed flawlessly under Light's guidance. As Mu Chun taxied the P-35 to the runway, he disconnected the tow vehicle, nimbly climbing into the cockpit and securing the canopy, completing the pre-flight checks. At that moment, the Wells Base remained oblivious to the anomaly involving the P-35. Just as he finished, a voice crackled over the headset from the control tower. AG-43, have you completed your pre-flight preparations? AG-43, ready for takeoff. Requesting clearance, Mu Chun responded. Cleared for takeoff. He pushed the throttle forward. The engine emitted a piercing roar as the P-35 accelerated. Upon reaching the required speed, he gently pulled the control stick, raising the nose of the aircraft until it gradually lifted off the ground. The heavy fighter jet roared into the night sky, disappearing into the vast darkness. Moments later, the pilot and ground crew Mu Chun had incapacitated were discovered, prompting an immediate blaring alarm throughout the Wells Base. The audacious theft of a P-35 from such a heavily secured facility struck a nerve within the Riken military. The news swiftly reached President Thomas through the Ministry of Defense. Thomas immediately demanded that the P-35 be located at all costs, even if it meant shooting it down. The Wells Base promptly launched 4 P-35 aircraft, along with an AWACS to assist in the operation. With the AWACS support, they quickly pinpointed the P-35 pilfered by Mu Chun, which was heading towards the open sea. The P-35 must not become another's trophy. The pursuing 4 P-35s received the positioning information from the AWACS and rapidly closed the distance to Mu Chun. soon entering the radar's range. To the pilot's astonishment, the hijacked aircraft did not continue to flee, but rather began to decelerate slowly. The AWACS relayed the command. If the adversary did not resist, they could attempt a forced landing. Following orders, the P-35 pilots proceeded with caution, locking onto their target with their onboard radars as they approached. The stolen P-35 was armed with 2 AIM-9X short-range air-to-air missiles and 2 AIM-120 medium-range air-to-air missiles. Aware that he had only one chance, Muchin used the cover of time to mask the radar lock on his aircraft, launching all 4 missiles only when the enemy was within the AIM-9X's range. Not far behind, the pilots of the 4 P-35s saw the missiles speeding towards them, and 2 pilots heard the shrill alarms blaring in their cockpits. In an effort to ensure a higher hit rate, Muchin had targeted each aircraft with 2 missiles. The 2 pilots immediately abandoned formation in a frantic bid for survival. However, the proximity of Muchin rendered escape futile. Within mere seconds, the missiles struck their targets, transforming 2 P-35s into brilliant stars in the night sky. The remaining 2 P-35 pilots, shaken, uttered desperate prayers to the heavens. After narrowly escaping, they steeled themselves and pressed the launch buttons. Each P-35 fired 2 short-range air-to-air missiles, and with the 4 missiles locked onto him, Muchin had no chance of evasion. Seeing the missiles hurtling towards him, Muchin did not hesitate to slam the control stick, sending the P-35 plunging towards the ocean. Even with the assistance of gravitational acceleration, his aircraft only gained a few extra seconds in the air. Just before impact, he pressed the ejection button. The cockpit canopy was blown off, and the ejection seat propelled Muchin away from the P-35. Moments later, the pilotless aircraft erupted into flames, illuminating the night sky. After ejecting, Muchin refrained from deploying his parachute, releasing the restraints of his seat and plunging directly into the sea, simultaneously activating his skill, Absolute Defense, which granted him 1 minute of invincibility. Splash! Half a minute later, Muchin reached the water's surface, unharmed thanks to the Absolute Defense. Once submerged, he retrieved a pre-prepared underwater propulsion device from a wormhole and swiftly vacated the crash zone. As it was night and he had not deployed his parachute, his actions went unnoticed. The ejected seat was naturally assumed to be debris from the P-35 crash. An hour later, several vessels from the Rakan Republic Coast Guard arrived in the area, with additional support forces joining the search. However, they found nothing but countless fragments of the P-35 and were left in the dark regarding the identity of the hijacker. In the aftermath, the Rakan Republic's intelligence agency deployed vast resources to investigate the incident, losing countless brain cells yet remaining utterly ignorant. Conversely, due to the unusual activities of intelligence personnel, Rakan's network in other nations suffered varying degrees of damage. For instance, in the Empire of Xiaohua, to ascertain whether the theft of the P-35 was linked to the Empire, the Rakan Security Bureau activated a covert intelligence line that had been hidden for over 2 decades. This drew the attention of the Empire's military intelligence, resulting in the line being completely dismantled and a senior spy with a rank of Major General being captured. It is undeniable that these unforeseen ramifications were beyond Muchin's wildest expectations. The incident did not begin to settle until a year later, and as for whether Rakan truly relinquished their pursuit, only they could know for certain. Throughout the operation to steal the P-35, every action taken by Muchin was deliberate. Unfulfilled with the outcome, he recognized that with the existence of wormholes and time manipulation, he was destined for an alternative path. Remaining in service with the Xiaohua military, laden with numerous restrictions, would have stifled Muchin's potential. He had to devise a means to detach from the military. With absolute defense, time, and wormholes at his disposal, he felt no fear for his life. The plan unfolded smoothly. Muchin wreaked havoc at the Wells Air Force Base, successfully stealing a P-35, yet ultimately was shot down. In essence, Muchin's actions were a provocative test of the Rakan Republic's limits, but merely a probe. Simultaneously, this was also a reckless test of the Empire of Xiaohua's patience.